Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The main character put the letter on the table, moving it closer. He said that this letter was written by the pontiff himself. The witches stood at the table opposite the main character. If he asked Roland what was in the letter, persuasion or benefits, the main character said that the letter tells about the reason for the creation of the church as well as the existence of demons. Nightingale leaned over slightly, looking questioningly at the protagonist. Nightingale asked Roland if they really knew everything that was happening. His Majesty said that if this was the case, then the Holy City should no longer send an army to occupy the Cold Wind Ridge. Sylvie looked at the letter dejectedly, knitting her eyebrows. Sylvie said whether the pontiff actually wrote this. The main character pursed his lips, looking thoughtfully at the table. He thought that this might be a trick of the purified witches. The soldiers stood behind the fence, holding their guns in front of them. Lightning contacted the soldiers, saying that the enemy had entered Zone 9. The young guy held the paper in front of him, looking at it in confusion. He was looking for Zone 9 in it. The fighters looked at the guy, who closed his eyes nervously. The soldiers hurried the guy, saying that the shells were already loaded. The guy told them not to rush since he already does it quickly. The guy ran his eyes over the book, holding it in front of him. The guy called the angle 26, the slope 15. The fighter shouted that he was ready to shoot. The soldier lit a stick, bringing it to the fuse of the cannon. The shell hit the enemy, scattering them to the sides. Maggie and Lightning looked at the enemy angrily. Lightning said they deserved it. Enemy soldiers moved through clouds of smoke and dust. Maggie noticed them and said that they were going through Zone 12. Lightning clutched the communication device in her hand, mouth wide open. Lightning told the fighters that the enemy was coming through Zone 12. The soldiers, clutching the communication device, looked to the side in shock. The soldier shouted that they were ready to fire. The soldier extended his hand in front of him, after which a shell flew out of the cannon. Multiple blows rained down on the enemy, exploding them. The horses raced along the road. The young witches looked down in surprise. A girl on a horse galloped along the ground, holding a red flag in her hand and emitting a golden aura. The young witches were shocked that the purified one appeared. The girl looked at the fighters with a determined look. She extended her hand, after which a huge swarm of bees appeared. The bees surrounded the young witches, causing Maggie to close her eyes. Lightning told Maggie to watch out. Lightning and Maggie watched the black silhouette of the witch's transformation in the sky. The black silhouette of a ghost monster looked at them bloodthirstily, trying to reach with its paw. She called them rotten scoundrels who dared against the church and drove themselves into a trap. Lightning put on her glasses and stared ahead while Maggie stood nearby. Lightning told her friend to continue commanding the artillery. Maggie took out her gun and was about to shoot. Lightning asked Maggie if he felt proud in killing a similar transformation witch. Maggie began shooting at the huge bloodthirsty monster with a pistol, noting that she was the one gifted. The two fighters watched as an entire army of divine punishment approached them. They realized that the enemy had crossed the 300-meter line. One fighter looked frantically at the other, warning him to beware of enemy spears. The enemy army swung their spears and was about to throw them when they heard the order that they needed to throw the spears 200 meters. The army of fighters began to hide behind cover as the divine army threw spears at them. They were all told to lie down as the spears continued to fly. The fighter bared his teeth angrily, sighing heavily. He watched as the enemy knight tried to plunge his sword into his comrade. The guy named Malt grimaced, having received a mortal wound. The guy held a sword in his hands, looking at how his friend was killed by a knight of the church. He shouted that he would stand until the end. The main character, together with Sylvie, watched the battle on the field from a tower. He understood that some enemies had already broken through the first 3 trenches and began to advance to the 4th. However, he understood that the retreating soldiers from the front line were increasing the firepower of each subsequent line of defense, and the desire to advance in the army of God's punishment was weakening. He understood that with such a trend they were unlikely to be able to capture the remaining 5 trenches and artillery positions. Sylvie looked ahead in shock, seeing something incomprehensible in the distance. They watched from the tower as the ground began to collapse under the army. The Black Witch Heidi appeared from the earth. She looked ahead sarcastically, frowning. She stood in a destroyed pit and released a purple aura from herself towards the artillery. The army of fighters began to make faces and scream, experiencing the toxic aura of the witch. Their silhouettes began to bleed and fall to the ground. Roland bulged his eyes and looked at what was happening angrily, not understanding how it was real. The military simultaneously shot at the girl standing above the grinding ground. The man demanded that his partners shoot without paying attention to her. The green-haired heroine, dressed in a white cloak, screamed at the top of her voice. The soldiers surrounded on all sides the ravine in which the bloody witch lay. The worried blonde approached the angry Zero and informed her that Margie would not be able to hold out for long. Hearing this, the girl with gold earrings asked to wait a little. The blonde heroine raised her head up. She did not expect that everything would drag on so long, despite the fact that they had been preparing for this day for a long time. The heroine presented the image of the main character holding an old leaf. Every time Roland touched a letter, it was penetrated by a special powder that was applied to the surface of the letter paper. At that moment, she remembered that this powder emits a smell that ordinary people cannot detect because it penetrates the skin. The soldiers moved away from the ravine in which the explosion occurred. Zero believes that when Vanilla uses her ability, they will be able to determine where exactly the master is. She also realized that she had underestimated the power of snow powder weapons because Roland could start firing from a distance of 5 kilometers. So the church army, not reaching the defense line, suffered huge losses. The heroine's face turned blue with anger. She understands that Blackveil can only use her powers for a limited time. Zero turned to the brunette who was casting a spell. The witch informed her about the imminent destruction of the Ark. A girl in a snow-white dress with gold details raised her head up. The huge cube with the labyrinth sparkled with bright light. The heroine demanded that she get up and act according to a pre-agreed plan. The soldiers moved away from the ravine when debris began to fly towards them. The witches in boots with golden heels confidently put their feet to the side. The rest of the witches of the church stood behind the angry Zero. She hopes it all ends right here. The blonde heroine looked back at Heidi, who had a transparent mask on her face. The girl walked away from her partners and put her hand to the side. The heroine saw the barefoot witch jump from the ground. She believes that this will be the last time she can serve the church. Baring her teeth, the girl frowned deeply. Beads of sweat ran down the soldiers' faces as they saw that the entire sky was covered in bloody color. They don't understand how this could happen. Standing behind the blonde heroine frowned and demanded that Isabella use infinity. The iron cross sparkled red. The witch, standing behind Zero, brought the cross closer to her body. The main character, standing on top of a wooden structure, shielded himself from the bright light with his hand. He doesn't understand what's happening. A bright purple aura quickly passed through the soldiers. Nightingale, standing behind the guy, clenched her hand tightly into a fist. Zero, who was emanating the strongest energy, frowned deeply. The blonde was trying to grab onto Roland when the witch of the church approached him. She loudly asked him to be careful. A bright magic ball appeared in the heroine's hand. The brunette leaned his body back as a stream of energy pierced his heart. His partner started calling out to him. The main character, screaming, continued to fall when he found himself in another space. The guy fell on the stone tiles. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's face. He assumed he was at school. The building with panoramic windows was illuminated by the sunset. The gentleman stood up and grabbed his head. He thought he was in a dream. At that moment, he didn't understand why he didn't change when he came back. The brunette looked intently at his hands and black gloves. The guy felt uneasy when someone asked him who he was. He turned to Zero standing behind him. Roland asked her if she was a purified witch from the church. A sly smile appeared on the blonde heroine's face when she confirmed the guy's guess. She revealed that she is also the 15th pontiff of the holy city of Hermes. At that moment she realized that he was not Roland. The brunette stood up and began to look around. He asked her if she created this place. The smiling witch snapped her fingers as she told the main character that it was he who created this space. The building was located deep in a dense forest. She reported that the school occupies the most important place in the memory of the main character, because most often his life took place in this part of the city. After which she asked where this place was, in which, in her opinion, the 4th prince of Greycastle could not live. The brunette, frowning, grabbed the stone wall. He doesn't understand why he has to answer the witch. The gentleman standing on the roof of the building looked into the distance as he thought about how he could get out of this illusion. He remembered that, according to previous research on dreams, in order to wake up immediately, you just need to find a high point and jump down. Zero, closing her eyes, grabbed her chin and admitted that sooner or later she would figure everything out on her own. She said that she would find out who the main character is, where he came from, and why he became the 4th prince of Greycastle. Roland looked at the church witch with displeasure. She told him that everyone who was under the influence of her power was explained its ability, rules, and consequences. After which she admitted that she decided to make an exception for him. The heroine's eyes sparkled red. She sharply attacked the main character, which is why he began to bleed. Beads of sweat ran down the guy's face as he tried to say something. Zero smiled devilishly as she tightly grabbed the dagger stuck in the guy's body. She admitted that she didn't like it when she couldn't understand something. The brunette frowned and looked up. He clutched his heart when he found himself on the roof of the building again. The guy assumed it was an illusion. Roland was standing on a huge pool of blood when he realized that everything seemed real. The gentleman looked intently at the witch of the church, who was opposite him. He wondered if her long sword was created from the void. The blonde girl grabbed the handle of the weapon tightly. The guy tried to pull back when the heroine attacked him. A golden hilt was attached to the blade of the sword. The main character began to bleed because Zero cut him with a sword. The guy fell onto the tile while his blood ran down the blade of the weapon. He assumed that since this nightmare would definitely not end with a jump from the roof or sharp pain, then this fight would never stop. Roland grabbed his stomach with his hand. He does not understand what conditions exist for exit. At this point, he assumed that all he could do was defeat the church witch. Staring intently at her opponent, Zero attacked him again. He doesn't understand what to do since the witch is able to make weapons out of the void. The blonde heroine swung her sword hard. The gentleman suggested that if he had a shield, he would be able to repel her. A bright blue light fell on the roof of the building. A magical shield appeared in front of the main character, into which the witch's weapon was stuck. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. The guy almost fell to the floor when he saw that the shield began to disappear. He, sitting on the roof, turned his head. The gentleman did not expect this to work. A firearm appeared in the guy's hand as he thought about an automatic rifle. The main character began to shoot at the church witch. Beads of sweat ran down Roland's worried face as the girl stood behind him. He doesn't understand what happened. At this moment, having greeted him, the fair-haired heroine announced that she was next to him. The witch wrapped her magic around the guy's arms. His face turned blue as he began to bleed. Zero turned away from the wounded gentleman, who began to scream loudly. She, standing behind Roland, admitted that she was amazed at his ability to learn. The witch said that he was the only one who managed to figure it out and fight back without any prompting. The heroine in a snow-white dress grabbed a firearm. She turned her head towards the barrel of the rifle. Zero theorized that this weapon was also made from special snow powder materials, after which she informed him that it would not cause her much harm. The witch of the church remembered how the main character tested the weapon. She admitted that she had closely observed the progress of the battle, through which she learned that his tactics mainly relied on the strength of others. She also suggested that it was difficult for him to see her movements himself. A devilish smile appeared on the girl's face when she admitted that over the years she had consumed countless wars, including some very prominent ones. She believes that Roland cannot beat her. The gentleman, frowning, looked intently at the floor. A magic book began to approach the master. Zero asked him about this device. The witch of the church opened her mouth when an unknown object approached her. A strong aura emanated from the green device. She pulled away as it exploded. A huge explosion occurred on the roof of the building. The blonde girl, in the dusty fog, began to cough. She didn't expect that one ordinary person could do this. Zero gazed at the main character standing at the top. He admitted that he was not strong at all. The gentleman frowned deeply as he loudly told her that her tactics were terrible. Sitting on the tile, the witch of the church looked at the guy in disbelief. He asked her if her opponents voluntarily provide her with their knowledge and skills after she devours them and forces them to admit defeat. A smile appeared on the face of the girl with the gold earrings. She suggested that he give up, because she believed that he no longer had the strength to even question her. The brunette frowned deeply and looked around. He advised her to say these words to herself. A huge iron device appeared near the witch church. The main character loudly announced the launch of the combat robot. Zero looked down when the tip was pointed at her. The combat robot hit the ground so hard that the roof broke into fragments. A concerned guy approached the device and asked him if it was possible to kill the witch. He looked closely at the huge hole on the roof of the school and did not understand where it had gone. The gentleman felt uneasy when the girl approached him. Zero told him that the joints of the armor must be protected, after which she admitted that the combat robot is very good. She, putting her hand on the guy's shoulder, cut his head with a dagger. Roland fell face first onto the stone tiles. The girl called him too weak. Bowing her head, the witch of the church smiled and announced that she had won again. The brunette held onto the wall when the witch advised him to give up. She looked back at him, smiled, and told him that his physical and mental strength was gradually weakening. She believes that the main character, if he continues like this, will get nothing but endless suffering. Beads of sweat ran down the gentleman's face as he thought about why the heroine was constantly asking him to give up when she was clearly able to defeat him. He guessed that her strength was also weakening. The witch of the church spread her arms to the side and asked him not to doubt her physical and mental strength because they were enough to withstand hundreds of deaths. The main character presented various magical devices that could help him. He believes that a trap, a mine, and a laser fence will not be able to catch Zero forever. Roland stared at the witch of the church. He believes that if she cannot be stopped, then this battle will be lost to him. Looking at the blonde girl standing in front of him, he asked her how many times had she fought like this in 200 years. The heroine raised her hand and admitted that she had fought a little more than 1,000 times. She said that only some opponents were able to impress her. Zero presented images of its rivals, including the main character. She reported that the will of those whom she remembered was much stronger than his, but at the same time they still gave up after a huge number of deaths. After which she asked the guy, who understood the existence of a single ending, whether he wanted to continue fighting with her. The brunette, getting to his feet, began to approach the witch of the church and asked her, having fought in more than 1,000 battles, had she never lost. He asked her if there was someone who had more spiritual powers who could create lava or a bottomless sea in order to defeat her. A smile appeared on the girl's face when she admitted that she would disappear if she lost. She touched a lock of hair and suggested that no one in their right mind would change the whole world, because even simply changing the place where they are would require a lot of effort, which could lead to death. The heroine said that only the gods could do this. Frowning, the gentleman lowered his head. He said that there were no gods in his world. The sky was covered with an orange sunset as the guys continued to stand on the roof of the building. Zero assumed that the guy decided to give up. She, without taking her eyes off him, again advised him to give up. Roland stepped back with his foot and apologized to her. He clenched his fists tightly and told her that he would try again. The church witch's weapon sparkled with a powerful aura. She believes that he cannot change anything, no matter how much he tries to overcome her. A devilish smile appeared on the gentleman's face. He believes that nothing is predetermined yet. The blonde heroine, holding a sword in her hand, walked towards the guy. She demanded that he shut up and die. The girl suddenly stopped so that she almost fell. She looked intently at the main character and told him that she could not move. Zero asked him what he did. Roland lowered his head and admitted that he had changed the battlefield a little. He said that no matter how actively she moves, she will not be able to move from her place without friction. The witch of the church looked worriedly at the guy who put his hand forward. He asked her if she had ever heard of the force of inertia. The brunette began to approach the blonde heroine. He said that if an object is not acted upon by an external force, it remains at rest or moves in a straight line at a constant speed. Trembling all over, the guy grabbed the iron object tightly. A smile appeared on his face when he reported that this phenomenon is called Newton's first law. The gentleman, looking at the witch of the church, jumped high. Beads of sweat began to drip down Zero's face. A devilish smile appeared on the protagonist's face. An object consisting of a huge number of cannons fell onto the roof of the building with a roar. The guy loudly announced that now it was his turn. The witch of the church became so angry that her sword began to emit strong energy. All cannon holes pointed in the same direction. There was an explosion on the roof of the school. The screaming heroine began to bleed. The main character looked intently as the flames began to envelop the witch. She said loudly that she did not believe what was happening. Zero, opening her mouth, grabbed her head with her hands. She believes that Roland is incapable of creating something that doesn't exist. Having presented the matter of space, the guy admitted that he had changed the distance between atoms on the surface of the region. The structure of matter appeared in his head when he said that atoms are attracted to each other due to strong interaction, like soldiers lined up in a line. The brunette frowned deeply and reported that the almost smooth surface had high strength. He said that a diamond, whose crystal lattice is depicted in the form of a tetrahedron, is soft in comparison, like water. The master clenched his fists tightly as the witch continued to burn. He decided it was time to finish. There was such a huge fire on the roof of the building that the sky above it was covered with red fog. Meanwhile, Nightingale, sitting at the bed, lowered her head. The brunette, whose face was covered with bruises, was lying on the bed. The blonde touched the gentleman with her hand and remembered that she could not protect him. The boy opened the door to the room where Nightingale begged the master to wake up. He called her name. The blonde heroine turned her head back. Her partner told her that the purified woman had woken up. She approached Lightning, who was looking at her with concern. The heroine said that she would personally deal with the witch. The girls followed the blonde and Agatha asked him if he helped her wake up. Hearing this, he replied that she woke up on her own, because when it was Ash's turn to check on her, she was already sitting at the head of the bed. Approaching the bars behind which the witch of the church was sitting, the boy conveyed her words that the prison could not stop her. Isabella's face was completely covered in bruises. Someone asked her if she was still being bullied. The blonde turned her head when the girls entered the room. She was sitting on the edge of the bed when Nightingale reminded her that the witch herself had previously stated that the cage could not contain her. The girl assumed that she had decided to die. Isabella lowered her head and realized that Zero had completely failed, never becoming the favorite of the gods. Nightingale looked displeasedly at the witch of the church and asked her again, God's favorite. Hearing this, the blonde asked her not to worry because she would tell everything she knew. Isabella looked down at the floor and said that later they could do whatever they wanted with her. Streams of energy began to emanate from the blonde when she talked about how she was able to remove the effect of the Kara Godstone, because as long as she had a place to turn around, she was not afraid of any number of devices. She admitted that they might not have prepared a special room for her since she cannot walk through walls or move underground. The blonde turned away when Agatha asked her whether her ability to the Divine Stone affected her. She said that she could change them, despite the fact that from the outside they seemed like a bottomless black hole. Nightingale put her hand to her heart. She asked her if the Divine Stone that Roland wears stopped working because of her. Isabella, closing her eyes, bowed her head and admitted that she had no other choice because Zero was possessed. She said that the church witch was convinced that only one of them two could be blessed by God. Standing next to the blonde heroine, Agatha asked the captive if Zero was the one who attacked the master. Hearing this, the girl told them about the battlefield of souls. Lightning approached his partners and asked what a battlefield of souls is. Isabella said that this is a bit of spirit and will. Introducing opponents armed with swords, the blonde talked about how the loser loses everything and the winner gains. She said that Zero had never lost a battle of souls since she awakened as a witch. The heroine presented the image of a fair-haired girl dressed in a snow-white dress. She reported that the church witch, absorbing 1,000 seconds of mortals and associates, in addition to their memories and knowledge, took away their allotted years. After which she said that Zero lived for more than 200 years. The blonde with bruises on her face looked back and admitted that she did not expect her defeat over the mortal prince. Nightingale frowned deeply, angry. She asked her menacingly, why, in this case, is the gentleman still unconscious? Imagining the image of the main character with his eyes closed, she talked about how the battle of souls determines the winner instantly and suggested that since he did not turn into Zero immediately, it means she was unable to absorb. She said he may not be waking up because he can't handle the sheer volume of memories. The blonde witch approached Isabella and asked her if she knew a way to get the guy out of this state. Upon hearing this, she said that this had never happened before, so she really couldn't explain it. The girl, looking down at the floor, frowned deeply when Nightingale reminded her that when Zero absorbed Garcia, she was in a dream for some time. Isabella reported that at that time the church witch explained this by saying that she had found something interesting in her memory, which is why she needed more time. Agatha grabbed her chin when the heroine suggested that Roland was going to take all of her memories, which would take him a long time. She believes that as long as he is alive, he will wake up on his own. Beads of sweat ran down Nightingale's face. She wondered who would win if the main character received Zero's memories, knowledge of serving the church for 200 years, or knowledge of the prince's 20-year life. The girl imagined a guy lying on the bed. She assumed that, lost in tangled memories, he would never wake up. Agatha looked back at the blonde heroine when she suggested talking about the church. She asked Isabella that she knew about the Federation, the predecessor of the church. The girl put her hand to her heart and admitted that she knew that Zero did too. She said that they were supposed to receive a letter that said about the witch empire and demons. The blonde tilted her head to the side as Agatha said that the information that was written in the letter was of no value to them. She admitted that she is a Federation witch. Baring her teeth, Isabella frowned deeply and asked her about what she said. Presenting the church, whose fence was decorated with greenery, Agatha said that she was from the holy city of Tequila, which existed more than 400 years ago. She introduced monsters in wooden masks and said that demons are not uncommon, because there is a settlement of them to the west of Greycastle behind a hidden river by a forest. After which she said that Mr. Roland had already encountered them. The blue-haired girl, looking intently at her interlocutor, asked her that how was the Federation able to turn into a church. The blonde looked down at the floor. She imagined the witches being in the mountainous area. Isabella revealed that historical records mention a civil war that took place in the northwest of the impenetrable mountain range. After which she said that the reason was unknown, but since then the Federation was divided into two parts. The image of Zero appeared in the blonde's head when she said that one of the parts of the Federation, led by the witch Tequila, went to the ruins of the labyrinth in the mountains. She said that the other part, led by a witch from the city of Starfall, followed Madame Alice's orders and continued to move north, where they settled on the Hermes Plateau and began to call themselves the Church. Agatha looked intently at her interlocutor and asked her if a civil war had occurred during the flight. Lightning thinks this is suicidal. The blonde lowered her head and admitted that it was all in order to destroy the battle witches who were against the war and were not from Starfall City. She clenched her hands tightly into fists and said that this was the only way the church could bury its past. Isabella believes that if not for this civil war, the Four Kingdoms would not have left the control of the Federation, and the size of the army of Godkara would have become much larger. The blonde awkwardly looked back at Nightingale, who asked her if the church had forgotten the past in order to make it easier to catch witches, as well as create an army of divine Kara. The fair-haired heroine's face turned blue with anger. She thinks they've all gone crazy. Isabella turned her head and put her hand to her heart when she said that she didn't care who would rule the continent as long as there was a way to defeat the demons, because this was the main goal of the Federation. At this point, she admitted that although Zero was a little crazy, she liked her strong belief in fighting demons. She frowned deeply and said that that was why she decided to help her. Agatha grabbed onto Nightingale, who had drawn her daggers, and asked her to calm down. The blue-haired girl glared at her furious partner. She told her that killing her would not help Roland wake up. The heroines looked closely at Isabella, who decided to confess something to them. She turned her head to the side and said that although Zero allowed purified witches to enter the temple and read books in the library, she did not even let anyone near the prayer room on the top floor. The girl introduced a huge church and said that, being on the top floor, you can meet God. Someone punched the wall with all his might and said loudly, Damn it. Standing in the corridor of the castle, the witches surrounded the blonde heroine, who informed them that they had failed to find a way to wake up the master. Agatha replied that they could only wait because they had done everything they could do. The blonde looked intently at the floor when her partner asked that she be the first to be informed if something happened. Nightingale's face turned blue when the girl put her hand on her shoulder. She said Isabella would pay for everything. Closing her eyes, the blue-haired heroine asked her not to kill the church witch, explaining that they still needed her. The heroine quickly headed somewhere. The blonde stopped at the brown door. She frowned deeply as she opened the door. The girl noticed that someone was in the room. Anna, sitting on the bed, looked intently at the main character. Magic fog entered the room through the slightly open door. Hiding, Nightingale watched Anna sitting on the bed. She reminded the guy of what she promised him. Holding the blanket under which the gentleman lay, the girl said that after his death she would go to a sleeping island with those who were ready to follow her and would continue to fight the church to the end. She touched the brunette's cheek and said that he was still alive. Anna understands that he is just sleeping. A blush appeared on her face as she placed her hand over her heart. She admitted that she would continue to wait for Roland. The blonde heroine pressed her lips to the master's forehead. She said that even if it took a day or a year, or maybe a lifetime, as long as he was breathing, she would always be by his side. Nightingale closely watched the witch, who was staring intently at the master. Anna asked him to sleep peacefully and promised to take care of him. The blonde tried to muffle her tears by covering her mouth with her hand. Meanwhile, only one main character remained in the room. He tried to open his eyes slightly. A bead of sweat began to fall from the guy's face as he thought about where he was. The brunette abruptly jumped out of bed and assumed that the battle was still not over. He jumped out of bed, dressed in his pajamas, and decided that he needed to concentrate on creating a gun. The gentleman, opening his mouth, extended his hand forward. He demanded that Walter PPK appear. The main character began to turn his head around and assumed that he was not succeeding because the rules had changed again. The guy raised his head up and decided to use his most vivid memory as a battlefield. He doesn't understand why it doesn't work. The brunette ran out into the corridor and looked at everything closely. He wondered if there was anyone outside. Roland, leaning against the door, looked out with one eye. He was in a room with a fan in the corner. The brunette assumed that he was hallucinating since this situation seemed too strange to him. There was a stack of books on the edge of the table. The guy believes that he couldn't buy comics because there weren't any like them in his memories. The main character stopped in front of the TV, which reported that last night an inexplicable explosion had occurred on the school grounds. The brunette said that in photographs from the scene the school building was completely damaged, because the collapse began from the roof and glass fragments were scattered throughout the area. Roland frowned deeply when he realized that the Battle of Souls was not taking place in a fictional space. He ran out of the room, waving his arms. Going out onto the balcony of the building, the guy grabbed the wall and realized that he was back. People in the city went about their business while the brunette watched them intently. He quickly stepped back when someone approached him. The unknown person asked him not to block the passage. The girl who was holding the wicker basket did not understand how he was not ashamed at his age to run around in only a t-shirt and shorts. Hearing this, he asked her again in a t-shirt and panties. The main character was wearing a white t-shirt and blue shorts. The wooden door slammed shut with a bang. Spreading his legs to the sides, the brunette loudly demanded that Zero stop hiding and playing cat and mouse. The fan cooled the room. Roland suggested that this was her new trick, thanks to which she would collect all his memories together. There was a wooden bench in the room. The guy asked loudly if she wanted to lock him up. He felt uneasy when he did not hear an answer to his questions. He clenched his hand into a fist and hit the table. Sitting on a wooden bench, the gentleman was lost in his thoughts. He, assuming that this was another round of the Battle of Souls, thought about how he could get out. A brunette in burgundy slippers stepped on a stool standing on a chair. He, trembling all over, raised his hand up and decided to try again. The guy decided that it wouldn't hurt him too much if he fell, because it's impossible to die during the Battle of Souls. A girl with elf ears suddenly appeared in the room when the gentleman decided to jump at the count of 1, 2, 3. The heroine asked her uncle what he was doing. He turned his head to the side worriedly. In front of him stood a little girl with a red briefcase hanging on her back. He assumed it was Zero. The brunette leaned back as he stepped back on the stool. The space began to change dramatically. A drop of sweat began to flow down the protagonist's face. He found himself on his bed and assumed that he was in Neverwinter. The fruit basket fell to the floor with a crash. The gentleman, surprised, turned his head to Anna, who called out to him. A blush appeared on the face of the tearful heroine. She said loudly that he woke up. The blonde quickly walked towards the main character's bed. She jumped on him with a hug. The guy turned to the girl sitting next to him and noticed that she had lost weight. He held Anna close and apologized for making her worry. At that moment she said that he finally woke up. Sitting on the bed, the main character turned his head and asked the girl how long he had been unconscious. Roland guessed just a week. The blonde turned her head to the side and admitted to him that he had been unconscious for 52 days. He looked around worriedly when he realized that he had been unconscious for almost 2 months and asked the heroine how he ate. Hearing this, she said that someone was eating in his place. Anna imagined how the witches ate food and reported that the Nightfall Witch from the Bloodfang Association placed a symbiosis seed in his body and ate another portion of food. The brunette, waving his hand, clenched it into a fist and did not expect that this could also be replaced. He noticed that his muscles were toned even after a long sleep. The main character hugged the blonde girl and thanked her for taking care of him all these days. Hearing this, she said that it was nothing compared to what he had done. The blonde looked back at the gentleman and said that he was able to fulfill his promise to the witches by defeating the army of the church. She said that now everyone in the Cooperation Association is ready to give their lives for him. The gentleman abruptly grabbed the heroine's hand when she said that even if she wasn't around, someone would be able to take care of him. The brunette's cheeks flushed as he pulled Anna's hand towards him. He admitted to her that he only needed her. A blush appeared on the face of the heroine, who had lowered her head. The blonde hugged the main character tightly. She abruptly got up from the bed because she decided that she had to tell everyone about this as soon as possible because they had been waiting for this for a long time. Roland pressed the girl to him, who asked him what was the matter. He invited her to continue. Looking at the guy, Anna stroked his head and said that he first needed to recover because he had only recently woken up. The gentleman said that he was full of strength. The main character frowned deeply when the heroine punched him and said that this was not right. The brunette sitting on the bed began to rub the back of his head when the witch turned away from him. She promised him to return soon. Lowering his head, the gentleman closed his eyes. He's glad he was finally able to return. The guy remembered a little girl who had a red backpack on her back. He doesn't understand why 11-12-year-old Zero called him uncle. A picture appeared in his head of the busy city that was in his dream. He believes that he is different from his previous life. The gentleman introduced the angry witch to the church and thought that the cry of the purified one that she would never let him go was a curse or intimidation. The brunette returned from his thoughts when he was called out. The witches entered the room, rejoicing at his return. Agatha looked back at Wendy standing next to her, who thanked God that the main character had finally woken up. Roland reported that he is completely fine at this time. Lily touched her cheek with her finger and called the gentleman problematic because he made them worry all this time. Moon was very surprised that she was worried about someone else. The blue-haired heroine smiled when she saw the girls quarreling. She said that ordinary people are weak compared to witches. A magic stone appeared in the girl's hand. She held out the sparkling object to the master and noticed that there was no reaction to the magic. At that moment, she reported that he had not inherited everything from Zero. The brunette turned his head, frowning, when the girl asked him if he remembered the memories of being a pontiff. Hearing this, he asked her if she knew about the ability. Ash looked to the side as Agatha explained that the captured purified witch of the church had told them about it. The brunette reminded her that the guy was subjected to 200 years of memories. At this point, she asked her what they would do if he was no longer the fourth prince, after which she clarified who can prove that it is Roland and not Zero. Suddenly, Nightingale appeared in front of the brunette and said that he remained master. The main character looked blankly at the girl, who said that she was sure of this. Wendy looked back at Lightning standing behind him, who loudly told the gentleman that everyone missed him. The brunette felt uneasy when the blonde jumped on him. The guy looked back at the upset Tilly, who called him Big Brother. She touched the protagonist's hand and congratulated him on his return. Meanwhile, men gathered in Roland's office. They're glad he's okay. The brunette turned away from Iron standing next to him, who told him that while he was unconscious, no strange things happened in the city, but some residents were scared. The gentleman said that now it is necessary to reassure people and inform them that he has recovered. The main character handed the man an old piece of paper and asked him to find someone to post the ad. After that, he said that there would be a banquet at the castle that evening. In a city decorated with garlands, residents were heading somewhere. They stood near huge pots, holding plates of food. Near the fortress there were tables filled with various dishes. The gentleman pulled a glass of champagne towards him. He, standing near the huge window, turned to Nightingale. The brunette looked back, holding a glass of champagne, and admitted to the girl that he felt her presence. A magical fog began to develop around the embarrassed blonde. The main character, looking at the heroine, stretched out his hands and said that it was not her fault, and, in the end, he remained alive. He asked her to stop blaming herself. Nightingale lowered her head and told him that Agatha had told her about this too. She was very surprised when Roland hugged her. There was a night sky above the palace. The prince lay in his bed, making some sounds. He hummed, frowning in his sleep. At one point he suddenly woke up, opening his eyes. The young man found himself in the bed of some other room, realizing that he had again fallen into this strange dream. The guy put on his slippers and walked somewhere in an unknown direction. He opened the door, holding his head, at which time the blonde looked at him, asking if he was awake. Little Zero held a plate of fruit in her hands, asking if the man was sane yesterday. The young man panicked, realizing who she was. At that time the girl went somewhere, asking why he wasn't going to breakfast. Roland looked in horror at the girl who put the plate on the table, not understanding how to get out of this dream. His hand went to the knife. The brunette hid it behind his back, looking at the unarmed Zero, wondering if she should be killed. She turned to him, intending to ask something. The guy was confused when he was indignantly asked what he did yesterday and whether it had anything to do with the cockroach on the ceiling. Holding his hands behind his back, the prince approached her, saying that the ceiling seemed dirty to him, but in response he was asked why he did not use a rag for this. Zero crossed her arms over her chest, looking at the young man who touched his chin with a finger, declaring that the ceiling was now clean. They stood next to each other in a small room. The girl asked if this was her task after appearing. The guy tensed, thinking about her words, not understanding where she had been before. Zero pouted unhappily, looking at him. She extended her hand, asking for money for food, because the vegetables in the refrigerator were almost gone and she would go to the market to get them. She looked at the confused guy who was looking for his wallet, advising him to look in the nightstand in the second drawer. Roland looked into the box while she watched him, wondering how the elementary school girl knew about this. He looked at his wallet, which contained several cards and cash. The young man hesitantly asked how much she needed, to which she answered 20 with an exclamation, because she couldn't take any more. The brunette handed her a 50 yuan bill, telling her to leave the rest for later, thereby surprising the younger one. The girl took the bill, but the guy noticed the bandage on her finger. She put everything in her wallet, saying that she had hurt herself yesterday when she was picking up broken glass, hinting that it would be better for her if he stopped acting strangely. The girl took her backpack, declaring that she had gone to school and should not be expected at noon, so she had to wash the dishes herself, but the prince asked if it was summer holidays. Zero looked at him, holding the straps of her backpack, saying that she was going to extra classes and that was obvious. The young man went out into the corridor, seeing off the leaving junior high school student, who advised him to go to the hospital if he had a headache. The brunette looked at the little girls below in the same uniform, assuming that she had made friends, also noting that the dream was rather strange. While he was looking down, a woman came out to him. He was very surprised to notice who it was. In front of him was Garcia, who was going to work. He blocked her path, holding a knife behind his back. The girl told him to leave because she wanted to pass. They stood opposite each other. The young man asked if she recognized him. The sister was surprised why she should recognize him. Garcia walked by asking if he decided to dye his hair the same color as her to get closer. The guy looked after her, asking if her name was Garcia. The girl looked at him displeased. She hurried to hit him, but the young man was able to dodge. Looking at the fist that was in front of her face, the girl said that she had no idea how he knew her name. Being quite angry, his sister warned him, saying that she did not like intrusive people. At this she turned away from him with displeasure. Not far from the prince, the door slammed. The young man looked at door 826. Then he looked at the common corridor, which was too large, indignant at how many residents there were. He hurried further down the corridor, realizing that something was wrong here. The young man stopped near door 899. He was surprised, realizing that there were too many tenants. The brunette remembered Zero talking about how many people and commoners she had absorbed, so he would not be able to defeat her. So looking at the entire huge corridor, he assumed that the people living in the house were all those who had lost the Battle of Souls. The prince suddenly woke up, already in his bed. He immediately stood up, putting on his slippers, realizing that after 2 dreams, there was a possibility of revealing some patterns. The guy took the pen in his hand, starting to write down his memories. Roland compared the time in a dream and in reality, realizing that it was different because he spent 8 hours in a dream, and when he woke up, it was still deep at night. He closed his eyes, pondering his brain activity. The guy realized that activity in a dream is different from rest, and this is a problem. But if he takes advantage of the time difference and rests in a dream, he will be able to increase the efficiency of his work. The prince recalled the corridor, wondering if sleep had limitations and how it was all intertwined and what hidden or forgotten information could be found there. There was a meeting in the reception hall. The brunette considered the most important thing to be preparation for the battle with demons, because they need to give their all before the upcoming event and pay attention to other kingdoms. Barov wondered if he was going to take people from other kingdoms, and whether they wouldn't have enough people not only from all over Greycastle, calling the project grandiose. The young man thought, touching his chin with his hand, saying that the news of the fall of the church would spread throughout the continent, and since the situation had changed, the nobles would certainly turn away from it. The prince said that they need to lure people in anyway, and next spring the port of the capital will be completed, and he also identified the main tasks. The young man told Barov that he could appoint Edith his assistant at the town hall. The man tried to refuse. The prince confidently declared that he had already decided everything, so the old man could only obey. He looked at Scroll, mentioning the importance of education, asking about training for mid-level teachers, to which he was told that only Roland passed the certification. The young man said that he understood everything, and since this method does not work, then they can include scholarship payments, so he asked to include them in the spending plan for the next year, the witch clarified what this means. He imagined how a student is given a diploma, saying that the scholarship is given only to the best students and its purpose is for talented people to continue studying. The prince suggested that she and Roland raise the requirements a little and select 20-30 people whom they would personally teach, and after certification they could be hired as teachers with a certain payment. The witch asked if he was doing this only for teacher training, receiving a negative answer. Brunette spoke about the possibilities of these people to be not only teachers. Because it makes no sense for him to have a large population, the Ministry of Education should quickly turn them into industrial workers. Scroll adjusted her glasses, understanding the prince's train of thought, but he added that ideological education should be added to primary education. The brunette soon stood up, declaring that their meeting had come to an end. He looked at Kyle, asking him to come into his office. Alchemist stood in front of the young man, asking him to let him go if he had no new ideas or a new product. The young man looked at him with a smile, surprised at his impatience, but suggested that they talk in a calm atmosphere. The men were opposite each other. Roland asked if he wanted to become the minister of the chemical industry, to which the old man seemed to think about it, remembering that he had been told about this earlier. He closed his eyes and refused, saying that he could not leave his laboratory with flasks and test tubes, becoming an ordinary manager. The prince told him not to rush, understanding that the man wanted to devote himself to experiments in chemistry without being distracted by extraneous matters. Roland intrigued him by offering a more logical view of chemistry. The alchemist immediately became interested in what he was talking about. The brunette grinned slyly. He handed the interlocutor a table of chemical elements. His Highness smiled at Kyle's bewilderment, because he was told that the empty spaces were lost. The prince offered the man a periodic table of elements in exchange for the position, as well as a complete version of an intermediate-level chemistry book. The alchemist bowed down, agreeing to his proposal, but the guy noted that he would definitely immortalize his name in the history of chemistry. Meanwhile, Isabella was in prison. The prince had not visited her for 2 days. She sat calmly, holding a pen and paper in her hand, realizing that this did not look like a prison cell, but it did not look like freedom either. She wrote down all her memories, assuming that she might be released when she finished. Suddenly, she looked at the door. Behind her was the prince with the witch. She sensed his impending visit. She tensed, realizing that the young man had finally woken up. The prince and the witch stood in the doorway. The young man from the threshold asked if she was the witch who could make the stone of divine punishment useless. The girl bowed before him, saying that she did not expect to meet him, but his highness replied that he had a lot to ask. He looked down, saying that he had defeated Zero, but it didn't happen the way she said. The blonde objected, asking why he decided to do this and if it had to do with the fact that he could not awaken as a witch and inherit her knowledge gained in the past. They stood opposite each other. The witch continued, saying that the reward of the winner in the Battle of Souls is memory and lifetime. This is what everyone has. Isabella said that the unique abilities of a witch cannot be obtained, because magic cannot appear out of nowhere, but this was the first time she met someone who did not receive any memories. Her notes were on the bed. The prince inquired, did they tell her what happened to the losers? And they, as it turned out, completely disappeared, as if they had never existed. The brunette crossed his arms over his chest, asking if the loser and the one who gave up voluntarily had the same end, receiving a positive answer, but the witch added Zero's words that her absorbed memories are divided into 2 types. She imagined a witch surrounded by spirits, saying that some memories are messy and have a residual self-awareness, while others are completely intact and can always be read. The young man touched his chin, thinking about what was said. He decided to talk about the prisoner. The young man said that she should be grateful to her harmless ability, but she is an accomplice to the loser no matter what the crime. He paused a moment before giving his full verdict. The witch was shocked by the news that he could not kill her, but she would have to atone for her sins like any other attacker. The girl fell to her knees in front of him, saying that she could help in capturing the demons and was ready to sacrifice herself. The young man extended his hand to her, saying that demons are indeed the enemies of humanity, but he will not fight using the methods of the church because he is not ready to win by destroying people. So she must change her church habits. The witch bent down to the ground, calling the prince master, which made him feel awkward. He took her hand, telling her that she was not his servant, and all she had to do was cooperate with Agatha in her magical research. The blonde was very surprised by this condition. The young man said that nothing more needed to be done, noting that from now on there were no purified witches. Isabella looked at him in surprise when he called her the Witch of Redemption. Finally, the witch extended her hand, asking her to ask one question. She asked the departing person about Vanilla and Margie, interested in their situation. Roland replied that she should not worry because they were in a better position than the witch herself. The girl looked at the closed one when His Highness left the room. Then she looked out the window. The girl admired what she saw. She smiled a little. Having sat down, she declared how nice the weather was today. The sun shone through the glass windows into the royal office. The witch called the punishment too lenient. Nightingale stood against the wall, crossing her arms over her chest, telling the prince that he was eating and looking at papers. That Isabella almost killed him, he corrected her, saying that it was Zero who was to blame for this. Nightingale approached him, trying to convince him, but the prince insisted, saying that she wanted to fight demons with all her heart. He looked at her with a fish in his mouth, saying that the witch didn't do anything terrible, and he wasn't hurt. They all need to attract as many talented people as possible by any means necessary. The witch did not understand anything of what he was talking about, so the prince explained that he was talking about propaganda. They looked out the window together. The young man explained that people must understand that they have a chance for redemption, and since they need people for the war, this will be the best way to atone for their guilt. Nightingale closed her eyes in agreement, saying that she would follow the witch. The prince exhaled, looking out the window. The guy remembered Isabella's words that the other type of Zero's memories are solid and can be easily read. He remembered Zero, suggesting that because of this she was trying to persuade him to surrender. He assumed that the reason for her behavior was that the one who surrendered would give up all his memories without side effects, and this hypothesis explained his peaceful takeover of the fourth prince's body. He looked at his hands, remembering all the moments from the day he moved into the prince's body. Realizing that the prince's memory management is the same, he can check their details at any time and does not need to be remembered in order to save. The young man imagined the murder of the fourth prince as the murderer of his sister, realizing that the deceased could be considered a surrenderer because he had no willpower. He thought, touching his chin with his hand, wondering what happens to those who resist. The brunette remembered the witch's words and, thinking a little, concluded that after absorbing thousands of people, she became diverse, but far from her original self. The prince imagined these souls being consumed by the witch, realizing that her best revenge was to merge the souls with him. Imagining himself in her arms, and also remembering his former self, he guesses that amid this chaos of thoughts, she hopes to take control and return. But the young man is from another era, which means he can absorb a large amount of information, and since he is from a modern society, then much stronger. He remembered the witch from his dream, thinking that for him, sifting out unnecessary information was an instinctive thing. And Zero lost everything as a result of absorption and ended up starting over with a clean slate, appearing in the form of a child in his dream. The dark sky hung over the palace. The prince understood that he was now responsible for raising this baby. The prince tensed, getting out of bed. He rubbed his head, realizing that he was back in his dream. The brunette reflected on how difficult it was not to have proper sleep, because if you count the time spent there, he had not slept for 20 hours. The young man stood up again, putting on his slippers. Rubbing the back of his head, he walked to the door. The guy came out and met the girl. She wondered why he woke up so early, because she did not have time to prepare breakfast. The witch turned away again, asking him to wait in the living room while she prepared everything. The girl placed a plate of food on the table in front of him. He began to eat, wondering if she had bought this confectionery yesterday. The girl answered positively, saying that in the evening they are much cheaper, although the owner sometimes even gives away flour dough and she can make the dish herself. Taking the backpack, the witch got ready for school, saying that, as usual, she would not be there until lunch and he should wash the dishes himself. He stuffed the food into his mouth, thinking that Zero had not changed clothes for a long time, realizing that he had too little money. The young man resolutely slammed his hand on the table, realizing that the time had come for him to learn how to make money in this world. The guy opened the closet, starting to look for something. The young man was looking in the drawers in the nightstand. As a result, he put everything he found in a handkerchief. Looking at all the valuables laid out on the bed, the young man thought. He took out his phone, looking at his account, realizing that Zero's parents were sending him 15 yuan as payment for his stay, but there were still 4 days until the next replenishment. He looked at all the gold, realizing that the maximum price would be 100 yuan, and this could be considered a reserve. In front of him was the door to the storage room, where he decided to climb. I'll be in the middle of the room. The young man realized that the situation was quite good. He looked somewhere, realizing that there were a lot of things for sale. He noticed something behind the shelf. At one point he grabbed it. He then moved it away from the wall, asking why there was a door there. The young man approached the door, wondering who did this, trying to remember that there was an outer wall here, wondering why the door was placed here. The guy looked at the lock, wondering if there were 2 keys on the keychain. The guy opened the door. Noticing what was there, he was very surprised. Before him was the holy city of Hermes. The guy realized that this door led him to the new holy city of Hermes. He then closed the door, sighing heavily. Looking out of the window, he realized that the door was not visible from the outside, and there were no traces of ceiling either. After looking at the door, Roland surmised that the door was built in during the construction of the apartment building. He looked at this door, wondering if there were doors in other rooms leading to other rooms, what they looked like. Roland put something on top. Opening the door, he decided to look around. The guy froze pretty quickly, wondering if the house would have air conditioning without electricity if the door was left open. The young man walked through the snow, leaving footprints behind him, not imagining the girl's reaction if she noticed. He noticed something ahead. In front of him was a battlefield of souls. He thought it was a fragment of her memory. Staggering around the deserted city, the young man assumed that the items he needed should be stored in warehouses. He opened the door to one of them. The guy stood in the warehouse, confirming his guess. Roland touched the grapes, realizing that they were brought from the holy city located on the plateau. After eating one, he wondered if there was something more valuable here. Having opened the box, the guy found pretty good quality gems there. The brunette ran back with this box, realizing that now he didn't have to worry about money. He smiled contentedly as he put everything in the refrigerator. Everything swam before him when he realized that now he would not have to worry about food and clothing. Roland felt bad, not understanding what was happening. Outside the window the sun was shining and there was a rainbow. The young man opened his eyes, realizing that he had fainted due to lack of sleep. Turning around, he noticed a girl sleeping next to him. The guy was literally petrified, realizing what was happening. Roland jumped up, thereby waking the witch. She woke up and asked why he was looking at her like that. Zero rubbed her head, telling him how he managed to get a heat stroke yesterday, and if it weren't for her, he would have lain on the floor all night. The girl crossed her arms over her chest, saying that he should thank her. The young man patted her on the head, realizing that the little girl herself was dragging him from the living room to bed. Roland thanked her by stroking her, thereby surprising the witch. She was embarrassed, saying that there was no need for gratitude and she would go make breakfast, but the young man said that he would do everything himself. The witch was very surprised, asking if he would cook himself, receiving a positive answer. As a result, the young man fried meat and eggs in a frying pan. He served everything on the table, surprising Zero. He asked if he had bought meat, to which he answered positively, adding that he had put it in the refrigerator. She happily looked at the young man, giving a thumbs up, saying that he would soon receive his salary and therefore bought meat to celebrate. The girl's guess literally killed the young man when he asked if he had suffered heat stroke while looking for work yesterday. Roland touched his head with his hand, saying that the money issue had been resolved. The girl put the spoon in her mouth, calling her uncle a weakling, for whom you can't stop worrying, to which the brunette objected, saying that she shouldn't worry. She was again indignant, because the young man salted the already salted meat, but he replied that it turned out well anyway. Having eaten, the girl said that in the future she would cook herself, and then announced that she was going to school. As she was leaving, Roland stopped her, asking her to wait. He asked her, a little awkwardly, if she knew where the old and antiquarian bookstore was. The sun's rays illuminated the roof of the palace. Roland stretched with a smile, thinking that it was almost noon. He placed his hand on the table, looked in front of him and added that this time he spent 3 days in a dream. But when he woke up it was only noon, and it seems that the speed of time in reality and in the dream is approximately 1 in 8. Holding his hand on the paper, he thought that in this way, it can be said that in one night in this world one can spend a couple of days in a dream. The young man presented a computer monitor and clothes with books, as well as messages about the purchase. The young man added that these 3 days in the dream were not in vain, because in the end he sold something. In the end the armor sold for 500 yuan per piece, crossbows and daggers were cheap for 100 yuan, and with the money left after buying clothes for 0, books were bought at a used bookstore. The young man remembered how he held the book open, and thought that the contents are only in those books that have been read, and the books that have not been read are empty, and apparently the world of dreams does not go beyond the scope of realism. He wrote something with a calm expression on his face, keep thinking that usually when using the internet you can only see a bunch of useless information, but using the internet to search for drawings to look at them briefly, an idea for solving a problem may appear, after which I decided that they were running out of time, so they urgently needed to write everything down. Nightingale appeared next to him, against the wall, and she asked if he had come down for breakfast yet, because it was soon time for lunch. She approached him from behind. The young man asked if she could bring him lunch, because he just wanted to eat it in the bedroom. The girl took the sheet of paper with the manuscript, asking if this or that business he had been doing all morning, and why he suddenly had so many ideas. The young man answered with a smile that they were all in his head, he just forgot about them for a while time. The girl looked at the inscriptions incomprehensibly, trying to comprehend what she had read. The young man asked what she thought about his ideas. The witch had difficulty reading out loud some of the lines about that. She put her hand to her head, closed her eyes and said heavily that it made her dizzy, so first she would bring him some food. The young man grinned, agreeing with this. Soft light from the window illuminated the room. The girl looked at the guy and said that Barov was looking for him, and that he said that he had 2 letters personally for His Highness. The young man asked to simply call him to the bedroom. The girl, confused, asked whether to invite him to the king's bedroom. The guy confirmed this. The old man fussily ran into the room. Turning to His Majesty, the guy smiled slightly. The man thought that the prince had called him to such a secluded place as the bedroom, and that His Majesty trusted him very much. The man bowed his head. The guy raised his hand, saying that he was just about to find out something from him, and then asked how many letters he received while the prince was fighting in the northern region and was unconscious. Barov looked at him, raised his hands and showed 6 fingers, after which he explained that a total of 16 letters had arrived. Most of them were letters from lords asking for trade or a visit. There were also 2 confidential letters from patrons of the eastern region, demanding peace talks. The man added that he answered them all. The guy looked at him thoughtfully, asking if the lords asked exclusively for peaceful negotiations. The man confirmed this. Barov lowered his gaze and said heavily that the lords do not want to transfer power to the lands, and also advised preserving the traditions and honor of the aristocracy. The prince turned away, folded his hands behind his back. The man took out some paper. The young man said that it didn't matter and they would just wait for next spring, and these people themselves would make the right choice. After which he asked what about the letters that he needed to personally look through, and where they came from. The old man replied that one came from the Astrological Association, and the other from the City of Glow, the Kingdom of Dawn. The guy looked at the letter in his hands, which the old man handed to him. The man said that the letters arrived while the prince was sleeping, and they write about something somewhat strange. The young man asked what it meant. He picked up the letter on which the constellations were drawn and exclaimed in delight that, contrary to expectations, an extinction star had been discovered in the sky. He imagined a bright scarlet star casting its rays onto the earth, and thought that the information agreed. This star shines red and is in a fixed position, but if there is a blood moon in orbit, then this cannot but affect the planet itself. And observations as well, they say that the object is quite small in size, and it turns out that the blood moon is not a natural celestial body, but an artificial satellite, after which he emphasized that this is completely illogical. Roland looked at the old man and asked him to prepare a letter inviting astrologers to the city of Neverwinter. The man said that last time they rejected the invitation, so this time he is afraid. The guy with a calm expression interrupted him, saying that these are different things, because the association astrologers have already discovered the star they are looking for, so now they are just watching the sky. The young man raised his hand, looked into the old man's face, and with a smile asked in a letter that a better telescope had been developed in the city, and several books had also been found about the extinction star. After which he said that it seemed to him that they would come after that. The man accepted order. Suddenly the guy noticed a small bundle of paper on the table. He opened it, frowning. Reading the inscriptions on the paper, he thought that Isabella and the others would leave. It was only a matter of time before the king of the Kingdom of Dawn, who lacked medicine, would die, but he did not expect that a pen would have such a huge hatred for the church that even witches disgust him. The young man extended his hand to the old man standing next to him, mentally adding that, as it seemed to him, the kingdom of its heyday was not destined to become a potential ally. After which he told the man to send an official diplomatic letter, and first of all congratulated the king on his coronation, and also informed him about that he does not think, but purified and ordinary witches are the same, and that an official association of witches has been created in Greycastle. So if they are treated as enemies, it means making an enemy in the form of the Kingdom of Greycastle. Barov looked into the prince's face in shock and asked if he was sure that he wanted to write exactly like that. The young man calmly replied that the other side may not understand the difference in them at all, but his words might be perceived as a threat, although there is a threat. He frowned menacingly. A shadow covered half of his face, and he said that if a pen wished to go his own way, the moment the holy city was captured next year, the Kingdom of the Dawn would replace its king, and that he was wise who was ready to fight on Greycastle's side in the battle of divine will, such as Andrea Quinn. The man silently looked at His Majesty with his mouth open. The young man asked if there was anything else that he did not understand. The old man replied that he understood everything, and would convey his will to the King of the Dawn. The sun's rays penetrated the high windows of the corridor. The prince approached the open door. Tilly and Ash turned to look at him. His sister greeted her brother. The girl shrugged her shoulders in frustration. Standing in front of the witch, the young man turned to her. The witch approached His Majesty, extended her hands and offered to help with the documents. The young man thanked her. Ash walked away to the door. Roland turned around after her, thinking about whether such an outstanding person, who always looked down on him, decided to help. Tilly turned to her older brother. She smiled tensely, looking into his eyes. The girl, standing opposite her brother, said that she had come to say goodbye to him. Tilly and Roland looked out the window. The girl said that soon she would have to go to the sleeping island before returning. The guy exhaled heavily, closed his eyes, and said that he understood this, after which he asked when the beauty would arrive in the western region, because he was going to give his sister a farewell feast. Suddenly, he turned to her in surprise. The girl put her hand to her face with a smile. The young man loudly asked if she had just said that she would return and if she would come again. The girl asked with a grin if he really wouldn't greet her. She crossed her arms while the prince fussily tried to justify himself, after which he asked if she was leaving because of the demonic month. The girl replied that if he wanted to think so, then she would not argue, after which she asked if there really were no more noble goals. Suddenly, the young man looked into her eyes in surprise, realized something. The girl confirmed his guess. She smiled softly, looking at her brother, and said that she would bring the news of his victory to the sleeping island, and also inform them that in Neverwinter, which is located in the western region of the kingdom, the church was completely destroyed and there was no longer a need to hide on the island. The guy smiled widely after her words that the moment he was ready, she could take the witches who were ready to go to the western region and settle in his kingdom. After which the princess added so that he would not think that they will need a lot of food. The young man told her that they will always be welcome in the western region. He raised his hands, looking with a smile at his sister, who slyly put her hand to her chin. The princess asked if her brother thought that he would be able to accommodate all the witches in this house, because even if only half agreed, it would be several times more than in the Witches Cooperation Association. The young man said that she need not worry, because by next spring enough housing will be built, because this will not be a problem for Carl. Tilly held up 3 fingers and said that would be great, but she had 3 additional conditions and she hoped that her brother would agree to them. She looked warily into his face, saying that firstly, if they want to leave the city and decide to go to other cities, then he should not forbid them to do this. The young man replied that there are no problems there, but until the kingdom is united, then, for security reasons, he insists for now only in the western region or on the sleeping island. The girl smiled condescendingly, saying that this was just in case, after which she added that her second condition was that if they did not want to work for him, then he had no right to force them. The prince extended his index finger, frowned and seriously asked if he could ask them to work for him. The girl replied with a smile that this was only possible if it was not blackmail. She folded her hands in front of her, closed her eyes and with a smile named the last condition, which was that she wants to ask that the sleeping charms be on their own, and she understands that part of the money they earn will be transferred to the budget city. The young man incomprehensibly asked what she meant. He imagined the images of Iffy and Soft Feathers behind his sister and thought that these were apparently organizations that were created in order to resolve conflicts between combat and witches and assistant witches, simultaneously generating profit for the Sleeping Island. In other words, almost all the witches on the Sleeping Island are members of the Sleeping Charms, and if the Sleeping Charms are independent, then that means they will be under the control of his sister. The young man wondered if this was like a private company. He closed his eyes, smiled and, lowering his head, said that it was possible, but as long as they followed the laws in force in the region. The girl asked if he was telling the truth. The guy assured her that she need not worry, because he never gives up what he promised. She rejoiced at the news with a wide smile. She took her dress, bowed to her brother and said that, in that case, she would return to her room and pack her things, because the beauty would arrive in about 3 days. And in addition to those battle witches that accompanied her, she wanted to take Iffy and Soft Feathers, and after the incident with the Bloodfang Association was settled, she immediately sent them back. The young man asked if his sister would return before the blood moon. The girl smiled, looked into his eyes and answered in the affirmative, saying that she would do it like last year, after which she added that she would fight alongside him against the demonic beasts until the snow melted. The witches gathered in the forest. Sawe said that it smelled very tasty. Ash looked out of the corner of her eye at Andrea, who folded her hands. Drool was running down her lip. Ash joked, saying that she had already stopped drooling. Sawe shyly touched her index fingers. Molly looked around with her hand raised. Sawe said that she suddenly felt very hungry. Molly exclaimed, asked if they always lived like this in the western region, then added that she was very jealous. Candlelight explained with a smile that such a feast does not happen every day, and desserts are prepared only once every 3 days. Molly looked at her incomprehensibly, repeated her words about dessert, and said that she thought the girl was bragging. Candlelight replied with a wide smile that she was not. Tilly looked down in surprise, her mouth wide open. There were plates full of food on the table. Steam was emanating from the central bowl. The girl asked how to eat it all. The girls looked back at the prince, who, holding out his finger, raised his hand and called this dish hot pot. Anna looked into his face. The young man closed his eyes and with a wide smile explained that the method is very simple. They must put their favorite food in a container, wait until it is cooked, and then enjoy its taste. Tilly took a piece of meat from the boiling bowl. She happily brought the piece of food to her mouth. The girl blushed slightly. The witches opposite her looked at her in surprise. Tilly said that it was very tasty and then urged others to try it quickly. Ash looked into the face of Andrea with a smile, who was looking ahead with a calm expression on her face. The brunette said that the true meaning is when the products remain with their original taste, and if you put something in, it will mix with the broth and this will change its original taste. The blonde asked who told her this. The young man looked at the witches, Andrea frowned with displeasure, and her interlocutor smiled softly. Ash said that she remembers someone who believed that salt and spices were a barbaric way of cooking, and a true aristocrat would consider it beneath his dignity to use them. After, when she asked why she was observing something completely different, Andrea angrily told her to start eating. And the prince closed his eyes with a smile, lowering his head slightly. Ash, with a wide smile, offered to help her interlocutor with cooking. Andrea frowned and forbade her to do this. The whole evening descended on the city. Anna approached her lover from behind while he was sitting at the table and turned to him. The young man turned to her. The girl looked into his eyes with a wide smile and said that she had good news. The young man with a smile asked if the steam turbine was ready, after which he called her by name. He hugged the girl, stroking her head. The girl pressed against him with a smile and asked if she was doing well. The young man praised her and joked that only he was better. He touched her cheek with a smile. The girl happily closed her eyes, placing her hand on his wrist. Suddenly he remembered how he hugged Nightingale. Anna asked him with a smile what happened and why he was worried. The young man lowered his head, saying that it was nothing, after which he thought about how to tell him about it. He frowned slightly, thinking that this was not the modern era, and no one cared how many women an aristocrat had, and then decided that he had behaved badly. The girl lowered her head slightly, turning to him. She smiled softly, looked into his eyes and said that she knew everything, after which she added that she was talking about his feelings for Nightingale. The young man lowered his head sadly, saying that she knew he was confused. Anna was tired with her back to him. The young man touched her hand with a puzzled look. The girl said that the later he opens his soul, the more she will disturb her feelings, and yet she hopes that he will soon tell about everything, because, no matter what, she would like to share this with him. The girl remembered the moment they met. Ira said that at first she did not hope that someone from the royal family would love her, and she would simply always be there, but after he said that he wanted to marry her, her opinion has changed. With a confident expression on her face, she turned to her lover, called him by name and said that she would not give him to anyone. The young man raised his hand with a guilty look and asked for forgiveness. The girl closed her eyes and said with a smile that he had nothing to apologize for, because the feeling was beyond his control, and besides, he decided to tell her about it, which made her very happy. She turned to him with a calm expression. Raising her eyes, she looked into his face and said that he did not come from this world, after which she asked if she was right. Anna, with her head slightly lowered, stands in front of the dark-haired guy and says that despite his status, no one is embarrassed to have several women. She smiled a little and said with laughter if he did not live in a world that was different from ours. Without raising her head, the girl, crossing her arms, added that people can treat the witch kindly, but not be close. Among the city at night, Roland stands in a white shirt, being reminded of the concluded dispute with Anna. The brunette's serious gaze was directed only at her. He mentally noted the excellence of her abilities. He stood with his shoulders squared in front of the girl, but was able to admit that she was right. Sighing and closing her eyes, the girl added about the confession about Nightingale and came to a conclusion because her guesses were correct. Their hands, both in black gloves, touched. Anna said that she thought he came with knowledge that she did not yet know. Her other hand rested on his cheek and she made it clear that she couldn't promise anything about Nightingale. Roland thought with a surprised face that maybe in the future she could make a promise. Her face moved closer to his cheek. She kissed the brunette and whispered that she needed some time. Holding his hands, Anna continues to repeat her desire to talk to Nightingale. In a spacious, barely empty room, a blonde man in a tailcoat stands near the window, holding a piece of paper in his hands. With an angry face, looking at the street, he thinks, since a pen ascended to the throne, the situation has become unstable. The starry sky outside the window, the moon is visible, and his thoughts are only about uprisings. On the streets you can constantly see soldiers with swords and armor, breaking into houses with searches. The persistent and formidable face of a pen did not give rest, and so did the liberation from slavery. Taking the mug in his hands, the man standing in the room grinned, remembering the concluded alliance. His Majesty's steadfast gaze gave no hope that the treaty would not be violated. Having placed the mug on the saucer, the ambassador finished his thoughts by saying that he simply needed to convey the king's intentions. His gaze immediately became loving and drool began to flow from behind his mouth because he remembered Denise and having fun with her in the evening. Joyful with a smile on the street, he opened the door to the room. A serious Otto stood on the threshold, addressing the man. The happiness on the ambassador's face disappeared in an instant. He began to wonder why this guy came to him, because he never brings good news, and first brought information that it was supposedly connected with the existence of Grey Castle, and then claimed that the new king was different from himself in childhood, and he does not understand why he needs to maintain good relationships. The uninvited guest suggested going into the living room and talking. The two men sat down at the table opposite each other. Otto was asked if he had come with news from the palace, but he, without answering his interlocutor's questions, asked for a favor. Reaching out his hand, he handed over a sealed envelope with its contents. Having picked it up and printed it, the ambassador was surprised by the invitation to the auction and noted that he had no money, but the guy said that there was no need to worry about it. Otto, raising the mug to his mouth, added that the help would be comparable to the help of Roland. This offended the ambassador and, frowning, he asked for clarification. The guest, folding his hands on the table, spoke about the presence of witches at the auction. The ambassador's uncertain facial expressions immediately betrayed himself, because in his head he doubted that everything would be revealed and the King of Dawn would know about it. The guy asked not to worry, thinking. The guest, waving his hands, proved that no one would attach importance to this agreement between the two men. Looking eye to eye, the excited ambassador decided to find out why this was, to which he received a vague answer in the form of an old friend. The guy looked at him with confident eyes, and the menacing silhouette of Andrea appeared in his head. He said that she was also a witch, but he thought that she had died and did not expect to see her in the western region. He said that His Majesty Roland said that every witch is priceless and she should not be slandered by the church. The unfinished mug of coffee remained standing on the table with the guy's words that he wanted her to have comrades. A groom with a carriage drove up to the entrance of the auction. The ambassador came out of it, who was met by slaves with torches in their hands, holding an envelope in their hands. A beautiful girl with red hair and a black mask called out to him, telling him to follow her. Her red eyes peeking out from under her mask, the girl introduced herself as number 76 when asked her name. She grabbed the man's hand and led him into the building. There are many chairs, guests are already sitting in the first rows. The girl said that they were there. She walked into the hall and said to sit down. Raising his right eyebrow, the ambassador looked at the empty room with dim light, noting that he did not see the goods on the stage at all. Coming closer, number 76 whispered that it would start soon and he would see everything. And then a bright beam of light broke through on the stage, among which the presenter in a tailcoat was visible. He proudly waved his arms and announced the opening of the dark money auction. 3 people in identical uniforms came onto the stage and brought a box covered with a cloth. One of the workers tore off his cape, revealing bright yellow crystals underneath. Opening his mouth, the ambassador was terribly surprised by this lot and asked the red-haired woman what it was, to which she replied that they have many names. Under the ray of light, the stones sparkled with golden sparks. The girl said that, for example, a sunstone or a light crystal, but they call them magic stones, adding that she heard that they were found in a demon's lair. Number 76, with a smile on her face, realized that it was the ambassador's first time at such an event, and he confirmed her words. She grabbed him by the jacket and decided to calm her down. Placing her hands on his face, the girl smiled softly and said that everyone who is here for the first time is shocked by the stones. She told him that stones are one of the ways to show the possibility of black money. The ambassador, without being taken aback, knocked her over onto one of his arms and grabbed her hand with the other. He asked if she was one of these ways, to which the girl replied that only if he didn't mind. He approached her lips and was one step away from kissing, saying that after the auction, number 76 decided to wait and smiled. She lay down on the man's shoulder and said that she would continue to serve him, which he was happy about. A leg shrouded in chains caught their gaze, and the man and girl looked at the stage. The presenter introduced the girl with brown hair as a running witch with self-healing abilities. The ambassador mentally noted that he had found her. The green-eyed witch looked blankly at the guests and only heard the shouting of numbers. The ambassador sat in the front row and was directly opposite the witch. Number 76, without taking her eyes off, decided to push her master, but he asked to wait. The man sat thinking. His eyebrows were furrowed. He had no idea what price to give him, and would black money understand if the limit was exceeded. Numbers exceeding 12 are already being shouted from the seats, and now the lot is almost sold. The presenter raises his hand. The red-haired woman turned to the irritated gentleman and asked if he would raise it, and he replied that up to 2,000. The maid raises her hand and shouts 2,000. The gray-haired man, raising his hand, interrupts the ambassador's bid. Anger envelops the man, clenching his fists and cursing himself. He exclaimed that the choice of escort for a bidder was based on gender, and then asked if that person was a woman. When his companion turned to him and asked, puzzled, if he would raise the price, he commands number 76 to raise the bid immediately to 4,000. The girl stands opposite the leader with her hand raised, shouting the price. And while the end of the auction is counting, the ambassador, gritting his teeth, is confident in himself. And then the clap of a wooden hammer sounded, which meant that the lot was sold. The man leaned back in his chair, a bead of sweat running down his face. A maid in a black dress and gloves congratulates him on his purchase, and he says that he wants to inspect it. She takes the man into the night down the street to the lot. Following her, Yurko arched a puzzled eyebrow. The girl led him to a hole in the brick wall and showed him the way, saying that the items were received there. Taking the man by the hand, the girl walked forward, and he asked how to pay. The red-haired woman said that after confirming the condition of the goods, you need to give an invitation letter and she will do everything. Turning to face him and smiling, she suggested that he visit a pub, a casino, or a hot spring. Having drooled from his mouth, the ambassador was already imagining himself and the red-haired beast naked in the water. The girl led him to a cave illuminated by torch lights. Yorko asked if all the money was in the black letter and received a positive answer. The two of them continued to walk forward. The red-haired woman opened one of the doors. She led the man to room number 76 and said that the room was divided into inner and outer rooms, and that evening she would sleep in the outer one. Squinting her eyes, the maid joked that the rest room looked more like a warehouse. The ambassador crossed his arms and showed with his dissatisfied look that he did not like this place. The red-haired one said that since the guests have higher demands, they also have a room that is partially open air and adjacent to a water source. Yorko came close to the maid, covered her mouth with his finger and ordered her to go first to the open air room since he needed to talk to the witch. Entering the room, he saw in front of him a girl sitting on the floor, her hands tied and her mouth closed. Seeing the man in front of her, she tried to tell him something through the bandage. He reached out to tear the fabric off her face, her eyes filled with tears. Kneeling down in front of the witch, the man removed the bandage and she coughed. Sitting on her knees, she asked who he was. Turning his back, the man introduced himself as the one who would save her. Lowering her head with sad eyes, she called Amy's name, pitifully asking to be let go. Sitting on a chair and threatening her with his finger, Yorko began to prove that she should not run away because he would lose 4,000 gold royals. Extending his index finger in front of her face, he promised to free her tomorrow, but for now she must continue to pretend to be a prisoner. And proudly turning to the exit, holding his jacket, the man said that he would introduce her to the place where witches live and there she would find friends. When Yorko went to the door, the girl shouted after him, asking where he was going. Turning only his head with pleasure, he spoke about the sweet nightlife. The door opened and the ambassador came out of the room with a smile on his face, calling out to the red-haired girl. Rubbing the back of his head, the man was surprised because there was no one in the room. He leaned against the door and heard strange sounds that scared him. The table on which handcuffs and iron chains lay terrified the man, and he realized that something bad was happening. Behind him, the door quietly opened, from which a woman's silhouette could barely be seen. Yorko hurriedly sorted through the things lying on the table, saying that all this was no good. He realized that he was not alone. His eyes were filled with fear. The man fell to his knees, held his hands behind his head and begged for mercy. Amy, filled with horror, screamed that she didn't have to do anything to Annie. Without turning his face, the ambassador did not understand who was behind him, and at that time a red-haired girl loomed over him with a menacing face. A woman's hand grabbed his collar and abruptly pulled him towards him. Annie knocked the man onto the bed and began to wring his hands. Turning to the witch, without taking her eyes off her, she continued to hold him, asking her friend if he touched her. The brown-haired woman replied that he said he would get her out. Annie, tying the ambassador's hands with a rope, told the frightened green-eyed girl that she had been deceived again because it would be stupid to spend 4,000 golden royals to save the witch. With his face pressed into the bed, the indignant Yorko realized that the girl who had tied him up was also betting on the young witch and introduced himself to her, noting that he had not lied. Annie, with wide eyes and open mouth, was surprised by the ambassador of the Reconnecting Kingdom. Roland's face appeared in the blonde's head, and he asked if they knew the fourth son of Wimbledon, the new king who is kind to witches. He shouted that the guy firmly believes that witches are no different from ordinary people. The red-haired girl did not stop letting go of her hands and still did not trust the blonde, asking why he did not free Amy then. He replied that if she ran away, it would be more dangerous. Approaching his face, Annie began to interrogate the ambassador where he was going to send the young witch. The ambassador repeated in a trembling voice that he wanted to give her a new life. Annie couldn't bear it anymore and told him to shut up. Her teeth gritted with anger because Greycastle is no different from Bloody Fangs, but the ambassador, with all his misunderstanding and horror, did not know what she was talking about. Having released the blonde, Annie moved away from the bed. She noted that a witch can only trust herself. She dragged number 76 to the threshold of the room by the hair, which left Yorko dumbfounded. Scratches on her face, a drop of blood running down her chin, this is what the red-haired maid looked like. Without moving, the ambassador continued to sit on the floor. He had only one question, whether the girl was alive. Annie put chains on the legs of 76 and the blonde. Scars were visible all over her body. The witch said that she would save her friend after killing them. Holding a small key in her hand, the red-haired girl said that she would not kill them now. Hugging the witch behind her back, she headed towards the exit. Yorko asked in surprise how they would get through security. As soon as she turned around with complete calm, Annie told her not to worry. The maid sitting next to the ambassador was exhausted. He decided to make sure she was okay. He thought that he had done everything right and that he couldn't force them to come with him if they didn't want to. The man, grabbing the blanket with his teeth, covered himself and the girl and decided that it was necessary to get some sleep. The bright rays of the sun breaking through the clouds woke up the blonde. A man entered the room. He was heading towards the ambassador. Opening his mouth, Otto listened to the screams and asked Yorko if he was wounded, but he screamed that he had almost died. The ambassador's fists were clenched. A vein was bulging on his face. He insisted that he was lucky, that the witches understood that he had a good heart and therefore he was alive, but the guest promised to compensate for everything. Holding his chin and smiling slyly, the man was thinking about how to buy back number 76. But then a man entered the room and apologized for the intrusion. He bowed and introduced himself as the Silver Mask in charge of the event. He apologized for the incident last night. Coming closer to the bed, the person in charge of the auction said that an investigation had been launched and the escape had been planned. Yorko asked again, and the man replied that they would inform him when they found the witch. The ambassador, without getting out of bed, ordered the witch to be given only into his hands. The blonde's cheeks turned red when he decided to ask what was wrong with his escort. When he asked, the man replied that the girl would be severely punished because protecting the client was her responsibility. Looking with loving eyes, Yorko clenched his fists and asked if he could buy her back. Silver Mask was surprised by such a request. He stepped aside and started saying that number 76 was black money. The blonde offered him 500 gold royals. Otto was outraged. A drop of sweat dripped down his eyebrow. He did not understand what was going on. The man in charge of the auction, wearing a silver mask, bowed again and gave the go-ahead to give away the red-haired girl. Shaking his head, Yorko couldn't believe that they were giving him such a beautiful maid. The man replied that she could no longer be an escort and that this would be the best option for her. He asked to accept it as an apology. Moving away from the bed, the silver mask bowed again and said goodbye. In a dark, rocky, empty cave there were two silhouettes, one of which was holding a light in his hand. An old man walked in front and a girl behind him. He was thinking about his business, which he inherited at age 20 and which is now huge. Clicking on the secret stone slab, he continued to wonder what would happen when he died. A secret door opened before them. He mentally noted the turbulence of the situation lately. The old man's foot stepped onto the wet carpet, led by a young girl who was worried about the danger. They walked along a long carpet on which puddles had collected. The man, turning to the girl, decided that she needed to stay here. An old man with thick gray eyebrows, a beard and a mustache considered the need to take the last steps on his own. Holding a glowing crystal in his hand, he approached the wooden door, and the girl asked to be careful. Having crossed the threshold with his foot, a strong wind enveloped the man. The old man, still holding the light in his hand, looked into the distance. Standing in his way were two men guarding a long suspension bridge. One of the knights approached the man and took him with him. The three of them crossed the bridge, looking around. Approaching the rock, one of the accompanying people asked the old man if he was ready. The elderly man grabbed the crystal with both hands, closed his eyes, and was completely ready to meet the messenger of God. The stone in his hand began to glow brightly. Everyone held glowing stones in their hands in complete silence. Purple whirlwinds began to rise towards the floating rock. Lightning flashed around the red heart-shaped core. The old man frowned as the light reflected on his face, and a voice asked what was happening on the surface. He replied that they had not accepted Ambassador Greycastle's offer and that was his omission. A voice continued to come from the sparkling core, asking about future plans. The old man, with his head down, proposed to force them to accept the invitation, pointing to a pen's new policy. The lightning did not stop flashing, and the voice insisted that he did not like the policy of eradicating witches. He asked if the old man could guarantee that no one would get hurt. A voice from a large red heart-shaped core reminded that every witch is important. The gray-haired man fell to his knees and began to bow and ask for time, promising that no one would get hurt. Dark purple whirlwinds enveloped the room and the messenger of God extended a helping hand, offering guards and asking how much time was needed. Grandfather said that stage 3 of planning will be completed within 2 weeks. Raising his head and opening his mouth, the old man was surprised why witches were so important to God. Before he could finish speaking, a black and purple silhouette of a woman appeared in the air. The messenger insisted that immortals were needed for the day of judgment, because the gods were looking for a savior who could master their power. In all honesty, the old man was not sure that there would be a witch who would want to become the chosen one when the creature said that he would reward him after completing the task. A purple glow emanated from the red core, in which a voice came, commanding to continue searching until the day of judgment destroys everyone. The gray-haired man lowered his head and was ordered to complete the task. He imagined a tall gray building when asked if the church had really been destroyed. He replied that this was so, and deathly silence hung over the holy city and the atmosphere of prosperity disappeared. The man was surprised when a voice asked if this was their end. The red core began to gradually disappear and the purple lightning faded away, indicating that the conversation was over. One of the knights handed a glass vessel with medicine to the old man in honor of the recognition from the messenger of God. The gray-haired man immediately drinks the contents of the glass. A golden light emanated from the man, and he felt much better, thinking that he could now move around without servants. He walked across the bridge on his own, thinking that if he was granted immortality, his business would not be destroyed. A bright room with sunlight streaming through the windows. Roland pours himself tea from a teapot. Holding out a mug in his hand, he offered to drink Nightingale with him. She sat down on a comfortable chair and did not refuse a mug of tea. Listening to the aroma, her cheeks turned scarlet. The king continued to look down at her. She asked for more sugar. The piece immediately flew into the glass of tea. The blonde was reading a book, and the brunette did not take his eyes off the girl. When he addressed her, she turned her head slightly in his direction. Excitedly, the king decided to find out what Anna told her. The girl hesitated and began to rise. At ease, Nightingale stood up from her chair and approached the man, slightly bending her chest, saying that it was a secret. She thanked him for telling her about their feelings. At the foot of North Slope Mountain stood a house with a tall chimney. A stove device protruded from a recess in the floor. One of the workers standing in the room asked the prince if this furnace could produce steel, since there was no room for fire in it. Roland stood next to Anna and replied that fire is not the only source of heat in nature, so let the workers prepare for a test run. Looking at the witch, Roland ordered her to set fire. She stopped at the edge. Anna waved her hand and the stove became covered with thick black magical smoke. Her face was reflected on the surface of the liquid hot metal. Two employees took a large furnace cover with a long pipe when they heard that they should follow the instructions and insert the blower pipe into the mouth of the furnace. They looked in surprise at the hot sparks that rose. The prince looked contentedly at the reaction and thought that these sparks symbolized the entry of humanity into a new era. Unfortunately, with current technology, steel production is only possible using air. If in the future it can be replaced with pure oxygen, the fireworks of sparks will be much stronger. The prince lay under the blanket, thinking that he needed to do something else next. The guy's eyes were closed. Outside the window one could see the blue sky. Roland opened his eyes because of the sound on the phone lying next to him, which showed that it was 7.51. There were inboxes open on his phone asking if he still had the armor. He has a friend who wants to make a video with him. If so, have him contact him immediately. The sender wrote that he might pay a little more this time. How about 700? The next message said that if the price does not suit you, you can negotiate. The fourth message demanded a response. The brunette scratched his head, looking at the phone, and thought that this was the last buyer. The money was already running out, so he would have to sell some armor. The guy looked into the room. A white-haired girl was sleeping without a blanket, and thought that he was early today. Zero had not woken up yet. Roland decided that he would go downstairs and see what he could eat. Below there was a store with a striped awning and a sign. There was a shout to the boss with an order for a large bowl of beef soy noodle soup. The hero sat at the table with a plate of soup, holding chopsticks in his hands, and thought that if you have money, then it's quite natural to spend time usefully. There were multi-story buildings with balconies on the street. Roland thought that until now he had always been near these few streets. They seemed quite decent in appearance. He doesn't know how huge this city is. A girl in white sneakers was running along the sidewalk. Roland froze with chopsticks in his hands, looking at her. He looked out the window as an athletic girl ran and was surprised to realize that it was Garcia. There was a cry that it was Garcia. The guys looked at her enthusiastically, saying that she looked much better live than on TV. Another guy said he was right when he decided to get up early to see her. Roland was sitting at the table and heard the guys in front discussing that the girl had an important match recently. When the weather was good, she ran around here for an hour. The second replied that she was simply incredible. She's a goddess. Roland looked discouraged and imagined his sister with a towel on her shoulders and wondered how the locals knew Garcia. What other match? Is she really a rising sports star? The cook came to the guy's table and said that he definitely didn't live here because he didn't know Miss Garcia from Tongzi Street. The brunette looked at him and replied that he just moved here. What does she do? The man lovingly introduced the boxing girl and said that she was a fighter. Roland was surprised. He heard that he would know about it if he watched TV. She is the most famous person here. Because she lives here, they can continue to live here. The guy asked incomprehensibly why. The cook pointed his finger and ordered to look there. There was a red symbol on the wall of the building. The guy read that it said that the building was being demolished. The cook exhaled, saying that, unfortunately, a construction company had long wanted to clear the place and build a new skyscraper, claiming that it was outdated and unkempt, even though it was located in a busy area of the city. He remembered the image on the screen of a girl standing in front of a building, and said that these people wanted to move them to the suburbs. If Garcia had not understood this topic on television, the construction company would have evicted them long ago. Roland thoughtfully replied that this was really too much, but he thought to himself that this couldn't be true. The man threw his hand over the shoulder of the guy who exclaimed displeasedly, saying that that's why they were rooting for Garcia. If he started living on this street, sooner or later he would become her fan. Roland walked up to the wall with red writing on it. Looking at her, he reasoned that although the dream world was incredible in that it tried to bring together several apparently incompatible things, it looked very strange. The guy put his hands on his hips, thinking that he was a god, and thought that if he demolishes the building of the soul, here he can install a door with a fragment of memories. Because the creator of the memories is still alive, what will happen if this place is really demolished? Besides, a fighter, a martial artist. Is this a new sport in the Olympics? There were several identical multi-story buildings on the street. The guy thought that there was so much he still didn't understand. The number on the door was 825, and Roland's voice was heard that he had returned. Zero sleepily rubbed her eyes and asked what. She stood in the room and asked her uncle. He had already gotten up. She would now prepare breakfast. The guy with a bag in his hands replied that there was no need. He had already eaten and also brought her something to eat. The girl looked at him questioningly and asked why he started so early. Roland turned around, giving her a thumbs up, and said that he found a job, so naturally he couldn't sleep for a long time. He looked at the girl and said that, in addition, her family sent money for accommodation and the first salary came from his work, so they did not need to worry about money yet. Zero sat at the table and ate the food brought, saying that she needed to save money. Nobody knows how long the luck will last. Besides, there was still food left in the refrigerator. With an embarrassed smile, the guy replied that he understood that himself. He sat down on the table next to the girl and asked if she knew Garcia. With chopsticks in hand, the white-haired girl replied that, of course, she was very talented. She remembered how the girl defeated the muscular man, and said that Garcia joined the Martial Arts Association at the age of 20, and she heard that she had never lost in qualifying matches. Since then, everyone has idolized her. Garcia in her memories stood with her hand raised, a gold medal around her neck, and smiling at the fans. Roland looked at the girl in surprise and asked, "Martial artists founded an organization? Are there many of them?" Zero closed her eyes and answered that she could count on her fingers. Chewing her food, she turned and said that only those who awakened the power of nature could follow this path. Besides, awakening is only an initial requirement. If you don't have the fortitude, you will end up becoming a puppet, so let him forget about it. Roland stood at the door and asked the girl how she knew so much. Zero put on the shoe and explained that their teacher told them this. He also said that since they had time to imagine themselves as martial artists, it would be better to do additional exercises. Turning to the guy, she said with a smile that today she had classes all day and she was leaving. Roland replied that it was good and wished her to take care of herself. The door closed. Next to it was the same door with the next number. The guy remaining in the room looked at his hand in surprise and thought, is it a force of nature? Looking at the palm, he reasoned that he would turn into a puppet. Why does this look so much like a manifestation of magical power? To master the entire memory of what is absorbed, are some rules created here that organize everything. Roland sat on the bench with his legs tucked under him and picked up the phone. He watched the recording of the Garcia fight and reasoned that, judging by where and how the fights are held, this is different from traditional fights. From the point of view of entertainment, it is much more interesting than boxing and freestyle wrestling. The blonde girl attacked with a scream. Roland looked at this in surprise. A blonde with her hair in two ponytails knocked the man to the ground with a powerful blow. Roland thought that it was no surprise that their physical fitness was much better than ordinary people. Besides, the power of nature is not only for increasing strength and speed, but also has special uses. Suddenly the guy noticed something in surprise. A black devil, like those they fought against, entered the ring against the man. The guy thought that there were even demons participating in martial arts competitions. The people in the stands reacted calmly and cheered. The brunette thought that the reaction of the spectators was quite normal. They seemed to think that the demons were foreign martial artists. This dream world is truly very diverse and unusual. Roland touched his stomach as it purred loudly. He looked out the window, noticing that it was dark there, and thought that a lot of time had passed. Why is Zero still missing? He thought it didn't matter. He needed to go down and buy something to eat. As he walked, he stopped next to the TV, which was showing a news broadcast. The announcer said that breaking news, there had been a robbery with a bladed weapon on Junction Street. The guy looked at this in surprise. The reporter stood by the road, reporting that the traffic police had blocked the intersection, and residents of nearby houses were asked not to go out into the street for now. The guy thought, isn't that why Route 0 returns from school? Could she have been kidnapped? He imagined a girl floating among glass shards and thought what would happen to the dream world if something happened to an important part of it. 0. Will everything he did in the dream world be a waste of time? Roland stood thoughtfully and wondered, if this happens, will the dream world remain? He quickly ran down the street, thinking that this was wrong. He needed to ensure Zero's safety. He stood behind the crowd and called the girl. There was a cry of apology and words that he had succumbed to an impulse. The guy was surprised to see how the police were detaining a criminal in a mask. He thought in surprise, they caught him, and it looks like nothing happened to Zero. He looked around in the crowd and thought, where is she then? He walked back, exhaling, and thought that he had run in vain. Suddenly loud noises were heard in the gateway. Roland stopped, looked there, and thought, what is this? He looked around the corner, thinking someone was calling for help. He went there in pink slippers. Roland looked into the gateway and saw a screaming man. Someone was standing facing the wall. The guy asked him if he needed help. The stranger did not respond, and the guy came closer, beckoning him. Roland's eyes widened in shock. The stranger turned, although his body remained turned towards the wall. He looked scary, his skin was dark, and there was a gray spot on his forehead. He looked at the guy and made loud, inarticulate sounds. A red haze emanated from the gray man's head. Roland thought in surprise, is this magical power? The stranger looked at him and asked, is he a master? Roland, looking at him, replied that he was mistaken. The monster with its head turned in the opposite direction smiled and said that it smelled much sweeter. The brunette looked at him carefully, wondering where his weakness was, and asked out loud, is he the one whose magical power? No, is he the one who has lost the power of nature? The gray-skinned man was surprised and asked again, the force of nature, they simply do not understand where this force comes from and know nothing about its nature. The brunette frowned and asked, so he knows, but he thought strangely to himself, is this still his dream world? The gray-skinned man spread his hands and said that he could not say for sure, but he felt that this did not belong to this world and was a divine gift. He turned to the guy and said that he thought that the robbery would attract a couple of masters, but he did not expect that this guy would lose so quickly. Well, it was not in vain. Roland clenched his fist and swung. The gray-skinned man said with a smile that this was what brought the guy here, and the brunette hit him in the face with his fist. The stranger fell, hitting the wall. With a cry, he rubbed his forehead, looking at the guy. Roland kicked him angrily, yelling at him to stop pretending and get dressed. What kind of ability does he have to turn his head like that? Does he think he's starring in a horror movie? The gray-skinned man shouted. The brunette grabbed him by the clothes, and the monster said that this was impossible. Why couldn't he use it? Looking at him gloomily, Roland asked what to use. He touched the red haze emanating from the man's head and asked, should he use this magical power? The monster screamed not to touch him. A red haze appeared like a snake around the brunette's palm, and he said that you shouldn't do what the enemy says. Roland squeezed the force emanating from the monster's forehead with his hand, as if it were material, and asked if he really didn't know such a truism. Grayskin fell as Roland tore off the red haze and turned away, holding it in his hands. He looked at his palm, where the red power was spinning like a whirlwind, and thought, what is this? Suddenly the haze in his hands glowed brightly, sending a yellow beam into the sky. The rays of light were so bright that they rose high above the houses. Roland stood surrounded by golden light. He thought that he felt a warm current flowing into his body. It was so amazing. He looked thoughtfully at his palm, around which golden whirlwinds were circling. And then he looked around, pressing his hand to his chest, and thought that the world seemed to be much more diverse than he thought. Small midges were flying around the light bulb that was on. Roland opened the door to the room. He saw Zero standing and asked where she was. The girl pouted and, folding her arms across her chest, said that during the additional preparatory courses, since the teachers would have an inspection tomorrow, the school would have a day off. Let him tell you why he left. Roland scratched his head in embarrassment and replied that he had left to find her. Zero looked at him in surprise and asked again. The brunette touched the girl's back and said yes, because she didn't come on time. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he was worried that some stranger would kidnap her. She's not a child anymore, next time let her wait until she gets home. Roland closed his eyes and said that it was good and offered to eat because he was hungry. Zero made a sound of agreement. She was sitting at a table laden with food. The guy with plates of rice in his hands exclaimed that it was gorgeous, and the girl answered with a chuckle that of course. Looking at the guy who sat down next to her, she said that tomorrow was a day off anyway, so it wouldn't matter if she didn't do her homework today. The guy raised his finger and, looking at the dissatisfied girl, said since she was resting tomorrow, why don't she go to the library with him? She looked at him displeasedly and said that she didn't want to see books on her day off. Roland touched the girl's head with a smile and asked, how about buying her some clothes? Zero asked again in surprise. Cars were driving along a wide road among tall buildings. Roland walked next to Zero and suggested going to the library first, and then go buy her clothes. Otherwise it would be inconvenient to walk around with things for a long time, she agreed. Turning away in embarrassment, the girl said that, to be honest, it didn't matter whether he bought something. The guy put his hand on Zero's head and told her to stop. They will go buy a dress, a skirt, shoes. She only has one clothes, she needs a spare one. They approached a library building with tall windows. There were shelves in the room, and the heroes approached one of them. Roland exclaimed in surprise when he saw a book on the shelf among the books with alloys, composition selection, and its properties. He took the blue book in his hands and thought that this was it. Zero stood behind him with a book in his hands and asked since when did he love to study. Instead of answering, Roland smiled and said that they were off. They were walking on a busy street. Zero asked what he was staring at. The guy answered with a smile that time had flown by quickly. It was time to buy her some clothes. The seller handed the embarrassed Zero a cotton candy on a stick. She and the brunette walked past large shop windows. The girl looked out from behind the fitting room curtain and asked the guy standing next to the saleswoman if he looked good. With an embarrassed look, she heard that great, they are buying. Spreading her long skirt with her hands, she asked, really? The next one was a suit with a white t-shirt and black shorts. Zero asked how he was. Roland replied that this is also excellent. They buy it. Next was a blue tracksuit. Roland exclaimed that this could be worn to gym class. Great. This is the last one. Let him try it on and they will take it all. In the fashion store, words of gratitude were heard for the purchase. The girl followed Roland with food in her hands and said that she shouldn't have spent so much money. The brunette closed his eyes with a smile and replied that she should not eat the hamburger then, now they will come back and return it. He carried a package in his hands and told her not to worry, he would somehow solve the money issue himself. Remembering something, he reached into his trouser pocket, and then he handed the phone to the surprised Zero, saying that he was hers, now he could contact her at any time. The traffic light was red, a question was heard, she was happy and Zero agreed. In a richly furnished room, Roland lay on a luxurious bed. With a grunt, he opened his eyes. Sitting down on the bed, he clenched his fist, thinking that this time he had been there for 2 days, except for the feeling of heat flowing through his body. Everything else was exactly the same as in the dream world. Is it really possible for the brain to simulate a state to such an extent? The guy opened his palm, with a red haze circling around it, and thought, what about that huge magical whirlpool that looked like a star cluster? If the force of nature is formed from magical force, then in the dream world it should not be clear. He remembered a strange gray-skinned man who could turn his head in the opposite direction and wondered who he was. The brunette thinks that his brain is not capable of containing such a huge and complex world of dreams. But if he is not there, then where is he? Roland lowered his feet from the bed and put on his slippers, thinking that since it was impossible to understand this yet, he needed to focus on more important things first. He went to the table where the paper and pen lay and thought that thanks to the world of dreams, he remembered much of what he had previously known and forgotten. The last thing he read in the library was about the composition and properties of alloys. He still remembers the contents of the book. The prince wrote down the information on paper, thinking that this knowledge would undoubtedly save trial time for Lucia and Anna. In this way, it will be possible to create third-generation machines for the manufacture of high-precision products. There were neat, identical houses in the city. Roland thought that Neverwinter would soon be close to the beginning of industrialization. And as soon as industrialization begins, everything around will immediately begin to change radically. Carl entered the office with a paper in his hands and told His Majesty that Highway 67 had been built. The guy sitting at the table took the paper from him and said that in fact, he gained experience during the construction of the Royal Road, so now the construction was much faster. Carl replied that if he has no more new plans for road construction, Roland heard that he would like to use it to build residential buildings. Although labor costs will increase, housing is scarce in Neverwinter. Roland touched his chin with his fingers and replied that he understood what he was talking about. He presented identical 3-story buildings, saying that the city had at least tripled in size in the past year, not counting the agricultural land south of the Redwater River. The brunette unfolded a map in front of Carl and pointed his finger at the site, saying that the road work would not be stopped. He plans to build a railway. The man asked again, and the prince explained that it was a railway, in other words, rails. Raising his palm, he introduced the train, saying that it resembled the trolley system in the mines, but was built from steel. Carl looked at him and said that he understood, and then asked how many workers would be needed. Roland scratched his chin thoughtfully and replied that a lot of manpower would be required, since he wanted to create not a simple system, like in a mine, consisting of a steam engine, ropes and horses, and it will be intended not only for transporting coal. He imagined a big black train running on tracks and said that he planned to create a real train. Ground transportation, which will revolutionize ground transportation since its inception. The guy poked a pointer at a place on the map and said that as an experiment, build a railway connecting the North Slope Mountain and the pier. It will also be an excellent training base for early railroad workers. The route will go in the direction of Misty Forest from the second city wall. Carl was surprised to see how the prince showed 2 fingers and heard that 200 people needed to be sent to lay the railway track. Excitedly, the man tried to argue that then these rails would be attacked by demonic beasts. Roland responded that they were not interested in steel. Moreover, he does not intend to complete the work before the demonic months. He picked up a cup of tea, and then with a smile he said that as for next year, they will no longer hide behind this clay wall. Carl asked in surprise what he meant. Holding a cup in his hands, Roland explained to the thoughtful man whether it seemed to him that the residential area was becoming overcrowded. They plan to fight the demons, but it's hard to rely on a thin clay wall, so he suggests expanding the territory to the west. The resources are the same as in Greycastle. Roland placed his black-gloved hand on the map and said that if the Battle of Divine Will begins, the demons will install the 3rd obelisk in Tukilla, then outposts will be required at the foot of the impassable mountain range. Only when the impassable mountain range becomes their city wall can we talk about the safety of the kingdom. Roland stood up and said that these lands lacked rivers that connected to the interior lands. If resources were to be quickly transferred to the wild lands, then this could only be done with the help of railroads. Planning the future line of defense is a huge undertaking, but he believes they can handle it. Carl bowed in agreement. The guy took a step, saying that, besides this, he went to the window and, looking there, said that he was going to build a monument in Neverwinter. Carl asked again, monument, does he mean like a monument or a clock tower? The prince looked at it and said that perhaps it would be better to call it a landmark, but it would make an excellent residential building. Carl looked at him and asked in surprise what he meant. The guy explained that he plans to build an ordinary residential building on the southern bank of the Redwater River behind the industrial zone. He handed the man the paper, saying that here was his sketch. With his arms crossed, he said that this would be the biggest project he had ever taken part in. Carl looked at the plan in surprise, saying that there would be 15 floors in total, and each floor would be 3 meters high. The total height will exceed 50 meters. Carl exclaimed in surprise that this would be the Tower of Babel. With a wave of his hand, Roland replied that it would not be the Tower of Babel, it would be an ordinary multi-story residential building. Although in this era it can become a tourist attraction. Carl frowned at the plan, asking whether it was realistic to build such a tall building. The brunette answered with a chuckle not to worry about it. Placing his hand on the man's shoulder, he replied that this was far from the limit of possibilities for concrete. He would personally supervise this project. The sky was clear and the sun was shining on the beautiful building. The beige doors were closed. Scroll stood at the blackboard and told the students sitting at their desks that time was up. Everyone needed to put down their feathers. Evelyn touched her chin and exhaled. Stretching, she said that it was really difficult, but she caught up with the training course. She hopes the results will be better this time. Evelyn looked at the place, which was empty, and thought that of course Anna didn't come today. According to Wendy, she has already reached an unfathomable level. Evelyn delightedly imagined how exhausted she was reading a book, while Anna in an academician's cap looked incredibly cool with a book. The delighted witch thought that an ordinary person's head would go spinning if he saw the book she was reading. This was incredible. Suddenly, a crumpled piece of paper flew into the back of Evelyn's head. She turned around and saw Candlelight, then read the note that the answer was CDABA. Candlelight gave the girl a thumbs up, and Evelyn thought that she seemed to have done a good job this time too, and chuckled, wondering what about Nightingale. The blonde leaned on her hand, exhaling tiredly. Evelyn thought that everything seemed to be bad with her, but it was okay. She carries out His Majesty's instructions every day and is too busy. However, Nightingale is a battle witch, meaning she can stand shoulder to shoulder with Ash. Therefore, no matter what happens, she is worthy of admiration. Evelyn was startled when the blonde looked at her questioningly. The girl waved her hand with a smile. Then she turned away, embarrassed. Suddenly she looked to the side in surprise. A confused Maggie sat next to her, covering her head with a book, and said that it was too difficult. Evelyn smiled shyly. In the same building 3 days later, words were heard that they had done well. Scroll gave the piece of paper to a frightened Evelyn, saying that Her Royal Highness Tilly would be very happy to know about it. Let him continue in the same spirit. The brown-haired girl said that she will definitely continue to study hard. Looking at the result, she joyfully exclaimed that she scored 113 points on the test. Candlelight looked at her sheet and exclaimed that she was learning so quickly. Maggie appeared nearby in the form of a bird, holding her result in her beak, and joyfully said that she received 117 points for the test. The girls looked at her in shock. The bird flew up to them, and they asked how this was possible. The witches surrounded the smiling Maggie, who was holding the exam results in her hands, asking why she got a good score this time. Moon looked at her friend's sheet and asked how this was possible. Had Scroll made a mistake when giving the grades? Lily looked at her and asked why it couldn't be right away. There's no need to suspect others if she herself wrote poorly. Moon unhappily presented the girl's answer and said that she was sitting right in front of her. During the test, before handing in the papers, she noticed that she had dried meat and honey syrup drawn in the empty spaces. Lily approached her insidiously and asked if she was sure, to which the disgruntled witch replied that she swears by her magnetic power, to which the blonde replied that this was not at all convincing. Maggie watched in confusion as her friends quarreled. Moon tugged at her friend's sleeve, shouting that she was telling the truth, and offered to sort it out. Lily asked, "Look into it." They remembered the office with the study tables. Lily replied that she was not interested, but there was still a little strangeness, so she would ask Scroll when she returned. Moon almost smoked, saying that she needed to investigate immediately, and then winked at Evelyn, asking what she thought. The witch exclaimed that they should not drag her into this. The blue-haired girl leaned towards the witch in the headscarf and said thoughtfully that if they want to investigate, then what should they do? Teacher Scroll is not here right now, but she will be back in a few days. Lily threatened them with her finger and said that now that neither His Majesty nor Nightingale were there, she would not allow her to enter the office. Maggie looked at them in shock, while Moon, looking at Lily, said that she was not so stupid as to steal the test, she just needed to find the place where Scroll gave the grades. The blonde didn't understand what she was talking about. The blue-haired girl put her palms together and said with a sweet look just to call Summer. Evelyn, sitting at the table, said that she understood that the witch wanted Summer to create an illusion when grading Maggie. Moon happily stated that this was exactly the case. The girl said that this would answer their question. Maggie listened to them in surprise. Evelyn thought about it and said that Scroll usually checks the work at the town hall. Wouldn't that be a problem? Moon looked at her and asked what was so difficult about it. In Neverwinter, this is a place where anyone can come and go at will, so they can go there too. This is not His Majesty's office. Lily folded her arms and said that she should remind you that most people can only enter the lobby of the town hall, and the office of the Ministry of Education is on the second floor. Do they think the employees will allow it? The blue-haired girl paused thoughtfully. Candlelight put her finger to her mouth, telling the girls that she had an idea that would work. The blonde asked what the idea was, and the witch called out to follow her. In the town hall, people stood among the tables with documents in their hands. A surprised Nana stood next to the witches. The girls stood behind her. Moon whispered to the brown-haired girl that it turned out that she wanted Nana to show them off. While the blonde girl sweetly greeted the man from the town hall, Candlelight said, as she guessed, she, of course, knew that Nana was popular, but did not expect that she was so popular. They saw that the minister not only did not stop her, but also greeted her warmly. Moon replied that this was probably because the image of the little angel was well ingrained in people's hearts. They looked at the sign by the door and said they needed to get inside. The young witches entered and looked around. Lily said that this was the Ministry of Education. A friend replied that it seemed like nothing special. Maggie stood next to her friends and, raising her hands, said that it was not easy. Moon turned to Summer, clenching her fists, and decisively said that then they will quickly begin. The white-haired witch timidly looked at her and asked if everything would be okay. Employees can look here. The blue-haired woman raised her finger and said that the employees are ordinary people, and besides, Hummingbird is the Deputy Minister of Construction. If no one spills the beans, then don't worry. Besides, Scroll wouldn't mind if they stopped by to visit her office. There was a cough. Lily looked sternly at the girl and, clenching her fist, threatened that if there were no problems with Maggie's assessment, then she would tell Scroll everything. Moon replied that okay, if everything is fine, then she won't have to talk. She herself will apologize to the teacher. Summer timidly put her fingers together and said that she was starting. The witch exclaimed, "What's the matter?" The girl's legs were surrounded by a luminous force. She spread her arms and a bright light appeared around her. The girls saw the image of the older girl appear and exclaimed that what was appearing was Scroll. The ghostly teacher walked towards the table. The witches watched as she adjusted her glasses and looked at the test. On a piece of paper, among the answers, there was a drawing of meat. The girl said that this was Maggie's test. Moon looked at it and said that they could see that she wasn't lying. Lily leaned over and asked why Maggie's report card said 117 points. Evelyn took a closer look at the ghostly figure and called them to have a look. On the sheet near the teacher's fingers there was a red mark in the form of the inscription 17 with a long horizontal line. Lily and Moon, like demons, angrily leaned towards the frightened Maggie, asking how to understand this. Did she lie? The girl with a plaintive look stood next to her friends, holding a piece of paper in her hands where another short red line was visible, and said that she was not lying. They saw that the report card said 117. Maggie was not lying. The white-haired girl began to cry with a bird-like purr. Evelyn asked what's going on here. The girl pointed her finger at the ghostly figure of a man who appeared next to Scroll sitting at the table. The ghostly man approached the girl and said something in her ear. Moon asked what they were talking about. Candlelight replied that if you look closely at the articulation, it looks like Scroll, Barov and His Highness are looking for you. The blonde headed back to the door. The door slammed shut as the ghostly Scroll looked at it. A window opened in the room. The doors opened and the wind kicked up, throwing up the sheets of paper lying on the table. A draft blew on the witch. Not only the paper flew off the teacher's desk, but also the pen she was writing with. The feather flew past one of the report cards. With a gust of wind, it touched the paper and wrote another line. The ghostly Scroll was collecting sheets. Moon said that it turns out that a loosely closed window and an open door formed a draft, and a strong wind outside the window simply blew the feather away. Candlelight patted her friend on the head and said that Maggie was very lucky. White clouds floated over the witch's dormitory. Evelyn exhaled, thinking that suddenly the investigation had ended, and the result was very strange. Folding her arms across her chest, she remembered the pen and the report card with a smile and thought that by an amazing coincidence, although the report card and the pen were not related, an interesting coincidence had occurred at the decisive moment. She imagined the silhouette of a man and thought that not only the sheet and the feather, but also the draft, the assistant who entered and left, all this influenced this result. If any of these conditions disappeared, then nothing would happen. She pictured a glass of red wine and thought it was a lot like mixing alcohol. The girl's eyes widened when she realized that this was it. Evelyn ran down the corridor. She stood at the table, on which there was a glass of water, and cast a spell. She suddenly opened her green eyes. The girl squeezed a glass of liquid with her fingers, which began to change color due to gusts of magic. Evelyn took the glass in her hands and looked at it, thinking that this is it. She took a sip and thought that this mixture of fruit juice and milk or tea and honey, in general, it was a completely new taste and definitely not alcohol. Golden flashes of magic circled nearby. Outside the window a question was heard: has she evolved? The prince and Nightingale looked at the girl who had a gray haze swirling in her chest. The witch replied that it looked like a gray sphere, but the shape was not permanent. The blonde whispered to the prince that the amount of magical power was good, most likely between Agatha and Leaf. The brunette nodded, answering that he understood. Evelyn placed 3 vessels of different colors in front of the guy and said that she created these drinks using her power. Roland asked for drinks, to which the girl told him to try. There was a pink drink in the white cup. Roland took a sip and, licking his lips, thought it was crazy. This was simply amazing. The witch handed him the second cup. The brunette took a sip and thought that this was even better. He feels a warmth in his mouth that rushes down. His mouth is filled with the aroma of incense from different fruits that merge and intoxicate. He jumped up in delight, thinking that it looked like dragon flame. He should call it fire dragon wine. With shining eyes, Roland asked if this drink could be mass-produced. Evelyn shook her head and replied that she could not repeat the drinks. A new ability always creates a new taste. The prince asked in surprise. It cannot be repeated, but thought to himself that it is not surprising that Evelyn is not as happy as she could be. Looking at the gloomy girl, he thought that at first she believed that her winemaking skills were completely useless, and now they have developed, but are unstable. It will take time to change the thinking of the assistant witch. She looked at the guy, who said that it's okay if it can't be repeated. With a smile, Roland introduced the residents with glasses in their hands and told her to remember that excellent taste and uniqueness are more important. There will always be people who want to experience this. In addition, during the war, soldiers on the front line always do not mind drinking such drinks delivered from Neverwinter. It greatly improves the morale of the army. He presented many different glasses with colorful drinks and said that he would build a drink store for her so that she could show everyone her magical power and new ability. He is confident that everyone who tries them will be enchanted. The blushing girl saw the guy point his finger and say, as for the name, we should call it the Drink of Chaos. The embarrassed girl smiled contentedly and agreed. The sky above the castle was painted in the pink and orange colors of the sunset. Barov stood in front of the prince's table and, putting his hand to his chest, said that astrologers from the old capital arrived in Neverwinter 3 days ago. Including assistants, students, and their families, there are a total of 312 people. All 9 astrologers are housed in the diplomatic building, while the rest are temporarily housed in the residential building. Roland replied that it was good. He looked at the man and said that in the evening a welcome banquet would be held in the square. He would like everyone to know that another school had appeared in Neverwinter. The assistant agreed. The old man touched his beard with his fingers and asked the prince how was his trip to Longsong Fortress. Roland carefully looked at the sheets of paper and said that there were many problems. For example, in the town hall of the 2nd level of Longsong Fortress, there had been abusive office and bribery. Scroll found many fake financial documents. He pictured people in suits being taken away by guards and said that even among the officials transferred from the residential area, embezzlers had been caught. Barov asked in fear, are these his students? The brunette waved his hand, answering that even if these were his students, he would not blame him, let him not worry. The old man replied that he was very wise. He presented the silhouettes of officials and asked if they were local. Brunette replied that they were the 2nd group of graduates to be certified and hired into the town hall. Then they were all transferred to the Longsong area together. Not even a year had passed since then. He presented photographs of employees, some of whom had red lines across them, and said those who broke the law were dealt with harshly as a warning to others. Sitting at the table in his office, Roland said that all employees of the town hall should gather in the main hall of the castle tomorrow. He would personally carry out explanatory work about the need for discipline and responsibility. Barov bowed in agreement. As the old man headed towards the exit, Roland exhaled. Rubbing his chin with his fingers, he carefully looked at the documents, thinking that in connection with current events, the most necessary quality for local officials was the strict execution of his orders. Although corruption was inevitable, he expected it to appear in 10 years, not just a year. He imagined a man in a suit, engulfed in purple flames, and thought that the 2 embezzlers were commoners, which definitely indicates that, once in power, they are more willing to stray from the right path than the nobles. He imagined the witches and thought that he could use the abilities of Nightingale and Scroll to keep officials from corruption. But this will definitely show that witches are very important, and this in turn can lead to unrest. Roland turned to the window and looked at the sunset, thinking that this problem should be solved in advance. The brunette was sitting at the table when a man entered the room. A gray-haired man with long hair and a beard bowed and said that the Astrological Association welcomed him. Roland stood up to greet the guest. There were cups and a teapot on the table. He said that he had a lot to talk to him about. Dispersion Star asked, "Is this about the blood moon prophecy?" Roland poured tea into a cup. Handing the cup to the astrologer, he said that since he had mentioned him, he would start with him. The man thanked the prince for the tea. The prince imagined a moon covered in red haze and said that references to the blood moon appeared more than 1,000 years ago, when there was neither Greycastle nor Wimbledon. Dispersion Star waved his hand and protested that the record was only 450 years old, to which the brunette replied that the problem was not that there were no records, but that it was deliberately hidden. The prince's eye glowed red as he said that the blood moon was actually a signal to start a war with the demons. Dispersion Star asked in surprise, how did he know? The guy replied that the Witch Empire and the church. He introduced the girls in white suits and said that they founded 4 great kingdoms and Greycastle is no exception. He remembered the demons with skull masks and said that besides, he had already encountered demons to the west of the western region. They have their own culture and army and are also a real alien race. Dispersion Star asked in surprise, then what is with the smile of the deities? Roland looked at him and replied that no one knows, perhaps the answer will only be found after the end of the Battle of Divine Will. The old man lowered his gaze, thinking that, according to His Majesty, the blood moon was not at all a divine punishment on the Day of Judgment. This is very different from their past worldview, but the red moon is connected with the existence of Greycastle as well as the continuation of the Wimbledon family. Roland, being the king, cannot lie. In the reflection of the tea, he imagined the image of a witch with red eyes. He thought that if everything was so, then it was clear why His Majesty treated witches this way. Now that it is known that the power of witches does not come from demons, then they are not enemies of humanity. Dispersion Star looked at Roland, who was drinking tea, and thought that the rumors spread in the old capital about the innocence of witches were only a small part of the truth. His Majesty is very good at hiding information that could cause panic. This is undoubtedly correct and wise. Dispersion Star touched his chest with his hand and asked what he could do for His Majesty. Roland opened his desk drawer and said that this was the second issue he wanted to talk to him about, and it was even more important than the first. Roland handed the old man a book and told him to look at it. The astrologer looked in surprise at the cover of the book that the prince was holding in his hands. There were symbols on the brown cover, and the man read that it was analytical geometry. A representative of the Astrological Association carefully read the textbook and asked with alarm whether he was going to use arithmetic to describe the trajectory of an object, and then asked whether it was true that if the key parameters were known, it was possible to calculate the entire trajectory. Then he touched the book with the drawings and said that these were notes. Roland moved his hand to the side and said that this was a mathematical formula. He asked whether such a short mathematical formula could describe these figures. Afterwards, a man with a receding hairline presented many figures and thought that this was surprising because the figures are very different, but there is no mathematical description of them, and then asked whether all the figures in the world could really be described in the form of formulas. The hero looked at him, and he continued the thought and thought that this was really new knowledge. The protagonist wrote something down on a piece of paper. Half an hour later, the old man closed the book and exhaled heavily. The long-haired one calmly looked at his papers and asked him if he had finished, to which he answered in the affirmative, and the gray-haired one asked if there were many points that were incomprehensible. The gray-haired man looked at the notes with alarm and said that this was so, and all these symbols and expressions were not at all what they taught at court, and then said that he was curious because he could not understand the methods of calculation. The hero put a stack of papers into his desk and said that this was all due to the fact that he had not encountered spreadsheet calculations before. Afterwards, he picked up the book and said that if he wants to understand the analytical part, then he needs to start studying. The astrologer extended his hands to the book, bringing his eyebrows together, and hesitantly asked if he could take it with him, to which he said so. That of course this is so, and then said that not only he, but also all other participants and assistants of the association can study all this. Roland moved his hand to the side and told him to stop worrying about the blood moon and acquire new knowledge, and then the association could play its role in the war against the demons. Afterwards he imagined the starry sky and nature and said that this is only the first part and there are others, and there are those that describe not only the trajectory, but also the grass, trees, stars, and everything that he sees, and then added saying about that he hopes that by that time he will be ready. The old man confidently clenched his fist and spoke of his readiness, to which His Majesty said that there was nothing to worry about if it would be difficult for him or problems would arise. He smiled softly and told him not to be upset, because the hero was sure that in the end he would figure everything out. The residence stands under the night sky. The girl with red hair put Yorko on her lap and asked him if she could give him a shoulder massage, to which he agreed. She started massaging his shoulders, and he said that it was good. His face was flushed and drooling. He thought that 76 is not particularly beautiful, but in terms of facial features, she can be considered above average, but she cannot compare with witches, although her lips are simply lovely. Afterwards, the man imagined her face and beautiful pose and thought that she was not plump like most noble ladies and not skinny, unlike poor girls, and when her muscles were tense, she looked especially hot. But then a man in a cloak bursts into the room and loudly calls his master, and at that time he thinks that this is just paradise and bliss. Afterwards, the man with curlers looks at his subject with disgust. Afterwards, a little alarmedly, he asked if it was necessary to save another witch this time, and the gray-haired man looked away and remained meaningfully silent. And then he knitted his eyebrows. 76 put her hand to her chest and lowered her head, which put the blue-eyed man in an uncomfortable position. Then she left the room. The men sat down on two opposite sofas, and Yorko said that this was just a maid, and he was too suspicious, to which the man in the cloak said that the situation in the Kingdom of Dawn was turbulent, so they needed to be careful. The gentleman leaned back and, after asking again, self-confidently said that Denise was better in terms of influence, and her family was much more prominent than that of 76, and then asked why he shouldn't keep an eye on her. Hill, lowering his head, said that that person is a famous person, and everything is known about her, but there is no information about the one who was raised by black money. The aristocrat folded his hands and said displeasedly that he had found out something, and didn't know if he wanted to hear it, to which the gray-haired man first asked again, but then asked to tell him. Yorko imagined many maids and servants and said that in order to raise such a good escort, and even if we take for example her service skills or strong body, but in order to master this it is necessary to study for 10 years, and then asked about how old is she now. Hill brought his eyebrows together and said that she was somewhere around 21 or 22, and after a short pause said that she was at most 25. The aristocrat looked at him with his eyebrows raised and said that this means that everything fits together. Afterwards, he imagined a red-haired woman in a maid costume and said that before she started training she was 5 or 6 years old, and if she is not immortal, then it is definitely not in the interests of black money, and they don't care about it at all because what they do goes far beyond slave trading or protecting witches. Afterwards, the blonde man moved his hand to the side and nodded and said that witches do not need their protection at all. The gray-haired man put his hand under his jacket and told him that he was right, but then suggested that he look at it. Afterwards, the gray-eyed man handed over the letter, and Yorko asked again, taking it. Then he turned it around, humming a melody. The blue-eyed man looked carefully at the papers and his hand began to tremble. Afterwards, the aristocrat looked at the letter closer and thought about what it was. He brought the letter up and Hill asked whether this was an official diplomatic letter from His Majesty, and he said that Roland wants to prevent the King of the Kingdom of Dawn from continuing the persecution of witches. The gray-eyed man moved his hand to the side, and the man with the tail said that it was the capital of the kingdom, and not the western border of Greycastle, to which he responded by saying that apparently the witches were more important to the king than the alliance treaty. Yorko hung his head and asked what he should do next. His interlocutor said that he needed to do as His Majesty says, because this is his duty as an ambassador, and then said that if we talk about a pen's reaction, then he thinks that at most he will get angry and kick him out of the palace, and no other problems will arise. The blonde grabbed his head irritably and said that then other ties with the aristocrats would be severed and all the families of the City of Dawn would laugh at them and consider them crazy, and Roland would become the theme of the banquets. Afterwards, he raised his hands, introducing the long-haired one, and with irritation asked the hero about what is the use of all these unfounded threats, and then asked what it was all about. Hill looked at him with his eyebrows drawn together and asked if he really believed that His Majesty was bluffing. Yorko was dumbfounded and asked him what he meant and then hesitantly said that it was impossible. And the gray-eyed man said that the previous King Timothy thought so until the capital of the kingdom fell. Afterwards, he imagined the protagonist playing chess and said that as far as he remembers, Mick never acts rashly. The blonde ran his hand over the table and said that he was saying everything correctly. Afterwards, he sat down at the table, took a pen in his hands and said that he thought that he should hurry and meet with the King of the Kingdom of Dawn. After some time, the man with the tail stood on one knee in front of the king and addressed him. The gray-haired man sat on the throne and with a soft expression asked him to dispense with formalities, and said that he had heard that they had brought a letter from Roland. Yorko anxiously put his hand to his heart and said that it was so, and the hero congratulated him on his coronation and expressed hope for long-term friendship between the two countries. But he asked him if this was something new, had he prepared gifts. The ambassador spread his arms and said that he had prepared carts with gifts on the way, and the letter was delivered by a horse mail. He looked away and raised his hand to his chin, imagining the convoys, and said that he remembered that when the third king of Greycastle was crowned, his father sent a delegation of 200 people with 11 convoys of gifts, and he doesn't even know what there will be a return gift from Roland, and then he said that he was looking forward to it. The aristocrat was at a loss, and the king asked him if the protagonist had conveyed anything else, to which he tried to answer and thought about why this particular fact and why the letter did not only say congratulations. Yorko, standing on one knee, addressed to the king and said that he hoped that they would stop persecuting witches and begin to treat them like ordinary people, because otherwise, the gray-haired man's face changed and he frowned and asked what would happen otherwise. The man with the tail looked worriedly and said that then Greycastle would not turn a blind eye to such behavior, and the church was a good example of this. He immediately jumped up from the throne, moving his hand away, and asked if Roland really said this and ordered the letter to be submitted, after which one of the knights accepted the order. The young king snatched the letter from the blonde's hands. He immediately began to read the letter and asked if Greycastle really treated his allies this way, and then read the line that the witches were not guilty and therefore he should let them go. The gray-haired man hit him with his fist and said that this was nonsense. He threw the letter away from him and called to look at what these bad witches did to the Moya family, because they invaded the palace and killed the guards, and they even threatened him with the life of his father so that he would obey the church. There was an empty throne behind him, and he angrily said that if they had not poisoned his father, he would now be sitting in this place. The ambassador looked away and thought that if he had not died, he would not have ascended the throne now. Afterwards, he put his hands in front of him and anxiously asked His Highness to calm down and said that as far as he knew, ordinary witches and witches raised by the church cannot be compared, just like ordinary people. But he was interrupted. The king ordered him to be silent. Afterwards, the gray-haired man imagined a trio of witches and said loudly that they don't even imagine how terrible those who have demonic powers are, and even the divine stone cannot stop them, and then asked how one can control a society that does not obey no laws, and then added, saying that without witches the kingdom of the dawn would be better and he was responsible to his people. Afterwards, he looked aggressively at his servant and asked if he really decided to threaten his kingdom because of a bunch of witches, and then said that this was complete absurdity, and he would write a letter to the king of Greycastle, in which he would ask not to succumb to the temptation of the fallen. Afterwards, he imagined several rulers against the backdrop of the palace and said that Greycastle may be very powerful, but one should also not forget where he got this power, and then asked whether Roland could lead an army to the Kingdom of Dawn without support nobles. The gray-haired man looked down aggressively and said that if he violated the borders of the kingdom for such a reason, then not only would his people resist, but also the aristocrats would not support him, as they always did when they opposed the church. The ambassador lowered his eyes, and he ordered him to get out because he didn't want to see him. Yorko said that he is listening. The sun was shining over the mansion. Otto said that he heard that Roland threatened to pen because of the witches. The man with the tail leaned his head on his finger in irritation and said that this is so, and he just had it, and his position was adamant. And it seems that the good days are over, to which he said that this happened because of what the witches did to his father. Afterwards, he moved his hand to the side, alarming his interlocutor, and said that the new policy of their king was really too thoughtless, and his measures caused fear in everyone. To which the blue-eyed man said that in this case he should tell him about it. Otto lowered his head and knitted his eyebrows and said that he does not listen to anyone, and when it comes to witches, he becomes a different person. Yorko scratched his head in alarm, and he continued and said that at such moments it would be great if he were as calm as Roland. And he thought that apparently the hero's authority is so high that he forces the aristocrats of the neighboring country take his side. The red-eyed woman came into the room and loudly addressed the gentleman, and Otto said that in any case, he would try to talk to a pen again, but now he doesn't even talk to Earl, to which he thanked him. Red-eyed said with alarm that the witch had returned from the auction. A girl with dark long hair ran into the room and begged for help. Running up to the aristocrat, she loudly said that Annie and others were in danger and asked him to save them. Yorko looked away and thought with a faint grin that some kind of danger had come again. The girl was crying, and he extended his hand and invited her to first sit down and tell her about what happened, and she began to explain with tears in her eyes. They sat in front of him on the sofa, and she continued, saying that when she went out to bring food and then returned, she saw many soldiers. In her memory, the soldiers stood in front of the fence, and she said that their orphanage where they were hiding was discovered and a huge number of guards surrounded it, and the surrounding blocks were also blocked off. The dark-haired woman was frightened when she saw them then, and now she says that she saw one group of knights. One of the soldiers kicked the door, and she continued and said that they were looking for witches, combing street after street, and the rest were still there. Blue Eyes looked at her with concern and asked if there were other witches there besides her and Annie. The green-eyed one, without stopping crying, said that there was also a hero and a broken sword, and all three were now in an orphanage. And then she said that the hero had no legs, and therefore she could only move by leaning on the red-haired one's back, and if she was caught, then you can't escape. Afterwards, she began to cry more than ever, and the man with the tail looked at this and thought that even with one it was troublesome, but with four. The maid told her not to worry and then added, telling her that everything would be fine and Mr. Yorko should be away to deliver them safe and sound. The blue-eyed man was immediately dumbfounded and thought about where he would get the method, and then thought that if he had known earlier what services His Majesty Roland would need, he would not have gotten involved with him. Otto looked down and remained silent significantly. Then he took a step forward. Raising his head, the yellow-eyed man asked what would happen if he turned to Hill, to which he said that he did not know, and he never reported himself to him, and often he could not be found, and if they wanted to find him, they would have to wait for dinner. The Luoxi family member turned his face to the door, and said that then he would first go to Count Quinn, the former Prime Minister of the King and in charge of patrols, so that perhaps he could help them escape. Yorko asked if he was listening to him, to which the yellow-eyed one said that he did not know, but believed that it was worth a try. Afterwards, he lowered his head a little lower and asked him if he remembered the witch friend he had told him about. He introduced himself to Andrea and, calling her name, said that she was the daughter of a count. The sun was setting over the castle. The man with the tail walked around the room from side to side and thought that a lot of time had passed and wondered why they had not returned yet. Then he turned around and saw the red-haired girl. That table was above the dark-haired girl, and he thought about whether she had fallen asleep, and then thought that he was sorry to even look, and concluded that it was not easy for witches. Hill approached him and he asked to wait a little and asked if he had said that they were together, and the gray-haired one said that it was Yorko and the witches, excluding himself. Blue-eyed was alarmed, and he continued and said that in order not to interfere with His Majesty's plans, they should not lose contact with the Kingdom of Dawn, and the man with the tail said that he was just an ambassador. Hill looked at him menacingly and told him that precisely because he was an ambassador, he had to leave and asked to listen to him because it was not he who saved those 3 witches. Afterwards, he pulled his hand away from himself and the aristocrat asked him if he had bribed rats again, to which he said that this was so and he had been communicating with local rats from the very beginning, and although the price was not small, they always help in difficult times. Blue-eyed looked at him anxiously and asked if this was good and said that he would simply ask Denise to take them and pretend that nothing had happened, and he said that this was wrong. He imagined the hero on Annie's shoulders and the dark-haired woman standing with them and said that when he asked the rats to find them, the 3 were already surrounded. And this clearly indicates that the King of the Kingdom of Dawn has long known the hiding places witches and maybe one step ahead of them. Hill took his interlocutor by the shoulder and told him that this was so, it was too dangerous for them to stay in the city of Zarya and the safest option was to leave it as soon as possible. Blue-eyed lowered his head in alarm and asked what about him and said that if he was caught. But Gray-eyed lowered his head and said that he would be fine. Afterwards, he confidently looked at Yorko and told him that they can catch a person with only a first and last name, and he is a nameless person, then he hides in the darkness, for them he does not exist at all. A column of carts was moving along a country road. The sun was setting behind the mountains. Evening came and a man in a red jacket was preparing dinner. Something delicious was cooking in the pan. Yorko looked at the 2 assistants, and one of them said that they had set a simple trap, and now it would be safer, for which the blonde thanked them. But then he looked at them carefully and anxiously and thought that he had to admit that the man whom Hill advised was really good, and the blue-eyed one had not yet said anything, but everything had already been done. The man with the mark on his eye held out dinner for the aristocrat with a smile and offered him something to eat, and he thanked him. The man with the tail knitted his eyebrows and thought with alarm that it was now clear why the gray-eyed man insisted that they take these particular things for transportation, because there are a lot of so-called goods for trade, which will be enough for everyone during their journey, which may drag on for a month or 2. And then Annie looked at him and asked for forgiveness for her words and actions, and he tried to say something. The woman knitted her eyebrows and said that although it was true that he did not hand them over to the King of the Kingdom of Dawn, she still could not completely trust him. Afterwards, the red-haired one looked at the yellow-eyed one, and she asked her why she decided so, because he did not look like a bad person, and the aristocrat thought with alarm that everything was exactly like that. He then cleared his throat and said that he thought it was because Blue-eyed still doubted the honesty of the Greycastle Witches Association, which made her surprised and asked why he said honesty. The man with the ponytail smiled artificially and imagined a man surrounded by women intoxicated, and said that it is believed that there are influential nobles who keep several witches for entertainment. But Annie looked down and brought her eyebrows together and said that this just one of the reasons. Afterwards, she stood up and aggressively said that as long as the other side deceives, and whether it is Wolfheart or Greycastle, it is still a prison for the witch. The aristocrat looked at her with little alarm, and she said that it was natural that if it was confirmed that the association of witches in Greycastle was exactly what he was talking about, then she would apologize to everyone, but he remained significantly silent. The maid put her finger to her chin and with a gentle smile asked if they were all from the Wolfheart Kingdom, and then said that she had heard from Amy that they had known each other for a long time. Annie approached her and said that they were not from the same city, but she was right, and the red-eyed one said that that kingdom was captured by the church and they must have gone through a lot before they got to the Kingdom of Dawn. She then touched the severed legs and asked if she had lost her legs while escaping from the church. Afterwards, the girl looked at her pitifully, and the blue-eyed one said that they were cut off for her by the people she was protecting, and the maid immediately asked again. Afterwards, a militant woman in an open outfit introduced a blonde who was praying, and many hands reaching out to her and said that she stood up for Wolfheart at the most difficult moment. But the only thing she received from people was hatred, and then she said that she could tell this unpleasant story if she wanted to. Yorko was eating and, with one eye open, eavesdropped on their conversation, and the maid approached her interlocutor and, with her eyes open, said what she wanted to listen to. Annie imagined a city near the walls of which there were trebuchets and over which there were gray clouds, and said that a year ago, the army of the church attacked the city of Wolfheart, and they showered the city with a huge number of corpses infected with the demonic plague, and thus tried to weaken the resistance of the capital. Then she imagined a girl with amber eyes who used magic on a dog and said that time, thanks to her, the plague did not spread, and all because she could transmit the disease to another animal. The maid raised her hand and asked which animal, and she said that it could be passed on to mice, cats, dogs, cattle, and sheep, and of course including people. Afterwards, she introduced many people near a huge pit and said that people dug a huge pit in the slums and people infected with a demonic disease approached this place, and the hero transferred the disease to an animal, and then this animal was thrown into the abyss and burned. Afterwards, the red-haired girl imagined how people rejoiced at the sight of the little witch, and said that people gradually began to consider her the savior of the city of Wolfheart and began to call her that, and the fair-haired one saved many lives and even cured her and Amy. Afterwards, sorrow appeared on her face and she said that good times do not last forever, and the number of animals is limited. Annie imagined the slums with people and said that at the same time the church continued to spread the demonic disease, and even if the people from Wolfheart caught all the animals and burned them, it would still not be enough to cure all the sick. The maid put her arm around the hero's shoulders, and she continued and said that since the war did not end, the strong began to attack the weaker and many lost their humanity in order to take advantage of the hero's ability. 76 hugged her tighter and pressed her to her chest, told her that it was not her fault, and she began to cry. And Annie continued by saying that it was certainly not her fault, and it was people who did not give her the right to choose from the very beginning. Afterwards, she imagined many people in chains and fire and said that at first they began to throw prisoners into the pit. Afterwards, the red-haired girl imagined soldiers and other people and said that elderly, wounded soldiers and captured armies of judges were used. Afterwards, she imagined hero behind bars and said that she did not want to agree to their requests, and therefore the attitude towards her changed. The militant woman imagined how the executioner was swinging in a cage and said that the girl with amber eyes was put in prison and began to be threatened, but she still refused, and the jailer, whom she cured, cut off her legs. Then she imagined the blonde's bloody hand stretching across the floor and said that she had already worked so hard to heal them all and get rid of the disease, but her own voice of pain and despair was not heard. A picture of a cell on fire appeared before us, and she said that they ended up setting the cell on fire. The group sat around the fire in silence. The fire burned with a bright flame. The blue-eyed girl looked at him without looking away. Annie continued the story, saying that the jailer did not expect that the legless hero would be saved by a prisoner from the army of judges, and this prisoner was the one who was sitting in the same cell with the girl. Suddenly, Yorko opened his mouth in surprise, turning his gaze to the speaker and thinking about how a follower of the church was able to save the witch. But the woman continued the story, saying that the hero was rescued from prison, and with the help of these prisoners she was able to avoid being wanted by the church. After the end of the war, the surviving inquisitors of the army of judges provided the girl with items and clothing while her body lay lifeless on the bed. Later they had to say goodbye to the hero before returning to the city. Yorko looked at the narrator dumbfounded, not understanding how the girl was given the title of hero, but Annie continued, assuring that she was a hero. The heroine stood next to the blonde girl in the wheelchair, holding her by the shoulders and saying that no matter what they thought, those whom she healed, she saved tens of thousands of people in the city, and she also saved her life and Amy's life, so the girl deserves it ranks. Yorko lowered his gaze, putting his finger to his chin, thinking that in fact many witches are experiencing great hardships, which the guy did not think about, and if they treated him like that, he would not talk about trusting ordinary people, just would want to kill them all. Suddenly, the ambassador pointed his finger towards the hero and said that the girl had a chance to recover, and hearing this, all the girls opened their mouths in amazement. They immediately ran up to the blonde, surrounding him and shouting about how this could be done and whether he was telling the absolute truth. Yorko raised his finger up, scratched the back of his head and, thoughtfully, said that he was not sure about this, but Hill said that there were already more than 300 witches who lived in the city. But the man did not have time to finish. Standing up to defend the hero girl, the man waved his arms and shouted that among the abilities of these witches, there might be one that would regrow a lost limb or simply create a new one, because there must be a way. Annie turned questioningly to the ambassador, asking him how the king of the city was able to gather so many witches, but the blonde chuckled, answering that it was a long story. Remembering Roland, who was thinking about something, Yorko said that his old friend was a born king, so he saw all the tricks of the church. Introducing the king's main witches, namely Anna, Nightingale, Nana, and Wendy, the man said that the king not only issued a decree that witches in his domain could live like ordinary people, but also spread information about the innocence of witches throughout the kingdom, and over time many witches believed him and began to work for him, so the girls do not have to worry about their future. Standing in front of the girls and putting his hands on his hips, the ambassador assured that in that city there was a job for everyone, and the girls looked at the blonde with enthusiastic eyes, listening to his speeches. Suddenly one of the girls overtook Yorko, looking at him dumbfounded and asking what kind of work he was talking about, and the guy began to sweat, not expecting such an outburst of emotion from the heroine. He raised his finger up, fixed his gaze on the girl, and looking into her eyes, replied that it all depends on their abilities, thinking that he had never been to this city, but managed to say such a speech. Introducing different professions, the ambassador reported that, for example, those who have the ability to control fire can become excellent blacksmiths, and those who control the wind go to the mill and make the mill move, and so on. Thinking about the working witch and pointing his finger to the side, the man replied that His Majesty wants to establish a new capital in the western region, and this will require a lot of manpower, and even if the ability is useless, it can still work like ordinary people. Suddenly, the hero girl's shoulder was touched by the fingers of another, who noted that Yorko's words sounded very tempting. Annie looked at the man with her azure blue eyes, saying that a lie is always sweeter than the truth, and hearing this, the brunette looked back. The man raised his head up and, gesturing, replied that the heroine may not believe in it at all and not trust, but she should just trust her eyes when the time comes. The night moon and the dark sky, a carriage was driving along the road, and suddenly a voice was heard saying that now it was better for them to have dinner, go to bed early, and continue their journey tomorrow morning. It was a clear and sunny morning. The carts moved forward slowly. In one of them sat Yorko, looking into the distance and admiring the views of beautiful nature. After some time, they stepped into the kingdom of dawn, onto the ridge of the cold wind, and the mountains appeared before them. But suddenly the ambassador said with ecstasy that they had only one day left of their trip in a southern direction and they would arrive in the north of the city. Suddenly, a man in a white suit and a snow-white top hat rode up on his horse to the carriage where the gentleman was sitting, calling out to the person sitting in the carriage. Yorko was very frightened and shuddered when he saw a man in front of him, who reported that they had a problem, namely, someone was chasing them. Hearing this information, the ambassador stuck his head out of the carriage, looking around and wondering where the people were in this deserted place. A man in a white tailcoat and with a lens on his eye looked at the blonde, saying that behind them there are knights who are 7 or 8 miles away from them, so they are not visible, and also the knights have great speed, but the ambassador's carriages move slower, therefore, if this continues, sooner or later they will catch up with them. Several carts continued to move gradually, while Yorko wondered what to do in such a situation. Looking around the trees and clearings, the servant suddenly said that they would have to leave the carts and go on foot, because nearby there was a dense forest where the horses could not pass, and this would reduce the speed of movement of the knights and equalize their speed, but as soon as they were caught, they would not have time to new choice on how to die. Beads of sweat appeared on the ambassador's face, and he became alarmed when he heard the words that they would have to sacrifice someone. The ambassador hung his head, trying to find a solution to the problem that was about to overtake them, when suddenly a voice was heard behind him. Phyllis, who was sitting next to him, smiled, saying that she would do it, and the man looked back at the girl in alarm. Yorko, who got out of the carriage, sighed heavily, folded his hands to his chest and rolled his eyes, began to think about what would happen to the girl. Suddenly one of the people approached the ambassador, holding a small bag on his back and informing the confused gentleman that it was time for them to leave, because if the enemy noticed them, then all their efforts would go to waste. The blonde looked at the man with his blue eyes, anxiously asking if the witches were okay, and he told the guy not to worry because they would be among the first to follow the clown. Phyllis looked at the ambassador, who was negotiating with the man accompanying him, to say a few words to the witch, and the man with a sack on his shoulder gave his consent. Yorko approached the girl, nervously looking at her and asking if everything was okay, and the witch, opening her mouth, said that everything was fine, because she had 5 whole years of combat training and dark money, and besides, she runs fast, so the blonde may not worry too much about her. Opening her mouth and looking into the eyes of the gentleman, the heroine asked him if he hadn't said that there was a village ahead, so when she got there by carriage, the witch would mix with other villagers and the knights would not find her. Pointing her finger at the dejected and sad Yorko, the witch said that after everything had settled down, she would meet him in the border town, so the man would have to wait for her there, and hearing this, the hero silently looked at the girl. Looking at the tops of the visible houses, the ambassador thought about the girl's words, realizing that he would just have to wait, and besides that, the magician told him that the village was 30 miles from this place, and it would be almost impossible for anyone who remained to reach it before the nights. A man in a white suit standing by the cart looked around nervously and suddenly, looking at the ambassador, said that when the carts were connected together, the speed of movement would sharply decrease, so the situation would be very dangerous. Imagining Philly's dying, lying in a pool of his own blood, Yorko thought that if they were truly the ones the magician feared, then the knights sent by the Dawn King would not spare the witch if they caught her. Putting his finger to his chin, the ambassador seriously thought that in reality, if the carts were stopped by the knights from the capital, then the man here was the only one who could most likely survive, and in the worst case, a pen would demand a huge ransom from Roland, but I wouldn't send him to the guillotine. Phyllis looked at the guy with her gentle and kind eyes, saying that this was her personal choice and it had nothing to do with dark money, although her leader always told them that they had to die for dark money. But the girl never liked it at all. Suddenly, the heroine took the ambassador's hand, saying that she was thinking about staying in the dungeon, pleasing clients until she grew old, never seeing the light of day. Yorko looked at the witch with his mouth open, listening to her anxiously talking about how they took her from there and let her feel this huge world, so she doesn't regret anything, and after that the blonde quietly whispered her name. Phyllis turned around and headed in the opposite direction, waving at the puzzled man and telling him that it was time for him to escape into the forest, otherwise it would be too late. Suddenly the witch turned around and looked at the ambassador with her tender gaze, thanking the master, because without him, people from Dark Money could have killed her. Waving her hand to Yorko one last time, the heroine said that if everything worked out well, they would see each other again in the border town, and the blonde stared at the leaving girl, his mouth open in amazement and not understanding what to do. The witch sat down at the reins, reining in the horses, and cast her last loving glance at the hero. The ambassador looked after the departing cart and sighed heavily, trying to come to terms with everything that had happened. The escort, standing behind the gentleman and holding the bag, again reminded him that it was time to move out, and casting an indifferent glance at him, Yorko replied that they would now move out. The cart, led by Phyllis, arrived at the village in the late afternoon, and the last bright rays of the sun illuminated the girl and her horses. The witch got off the cart, standing next to the horses and stroking their mane. She thought that her pursuers should appear soon. At that same second, many soldiers began to be seen and approached the carriage, and the clatter of their furious horses could be heard from afar. The sweat disappeared from the heroine's face and she looked piercingly at the knights, pumping to count them. At this time, the messengers of the King of the Dawn were approaching and surrounding the cart, and the witch counted only 35 knights. One of them, sitting on a horse, suddenly commanded, shouting in a loud voice, for the knights to search more carefully, and suddenly someone shouted loudly. Gradually, the cart was surrounded by the king's envoys, who looked at everything from head to toe without getting off their horses. One of them looked at the girl pressed against the wall of the carriage, who was looking at the knights with fear, and the man said that he had found only her. The leader, who was sitting on horseback, turned to his servant, saying that, most likely, the ambassador from a suburban city was also sending spies, and at that very time he was informed that there was no one in the cart, and after that the man ordered another to they returned back and checked the tracks on both sides of the road. Since they left the cart and disappeared, they must have left tracks. Looking at Phyllis, who was looking around like an animal, the servant asked the leader what they should do with this woman. The man looked towards the knight, coldly and indifferently informing her that they would first cut off her arms and legs, then torture her, but since she dared to stay, they were unlikely to achieve anything from her. Suddenly the witch stood in front of the knights sitting on horseback and informed them that the ambassador and his retinue had fled into the forest and were very close. But there was one but. The leader's servant drove up to the girl, wanting to hear this, but the heroine began to look piercingly at him. Suddenly her gaze became more predatory and bestial, and the heroine opened her mouth slightly. In a matter of seconds, she rushed at the knight, who opened his mouth in amazement, not understanding what to do. And at that very second, Phyllis grabbed his face with her claws, tearing his skin and clinging to his eyes. The witch knocked the knight down, sitting astride him and not letting go of his face from her tenacious hands, saying that people like him would never be able to pursue witches again. Feeling the woman's strong hands on his neck, the knight realized that the heroine was a witch. She put the guy in a chokehold, continuing to rub his face with her hands and sighing heavily. The witch looked with her eyes at her rivals. At that same second, the guy's neck broke, blood sprayed from his mouth, and he began to die. Sitting with her prisoner on the ground, who was already dead, Phyllis saw many swords being pointed in her direction, and the leader suddenly ordered that she be finished off. The heroine looked back and excitement and determination flashed in her gaze. With one swing of her hand, she knocked down one of the knights, who landed on top of the others, screaming loudly. The witch bent down to the ground to take the weapon, and the leader at that time looked horrifyingly at the girl who was ready to finish him off. The woman grabbed the sword, swinging it as her opponent screamed in fear. Phyllis fixed her inquisitive gaze on one of them and rushed towards him with a sword. Her weapon, with frantic force, began to break the enemy's armor, piercing straight into his heart, and at this time the knight screamed loudly. A stream of scarlet blood sprayed from his chest. The young man's body spewed only blood, and his eyes were bulging. The witch overpowered the man in a matter of seconds, stabbing him with her sharp sword. The knight tried to resist, trying to pull the sword out of his chest, but the witch's strength and his strength were unequal. The man screamed loudly, drawing a weapon from his chest, and his face became covered with sweat. Phyllis looked at him questioningly and suddenly thought seriously, letting out a heavy sigh. She kicked the knight with all her might and he flew back at the speed of light, falling on his back. The ground beneath him cracked, forming huge cracks, and at that time his rival was holding a weapon and looking at him with a predatory gaze. Holding a bloody sword in his hands, the man turned to the other knights sent by the king so that they would not stand still, but kill the girl. At the same second, the girl threw her weapon with one movement of her hand, looking sternly at her opponent. The witch rushed towards the knight as fast as she could, wanting to kill him. The heroine rushed at him, clinging to his face, causing the man to scream loudly, not expecting such a strong attack from the fragile girl. After that, the woman grabbed the shoulder of the knight standing next to her, causing the man's teeth to grind. Phyllis knocked the knights to the ground, digging her claws into their faces, preventing them from seeing anything. The heroine's face was splattered with blood and she, wiping herself off from someone else's blood, looked with her innocent but determined gaze at the approaching warriors. The knights jumped up, looking dumbfounded as she dealt with their brothers, and suddenly they shouted that the girl was a monster. The leader at this time, holding his sword in the air and looking at the girl standing in front of them, decided to rush into the attack. With loud screams and waving his sword, he rushed at the killer of his knights. A whistle and a quick blow were heard above the girl, like a bullet, but Phyllis dodged and decided to grab the offender with her hand. The heroine knocked his horse to the ground, holding his powerful legs, while the warrior fell to the ground. He landed on the ground with loud screams after a strong blow and blood sprayed from his chest. The man fell flat on the ground, splashed with his own blood and making his last sounds. He died, and suddenly the screams of the remaining soldiers were heard, shouting that everyone was dead. At that very second they rushed on their horses into the scattered debris, shouting to all the survivors that they were leaving and retreating. Suddenly, a quiet voice was heard behind one of the men and the knight smoothly turned around. Behind him stood a witch, looking piercingly at him with her bright red eyes and saying that the warrior could not escape from her. The sunset gave way to a dark, deep night, and the last cries of the man were heard. Phyllis dealt with the soldiers, and pulling them back, she became very tired and got dirty in their blood. After throwing leaves at their bodies, the witch realized that this was all she could do. She clapped her hands, looking at the huge pile of leaves at the bottom of which there were corpses, and the heroine thought that sooner or later they would be found, but at the moment the witches had already entered the territory of the border town. Opening the cart door, the woman thought that everything was going according to plan. Looking under a couple of mattresses on the seats, Vedia felt something there. After that, she pulled out a ring that glowed brightly in the dark, and Phyllis sighed with relief, realizing that it was in place. Putting the ring on her finger and looking at it, the girl thought that now all she had to do was get to the nearest village, hire a coachman, and arrive at the border town. The woman sat down at the reins, thinking that they most likely would not stay at the border, but only for now. The final destination would be a border city in the western region, which means the girl would have a chance to meet the witches again. Suddenly, the heroine raised her innocent gaze to the sky and, looking up, involuntarily grinned. She turned her attention to the sky, realizing that the only thing that had not changed in 400 years was the starry night sky, and sitting down behind her cart, she hit the horses, ordering them to move on. Suddenly, the girl sighed heavily, closing her eyes and being surrounded by pink fog. She found herself in a strange place, and looking at her hands, she sighed, her mouth parted. Suddenly, a voice that came from formless matter, located near the girl, asked her about what it was like for her to feel like a woman again and whether the girl felt like herself again. Grasping her head with her hands and smiling, the heroine said that compared to the last time, she had become much smaller, and her voice suddenly uttered, saying that a body that was too strong would not be suitable for pleasing people. The formless matter seemed to look at the witch, noting that the girl was quite attractive, and besides, there were quite a few women in the army of the divine carves, so Phyllis should not be picky. Looking at her thin gloved fingers and her mouth parted, the witch stated that she would have to train her body again and would take time to learn basic abilities, ranging from sewing to wielding a sword. The matter suddenly touched the girl's forehead, telling her that there was nothing wrong with it, but the only thing they lacked was time. A formless monster, surrounded by some kind of lightning, asked why they should obey ordinary people. Couldn't they just bring witches here to find out their talents? The creature changed its physique, continuing to say that the witch slept for a long time and stopped thinking, and now everything is not the same as it was 400 years ago, because catching 1 or 2 witches is still normal. But the woman is going to bring hundreds of such witches to the mountains, and he doesn't want the younger generation to think of him as a monster. Introducing Roland and other minions, the creature said that fillies should listen to him, because now that mere mortals have taken over the outside world, sooner or later they will have to have children with them, because it was exactly the same with the Land of Dawn during the first battle of the Divine Will. The matter changed, asking the witch what she thought about this. The girl stood surrounded by the tentacles of the creature and silently looked at him, not knowing what to answer. Suddenly she touched her lips, saying that she didn't care as long as the tequila name was restored. Suddenly the girl extended her hands forward, smiling and telling the creature not to worry, because she would find the chosen one, which would activate the instrument of divine retribution. The monster, surrounded by lightning, grinned, saying that he would wait for news from the girl on this matter. The witch touched the steering wheel, resolutely looking in front of her and thinking that this was her only goal, and if the chosen one was found during this journey, the demons would be destroyed. Continuing to race on her cart and emerging from these thoughts, the heroine tuned into her goal, realizing that if everything went according to plan, then a golden time would come for the witches. 3 days later, residence of the Duke of Kent. Calvin sat at the table, closing his eyes and waving his hand, saying that it was good that Yorko had reached the castle safe and sound. The blonde was sitting and drinking tea at this time, listening to the Duke say that as soon as the man left the Kingdom of Dawn, His Majesty Roland received a report from Hill. Suddenly the man raised 2 fingers up, saying that the king, having received this message, sent 2 whole secret letters. Sitting opposite the ambassador, the Duke reported that one of them ordered the division of the First Army, stationed in the city of the Deep Valley, to split into 2 parts and go to the Kingdom of Dawn to 4 border crossings to cover the retreat of diplomatic personnel. Suddenly Calvin sighed, reporting that another letter informed the Count of the Northern region to put the region on alert. Yorko, holding the bun in his hands, opened his mouth in amazement at this news. Taking a bite and thinking about Roland, the man realized that Hill was right when he said that His Majesty does not throw words to the wind. Standing with a mug of tea by the window, the ambassador thought that he must inform the king that they were safe. Suddenly the man became thoughtful, imagining Phyllis, who stood shyly opposite him and thanked the ambassador for everything. Her silhouette slowly dissipated in the window, like a warm memory, and Yorko was thinking about what happened to the witch when suddenly he gasped. The faces of both gentlemen changed when a listener ran into the room, reporting that the woman had finally returned. The ambassador stood up and followed the man, who showed him the right path with his hand, saying that the girl was in the carriage. The man ran out into the street and saw a cart in the castle courtyard. Without hesitation, he ran up and opened the door, saw Phyllis, a perpugavgist. He said her name many times. The girl was sitting in the cart, with a bloody neck and a wound in the arm. Tears appeared in the ambassador's eyes and he looked at the girl with puppy dog eyes. Crying and rushing to the witch, he was glad that she had returned. Voices came from the carriage. Yorko sat opposite the girl, alarmedly noting that she was suffering greatly all the time, but the heroine brushed it off. She looked at the ambassador with rapture, saying that if not for these wounds on her body, she would not have been able to escape from the knights, and suddenly the man gasped. The scratched witch lowered her gaze, telling the story that the sun had almost set when the knights from the city overtook her. Imagining their powerful horses, the heroine talked about holding them as long as possible. She unfastened the reins of the horses, directing them in the opposite direction, and thereby stopping the horses gaining speed, and at the same time the witch headed towards the mountain range, thereby hiding from persecution. The girl imagined herself on a ridge, saying that she could not go far because a mountain stream blocked her path. Lowering her gaze to the floor, Phyllis sighed. She said that she jumped off the cliff because she had no other choice. Looking at the man, the heroine stated that the knights probably thought she was dead and stopped pursuing her. Suddenly the ambassador's hand trembled and he reached out to the girl, saying that she had suffered very much. Touching the heroine's head, the blonde stated that she would have a couple of days to rest, and then they would hit the road again. In the kingdom of Roland, words of gratitude to the man were heard. After this, many cannons began to fire. Opposite the king stood Margaret, who bowed to His Majesty, saying that she was an ordinary merchant and there was no need to organize a celebration, but the guy waved it off, looking at the girl. Smiling and looking at the girl, the hero said that without her help the region would not have become what it is today, and this city does not betray its friends. Margaret, gesticulating and closing her eyes, said that it was a great honor for her to be her friend. But this time, in addition to the contract for the supply of perfume, which had already been signed, the heroine stopped. With a sigh and a thumbs up, she announced that she would also offer the king new trading activities. Pointing her hand at the gentleman who appeared, who bowed to Roland, the girl declared that they were the richest merchants in all the fjords and they were interested in the king's campaigns. The man grinned, looking at the guys and saying that he would be glad if Margaret introduced him to them later. The reception hall, where everyone who was now present on the street during the conversation sat. The king suddenly turned to the merchants, saying that the girl had told him that the gentleman wanted to buy steam engines. One of the merchants grinned, saying that he wanted to buy not only steam engines, but that they would also like to have the same steamship that the Rem sold on the bay half a month ago. Another merchant intervened, giving a thumbs up and saying that he had heard that the fee for the upgrade that the man was selling earlier was 1,800 gold royals, and the king agreed to this. Another merchant turned his gaze to Roland, saying that Sunset Island was willing to add another 200 gold royals and order 5 ships for rebuilding at a cost of 2,000 gold royals, and the Chamber of Commerce was willing to pay half the amount as an advance. The sweat disappeared from the king's face, and, straightening his hair, he stated that it would take 2 or 3 months to remake one wheel passage, and about a year for all 5, and if the merchants were satisfied with this, then Barov, as the head, would sign the agreement. But suddenly the merchant closed his eyes, saying that there was no problem with this, but the island had a small request to the king. Roland looked at merchants who reported that they would like to hire craftsmen from the fjords to refit ships. The merchant raised his finger up and, presenting a large building, said that this was exactly the same as with the steam engine plant for Crescent Bay, because they would provide them with a group of craftsmen and the ships that they would build would receive priority for delivery to the island, and after 10 years, they will be free to stay or leave. Roland drank wine, while the merchant was talking about how one of them wanted to order 5 sailing ships, and the king himself was thinking that this would be a big deal for 10 years, where every year an order for 10 would be secured. Thousands of royals, and traders will receive full information about the conversion method in 10 years. The man tapped his finger on the table, saying that there would be no problems, but some changes needed to be made, namely, replacing the 10-year term with a 5-year one. One of the merchants opened his mouth as he listened to the king say that if these cities were willing to leave their artisans in the region, he would give them a 20% discount. Everyone was dumbfounded. They turned on each other, saying that it was possible to leave the artisans in the western region, but it would not be so easy to train them, it would require additional costs. One of the merchants looked at the king worriedly, asking permission if he could give an answer later, and Roland agreed. Suddenly Sir Gammon appeared in front of the king, and the man was surprised to see him, and realizing that he had not come about the steamships. Raising a glass of wine to his mouth, he replied that they had also arrived for a ship, but not for a wooden one. Roland looked at the man dumbfounded. In his memories, his iron steamer appeared, and the man reported that Crescent Bay needed an indestructible ship that could break through the storm. Margaret was taken aback, not understanding what was happening. She put her hand to her chest, telling the king that she had not told anyone about this, but Roland already knew it. Looking at the man with an inquisitive gaze, the king asked him where they got such information from. Sir looked at the king with a calm gaze. Nick imagines a large unfinished ship in a closed room, near which there are several workers. He thinks that although the construction of a steel ship is not a secret, but it has only just laid the foundation, and all construction takes place in a closed shipyard of a shallow port, besides the workers were selected from the locals. Roland held his chin, nodding, saying to himself that if one of the locals communicates with someone on the fjord, then this should be kept in mind for the future. The man with the beard pointed his finger at the king, smiling and saying that Sir Thunder was going on a new expedition, more grandiose than ever, and this was already a significant event on the fjord. He introduces a blonde man with a ponytail, behind whom a large ship sails on the sea, saying that there are several outstanding captains in Crescent Bay, and they are often hired to join his crew. And information about this amazing steel ship was received from a guy with blonde hair, then saying that in order to allay other people's fears about going west of the Shadow Islands, he had to show its reliability. Another guy was sitting at the dinner table. The king asked the man in green how many people knew about this, and he answered by saying that not so much, and if the famous captain had not previously received huge help from the trade chambers of the Crescent Bay, then Sir Thunder would not have uttered a word, to which the dark-haired one said that he understood. Roland looked at the men seriously and said that such a ship was extremely difficult to build, and it was impossible to build a second one in such a short time, so he could not fulfill their request. The guy in the purple jacket put his hand on his chest and said that they understood him, and they only hoped that when he completed the deal with the blonde, he would sell them a second steel ship. He smiled, closed his eyes and added, saying that for this, the Crescent Bay Chamber of Commerce is ready to make an advance payment of 10%, and the remaining 40% will be transferred immediately after the start of construction. The hero was slightly confused. He touched his scythe, thinking that they didn't even ask about the price, but were already talking about prepayment, and he admires the spirit of adventurism of the inhabitants of the fjord. He raised his eyebrows and smugly told the men that the city of Neverwinter was grateful for their trust in them. However, the city also needed steel ships, and more than one, and it could take 2 or 3 years before the shipyards were free. 3 people were sitting at a long table filled with food. The king winked at them and asked if they had thought about sending craftsmen to participate in the construction, signing a new 5 or 10-year contract, because this could significantly speed up the construction process and later they would be able to obtain the appropriate technology. The guy in purple nodded, and the man with a beard waved it off, saying that they had no intention of building a ship, and if it really was as Sir Thunder described it, then Roland could become the most important partner of all the fjords, and asked about how can they dare ask him for such technology. The dark-haired man smiled confidently, raising a glass of red liquid to his lips. He lowered his glass, nodding, and said that he was not joking. They opened their mouths in surprise, asking the king again. The man in green extended his hand to the nodding guy, when an unknown blonde stood to the side of them. He almost shouted, asking if he meant that he was ready to reveal the technology to the Crescent Bay Chamber of Commerce, and he responded by saying that I understood everything correctly. Nick raised his finger up and said that if they can provide a sufficient number of craftsmen, but not only blacksmiths and carpenters, but also apprentices, approximately 2,000, and if there are not enough craftsmen, then literate civilians can be sent, and workers will have to be provided for 5 years. The older man scratched his head in confusion, saying that he didn't even know what the dark-haired man was thinking about, and asked him if this wasn't his best technology. He said that this is not the case, and the steel ship that he is building for the blonde is the latest technology that Neverwinter has to offer. Roland beamed with self-confidence, folded his hands, and the man with a beard wanted to know something from him, but closed his eyes, lowered his head, and said that he still didn't want to know. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming that no more words were needed, because the Crescent Bay Chamber of Commerce was ready to make a deal. The king raised his glass of wine upward, rejoicing at the deal and saying to drink to the bottom. However, the men did not understand this gesture, and the bearded man asked what was happening. The hero winked, rising from his seat under the gaze of surprised faces, and said that it was a new etiquette from the royal capital to drink a glass of wine in one gulp during the holiday, and the man from the Chamber of Commerce asked if this was true. Several people touched their glasses, telling them to drink to the bottom. There is a cup of hot tea on the dining table. A blonde and a brunette sat in front of MC. The first of them turned to Roland, saying that they had heard that in addition to ships, he sells a lot of perfume, and that they were interested. However, he interrupted them. He pointed his hand at the blonde, a blush appeared on her cheeks, and the dark-haired one said that Madame Margaret signed a contract with him for the supply of perfume 6 months ago, and she is responsible for all the perfume that will be sold on the Fjord Islands after the opening of the shallow port. The man turned his gaze to the girl, exhaling in annoyance, and the king raised his glass to himself and said that if he wanted to buy perfume, then he should turn to the girl and not to him. Afterwards, both turned their gaze to the Reborn, and he said that Neverwinter also offers a completely new product that might interest the blonde, and he asked again, interested in what the new product was. A tray was brought into the room. On the tray were 3 glass vessels with yellow, blue, and green liquids. Margaret sat in front of the blue liquid and asked Roland if it was a new fruit wine, and the man next to her said that if it was just a fruit wine, it would not sell as well as perfume. An elderly man in a green jacket with fire in his eyes reached for the yellow vessel, saying that they should not say this without knowing the contents of the bottle, and this uniquely shaped bottle alone was worth several golden royals. The blonde confidently agreed with him, and the guy in purple asked if this was a new product from the alchemical workshop of the royal city, and continued by saying that he had never seen such large crystal bottles before. The bearded man nodded and asked the dark-haired man how much these handmade products cost. The same one put his hand on his chest and answered them, saying that it is not the appearance that is important, but the drink inside. All 4 men sitting at the table froze in surprise, looking at the guy, and the man with the tail asked about the drink. The hero raised his hand to his face and smiled. He then stood up, holding out his hand to the vessels, and said that this drink is called the Drink of Chaos, and just like its name, it is chaotic and unpredictable, and each bottle is unique, and besides, each sip is unique taste. He pours the green drink into a glass goblet, saying that he's sure they've never tried anything like it. Roland confidently holds the glass forward, saying that if they don't believe him, then let them try and see for themselves. One of the men pressed a drink with blue liquid to his lips. A moment later, their faces turned red, and they began to flutter from the divine taste. Sitting at the table with glasses in their hands, they began to bombard the king with questions about who prepared it, and exclaimed that all fruit wines taste like something special. Looking at the glass with green liquid, the man enthusiastically said that this apple juice bubbles so much as if it were breathing. The blonde asked in surprise if it was really an apple, saying that it couldn't be as sweet as honey. Roland covered his mouth with his hand and laughed when one of the men turned to him with round eyes, praising the wine and asking what was in it. The guy replied that dry ice is added to it, and the drink itself is carbonated. The man stuck out his index finger as the brunette put his chin on his hands and asked if this product would be in demand if sales were started. He gave a resounding yes, saying that the popularity of the 3 might vary a little depending on individual tastes, but they were all great wines. The man with the goatee furrowed his eyebrows and waved his hand, clenching the other into a fist. He stammered and shouted that after this, the best fruit wine from the Kingdom of Dawn would be left behind. He looked at the king as he placed his hands on the table, noting his honesty. The man said that he did not dare to deceive his majesty, just as he did not want to deceive his own tongue. With a puzzled look, he touched his chin with his hand, imagining in his head a vial of blue liquid. He said there was just one thing he didn't understand, and then asked why Roland gave it such a fancy name, turning his gaze to the tray on which stood a glass of a heavenly colored drink. He said that it, for example, could be called Deep Blue, and if it was sold in the summer, it would be very popular. A dark-haired guy joined him, imagining a bottle of green liquid among the depths of the sea. He said that this tart-tasting drink could be called Romana. He noted that when you drink it, it seems as if many Malaks are hatching from the eggs and begin to pinch your tongue until it goes numb. Margaret smiled widely, holding a glass of red wine. She said that she also believes that the word chaos, although it sounds original, does not emphasize uniqueness, and if they had their own names, they would sell better. The men looked at the king puzzled when he said that, as he had previously said, every sip of these drinks is a unique pleasure, and these 3 bottles are all they have. A guy with brown hair and a red jacket with surprised eyes asked loudly, does he mean that they can no longer be made? The nutmen's faces darkened as Roland confirmed, noting that was why he called them chaos. He said that regardless of the taste, there will always be a single copy, and the last glass needs careful handling. The king, with a slight smile on his face, spread his hands to the sides and said that although he could not tell about the creation, the final taste would always be different. He noted that if they have one thing in common, it's that they're delicious. The bearded man smiled widely and placed his hand on his chest, asking His Majesty to allow him to provide his products. He said that the Crescent Bay fleet sails along all the coasts of the 4 kingdoms, and only they can bring good profits. He turned to the guy in the red suit as he waved his hand and asked, wasn't the main point of the Crescent Moon Sea trading bay the Kingdom of Dawn? He asked when the trade route to the Kingdom of Eternal Winter was opened. The man perked up in confusion as the couple pointed a finger at him and indignantly said that most of the merchant ships heading to Wolfheart and the Kingdom of Eternal Winter come from Sunset Island. He added that he was deceiving His Majesty. A spark of hatred ran between the 2 merchants, and Roland smilingly proposed the creation of a joint chamber of commerce. The 2 men jumped up from their seats and looked at the king with puzzled faces, asking again. The guy confirmed his words. He imagined a map in his head, in the center of which he was himself, and arrows for merchants stretched in different directions. Roland said that the Chamber of Commerce will avoid price wars that arise from unfair competition, and participants can sit down together and agree on their areas of influence. The brunette presented a wooden table with goods that people would approach. He noted that they all have long-established trade routes and familiar cities. He then introduced a small trading post, saying that this would allow them to divide the area according to their strengths so that they could sell the goods quickly without competing with each other. Market smiled and pointed his finger, saying that the final income will be divided according to the share of the contract so that the participants will not be offended. Standing to the side next to the guy, a man with a goatee waved his hand, asking how His Majesty was going to divide the territory. Sitting next to the blonde, a guy in a red suit said that there is a huge difference in the cost of transporting drinks to the Kingdom of Eternal Winter and selling them on the fjords. Roland stood up and slammed his hand on the table, saying that transportation costs should also be taken into account, and in addition, labor costs, selling prices of goods, and the volume of production would be taken into account. He added that this would satisfy all parties involved. Margaret raised her palm with a smile and pressed her thumb, saying that she was in business. The blonde next to him also raised his hand, and the guy in the red suit agreed to try. The man with the guy on the other side also raised his palm, saying that they were in on it too. The king closed his eyes and straightened the scarf on his chest, noting that cooperation is always better than acting alone. They all put their hands on each other's as the guy said that if they worked together, it would be a win-win for all of them. The sun broke through the dark clouds, illuminating the castle. Camille sat on her knees in front of a small table, placing a stack of documents on it. She said she had made a preliminary count of witches willing to travel to the western region. The princess praised her. Tilly picked up one of the books and opened it when the green-haired girl said that almost half expressed a desire to go to the western border. The girl said it was better than she expected. Camilla stood in front of her, a bead of sweat running down her cheek. She said that they were all interested in the 4th prince who had caught the pontiff. She said that they were all interested in seeing the Lord eliminate the enemy of the witches. As the 2 girls knelt down at the table, Tilly said that she could see that she was very worried. The green-haired one replied that he was still an aristocrat who was different from them, and if they transferred the trust they placed in her to him. Looking at the dense thickets outside the window, she added that family ties interfere with a noble cause. The girl furrowed her eyebrows and said that she was not disputing the princess's decision and was not saying that her brother was a deceiver, but A large dark silhouette of a guy appeared in her head, holding her in his arms. Camilla said she meant that he might be pursuing things that were against the witch's interests. She asked if he was raising the sword against them again, like the nobles. Tilly put her hands on hers and said that she understood her concerns, but she made this decision after much thought. The princess took Green Hair's palms and said that witches may be different from ordinary people, but when faced with the threat of a battle of divine will, they all have a goal to survive. A picture of a city where both people and witches walked around appeared in her head. She asked why don't they become part of this world instead of avoiding society completely. The girl frowned her forest brows confidently, lying in the hands of Camille's palm. She said that when their abilities penetrate into all areas of life, even if Roland wants to refuse the deal with the sleeping island, he will no longer be able to escape from the influence of the witches. The witch put her hands on the table and looked away. She asked if he allowed control over them. Tilly asked her not to worry. She looked at the girl across from her and said that from what they had seen over the past 6 months, Roland had not created any additional restrictions regarding witches. She said that otherwise the Western Region Cooperation Witches Association would not have supported it unconditionally. Camilla waved her hand with a puzzled face when the princess said she trusted her intuition more than information. The green-haired one asked again. Tilly nodded weakly and said that she didn't think he would do something like that. From the large windows of the castle, shrouded in greenery, the words of the witch can be heard and that, looking back, she can say that since she met her, her decisions have never been wrong. The princess replied that it would be the same this time. Camilla stood up and bowed, holding the hem of her dress. She said that she would complete the preparations to send the witches as soon as possible. The dark-haired one asked her to take care of it. The green-haired girl straightened up and waved her hand, saying that she had heard rumors. She began to say that this concerns the news that appeared after her arrival. Camilla looked away, imagining a large palace in her head. She said that some say that witches once ruled a huge empire, and they had ordinary people under their command. She said that they simply want to follow the example of the Federation and create an organization led by witches in order to restore the glory of their ancestors. The green-haired girl imagined in her head girls in burgundy capes with hoods, saying that this was not started by the Association of Bloodfang Witches, because on the contrary, they only believe in submission to the strong. Then a brown-haired girl, a blue-haired girl, and a blonde witch appeared in her thoughts. The girl said that the Western region was able to defeat an invincible enemy, and Iffy, Soft Feathers, and Nightfall were proof of this. She noted that the richer witches were the first to decide to travel to Neverwinter. Tilly touched her chin as Camille waved her gloved hand and said she thought the source was in some other witch organization. The girl began to think aloud about this. She imagined a large island in the ocean, divided into several parts. She said that there were quite a few witch organizations on the sleeping island, and in addition to the Bloodfang Association, there was also a cooperation association from the Seawinter region. She asked if it could be them. The princess looked down and waved her hand when Camilla asked if she wanted her to talk to their leader. Tilly answered in the negative. The girl smiled softly and said that they did not have the power of the Bloodfang Association, so they did not need to deal with them for now. She said that when they arrive in the Western region, they will arrive in the Western region, they will understand that the Federation is a relic of the past. While the waves splashed under a large cliff and birds fluttered in the sky, the princess said that great achievements awaited them. After some time, Green-haired left the mistress's office. Tilly, sitting at the table, jumped when she was called. She turned around in surprise and saw Ash walking behind her, asking her to come over. The princess looked up and smiled, saying that she was fine. The brunette asked not to be brave. Looking at the lady, she smiled softly, saying that there was no one else here. The girl lowered her eyes and nodded with an embarrassed face. She stood up and approached the girl. Ash pulled Tilly towards her as she threw her arms over her shoulders. Snuggled to her chest, the dark-haired princess thanked her. The witch touched her mistress's face with her hands and stroked her hair, asking her not to strain. He said that even if things get bad, they can always return to Sleeping Island. While stroking the girl's cheek, Ash said with a smile that Roland would not dare not stop, and besides, the sisters of the association would not be idle. The princess lowered her head when the girl, touching her hair, said that if she was not so categorical, the issue of worry would lessen. Tilly answered in the negative. She clenched her palms and said that in order to convince someone, she had to believe it herself. She said that if she hesitated or seemed distracted, it would all be in vain. The girl lowered her sad gaze and thought that she couldn't help but worry despite all the words. She imagined her brother's gloomy face and mentally noted that since Roland had agreed to let the sleeping charms continue to control the immigrated witches, then this would not be a problem for him, however. Gloomy female silhouettes appeared in her thoughts as the girl thought about whether they could will these 300 witches who lived in isolation for almost 2 years join the life of the city of Neverwinter, and will the attitude of ordinary people towards witches change after the battle of divine will. Stroking Tilly on the cheek, Saga smiled and told her to just do as she sees fit. That's all. Equally, the grand move will not begin until the end of the demonic months next year. She noted that if she still had doubts, she should spend the next few months investigating. The girl agreed. She looked up at her friend when she asked if she was ready to sail. Tilly replied that any time. She smiled smugly and pointed her finger, and the brunette began to wave her hands negatively when the princess told her not to forget to take her textbooks and notebooks with her, because she could learn a lot of new things along the way. The witch said that if she read in the cabin, she would get seasick. Tilly's lips curled into a smile when she said that if Ash wanted to protect her, then she had to become stronger, and then asked how you could be strong without reading. The brunette agreed unhappily, when she covered her hand with her hand in irritation. The princess laughed into her fist and thought that she was glad that they were not alone now. When a strong wind blew on the big gray castle, she thought that no matter what happens in the future, there will be someone next to her. The guy put a mug of drink to his lips. Roland looked out the window with a slight smile on his face, thinking that the snow would fall late in Neverwinter this year and the demonic months would arrive later than last year. Watching the green leaves blow in the wind, he mentally noted that this was good news for Neverwinter, as the later the demonic months came, the more housing would be built. Raising the mug of hot drink, the king smiled softly and thought that now that they had plenty of food and weapons, and roads had been built, they should not have problems defending themselves from the demonic beasts. He turned when Iron entered the room and bowed his head, asking if they wanted to see him. Roland asked him to come in. He touched the dark map with his hand, asking if he remembered correctly that Iron and Echo were from a desert country. The man agreed. The warrior perked up, and his eyes widened in surprise when the king asked if he would like to return to his native land. The guy spread his arms to the sides and said that if he came back now, it shouldn't be too hot there. Iron slammed his fist into his palm with a satisfied smile, saying that if he understood correctly, then His Majesty. Roland grinned a dark smile as the man asked if he was now going to send troops to conquer the southern region. After some time, the man left the office. When the king thoughtfully touched his chin with his hand, Nightingale appeared next to him and asked if he really wanted to conquer the far south now. The guy answered in the affirmative. The girl looked at him with sad eyes and began to say that the demonic months would soon come. Roland gave her a gloomy look and asked her not to worry, saying that if you look at last year, 1,000 people will be able to defend the city wall. He added that even if 2,500 soldiers were left, it should be more than enough, and besides, a new unit had been recruited, so defending the city would not be a problem. Agreeing, the witch immediately disappeared when Barov entered the office with a piece of paper in his hands. He said that the contract with the United Chamber of Commerce had been signed. He handed the document to the gentleman, asking him to take a look. Studying the contents, Roland rubbed his chin with his fingers, thinking that Margaret was in charge of selling the interior lands of the Grayscale Kingdom, and Sunset Island and Shallow Island chose the Kingdom of Eternal Winter and the Kingdom of Wolfheart respectively. He mentally noted that Crescent Bay had received a trading zone on the other islands of the fjords and the Dawn Kingdom, and as long as they followed the agreement, the Unification Trading Company would play an important role. Under the sheet of paper he saw another one where an equation was written. Raising his head to the old man, the king asked who wrote this. Barov replied that it was his assistant who discovered that instead of making a complex table, it was better to express it in this formula. The man smiled happily and clenched his hands into fists, saying that thanks to His Majesty opening a class for the intermediate level, he bought a set of mathematics textbooks for all the assistants. He added that he also instructed them to attend classes with Scroll in their free time. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and smiled proudly when the old man said that at his age, studying is more difficult, so he is forced to give in. But if he were 10 years younger, he would look at these notes every day. Roland said it seems to have paid off. As the wind continued to sweep through the castle, he asked how much of the population had arrived in Neverwinter this year and whether it had achieved the expected results. The old man replied that the city population counted more than 80,000 people, cut from different places, 50% of whom came voluntarily. He added that together with the local border area and the Longsong area, the population of Neverwinter is 110,000 people. The brunette furrowed his eyebrows and put his fist to his chin. He thought that if this continued, the rebels who supported Timothy would not last until next year. He looked up at the old man as he scratched his beard and began to say that so far everything was going well. However, the guy clarified. Barov lowered his gloomy eyes to the floor, imagining a white-haired girl in his head. He said Edith was a bit disappointing. Nightingale approached the king in the purple mist as the old man held up 2 fingers and said that while she had entrusted the merchants, it was clear that she was inexperienced when it came to the special clauses of the treaty. The blonde whispered that these words were not true. Roland waved his hand as the baron pointed and said that he thought she rarely dealt with sea traders since trade was weak in the northern region. He added that unlike the old capital, where the treasurer had to invite visiting merchants almost every day, and in those days, the king interrupted, saying that he understood. He looked at the man and smiled, noting that in this case he should teach her more diligently. He rose from his seat when the old man waved his hand and began nervously saying that in fact she. The guy briefly said that everything was decided. He approached the worried Barov and with a smile told him not to forget to prepare for winter and tell Scroll not to forget about winter activities. Roland waved his hand and put the other on his belt, saying that he also intended to start a small war without disturbing the normal life of Neverwinter, and that their enemy was the far south. He placed his hand on the man's shoulder and said that once Iron had drawn up a comprehensive battle plan, they would have to gather the necessary materials together. The old man replied that he would take care of it. When he left the room, Nightingale appeared behind the king asking if everything would be okay. The brunette closed his eyes when the girl touched her chin with her knuckles and said that when he talked about Edith, it was an obvious lie and it was clear even without the ability. Roland replied that if she reprimanded him for this, she was afraid that he would not dare to oppress her. The guy turned to the witch and said that in order to maintain balance in the town hall, someone must keep the Pearl of the North under control. He added that for now only Barov can do this. He sighed and closed his eyes when the girl looked worriedly into his face and asked why she needed to be controlled. She said it wouldn't hurt him if she had enough power to control. The king imagined Edith's smiling face in his head. He wondered if he wanted this because he was afraid that she would become stronger. He thought that this was unlikely and he could kick her out at any time. The guy mentally asked if he was worried that she would be involved in embezzlement or forging decrees, and he himself noted that this was also unlikely. The faces of several men in business suits appeared in his head. Roland thought that this was all because there needed to be a system of checks and balances on power, and, alas, that was what he used to hate the most. He mentally noted that this was especially true at work, when some of the bosses viewed it as a true skill, but now he had to use it himself. Closing his eyes, the king hit himself on the head as Nightingale called to him, pointing to the side. The girl pointed to the window, behind which snowflakes were falling to the ground. The guy frowned, peering at them. White snow gradually began to cover the roof of the castle, and the king thought that the demonic months were already approaching. Standing in an office with light furniture, Tafon exhaled loudly. His gray eyebrows furrowed and the man clenched his teeth in anger. He mentally noted that he couldn't even imagine the church's most elite force being defeated. An image of a white-haired girl appeared in his head, and he thought that even Zero, the one who sees power by deceiving everyone. The irritated old man grinned, and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. He thought that now she, too, had disappeared, and it was up to him to clean up all the chaos. Pouring a hot drink into a white mug, he thought that he could quickly make up for the losses of the army of divine punishment, but now that the demonic months had arrived, nothing could be done. Placing his hands on the table, Tafon closed his eyes, thinking that it was impossible to do this with the strength of the church alone, and he needed to unite with the forces of the aristocrats of the kingdom of Wolfheart and Eternal Winter. The man cast a puzzled glance to the side when he heard an extraneous sound. He quickly went to the window, asking what was that noise. Looking down from above, he saw his knights fighting with non-bestial warriors. The old man turned around with frightened eyes when the knights entered the office, and one of them said that the temple was under attack and had to be left. Tafon approached a man with brown hair and indignantly asked how strangers could get in here. He replied that the enemy had penetrated from the depths of the cave. Imagining a dark underground tunnel in his head, the old man asked how they did it if there was nothing there except various round holes. He was asked to go to the shelter before it was too late. A knight with a blue cloak opened a passage among the bookshelves and said that this room was no longer under guard and therefore unsafe. After some time, they found themselves in a dark stone corridor, and the knight said that he would lead him to the passage to the terrible holy city, from where he needed to direct people to recapture the central secret temple. Tafon began to walk outside through the door. He suddenly froze and clenched his teeth tightly. A crowd of knights in dark armor stood fully armed in front of him. A guy with blue hair, whose eyes glowed red, loomed over the old man. The man held a sword in his hand, saying, "There was no thought that there was an opportunity to set foot in the holy city again." Frowning his brows, the warrior raised his weapon with a grim smile, saying that no one thought that the followers of the will of the Queen of Fallen Star City would be so mediocre. Tafon looked at the person in front of him with frightened eyes, noting that they were not from the army of divine punishment. He asked what kind of monsters they were. Hearing this, the blue-haired man smiled crazily, asking wasn't this body created by people like him. Imagining a militant man in armor around whom a red aura hovered, the knight spoke of an excellent warrior, obtained by mixing the blood of a witch and the stone of divine punishment, but it is a pity that this led to callousness and a defect in the product. His companion stood behind the knight, and he, looking down from above, exclaimed and asked if they really pinned their hopes on this shell to defeat the demon, but when they saw the real end result they called him a monster. Tafan's eyes widened in surprise and he asked again. Wars began to break out after hearing the order to kill everyone. After some time, surrounded by bodies, the old man raised his hands with a terrified look, shouting that he could not be killed because the holy city would fall. The blue-haired knight loomed over him with a dark smile while the man asked who would stop the demonic beasts. He said that if they break through the defenses of Hermes, then all 4 kingdoms could be. The warrior continued, suggesting that they could be destroyed. Smiling and looking with predatory eyes, the man extended his hand, saying that Tafan can only fool ignorant believers with these words, but they know what the demonic beast is looking for here. The blue-haired knight ran his fingers along the blade as the old man crawled back in fear. He asked how a herd of these mindless beasts would continue to be trapped during the demonic months if they had not brought him here. The old man muttered that he didn't understand what he was talking about. The warrior glanced at his silver-haired comrade with a smirk, noting that he apparently hadn't even seen the relic, which was a shame. Another man with a grim face loomed over Tafan. Swinging his sword, he cut off his head with one blow. Turning away from the bloody body, he said it was time for them to get down to business. The knight was puzzled when his blonde companion approached him, noting that due to her injury she might lose control of her body. The silver-haired man asked about the wound. Extending his hand to the bloody cut, the man said that the wound was on the waist, because of which it would be necessary to remove the armor. 2 comrades approached the knight, helping him to undress. The voice swore at the body, noting that it didn't feel anything at all, but the partner muttered that it would cost at least 50 gold rolls at Taquilla. When the view of the muscular male body was open, the voice asked for an honest answer to when she looked in the mirror. While the red-haired guy was embarrassedly washing off the blood, the blonde smiled, placing his hands on his cheeks. The girl in the body of a knight began to say that she did not even dare to remember her Taquilla days, because compared to her previous life, now it is like a prison into oblivion. Another imprisoned witch asked Betty not to create illusions, because this is also torture. She, in male guise, leaned her cheek against a large male chest and said that Carol was right, and if someone would help her feel the taste of a man again, then she would give everything in the world. While they helped their fellow witch put his armor back on, other girls in the bodies of warriors chatted nearby. One of them said that even a good steak with butter would suit her, and the other would like to bask in the sun. When one of them indignantly asked who started this conversation, the answer was that it was Betty. The gray-haired warrior sighed and clenched his hand into a fist, while Betty, turning to the others, shouted that she just said that in the beginning she also wanted this body. She and the others looked at the wounded witch knight as she put her hand to her chest and said that the others were waiting at the top of the tower, so they needed to focus and not forget why they were here. While bright greenery surrounded the tall tower, the others said that they needed to look for the relic. The gray-haired knight with a gloomy face pushed the shelf aside. All the girls in the bodies of warriors looked up at the large blue crystal on the ceiling. A voice asked if this was the prayer house Pasha was talking about. The answer was positive. A huge sledgehammer hit the stone wall. The girl knight, looking at the crack that had formed, noted that it seemed to be missing here. Suddenly her eyes widened in surprise, noticing something. The 2 partners jumped in surprise when she screamed that she had found it and asked for help. As they approached, a gray-haired witch warrior with a sledgehammer said it was here. The swordswoman also pointed her weapon at the crack. When the dust rose from the broken wall, Betty exclaimed in surprise. On the other side of the room, they saw a huge red crystal in the air, realizing that they were there. Armored legs stepped forward, noting that they needed to look around. 2 female knights entered a large round room with a red stone. The gray-haired warrior witch with shock in her eyes stretched her hand towards him, wondering if this is what will decide the fate of humanity. Her partner, who was in the body of a blue-haired man, looked in her direction. She asked about readiness and reminded that one should not let go of one's essence and try to unite with the gods while carrying the relic. Then she asked if she remembered everything that Pasha constantly talked about and heard a positive answer. A large male hand touched the red crystal. 2 girl knights kept their palms on the stone, and one of them said that it seemed like she was trying to communicate, and the second asked her to distract herself. The witch in the body of the gray-haired warrior frowned, trying to figure out what she should think about. Suddenly she froze and her gaze darkened as an unknown voice told her what she wanted to feel. Without removing her hands, the girl clenched her teeth, saying that she wanted to feel comfort, pain, pleasure, warmth, and she could give all this if she looked at her. The girl thought for a moment and then mentally stopped herself. She wondered if it was the relic speaking. Turning her eyes to the side, she saw a blue-haired knight with a spellbound look and loudly called Zuai. The red stone began to rise upward, asking not to worry because the friend only followed the call of her heart. The witch tried to understand what was happening and then ordered to be released. The voice from the large red stone replied that it could not do this, but that she could come in and take it herself. The girl in the gray-haired warrior's body clenched her teeth in anger, thinking that she couldn't watch Zui being devoured. She stood in front of the crystal, wondering if she should look at the relic. The witch looked at the glowing red crystal. She closed her eyes and clenched her teeth tightly. When she opened her eyes, she was already in female form. A girl with brown hair and a long dress clenched her hands into fists, looking around the red space around her. She turned her head, studying the huge paintings around her, one of which depicted an eye with 3 pupils and the other a warrior on a throne. The girl was surrounded by paintings and called Zoe. She looked at the image of the demon, clearly surprised. In front of her was a demon sitting on his throne, holding a sword in his hands. Suddenly his gaze became alive, his eyes turned red. He reached out to the girl, thereby intimidating her. The brown-haired woman pulled back, realizing that these were just drawings and there was no need to be afraid of them. A huge eye with 3 pupils appeared behind her. She looked at it, wondering what it was. The creature extended its tentacles towards her. They grabbed the girl, causing her to scream, saying that she was in pain. Suddenly she realized that she could feel pain. It grabbed her neck. She looked at the picture where one knight was dragging another, not understanding what was happening. With awareness towards her, the space around her began to disappear. He found himself in front of the soldiers, wondering if this was a dream. The blue-haired one touched the man's shoulder, saying that she warned him not to talk to the gods, and then each shared what she saw there. The man screamed, saying that it was just an illusion created by the gods, and if she had not pulled him out, he would have remained there forever. The opponent remembered that creature in the form of an eye with several pupils, realizing that the feeling of pain was not from an illusion and not from the gods. The men stood in front of him. They decided to put the relic in the box with divine stones, because otherwise the demonic beasts would follow them into the cave. Being near the portal, they decided to act. The ship was sailing on the sea. The girl noticed that it was snowing outside. Amy walked along the snowy deck, leaving footprints. She brought Phyllis some snow, saying that it was the first time she had seen so much snow. The witch noted that it rarely snowed in the Kingdom of Dawn. The red-haired girl exhaled, remembering that there was no shortage of snow in the Tequila, glad for the decrease in attacks from demons. Amy kindly offered to help her get out onto the deck, saying that she knew that it was spring all year round in the glowing city. A brown-haired woman came to them and scolded the witch, holding ointment in her hand, saying that her wound had not yet healed and there was a cold wind outside. Phyllis reminded that His Majesty's city has many beautiful landscapes to look at, thereby making the witch happy. The brown-haired woman warned, telling her to close her eyes because it was time to do the bandage. The girl began to take off her robe, anticipating the next thing. They treated the wound near her collarbone. The witch asked her to be patient a little because she would soon finish. After she finished, the witches began to put her to bed, covering her with a blanket. The girl thanked them. Amy smiled, saying that they should thank the girl. The witch agreed with her. Suddenly the ambassador came to them. Yorko covered his nose with his hand, saying that this healing herb has a terrible smell, not understanding how they thought of using it as a medicine. Phyllis said with a smile that she was feeling better, suggesting that the crew expected the plague to recede after such a stench. The blonde threatened to severely punish the crew, provided that if this did not happen, the girl felt sorry for them, noting with a smile that she heard him ask if they had special medicines. He said displeasedly, "If you can't help, then you should at least tell him to drink hot tea with honey, because even if something cannot be cured, the patient will leave with a smile, and this is better than a lie." A barrel of ointment stood on the table. The ambassador noted that he did not mean the girl. Phyllis asked if the blonde wanted her to take care of him, also noting that he was not in the best condition. Yorko pointed his finger, saying that after everything that happened, the girl should not call herself his servant, because she is the one who protected everyone, and in the kingdom she will be a free person. The girl grinned when he added, a little embarrassedly, that she was injured, and he was not one of those aristocrats who had strange hobbies. Phyllis looked at the ambassador, asking if he wanted to ask something. The young man grabbed his head, asking what she was going to do upon arrival in the new capital. Yorko stood near the bed, saying that he heard from the prince that the city can offer everyone a decent job, so she no longer needs to be a servant, and in case of a problem, the girl can always come to him, for which she thanked him. He waved to her before leaving, telling her to rest well as soon as they arrived in the city. Phyllis thanked him, still lying in bed. She thought about rest. Looking at the ring in her hand, she thought, realizing that as soon as the chosen one was found, everything would definitely be fine. Holding the ring to their chest, they closed their eyes, thinking that if they could not resist the demon, they would have to die. The ship still sailed while it was snowing, realizing that it was impossible to escape its fate in the face of the battle of divine will that would decide fate. Amy cheered up, being with the rest of the witches, that they had already arrived. Annie looked out the window. She noticed the silhouettes of 3 people at the port. Phyllis asked what the noise was outside. The girl with green eyes also wondered why the port was so surprised in the demonic months. Annie was asked if there were many people on the pier, but she replied that there were 3 and it seemed like they were there because of them. Nightingale, Leaf and Wendy were standing there. Amy walked next to Annie, realizing that the ambassador was not lying to them, but the witch said that the members of the Bloody Fangs were also witches, but they were not like them. She looked at the brown-haired woman, telling her to act as before so that she would observe her gestures and gaze. Soon the witches were outside the door. The witches greeted the sisters who had come from afar. Wendy shook Amy's hand and introduced herself, saying that she was the head of the Witches Cooperation Association, so any questions you had could be asked to her. Phillies lay in bed, watching their conversation, wondering if they should test their abilities first, since even in Tequila, new awakened ones were not greeted so friendly. Nightingale stood behind Wendy with her arms crossed over her chest, and the girl looked at her. The blonde looked at her. Phillies immediately turned away, touching her face with her hand, realizing that she seemed to be studying her, and this irritated her greatly. Annie stood near the witches, crossing her arms over her chest, trying to get into the conversation. She asked tensely why don't they ask about their abilities first. Wendy responded that the aptitude test usually takes place within 3 days. She stood opposite Annie, explaining that they were probably tired from the trip, asking her herself if it would be better to arrange a test later after they had rested. In response, they asked her what if their abilities were useless. Wendy replied that according to His Highness, there are no useless abilities, understanding them, because most of the witches who arrived in the city were worried about this in the first place. Raising her index finger, she explained to the witch that the check was needed for the prince, that she wanted to get to know them, but no one obliges her to join the association. The girl asked what this meant. People walked calmly in the city. Annie explained that they did not have to serve the king and lived like ordinary people, to which the girl was of course surprised. Wendy took her hands, telling her that no one is forcing them to join the association, but becoming a member gives them advantages, and simple work motivates everyone to join the association. Phillies thought, realizing that witches can live peacefully here, so conditions have been created here where high witches can awaken. She touched her pendant, realizing that in a few years they might have a chosen one. If possible, it would be worth talking with a representative of the association in private. The brown-haired woman turned to Wendy, asking if she could tell them what a witch's job was. The witch took her hands in hers, asking her to call her sister, and the work was related to her abilities. She gave an example in the form of Evelyn, who can brew wine and works in a winery, and Moon, who can magnetize objects, being responsible for lighting all factories, and Nana, who has healing properties, becoming an angel in this city. Amy cheered up, asking if Nana could heal Hero's legs, to which Wendy replied that she should try. Nightingale looked at the witch. Wendy, meanwhile, looked at everyone else, asking them to tell about their origins. Phillies thought for a moment, realizing that the blonde was using magic. She looked at her, realizing that there must be 1 or 2 witches in the association who could recognize a lie. Nightingale looked at Amy, about to start with her, but the girl understood that if she did not read her thoughts, then the story was flawless. Phillies realized that she could control the movement of the entire body or turn off communication between parts of the body. Lying in bed, she was calm, because she understood that these changes did not happen when she was lying. She took a closer look, realizing that such a condition would not raise any questions. From the window one could see the silhouettes of the witches as they questioned the others. Nightingale approached the girl, asking if she was a witch. Amy approached her, saying that she was their friend because she was able to single-handedly hold off the troops so that they would not be imprisoned. Phillies put her hand on her chest, saying that she was a maid at an underground exhibition, but the ambassador brought her to the Chamber of Commerce. Wendy listened and thanked her for saving the witches, offering to move into the Foreign Affairs building with the others. The girl thanked them for their concern, but the witch extended her hand, asking them to wait. Leaf stood in front of her bed and asked where she got the ring that was on her chest. The entire pier was covered in snow. The girl touched the rope on which the ring was hanging, saying that she stole it from Black Money. She gave it to the witch, who asked her to look at it. Leaf and Wendy began to look at the ring. Phillies realized that she had underestimated them. Leaf examined it, holding it in her hand, asking where the black money came from, to which she was told that the black money was an underground auction in which she used to work. Phillies responded dissatisfiedly that they were selling items found from ancient ruins. The owner said that they had incredible power and their exoticism attracted buyers. The witches became interested when she wanted to tell her what else they were putting up for auction. She answered gloomily that they were exposing witches. Leaf and Wendy were very surprised to hear this. Amy confirmed her words, telling how she was almost sold at auction to the nobles, but was saved by the ambassador. Wendy was upset, and Nightingale tried to calm the awakened one, saying that sooner or later they would get what they deserved. The girl looked at the witch, asking her to return the ring. Leaf placed it in her hands, saying that he was returning it to her, but in the meantime they could explore the city. Phillies thought about it when the witch told her that Agatha would be interested in this, because the name seemed familiar to her. Wendy reassured the girl by touching her shoulder, saying that this would not happen in Neverwinter, and she promised it. She tried to convince them that no one in the city would dare to harm them because the prince was convinced that soon people and witches would be able to live together. Snow fell on the palace. It was all white. The witch said that as soon as this happens in the western region of the kingdom, no one will see them as minions of demons. The girl was surprised, asking if such a day would really come. Wendy responded positively, saying that the Witches' Cooperation Association was created for precisely this purpose. The ship rocked on the waves. The witch said that now in any case they need to be escorted to their resting place. Phyllis was carried on a stretcher. She was surprised at what she saw. She looked at the working people, surprised at their rhythm of life during the demonic months, which had not changed at all. Amy and her friend were surprised at the boats because they had no oars and they looked as if they were made of stone. Wendy was surprised at their delight because it was their first time seeing this. Through the snow-covered window, a limbless witch could be seen sitting on the bed and Nana was introduced to her. Wendy explained that she could heal both new and old wounds, after which the girl said hello. Amy pointed at the girl, asking if she could regrow her severed leg. Nana closed her eyes, starting to cast a spell. It was not possible to grow legs. The girl said upsetly that nothing would work if they didn't have part of her severed leg. Amy asked if she meant they needed 2 new legs. The blonde calmly replied that it would be desirable to have freshly cut off legs, surprising the witches with this. Wendy was horrified, but the witch said that she was not joking, surprising the visitors even more. Nana talked about her experiments where she grafted alien limbs onto animals, and she changed not only the paws, but also the torso and even the head. She enthusiastically invited the visitors to visit her next time if they were interested, but they politely declined. The girl exhaled, watching as the witch tried to invite them, but they still refused. She asked the girl what the results were, realizing that, according to her, the prince was not at all a stubborn conservative, to which she was told that the success rate had increased after Lily joined. But after the exchange, the limbs were useless and they were returned back. Wendy shut her mouth when she talked about the fact that these are interspecies fusions, and if you change limbs in animals of the same species, nothing will happen. The witch put her hand on her chest, promising to come up with something with her legs, promising that Hero would definitely go someday. She patted the girl's head, offering to treat the girl's wound as soon as possible. Nana sat down in front of Phyllis, beginning to heal her wounds with her magic. The girl looked at her healthy knees. She was told that her legs were healed. Phyllis looked at the blonde, saying that she was simply incredible. Nana was surprised, saying that ordinary people fall asleep after treatment, and she didn't even yawn, but the witch interrupted her, telling her to give her a rest. Amy tugged at the witch's dress. She asked Wendy to take her legs to heal Hero. She asked what she meant, and the girl again asked to take her legs for the sake of healing the witch. Amy explained that her ability is self-healing, so if her legs are cut off, she can grow them back. Hero tried to dissuade her, fearing that she would not be able to grow them, but the witch insisted that she wanted to try. Annie put her hand on her shoulder, saying that even if with her help the girl gets back on her feet, it will become a heavy burden for her. Nana interrupted them, asking them not to quarrel, saying that there was another way to heal her legs. She said that she was already 16 and would soon become an adult, and when she entered adulthood, she might be able to restore her completely amputated leg. The blonde told Amy that if she could evolve like the others, she could grow both legs without any problems. She imagined how she would become an adult, telling them what the evolution of abilities was, asking in response if they had ever encountered such a thing. Phyllis looked at the girl who talked about the possibility of developing her abilities, wondering if she meant a higher awakening. The other witches listened to her with interest. Phyllis was perplexed as to how she could say that this is common to the majority. She pressed her hand to her chest, realizing that they still existed in the Witches' Cooperation Association. The sun illuminated the palace, causing the snow to begin to melt. Phyllis understood that in this city there was an opportunity to find her chosen one. Evening came and the snow was falling again. Nightingale was in the shadows. She went to the building where the witches were. Soon the blonde found herself in the corridor near the door. She thought, because she didn't observe anything suspicious about the witches, they have the usual strength and volume and do not pose a threat. Nightingale recalled fragments from the conversation, realizing that she had not been lied to. The witch remembered Phyllis, realizing that she had no magical powers and she was an ordinary person, but she seemed strange. The witch became a shadow again and snuck into her room. She watched as she sat on the bed. She looked at her ring. The witch was surprised that she was not yet sleeping. Phyllis brought the ring closer to her, the blonde trying to figure out if she was looking at the ring because of its gemstone. She watched it, realizing that the ring glowed with magical power, but not great enough to be of any special significance. The girl held the ring in her hand. Nightingale calmed herself, realizing that what was being sold at the auction was something that had been obtained from nowhere. The blonde watched as the girl pressed the ring to her eye. Half an hour later, Phyllis was sleeping peacefully. The witch slowly left, realizing that this was just an ordinary pampering with the ring. The candle soon went out. There was no one left in the dark room except the sleeping girl. Her ring suddenly glowed. The redhead opened her eyes, noticing the glow, realizing that since it had weakened, the person who used the magic had already left. She thought suspiciously that she didn't know who the witch was, but it was definitely an unusual invisibility trick. She looked at the ring again, realizing that everything she saw was not an illusion. Soon it glowed stronger. The girl realized how strong the ring was, like a key. Nightingale made her way back through the snow. Phyllis approached the open window, realizing that everything is going according to plan. She turned her attention back to the ring. It glowed and then she wondered what was happening to it. The redhead looked out the window again. Through it she looked at the palace. She was looking for something, shaking her head from side to side. The glow pointed straight to the palace. There was so much energy there that it could not be measured. She clasped her fingers together, realizing that Natalia was right, and she managed to find her chosen one. Roland yawned near the mirror, being in the world of sleep. He asked where the toothpaste was and the girl handed it to him. They stood together in the bathroom. The witch told him to hurry up. The young man picked up the toothbrush and looked at the blonde. He grinned, and she noticed it immediately. He smiled widely, then Zero asked what he was laughing at, as it turned out to be her short stature. The witch kicked him in the leg, then the prince said that he was just joking. She began to straighten her hair, telling him to look decent. The young man asked if there was a parent meeting today. The guy brushed his teeth, remembering all the clothes he had, realizing that he didn't have normal clothes anyway. The brunette angered the girl, noting that she looks better with loose ones. The witch kicked him out of the bathroom, screaming that it was none of his business. Roland grabbed his head, realizing that by the end of the summer the girl's disposition had changed. Soon the door opened. In front of him was a girl with 2 ponytails, a black t-shirt and a plaid skirt, who curled the guy that she was ready to go. There were several parents sitting in the school classroom. The man looked at the girl who came up, putting her hand on the desk. In front of him was Garcia, who was sitting next to him. The young man was perplexed whether she had a child. He pointed to the sign indicating he was Zero's parent, asking why he couldn't be here. She looked at him when he asked if she had a child. The guy was surprised when the girl replied that she had a cousin. He folded his arms, looking at his sister, not understanding why she was treating him differently this time. Everyone listened to the teacher, while the young man thought that the girl's behavior had changed from contempt and disgust to slight irritation. She nudged the brunette with her elbow. The girl handed him a sheet, asking if he was the mysterious martial artist who was running around the streets recently. The guy made a dissatisfied face, remembering what happened, not understanding how she found out. The girl wrote something else to him. On the piece of paper, she asked him to confess that when he awakened his power of nature, the brunette wondered if that was why she changed her attitude towards him. He looked at his sister, realizing that this was an opportunity to get to know her better, and also a good excuse to go to her and learn more about this world. He took the piece of paper, remembering that iron door, intending to confirm one of his guesses. Roland asked what a force of nature was, not understanding what she meant. Garcia took off her glasses, indignantly asking if he was playing dumb, saying that even children knew about it. They continued to correspond on paper, discussing the Association of Masters, which the sister told a little about. The young man asked what it was, but the brunette replied that everything was not so simple and it was worth talking in another place. He smiled, agreeing with her. Roland looked at 827's door, knowing that everything had gone as he had planned, so their conversation would continue at her place. He knocked on the door. The door opened in front of him before he could say he was coming in. He looked in shock at the sparkling apartment of the girl sitting on the sofa, saying that the slippers were by the door. In front of him were plush slippers in the shape of a pink bunny. The girl said that she didn't have any others, but they were big, so he could wear them. There was a glass of water on the table. She told the guest to help himself, to which he thanked her. They sat next to each other on the sofas. The young man asked if she lived alone or with her cousin. She looked at him, saying that she didn't know him, and besides, the Clover family were her enemies. He remembered some kind of sign on the wall. Garcia said the family is trying to convince her to tear down the house. She asked why he didn't know about this if he lived in this house. He remembered his sister from his world, realizing that everything was bad, because she was an adult, and if she had the character of the third princess, then it would be difficult to deceive her. The guy said that he was not very interested in what was happening around him. Besides, he lost his job and did not leave the house for almost 6 months. He clarified with the girl that she had said in the morning that martial arts masters also have other work, receiving a positive answer. It was as if a fire was burning behind the girl. She said that competitions are just an indicator of his hard work. The most important task is to fight the erosion of the outside world. The brunette was surprised, asking what kind of erosion we were talking about. She told him about the fallen. They are one of them, and also the most common type. The fact is that those awakened with the power of nature receive it from the outside, turning them into a different species. Garcia looked away, saying that ordinary things can do little to help the fallen, so they must confront them themselves. The young man tensed, realizing that the dream world was being destroyed, so he asked what the outside world was like. The girl looked at him, saying that she could not explain anything yet until he joined the association and received a license, because not all awakened ones join it, siding with the fallen. The brunette took the glass, clearly nervous. He trembled, clutching his glass, knowing that if it was confirmed that he had awakened the force and he did not join, he could be considered the association's sworn enemy. The girl looked at the phone where she was called. She stood up, saying that she needed to answer the phone. The young man exhaled when the door slammed shut. He clenched his fist, realizing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The young man walked quietly in pink slippers. He looked into the back room. Afterwards, the brunette began to do something with the rack. There was a door in front of him. The brunette understood that the girl had not opened it yet. The guy pulled the handle. Opening the door, he began to look around. In front of him was a port of clean water. The next morning it was still snowing outside the window. The young man woke up, clenching his fists, confirming his guess that every resident of the House of Souls has a door to a fragment of memory. The guy remembered the girl in the port of clear water, realizing that her last memory was connected with him because it was the starting point for her becoming a queen. He also noted that he asked her before leaving, but Garcia had no reaction, which could mean several things. Remembering the iron door, the guy understood that she was either lying or didn't even notice it after the repair of the utility room. The brunette stood up, putting on his slippers, interested in his guess. He got out of bed, assuming that only he had access to the memories, and decided to let the girl into the utility room under the pretext of cleaning to check it out. Wendy placed papers on His Highness's desk, saying that these were profiles of new witches. The prince took Annie's form and began to study it. A witch appeared next to him as he realized that based on the profile, there was a possibility that she was the sister Iffy was talking about. Roland looked at the witch opposite, saying that he had received a letter saying that his little sister and the rest of the witches would arrive soon. The girl added that it would be nice if Annie and Iffy met. The young man lowered his gaze, agreeing with her. He imagined their meeting, realizing that Iffy would feel guilty, wondering if Annie would forgive her, hoping that time would heal these wounds. The guy folded his hand and asked the witch if she had decided on the route, to which he was told that they would lead the new witches to the mine, then to the plant, and then to the factory. Wendy bowed to the prince as he took the form in his hands, telling him to take Lightning and Maggie just in case, so that he could take control of the situation if something happened. He also remembered Philly's asking the girl's opinion about her. While drinking tea, he recalled how the ambassador praised the girl, suggesting that if he got to know her better, he could find her a good job. The witch touched her finger to her mouth, saying that she got along well with the arriving witches, especially Amy. The prince clasped his fingers together, putting his elbows on the table, listening to the fact that she would not have sacrificed herself if she were an evil person, and he agreed with her. Roland got the idea to make Phillies the secretary of the Witches Association, because the more hands, the easier it is for the girl to lead. The witch agreed. Nightingale appeared from the shadows, holding out her hands. She asked not to do this, not to offer any work for now. The guy asked what was the matter. The blonde touched her chin with her hand and looked away, expressing her concerns, as if something was wrong here. The prince noticed the thoughtful expression on the girl's face. Wendy bowed to His Highness when he said to postpone the matter. Nightingale touched the prince's hand, apologizing. She worriedly put her hand on his shoulder, fearing that she had allowed herself too much, but the guy supported her, saying that she shouldn't remain silent about this. The girl tensed up when she was asked if this was a safety issue, to which she answered positively. The young man put his hand on hers, saying that this is exactly what she should do. The brunette looked at her, saying that she should be in charge of the internal security of the city, and there was nothing wrong with being overly cautious. She answered the question with alarm that the girl was not lying when she was asked what was the matter, because in her notes the witch wrote that the suspect did not show hostility. The blonde introduced the angry Phillies, who crossed her arms over her chest, saying that the girl did not behave the way a former slave should behave, so she wanted to watch her for some more time. The girl came to the witches for breakfast. Amy noticed her and wished her good morning. She pushed back her chair, wishing good morning in return, and was invited to breakfast. She took the fork, awkwardly looking at the witch, who admired the presence of food, because she had not eaten so heartily for a long time. Phillies put the fork in her mouth. The interlocutor asked how she liked the scrambled eggs, saying that the last time she ate them was more than a year ago. She looked at the witch with a smile and wished everyone a bon appetit. The redhead looked at the witches having fun at breakfast, realizing that they had finally found a place to live peacefully, like Taquilla in its heyday, assuming that this place would become a new holy city and the witches would praise it. The sun was shining clearly in the window. The girl was convinced that the chosen one had appeared. Amy was surprised, looking at the girl. She touched Phillies' face, asking if she slept there at night because she had dark circles, to which she received the answer that the interlocutor could not sleep due to worries. The witch looked at her as she held the cutlery in her hands, telling her to take a nap after breakfast since they didn't have to search for food all day like before. However, she was told not to worry. After all, she was completely cured yesterday. Phyllis tensed up, saying she didn't want to be alone since Wendy was going to show them around the city. The witch offered to go with them, answering her objections that it was just a walk and someone else could carry Hiro for a change. The witches supported the idea. The red-haired one said that she would talk to Wendy. The brown-haired one also did not want to leave the girl alone at home. The green-eyed one apologized to her. Phyllis crossed her arms over her chest, closing her eyes, saying that everything was fine. Wendy came to him, wheeling a wheelchair, asking what they were discussing. The witch jumped up, asking what it was, to which she was told that it was a wheelchair that had been worked on all night, and with its help, Hiro would be able to move around a small area independently. The girl paid attention, interested in Anna, wondering if the healer was talking about her, wondering that they did such a thing for an ordinary witch who had lost her legs. Wendy touched Hiro's shoulder and thanked her, telling her to feel at home since they were all sisters here, telling her to try the chair. Annie approached the witch, asking if they could take their friend with them. She pointed to the girl, saying that she would be lonely alone, and the witch began to think. Phyllis touched her chin with her hand, not understanding why she was hesitating to answer, wondering if the test was over. The girl answered positively, so they can take the red-haired girl on an excursion since they are all sisters. Phyllis bowed, apologizing for the disturbance, but was told that everything was fine. Annie looked at Amy, took her hands, smiling and saying that she said no one would mind. Wendy suggested that we begin, suggesting that today's tour of the city begin at the North Slope mine. The girls looked at the witch curiously, clearly interested. Phyllis pondered, wondering what was remarkable about the prey, assuming that their purpose was to show what would happen to them if they disobeyed. Wendy spoke with great enthusiasm that the mines are the engines of the capital, because, according to His Majesty, the more steel produced, the better. She took them outside, saying that they would understand everything when they saw with their own eyes. Phyllis looked around in surprise, touching her robe. She wondered why she looked so animated during the demonic months. Wendy turned around, saying that they had time while they were walking, so there was an opportunity to talk about witches and their abilities. She talked about the demonic bites that the witch suffered from the moment she awakened, convincing them that this was normal and a natural reaction to the growth of magical power. Annie answered displeasedly that when one comes of age, it is impossible not to know this pain, while the witches behind were discussing something else. Wendy closed her eyes, saying that this was also the case in the association, that the initial abilities of the witch are further enhanced and there is a possibility that she will be able to develop an additional skill when she comes of age. Amy asked her what a growing vortex of magic is, to which she was told that this is what every witch has, a vortex similar to a flow of air. The girl introduced a magical whirlwind, saying that some witches can see it, and its presence reflects the type of ability. Wendy patted the girl on the head, saying that on the day of testing their abilities, they will be able to find out what the magical vortex looks like in their bodies, adding that the day they come of age is not the end of evolution and they have the opportunity to develop their abilities further. The girl followed their conversation as the witch promised the other that she too could evolve if she studied hard, not understanding why she had not heard of such things related to their heritage. She tensed, realizing that the more witches they had, the more resources for the army, wondering what could happen in 400 years that the witches of the city of the fallen star could defect from Alice's will. She was surprised when the witch said that she wanted to introduce her to the new sisters. Phyllis looked at the witch in bewilderment, noticing the sigil of rumor in her hands. The ring under her robe began to glow, the redhead wondering how she could hold the legacy of the holy city of Taquilla. She looked up, noticing someone there. Lightning introduced herself as the greatest explorer, while the bird introduced herself as Maggie. Amy was surprised to notice that the bird was talking, while Annie suggested that these witches have abilities related to body transformation. Maggie sat on Wendy's hand, revealing that she was a witch with evolved powers. They rubbed against each other. The girl did not understand whether this dove was really a senior witch and whether she could be considered the highest class. Phyllis looked at the bird in surprise, realizing that in Taquilla the elder witch could easily become one of the rulers of the Federation, wondering if this dove had actually successfully evolved. Lightning hugged Amy when she said that this pigeon turned out to be amazing. The blonde said that she became stronger after growing up, intending to also gain a new ability as she grew older. The interlocutor asked to tell what Maggie's ability was connected with. Lightning presented her as a flying monster, which looks quite fierce, covering half the sky without looking cute. Phyllis followed their conversation while the other witches wanted to look at the giant flying monster, realizing that times were indeed not the same. she thought, comparing the dove and the monster, not understanding why they paid attention to appearance, because shouldn't they focus on how abilities develop depending on magical vortexes? Phyllis asked Wendy how she could determine whether her abilities had evolved if she was no different from an ordinary pigeon, to which she was told that everything was determined by the differences in the magical power that appeared. She introduced the other witches, saying that magical powers, like a whirlwind or fog, are formed into a new form. For example, Maggie's magical powers are large wings, and not the fog as before. Phyllis asked the bird if she had the same magical abilities, to which the witch replied that she had a lot to learn. Remembering how the Federation explained in exactly the same way about the restructuring of magic, realizing that she was a senior witch. She looked at Wendy incredulously, realizing that the original witch had begun to control the entire association, and was also helping to evolve into older witches. Very soon they found themselves in the mountains. The red-haired girl understood that this place was really very different from Taquilla. She walked up the snowy steps, following the other witches. The girl looked through her magic ring. Looking at Lightning and Maggie, she realized that judging by the pillars of light, they were not the chosen ones. The witch pointed her finger forward, saying that they had arrived. They approached the entrance to the mine. Phyllis followed them into the mine while the witch said to follow her. Ahead, the girl noticed posters with slogans motivating to work, realizing what interesting posters were hung here. Wendy talked about how before His Majesty's arrival in the border city, it was completely unproductive, and the mine ore here could only be exchanged for a few hundred gold royals. She recalled what winters used to look like, adding that winters were so unproductive that people had nothing to live on. The witch told about Anna, who was saved by His Majesty, and this opened up new opportunities for cooperation between witches and ordinary people. She introduced the girl and the prince together, saying that the witch's job was to create a better life. Wendy looked at them, saying that since they came to the mines, they would meet Anna, who she called a genius who had evolved twice. Phyllis was shocked, repeating in her thoughts that the witch managed to evolve twice. The witches walked up the road along which the mine was built. Phyllis walked, realizing that if she walked alone, she would not be allowed into this restricted area, and this can be seen from the sentries. She walked, not understanding why the brilliant witch built her residence on the northern slope. In front of them was a small house. She wondered if there really was a witch living there. Wendy pointed the girls towards the house, explaining that the backyard of the northern slope is the center of research for the capital's various equipment, and this is where the witch works, except for school hours. The witch knocked, saying that for the safety of Anna, His Highness closed the mountain path to all outsiders. Phyllis realized that it was just a research facility, and the guards were sent by the king, assuming that protection meant surveillance. Soon the door opened slightly and they were invited inside. Ring greeted them, saying that she had been waiting for them for a long time. The girl patted her on the head, asking where her sister was, to which she received the answer that she was now conducting a test on the machines with Anna. Wendy, when the witch asked who it was, introduced them to Ring, telling them that she was Lucia and worked as a secretary because she had not yet awakened as a witch. She told about Lucia that she comes here quite often and works with Anna in the field of metals, and the increase in her magical ability after evolution is second only to Anna. The girl was surprised to hear that she was one of the few witches who could use the sigil of divine will. Amy inquired about what a sigil was and was told that it was a weapon that required a lot of magical power to activate, making it difficult for people to light all 4 magic stones. She remembered what this magical object looked like, saying that it was hung in the castle of the hall so that everyone could test its power. And in the association there were only 4 people who could light it. Everyone was wondering who would be the 5th. Phyllis was very surprised, frowning, not understanding where they got such a thing. In the era of Taquilla, it was a weapon intended only for the 3 heads of the Federation. The brunette standing with the hero wheelchair asked the witch how many people in the association had developed new abilities. Phyllis watched in surprise as Wendy curled her fingers, saying that there were 10 such witches, which made her very surprised. The girl opened the door for them. Agatha stood in front of them, holding test tubes in her hands. She walked past them, but Phyllis recognized her, realizing that she had seen her before. The girl recalled how she accepted the blessing with pride and confidence, being the youngest senior witch in the era of Taquilla. The red-haired woman looked after Agatha, who came to Anna, not understanding how she lived until these days, while she talked about obtaining the results on corrosion resistance that the witch asked her for. She handed her the test tubes, saying that the highest quality test sample was aluminum alloy number 1872. Their conversation could be heard outside the walls of the building. Agatha was clearly about to leave. Phyllis pressed her palm to her chest, not even expecting to meet the Taquilla witch, realizing that she was obliged to cross paths with her. The sun was shining on the snow-covered palace. Sylvie looked out the window, touching the glass with her hand, lost in thought. Nightingale stood in front of her, asking if she had learned anything, only to be told that Phyllis had left the building by jumping out of a second-floor hallway window. The blonde touched her chin with her hand, realizing that the girl was not an ordinary girl. She ordered the observation to continue, and she herself would go to report to His Majesty. The prince closed the book, saying that she was right. Nightingale, with a sigil in her hand, stood opposite the brunette with a book, finding it amazing that she was able to bypass the witch's lie detector, to which she replied that she would catch and interrogate her. She looked at the sigil while Sylvie told her that the girl had stopped at the end of the street, as if she was waiting for someone. The guy and the girl tensed. The girl realized that without magical powers and weapons, Phyllis was here to obtain information, or was waiting for an accomplice. According to the sigil, they were informed that her target was Agatha, who attacked the girl, calling it incredible because the enemy had the reaction of a stone of divine will. They were surprised to see the older witch there as they looked at the stone. Agatha used her magic when Nightingale stated that she was going there. She pointed the crystals directly at the girl's feet. She wondered looking at Phyllis. Her magic did not affect her, the crystals seemed to evaporate, thereby surprising Agatha. She tensed, trying to understand whether the stone was divine, but realized that if it were so, the ice would not have touched her. The witch was perplexed when she extended her arms. Phyllis folded them on her chest, as was customary in etiquette from the Tequila era. Agatha looked at her, asking who she was. The girl expressed her respect to her. She looked at her, addressing her as the youngest witch with the supreme awakening. There were quite a lot of people in the tavern in the evening. The girls stood on the balcony. Phyllis stood at the door while the witch assumed that it would lead her to a more deserted place, but they ended up here. The redhead pressed her hand to her chest, saying that the tavern was always a good place to exchange information, apologizing for the lackluster setting for the conversation since she had only been in town for 2 days. She poured the girl a drink, not being at all against it. The redhead looked at her, knowing that she wouldn't have to worry about revealing her identity. Besides, it was to find her chosen one, and now she had a better way, without having to follow the original plan. Agatha held a glass in her hands, asking how her interlocutor found her in just 2 days. Phyllis also took a glass, saying that she learned many details about her life from Wendy, other witches, and local residents. The witch listened to how the girl decided to find her as soon as she found out that she was a member of the association. They both sat at the table opposite each other. The girl asked her if there were other surviving witches from Tequila, to which she received a positive answer, but they could no longer be considered witches. Phyllis said that she is now a soul attached to this body that belongs to the warrior of divine punishment. Agatha tensed, realizing that she not only controlled this body, but also freely activated the domain of the divine stone. She introduced the divine will warrior, revealing that this was Alice's ultimate goal. The witch put the glass on the table, saying that she knew that the plan would not be easy. She looked at her interlocutor, assuming that other survivors also did not agree with this approach. The witch asked what their goal was. They sat in the light of the lanterns, the redhead insisting on asking the question before answering. Holding the ring in her hand, she asked if she had told about the demons, the battle of divine will, and the Federation. Agatha responded positively. Phyllis put her hands on the table. Wondering what they thought about this, the witch replied that they not only understood everything, but were also ready for the third battle of the divine will. She remembered and told how the association managed to kill the magic slayer demon and the 4 fear demons. The red-haired girl looked at her, realizing that she, of course, told everything to the local witches, but she could also not hide her identity and tell about the chosen one. Phyllis clenched her hand into a fist, admitting that on this journey she was looking for the chosen one. She talked about the one that could activate the instrument of divine retribution and destroy the demons. Agatha was surprised, asking if anyone could do this. The girl answered positively, but she would need her help. The witch inquired about the method of selecting the chosen one, and then the red-haired woman took off the ring, saying that Pasha told her about it. She handed over the ring, telling about its principle of operation. Through its magic stone you can see an orange light, symbolizing light. Agatha looked at the ring, understanding what was going on. She suggested that she talk to the city lord, but Phyllis thought that she was talking about Wendy. She was greatly indignant when she understood what was said, asking whether she had a local head of mortals. The witch responded positively, remembering Roland. The witch said that he looks like an ordinary mortal, but he is the core of the association, even if he looks careless. The red-haired girl looked at her in bewilderment, but the interlocutor replied that she had once been the same as her. Afterwards, she saw the prince, realizing that without him there would have been no association. The city would not have become what it is now. The kingdom would not have been able to defeat the church, so to find the chosen one it is worth talking to His Highness. Phyllis tried to object to her, but tried to calm her down, saying that he knew more than she might think. Agatha asked with a smile if she knew what the prince told her when she woke up in an ice coffin and learned that the Federation no longer existed. She remembered the confident prince who had declared that mortals could defeat demons. The red-haired one said that this was too much. The witch laughed with all her might, saying that she thought the same at the beginning. She remembered the look of His Highness, saying that she saw hope in him, and the other witches were sure of it. Agatha gave her the ring when the girl asked for time to think, because she was given the condition that if Takila wants to work with the Association Against Demons, then first she will have to get permission from His Highness. Phyllis folded her hands again, bowing to her, saying that she would return after calmly thinking about everything, and then wished her good night. Soon the door closed. Agatha looked at the witch, saying that she could come out of the shadows. Nightingale stood next to her, asking when she saw her, to which she replied that when she took the ring from the redhead. She offered the blonde a drink and she agreed only on the condition that the witch would pay, and then asked if this magic stone saw power. Agatha took the glass, correcting the blonde, saying that it is not magical power, but an orange pillar, or rather a key. Their pillar illuminates half the room, so it is difficult not to notice it. Nightingale asked if the girl noticed her, receiving the answer that almost certainly, but she clearly does not mind revealing herself to her own kind. The blonde took the glass and said that she is not like her, but she is not the same as the purified ones. She then asked Agatha if she believed her words, receiving a positive answer. She looked at the witch when she said that the girl did not take the ring. She turned around, saying that she really wanted to help her and put her on the right path. Nightingale disappeared into the shadows, saying that she hoped the girl would make the right choice. Agatha smiled sweetly, closing her eyes, saying that she was sure of it. The witches were discussing Evelyn and her wonderful drink of chaos at the table, which they tried yesterday, calling it an incredible thing. Phyllis placed her hand on her shoulder, asking if she was the elder witch, receiving a positive answer, because over time she was able to create drinks whose taste would never be the same. The witch happily closed her eyes, because she didn't think that even the aristocrats from Wolfshark could try something like that. Hero supported her, saying that it was worth going through all the trials for this. Phyllis took out an envelope with a letter while the witches regretted that she left them too soon, but the girl remained silent about this. She looked at them, saying that she wanted to tell them something. Placing her hand on her chest, holding the envelope, she told what her name really was, especially since she had news of Providence and a savior, so she must talk to His Highness. The witches were surprised, not believing what they heard, asking what she was talking about and whether she was really a witch. The dark-haired girl asks if Phyllis is her real name, receiving a positive answer. Annie remained silent quietly, looking at the red-haired girl. The clear sun illuminated the palace. Roland stood opposite the girl who was worshipping, thereby welcoming him into the presence of the others. She placed her hand on her chest, saying that the name 76 was a cover and that her name was actually Phyllis, and after the reveal, the old name had no meaning. The young man invited her to the table, saying that he had many questions. The girl said that she would try to answer them. There was a cup of tea on the table. They were all sitting at the table. The guy said they should get to know each other better, so he asked why the church was divided into two parts and she persecuted her relatives. He noted that this was especially important when they learned about the existence of the ideal form of the Divine Punishment Army, asking for more details about the reasons for all this. Phyllis replied that no one could have imagined such an end. Before entering the ruins of the labyrinth, the brunette asked how all this was connected to the ruins. The red-haired woman closed her eyes, remembering the ruins, saying that without this relic the army would not have been created, and those who remained would hardly have survived, but they found out about it too late. She spoke about the conflict between the Queen of the City of the Fallen Star and Natalia, which arose due to what the fugitives found in the labyrinth. Disagreements finally led to a break. The young man asked what they found, but Phyllis could not tell more. They can discuss in more detail when they find the chosen one, then Pasha will talk to him. Looking at the girl, the guy asked who she was. They explained to him that she was the successor to the three heads of the Federation, as well as the leader of the survivors. Roland did not understand why the two factions could not coexist, since under such conditions it was enough to select volunteers for the transformation ceremony, and why Alice wanted to capture those remaining in the Federation. The girl replied that everything is not as simple as he thinks. Phyllis spoke about the body she used for the first time. It could not survive the transformation, and it took her 50 years to master the body and centuries to master weapons and combat skills. The young man touched his chin, realizing that Alice needed empty bodies. The red-haired woman added that if the witch does not die, then a long-lived warrior is much more powerful in all respects than one who has just been transformed. She introduced Alice with a body in her hands, saying that it was necessary to create more such shells. The only such supplier were weak witches. For this she had to replace the Federation in order to sacrifice witches at will. Phyllis closed her eyes, saying that she was practically on target, and almost everyone agreed. If not for the discoveries in the ruins, then the plan with the Army of Divine Punishment would have been the only possible option. Roland frowned, realizing that this sounded true. Ash was talking about the difference between the army and the exception witches, which lies not in strength and reflexes, but in intelligence. She imagined the warriors of divine punishment, realizing that if they were given witch intelligence and immortality, it would be terrible, and a clash with the true army on the ridge of the cold wind, then the outcome of the battle would be completely different. He imagined a warrior, realizing that adaptation is not so terrible as long as the soul can be tolerated. Then the choice in favor of strong warriors becomes natural. The young man asked how many warriors Alice could gather. The girl replied that she wanted to turn all the witches to prevent Judgment Day. The brunette asked how this could be done, because to defeat an older demon you need a well-trained warrior, which means that for such a warrior you need to provide several shells. The girl agreed, but said that there was another way. She put her palm to her chest, saying that she needed to move to another vessel, and they call it hibernation. Agatha looked at the girl when the prince asked if the information about the vessels and the chosen one was connected with what they found in the ruins. Phyllis hesitated, saying that only Pasha could tell more. The young man displeasedly asked what was required of the chosen one to win, saying that he would not give consent as long as he remained in the dark. The girl said that she did not know this either, because the person in charge of researching the instrument was Celine. She said that they can find out who the chosen one is and then discuss what to do next, because if there is a candidate, then the witches of the capital will not be in danger. She looked at the witches, answering the question of how to do this by saying that they just needed to demonstrate their ability once. She took the ring, saying that she would use it for magical observation. The girl stood up, saying that through him she could see witches who had the gift of the chosen one. As a result, Wendy accompanied her to the park, where today they agreed to meet with all the witches of the capital. She asked if the girl was ready, to which she replied that at any time. The witch left, saying that she would go and call them. Agatha stood opposite the girl. She began to cast spells, demonstrating her strength. Phyllis looked at her through her ring. The glow was yellow. She realized that the light was quite dim compared to that night, which meant she was not suitable. She stood in front of the redhead, asking if she would mind her presence. The witch noted that she was a former member of the Research Society and was interested in stones, so Phyllis did not mind, and then thanked her. Agatha noted that this was her own choice, so they continued the test. Next was Echo. It didn't fit. The leaf glow was also not that bright. It didn't fit. Anna looked at them, waiting for her turn. They looked through the stone, concluding that she was slightly weaker than Leaf. Agatha held the piece of paper in her hand. The girl concluded that there was no chosen one among them, because it was not even close to the orange light that she saw at night. They stood opposite each other. The witch said that at night no one practices abilities, asking about the power of the stone, to which she was told that it was sufficient and it allows you to see at such a long distance. Phyllis was surprised when Agatha held out her hand, demanding the ring, in disbelief. The witch said that she would not be allowed to enter the castle area at night, and only she would help find the chosen one if she was in the castle. Sunlight illuminated the fortress. Someone called Phyllis by name. Red-haired girl sitting at the table. I look back. The heroine told her that they had found a way to summon a pillar of light. Wendy, standing next to the blue-haired witch, admitted that they were not yet sure that this was the chosen way that she had been told about. Phyllis, raising her hand, looked up at her interlocutor. She believes that they could not be mistaken, because if a witch is capable of emitting such a pillar of light, then this must be the girl they are looking for. Agatha clutched her chin in concern when the red-haired heroine asked her the name of the high-ranking witch. At this moment the heroine said loudly, "Stop." A bead of sweat ran down Phyllis's face and she wondered if he was the one she was thinking about. The red-haired girl became worried and stood up from her chair, after which she asked them who the orange light was coming from. Wendy presented the image of the main character in a black jacket and said that this light comes from him. The red-haired girl, who had a black necklace on her neck, did not expect that the light was coming from the most ordinary lord. She doesn't understand how this is possible. Agatha, closing her eyes, moved her hand to the side and said that she was not the only one who saw this. She said that the witches living on the second floor of the castle came to see this spectacle. The heroine remembered how the gentleman felt awkward after she extended her hand at him. She said that she had tested the gentleman with a magic stone and was convinced that he had no magical powers. Wendy placed her hand on the wooden table and asked if the weapon manipulator she mentioned had to be a witch. She thinks it would be good if His Majesty became a demon-slaying hero. After which she remembered that she had not seen the orange light above his head yesterday. The heroine introduced the main character lying on the bed and talked about how when he woke up, the orange light disappeared. She reported that it was only visible at night. Agatha raised her hand and admitted that they asked the gentleman about it. She conveyed his words that after the Battle of Souls, he falls asleep and wakes up in another fictional world, which is an additional part of his memories. Phyllis raised her eyebrows and asked who Zero was and what the Battlefield of Souls was. Wendy presented the image of a church witch and reported that she was the last Pope of Hermes. She said that this heroine captured the Master and involved him in a long battle of souls, which may have caused the error of the ring with the magic stone. Phyllis clenched her hands into fists when the brunette said that Roland was very surprised by this result and suggested that the witch try to check something again at noon. The red-haired girl looked away and admitted that she would like to see it with her own eyes. The sunny daylight fell on the stone fortress. Someone started to worry about Phyllis. The heroine lying on the bed suddenly opened her eyes. The partner touched her head with her palm and asked her if she had woken up. The girl looked intently at Agatha, who told her that at Nightingale she was shocked by her reaction. The witch, closing her eyes, began to turn her head around. She apologized to her and said that she was just very scared. The blue-haired girl lowered her gaze and admitted that she did not understand who the chosen one was for her, because even without such people they had been fighting for hundreds of years. Phyllis clutched the blanket tightly as Agatha suggested that any witch who survived a disaster could calmly endure any hardship. The red-haired witch gave her a negative answer. She raised her head and talked about how they failed 2 times in a row, which is why they were pushed into the wild lands of Dawn. The blue-haired witch became very angry and put her hand on her heart. She said that, in this case, it would be better for them to defeat the demons. She spread her arms to the sides and admit that she does not understand what exactly they found in the ruins of the labyrinth, on what they pin all their hopes. The girl believes that if the device works, then it should not be part of the ruins. Phyllis frowned deeply when her interlocutor reminded her that in the 400 years that have passed since then, mortals have not stood still, thanks to which there are many ways to defeat demons. She, remembering Roland's words, said that with the correct use of the power hidden in this world, mortals can also defeat them. The red-haired girl turned her head to the side when the witch told her that the master, like God, has his own key. She suggested that she talk to him first before contacting the Tequila witches. Phyllis raised her head and asked her about his key. Agatha presented a golden key with 3 rings and talked about how it is called creative. Meanwhile, the brunette, behind whom was a military man, walked along the wall of the fortress. He frowned and looked into the distance. The guy asked the man standing behind him with a scar on his face about how the demonic beasts were behaving lately. Iron replied that they were pretty calm. The blue-haired gentleman put his hand to his head and decided to report to the gentleman about the existence of accidents. He talked about how the patrol wall could handle this. The brunette raised his hand and, smiling, admitted that he was soon planning to hold an artillery demonstration in the area of the city wall. After which he said that they should make some noise, but they should not skimp on shells. The military man looked at the gentleman in confusion and suggested that he was planning to deceive someone. The main character raised his finger up and confirmed his guess. He said that he didn't exactly plan to cheat. A battle plan arose in the guy's head when he remembered that their gun had 3 targeted points of destruction from the nearest to the farthest. He believes that for accurate shooting it is necessary to load live ammunition and to use black powder for area shooting. After which he asked the man if he understood what he was saying. A wide smile appeared on the brunette's face as he imagined a huge explosion. He said he wanted to make sure the latest explosion received special attention. The guy allowed the soldier to take more black powder for this. The main character, clutching his chin, remembered that he woke up at noon and found Phyllis on the floor. He believes that the mortal king is the chosen one that the heroine was looking for. At that moment, he thought that this was not so important because a grandiose artillery demonstration would make her feel the power of the new time. The blue-haired military man looked intently at his hand and told the gentleman that this could negatively affect the way of life of the artillery battalion. He believes this may cause them to misjudge the strength of current weapons. The brunette, folding his arms, said that there was nothing wrong with that. He admitted that he intended to give up black powder weapons. The gentleman presented an iron cannon and said that 12-pound field guns were no longer suitable for future battles. Iron's eyes sparkled when Roland thought about something secret. He asked him if this meant that he had developed a new alternative to this weapon. The military man clenched his hands tightly into fists when the gentleman told him that the gun would be able to fire at long and short distances, and several people would be able to disassemble it and move it to another place, after which he said that the gun would be quite powerful, easy to use manufacturing and easy to use. At this moment the man asked if the new weapon had a name. A smile appeared on the guy's face and, frowning, he thought about what to call this device. An iron weapon appeared in his mind when he announced that he planned to call it a mortar. The brunette knocked his hand on the wooden door. Anna looked out when the door opened. A small smile appeared on the protagonist's face as she called him Majesty. Roland and the blonde girl entered the room. A blush appeared on the heroine's face when he hugged her. The gentleman threw her onto the bed when she asked him how he was feeling today. Resting his head on his hand, he admitted that he wanted to talk to her about the world of dreams. He said that he had not previously had time to tell details about his past life. The heroine looked intently at the guy lying next to her. She asked if he was dreaming of another world. The brunette, lying on the bed, raised his hand up and said that it is like a world that is based on his memories, but at the same time it has many features. He said that the power of nature there is very similar to magic. The main character introduced a fair-haired girl in a red dress and remembered that Anna would patiently wait for the day when he wanted to personally tell her everything. He believes that this will force her to gradually change towards secrecy and silence. The girl's face turned red when the gentleman touched her with his palm. Anna suggested that he start with where he lives. At that moment, he realized that he liked her because she trusted him with all her heart and spoke directly, and did not remain silent for fear of offending. The girl grabbed her chin and asked him if he was living in a castle in his dream. He replied that he lived in a whole multi-story building. A building appeared in the guy's head, near which there is a road. He said that many people live together in it, each of whom has an apartment. An image of a blonde girl in a blue dress appeared in his head. He said that there was a man living in his apartment that she would never guess about. The brunette choked when the heroine suggested that he was talking about Zero. He asked her why she thought so. The witch, spreading her arms to the sides, closed her eyes and reminded him that he began to dream after winning the Battle of Souls. She believes that half of the reason for the appearance of dreams is connected with him, and the other half with her, because it would be strange if the two people who created the world appeared in a different place. The heroine worriedly touched the guy's face and asked him if Zero had attacked him again. An image of a girl with a red backpack appeared in Roland's head when he talked about how she lost all her memories that she had after waking up, which is why she became a 10-year-old child. He compared her to a child who thinks he knows everything. The brunette lay down on Anna's lap, who assumed that Zero had become a member of his family. He told her that the girl was sent to him by her parents, which is why he considers her an ordinary lodger. A bead of sweat ran down the boy's face as the girl asked him to take good care of Zero. He asked why he needed to do this, because she was in the dream world. Anna kissed the gentleman on the head and reminded him that his dream was no different from reality. She asked him whether in this case it was worth depriving someone in a dream. The brunette, closing his eyes, agreed with her proposal. The girl put her hand on the sleeping protagonist, who decided to stay the night in her room. He hopes that no one will notice him leaving his bedroom on the second floor in the morning. The main character walked along the empty corridor. He opened the door to the office, in which stood a bald man who wished him good morning. A drop of sweat fell from the brunette's face when he announced that he had come early today. Nightingale, lying on a chair, was reading some document. Did he ask them what happened? Steam was coming from the cup standing on the table. Someone called out to the gentleman. An elderly man approached the protagonist's desk and spoke about the completion of logistical preparations for the attack on the southern region, as well as the successful recruitment of reservists. He suggested that by next spring the strength of the First Army would reach 7,000 soldiers. Edith looked displeased at the gentleman, who said that this power has no equal in the kingdom of Greycastle. The girl reminded him that the main character would not be dealing with a bunch of stupid knights and nobles. Roland felt uneasy when the guys started quarreling. He said that since they planned to fight the demons, they should not stop increasing the population and recruitment into the army. He believes that the more soldiers the First Army recruits, the better, but at the same time it should not cause damage to production. The guy looked intently at the heroine in a white suit, who asked him if he was planning to conduct artillery exercises. Hearing this, he confirmed her words. A smile appeared on Edith's face as she invited him to show it to the people of Neverwinter if his people could witness such a spectacular sight. She believes that this will be a great incentive for them to join the army, because they will gain confidence that they can defeat demons. The bald man began waving his arms and asked her how people could be attracted to this and reminded her of the explosion site. He assumed that they would be shocked to death and think that this was God's punishment. Edith put her hand aside and said that this is God's punishment, which is under the control of the Master. She believes that with good propaganda, such shocks can be minimized. A bead of sweat began to run down the older man's face. The heroine reminded him that in the old days, feudal lords sometimes held folk martial arts events in order to show military strength to their people. She imagined the military sitting on benches when she said they could set up observation platforms on the city walls and send police there to maintain order. The girl suggested that the ticket price of 2 silver royals would not only help prevent the influx of people, but also bring them additional income. A smile appeared on the heroine's face when she proposed selling tickets to spectators aged 15 to 36 years, because in the future they could become the backbone of workers of all specialties in Neverwinter, and their increased confidence would help in the battle of divine will. She believes that for some important areas this supervision should be mandatory. The brunette frowned deeply when Edith asked him what he thought about this. He thought it would be a military parade. The bald man looked blankly at the heroine, who bowed. Roland suggested doing as she said. The guy walked up to the wooden window and thought about something. A small smile appeared on his face as he thought about his own military parade. Meanwhile, blocks of snow lay on the roofs of the city. May, who was holding a basket of vegetables, looked back. On the stage of the city, there was a man wearing a blue hat who said that the master was planning to organize an open artillery exercise in 3 days on the reserve side of the city wall, which is the front line against the demonic beasts. He asked the residents if they wanted to see the newest weapon of the First Army, which would destroy the demonic beast and also feel the wrath of heaven. After which he said that they could sign up at the town hall right now. The red-haired girl touched her face with concern when the host announced that for having an ID card and 2 silver royals, they would be able to evaluate the morale of the inhabitants of the western region from a close distance. He announced that the number of places was limited and told them that if they did not make it, they would have to wait until next winter. A smile appeared on the face of the witch in the orange dress. She believes that the protagonist's new idea has unusual advertising. At this point, she suggested that Carter would be interested. The heroine turned her head back when someone addressed her. The blonde-haired heroine with blue eyes was holding dried fish in her hands. She asked Miss to wait for her. May felt awkward when the girl handed her the fish and asked her to accept it as a sign of gratitude. A blush appeared on the girl's face when the interlocutor asked her what sign of gratitude she was talking about. She replied that she had long wanted to meet her because her father would be very happy if he saw her play. The red-haired witch worriedly extended her hand forward and said that she did not know either the girl or her father. She asked her to tell her everything from the beginning. The girl, clasping her hands, lowered her head and admitted that she had been grieving for a long time over the death of her father. Her face turned red as she talked about being brought back to life after seeing her production of A Hero's Life. She introduced a man with a bag of arrows on his back and said that in the play, everyone who died bravely defending their families and kingdom was given the title of hero by their master. She said that her father was a simple hunter, so she never thought that he would be praised after his death. May looked intently at the girl bending over in front of her. She decided that she had to thank her if she ever had the opportunity to meet her. Tears began to flow from the blonde heroine's eyes as she admitted that everyone now called her the hero's daughter. She reported that this made her feel as if her father was still with her. May opened her mouth in surprise when the girl said that if the First Army had recruited women, she would have picked up a musket and gone to fight an evil enemy. A picture of a tree appeared in her head when the red-haired witch asked her if she was afraid of the possibility of dying. The girl remembered how the residents walked along the path and said that in past winters their families moved to the stronghold fortress, which is why many died along the way. She said more people were dying in the slums, but after heavy snowfall, frozen bodies littered the streets. The blonde heroine remembered seeing the dead man and admitted that she used to tremble with fear that she would close her eyes and be next. A bead of sweat began to run down the red-haired witch's face. The girl believes that in order to prevent this from happening again, someone is needed who will take a step to create a new life. May remembered standing on stage and assumed these were lines from a play. The actress stroked the girl on the head and asked her if she would do this even if she lost everything. A big smile appeared on the blue-eyed heroine's face as she said it was worth it. The red-haired witch closed her eyes with a smile. The girl took the dried fish suspended on a thread and told the girl that she accepted her gratitude. Hearing this, she thanked her. Turning around, the blonde heroine in a green dress waved to May and asked her to take care of herself. Meanwhile, the light was burning in the windows of the wooden house. Someone reported that they heard everything from Irene. Concerned, Carter approached the girl cutting potatoes and asked her if she planned to watch artillery drills with them. After which he asked her if she hated all these fights and murders. The red-haired girl turned her head to the side as the guy hugged her and told her that she didn't have to do it if she didn't want to. She assumed he didn't want her to come with him. A blush appeared on the blonde's face as he admitted that he wanted to be with her every minute of the day. A drop of sweat ran down Carter's surprised face when the heroine asked him who he wanted to spend more time with, her or Roland. The girl smiled and touched the guy's face with her hands. She talked about having the same status as the king. The guy became worried when the heroine grabbed her mouth because she was vomiting. He called her name. The blonde watched as the witch quickly ran out of the room. He asked her if she was okay. Approaching the door, the guy announced that he was marrying Miss Lily. Standing near the mirror, the heroine turned back and asked him to stop. She told him not to call her because she was not sick. Carter approached the girl and grabbed her shoulder. A blush appeared on her face as she turned to look at the blonde and reported that the witches' association included a green-haired woman who could see through things. He assumed that she was talking about Sylvie, who is able to see hidden things that ordinary people cannot, but does not know how to heal. A drop of sweat began to flow from the guy's worried face when he realized everything. The red-haired heroine looked at him blankly. He reported that he would immediately find a Wendy's, which was possibly located in the city center. May, closing her eyes, began stroking her stomach. Meanwhile, a wooden ship sailed to the pier. Someone congratulated the man on the fact that he would soon become a father. The main character turned to the blonde man standing behind him and asked him not to shirk work until the birth of the child. He promised to give him a long vacation before the birth so that he could spend time with his wife. Carter felt awkward when the brunette turned to him and asked how the baby would be born. He asked him if there was a midwife in Neverwinter. The blonde was lost in thought as he decided to create a primary health care facility in the city since its absence could become a problem in the future. The guy approached the gentleman and asked him not to worry about his affairs because he would soon meet his sister. A huge ship sailed to the port when Roland called out to Tilly. A smile appeared on his face when the girl appeared in front of him. He congratulated his sister on her return. The brunette looked at the guy, smiling, and assumed that the demonic months had come before her. She hopes she's not late. Ash looked displeasedly at the blonde, who asked the gentleman if he would organize a welcome dinner in the evening and asked to organize a Chinese samovar in which meat and vegetables are cooked. The brunette advised her to think before asking such a thing. A blush appeared on the heroine's face when Roland said that he would organize everything, because winter is the best time to prepare hot pots. Hearing this, the girl admitted that she thought so. A purple light appeared around the blonde witch as she said that the Lord is worthy of royal blood, as well as being the husband that Nightingale likes. The blonde felt uneasy when the witch covered her mouth. The faces of the main character and the princess turned blue from what they heard. Ash grabbed her head and was lost in her thoughts. Nightingale, standing behind the master, looked down. It began to snow heavily in the city when the princess called the main character her husband. Hearing this, he invited them to return to the castle in order to continue their conversation there. The witches gathered around the huge table as he explained how their affairs stood. The brunette's face turned blue when Ash asked him if he was the chosen witch that Taquilla was looking for. Hearing this, the princess assumed that he was the first witcher in history. The gentleman felt uneasy when the girl grabbed her chin and said that her brother had always been extraordinary. Roland, asking her to stop, said that he did not have any magical abilities, which is why he could not be a witcher. The guy, looking down, grabbed his chin and said that the chosen one was only the name of the witch chosen by Taquilla. He said that they had yet to figure out what the instrument of divine retribution was. The girls sitting at the table looked intently at the gentleman, who told them that before that he was planning to conduct artillery exercises in the west outside the city wall. He hopes this will give residents confidence. The brunette, who was wearing a black necklace around her neck, asked him if this was being done to demonstrate horror. She reminded them that the battle with demonic beasts had been shown in exactly the same way before. The main character, smiling, raised his head and admitted that he did not want there to be any misunderstanding between them. He slammed his fist on the table and said that the event would not only be for the witch from Taquilla, but also for the inhabitants of Neverwinter, who thanks to this would be able to see their power. Roland believes this will give them courage even in the face of a demon. Andrea smiled and stood up from her chair as she suggested that the training begin with the start of the demonic beast attack. She announced that she had a great idea. The brunette raised his head and asked her what proposal she was talking about. The blonde introduced an angry creature with red eyes and suggested shooting at the demonic beasts as shooting targets. She thinks it will be much more interesting if they replace the boring wooden targets with real monsters. A moment appeared in the master's head, like a projectile hitting a demonic beast. He believes that this is a very good idea, because the evil enemy that has tormented the western region for many years will be destroyed by artillery fire. At this point, he suggested that nothing more exciting could be found for the inhabitants of Neverwinter. The witches glared at each other as the protagonist welcomed the demonic beast as a target. Ash asked him to simply leave them to their catch. Iffy, who Saw was sitting next to, said that she also wanted to help. Hearing this, the girl invited her to stay in the room and play cards. Drops of sweat began to flow down Wendy's face as she closed her eyes and asked if it was dangerous to catch demonic beasts. She turned her head to Nightingale, who placed a hand on her shoulder and informed her that there would be no security problems if they were limited to the territory of the hidden forest controlled by Leaf. The blonde said that their partner would be able to monitor the movements of all witches and animals within the controlled area, so if they encountered a terrifying beast of hell, they would be able to use the sigil of God's will. A smile appeared on the princess's face when she suggested a warm-up match before the artillery exercise. She introduced various elixirs when she advised them to use a month's supply of chaos drinks as a prize. Witches appeared in the girl's head, holding flags in their hands. She suggested dividing the Neverwinter sisters into 3 groups and competing to see who can catch the most demonic beasts. The guy began to laugh loudly when the girl sitting opposite him thought about how tasty the creatures were, since the gentleman said that they were much better than a portion of ice cream. The brunette put his hand on his heart and asked if Philly should allow him to participate in this. Tilly turned her head towards the main character and said that this would help the witch clearly understand the effectiveness of gunpowder weapons. She thinks that fighting a demonic beast will not be a problem for a divine will warrior's body. She then suggested that her confidence in Neverwinter's power would increase once she saw the weapon's effectiveness. The gentleman folded his hands contentedly and agreed to do just that. Meanwhile, Iffy approached the wooden door, on which there was a sign with the number 3009. She, looking intently at the entrance, clenched her hand into a fist. The heroine remembered how she stood opposite the main character, who admitted that he needed to tell her something so that it would not be a strong shock for her in the future. The red-haired heroine in a purple suit bowed her head when the gentleman asked her about a friend named Annie, whom she talked about before joining the Beelodfang Association. Hearing this, she confirmed his words. The brunette put his hand on his heart and said that all of the group of surviving witches who arrived from the Kingdom of Dawn in Greycastle, except for the witch Taquilla, who posed as a servant, came from Wolfheart. The heroine tightly clenched her hand into a fist when she realized who he was talking about. He said that one of them was named Annie, who was rejected from the Beelodfang Association. Frowning, the girl tilted her head and asked him if this was true. Iffy stared at the guy who told her 3009. She didn't understand what the number was. Standing near the table, the gentleman said that the witch was in room 3009. He assumed she wanted to see her. Closing her eyes, the guy smiled and said that she was quite similar to the girl that Iffy described. Meanwhile, the heroine reached out with her hand to the wooden door. Roland invited her to look at it since he wanted to know the truth. The red-haired witch's face turned blue as she wondered whether Annie could forgive her. She believes that she will not forgive her. Iffy turned her head to the blue-haired girl, who admitted that she knew she would do this. The blonde, holding onto the wall, tried to walk. Soft Feathers told the heroine that she is completely different when anything concerns Annie. The red-haired witch turned to her interlocutor and asked her if they had heard everything. She replied that they could not help but overhear because the main character was left alone with her. The moment the brunette wanted to grab Iffy came into her head when she said that they would have to guard the door if the guy wanted to pester her. Hearing this, she asked what they wanted to help with. The blue-haired witch folded her arms when Iffy asked her if she had come to watch her being ridiculed, to which she received a positive response. The red-haired heroine looked blankly at Soft Feathers, who touched the door. She asked her if she was ready. The blue-haired girl began to hit the wooden door with all her strength. Iffy stared at the witch who ran away from her. The heroine looked back and reminded her to say what she wanted to say from her heart. The red-haired witch frowned deeply as Soft Feathers told her to take action. Iffy turned her head when the door opened slightly. A red-haired girl in a brown top came out of the room. She, without taking her eyes off her interlocutor, began to say something. Tears began to flow from the heroine's eyes when Annie asked her if she was Iffy. The girl remembered how her partner constantly followed her and was a burden to her. A blush appeared on the witch's face as she admitted that she was sorry. The red-haired heroine felt uneasy when Iffy hugged her. She started apologizing to her. Annie, looking at her partner's head, decided to touch her. She remembered how she hugged the bawling little girl who was apologizing to her. Having hugged the red-haired heroine, the witch burst into tears and admitted that she no longer blamed her. Iffy, leaning towards her mentor, closed her eyes. A girl in a brown dress entered the room and called out to Annie. The red-haired heroine frowned deeply when she suggested that they enter into an agreement with Wendy and begin serving the king. While the main character was standing on the wall of the fortress, it began to snow. He, looking at the witches, put his hand aside and told them that in this hunt for demonic beasts, a friendly atmosphere is more important and competition takes a backseat. The guy reminded them that their safety comes first, so they are prohibited from leaving Leaf's control area. A smile appeared on the brunette's face when he announced that the one who catches the most demonic beasts in one day will be the winner. He said that only caged animals would be counted. The huge castle was surrounded by a spruce forest. The gentleman warned them that the entire team would be disqualified if anyone left Leaf's control area. Smiling, lightning flew into the sky as the protagonist announced the start of the hunt. Ash, with Andrea standing behind her, suggested we start. Phyllis turned her head to Agatha when she announced that they were also starting. Tilly turned to the brunette standing behind her and asked him who he thought would win. Roland grabbed his chin and, imagining images of witches, said that he would win lightning with Maggie, who are not the strongest. He told the heroine that in order to earn points, you need to put the demonic beast in a cage, so those who are fast have an advantage. The brunette extended her hand towards the main character and invited him to argue. A smile appeared on the gentleman's face when he touched his sister's hand. He agreed and asked her what they would argue about. They locked pinkies when the princess suggested that the Sleeping Island group would be the first to emerge. She said that if she wins, half of the proceeds from future sales of chaos drinks will be spent on rewarding witches who will make a major contribution to the development of the city. Hearing this, the guy asked what he would get if she lost. The heroine tilted her head to the side and offered, in case of loss, to stay and live in Neverwinter. She asked him how he liked such an offer. A blush appeared on the guy's face when he asked the girl if she would seriously do this. The princess raised her head and said that she would keep her promise. The girl turned away from the brunette and, closing her eyes, said that he might not win, so she invited him to just watch. Snow was falling on the guy's black jacket. He believes that time will put everything in its place. The gentleman turned to the magical fog when Nightingale confessed to him that she believed the same as Tilly. Roland turned his head to the blonde, who told him that Andrea's magical power had concentrated. Meanwhile, the witches were standing in the spruce forest when they were informed that ahead, 125 meters to the left, a demonic beast in the form of a boar was approaching. Ash looked displeased at the blonde sitting behind her. Andrea thought about how many steps there are in 125 meters. At that moment she remembered that 1 meter is equal to 2 steps. The partner looked blankly at the brunette, who grabbed the hilt of the sword. She told her there was no need to count. Ash stood in front of the blonde girl and reported that she could already hear the demonic beast. The creature with hooves ran as fast as it could. The girls armed themselves when they saw a ferocious boar bearing down on them. The brunette turned her head to Andrea, who asked not to take out her weapon, after which she reminded her that they must catch the monsters alive. The blonde, putting her hand to her mouth, whistled loudly. She raised her head as the beast approached her. The girl called him to follow her. Smoke was coming from the mouth of the monster with red eyes. A demonic beast approached Andrea. She loudly announced that he had fallen for it. The heroine, folding her hands, summoned a bright stream of light. She tried to aim her magic at her opponent. The blonde pressed her eye to her hands. The demonic beast jumped when it was stopped by a bright light. A magical shield appeared in front of the monster, which led him astray. Andrea clenched her hand tightly into a fist when she announced that they had caught the first beast. Behind the blonde heroine lay a boar when she told Ash that she had to transport it. The brunette asked her why exactly she was obliged to do this. The blonde put her arms out to the sides as her partner approached the boar. Calling her strong, she reminded her that in a team competition they must work together. Ash got angry when the heroine pointed her finger somewhere and said that they represent the honor of a sleepy island. She admitted that she would tell Tilly everything if they lost the competition because they were too slow. The brunette raised the boar with her first hand and announced that she would go and asked her partner to remain in place without moving. Andrea told her that she understood everything. The blonde frowned and put her hands on her belt. She wondered if Nightingale had seen her crushing victory. The blonde heroine approached a tree covered with a magical aura. She turned to Leaf and asked her where the next demonic beast was. The tree branch was completely covered with green leaves. She reported that there was a snow wolf to their right, 450 meters away. After which she asked her if she planned to wait for her partner. Andrea raised her head with her hand out and said that she would be wasting her time by waiting for her. She asked her not to worry because the stupid wolf would not be able to touch her if the witch warned her. The blonde clenched her hands into fists and said that she was going because she had to walk almost 900 steps. She asked Leaf to tell her partner where she was. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl turned to Phyllis, who apologized to her because she did not expect that he would drag her into such nonsense. She admitted that she simply agreed without thinking. Agatha closed her eyes and said that it was nice for her to go outside from time to time and not spend all day in the laboratory working with magic stones. She said that if she didn't want to waste her time, she simply would not have agreed with the gentleman's proposal. The girls walked along a snowy forest path. The red-haired heroine asked her partner if they would capture several demonic beasts for show. Hearing this, the witch reminded her that this was a competition. Phyllis, who was wearing a black necklace around her neck, remembered the main character's words about the importance of a friendly atmosphere. She said others agreed too. Agatha imagined images of her sisters when she said that, in fact, they did not think so, because from their facial expressions one could understand what they were thinking about. She believes that Lightning and Andrea would not want to lose to anyone, even if the prize was not a drink of chaos. A smile appeared on the blue-haired girl's face when she reminded her partner that they represented the Tequila team. She confidently said that in this case they must win the game. Phyllis, closing her eyes, nodded and agreed with her partner's words. The girls began to light up with a strong aura when Leaf informed them that a hybrid of a wolf and an eagle was quickly approaching behind them 200 meters away. Agatha proposed to jointly win an unconditional victory. The howling of animals was heard in the snowy forest. The blue-haired heroine, with Phyllis standing behind her, frowned deeply. The creature flapped its snow-white wings. Agatha began to use her magical powers as the beast headed towards her. The animal with horns, looking at the witch, opened its mouth. The heroine did not take her eyes off her opponent. The monster, with its claws out, decided to jump on the witch. He fell to the ground with a crash. The girl in the purple shoes raised her foot. Ice flows flew towards the beast when the witch extended her hand. The horned creature screamed as it began to become covered in ice. Phyllis, standing behind Agatha, became worried. She believes that such a graceful fighting style is worthy of Tequila's genius. The blue-haired girl turned to her partner as the beast turned into an ice statue. The heroine asked her if she now needed to take it to the city wall. Hearing this, Agatha offered to leave him here and pick him up after they caught more, since he would not die immediately due to frostbite. The blue-haired witch turned away from her partner and told her that they needed to find the next demonic beast as soon as possible. Phyllis, standing behind the girl, suggested that she really wanted to win this competition. She believes this is because they represent Tequila. The image of the main character and witches dressed in red cloaks appeared in the heroine's head. She wondered who Agatha would give preference to, Neverwinter or the surviving inhabitants of Tequila. A girl in a brown dress walked behind her partner. She called my lady's name. The blue-haired heroine looked back at Phyllis and asked her not to address her like that, but simply call her by name. She reminded her that, according to her, the Tequila witches are no longer divided according to their abilities since everyone has become equal. A smile appeared on the red-haired girl's face. She said that since Lady Eleanor sacrificed herself, thanks to which fewer and fewer of her companions remained alive, everyone had come to a common opinion. The witch remembered how the witches in burgundy cloaks were talking about something. She said that there should no longer be a division in status between high-ranking members of the Federation and the most ordinary witches. At that moment, she conveyed the words to Pasha, who believes that every sorceress is equally important. Agatha smiled slightly when she said that, in that case, there was no need to make an exception for her. She admitted that, looking at the association of witches, or more precisely at the way they treat each other as sisters, it seems to her that they are the heirs of a new era. Hearing this, Phyllis said that she understood everything. The red-haired heroine lowered her gaze to the ground and asked Milady what she thought about Tequila and Neverwinter. The blue-haired girl looked back at her interlocutor with concern. She put her palm to her heart and asked her if she was asking which side she was on. After which Agatha admitted that she was true to her beliefs. The red-haired witch looked at her interlocutor with confusion and asked her what beliefs she was talking about. Standing deep in the snowy forest, the heroine said that she hoped that Phyllis would be able to move to the western region of the Kingdom of Greycastle. She wants the witch to team up with Neverwinter to fight the demons under Roland's leadership. A bead of sweat began to run down the red-haired girl's face. She thought Agatha would side with Tequila. The blue-haired heroine glared at her interlocutor, who suggested that she was not only ready to represent the Tequila witches in the competition, but could also help. Agatha said that she could not change this because she was a Tequila witch. The red-haired witch turned her head and asked her why they should accept the leadership of a mere mortal. The girl put her hand to the side and asked if dozens of cities on fertile lands unanimously decided to accept the leadership of the Federation just because it was founded by witches. She asked her if they had forgotten the original reason for the founding of the Federation. Phyllis raised her hand and said that they wanted to defeat the demons. Hearing this, Agatha confirmed her words and said that they did not care whether the leader was an ordinary person or not. She remembered the conjuring witches in burgundy cloaks and said that after the first battle of the Divine Will, the witches reduced the influence of mortals and the fertile lands were united. She believes that this only happened because they were too weak, because their small alliances were not strong enough to protect themselves from the demons. Agatha introduced the main character, behind whom the witches stand, and asked the interlocutor what difference it now makes whether they stand for the Federation or for Roland after the mortals demonstrated their strength. She thinks that only the main character can unite all the current power and at the same time accept the witches of this era. The red-haired heroine lowered her head and asked Agatha if Neverwinter was a new Federation. The blue-haired girl began fiddling with her fingers when she announced that the city was part of the Federation. She believes that even though the gentleman will not like this name, no matter what it is called in the future, the essence is still the same. The heroine imagined witches being attacked by demonic beasts. The girl said that in order to defeat the divine spirits, Tequila, Starfall City, the Witches' Mutual Aid Association, the Sleeping Island, as well as the secular kingdoms must unite in a bloody battle with demons that will decide their fates. The blue-haired witch became very angry when she admitted that she survived the ice coffin because she wanted to see the demons defeated. She reported that it is not about loyalty, but about the ability to move forward. A bead of sweat began to fall from Phyllis's face as she realized that Agatha wanted to win the competition as a representative of Tequila, which did not conflict with her desire to serve Roland. She told her partner that she had a very high opinion of the main character. At that moment, she remembered that it was just like 400 years ago, all the city-states of the fertile land submitted to the Federation. After which she realized that the only difference was that the new alliance was headed by one mortal instead of 3 heads. The blue-haired girl, holding her chin, began to laugh when Phyllis suggested that just for the sake of defeating the demons they did not come to an understanding, because as with the appearance of the Chosen One, the situation would immediately change. Hearing this, Agatha asked her if the unexpected Chosen One had not already been found. A smile appeared on the heroine's face when she said that the master could not stop Phyllis if such a witch existed. She said that the main character will do everything possible to help her find her. At this point, she said that this is why she wants the witch to move to the western region of the Greycastle Kingdom, because her chances of finding the Chosen One will increase with the number of witches wanting to settle in the city. Hearing this, the red-haired heroine said that this would happen if Roland could hold back the demons. Phyllis turned her head to the side and asked her interlocutor if they really trusted a mortal that much. A smile appeared on the blue-haired girl's face as she admitted that she was looking forward to seeing how a mortal would unite witches and regular witches. She asked the witch if the gentleman had prepared an artillery exercise for her, after which she could understand where her beliefs come from. Black birds began to fly over the snowy forest. The red-haired girl, frightened, opened her mouth. A blue-eyed lizard was flying towards her, in whose claws there was a boar. The creature covered the girls with its wing when Phyllis loudly asked why the demon was here. Hearing this, Agatha revealed that this is Maggie, who can transform into anything that can fly. The red-haired witch frowned deeply when she suggested that Maggie was too easy to catch the demonic beast. The blue-haired heroine asked her not to worry because they still have a chance despite the fact that Maggie has a convenient ability. At that moment, she said that neither Maggie nor Lightning nor all the witches present had undergone harsh combat training, which is why they could not unleash the full potential of their magical power. The lizard holding the boar flew away when the girl asked if Maggie could hold out until sunset. Agatha said that the breath of the terrible beast is so strong that it can drive away any prey around, so she will again, having turned into a dove, will search for her target with the help of Lightning, and then catch him. A strong aura began to emanate from the blue-haired witch as she reported that the transformation takes a lot of energy, so if Maggie's magical power is exhausted, one lightning alone will not be enough for an effective hunt. She said that the next demonic beast was on Phyllis, and she would be in charge of containing it. Phyllis grabbed the hilt of the sword tightly and asked her partner to leave it to her. Agatha stopped the monster with her magic. Meanwhile, Lightning approached the lizard who was holding the boar. Andrea ran behind her partner, on whose shoulder the beast lay. There were a huge number of cells near the fortress wall. Leaf announced the end of the competition. The witches approached the fortress, near which the cells stood. Wendy said that everyone did a good job, after which she asked the guys if everything was fine with them. Phyllis stared at the locked demonic beast. Wendy decided to summarize the results in ascending order. The brunette approached Lightning, next to whom Leaf was standing, and said that the Neverwinter team had scored 7 points. The face of the red-haired heroine turned blue, because she believed that the Neverwinter team would take first place. There were wooden cages on a snowy field. The girl suggested that only 2 people from the sleeping island were able to capture the remaining 80 demonic beasts. The blonde introduced the lizard, who began to fry eggs. He reported that Maggie went to plunder a winterhawk's nest midway through the competition, which is why she spent another hour cooking eggs, after which he said that they could catch a few more creatures. Lightning began to angrily wave his hands at the white bird, which reminded him that she, having eaten a lot of eggs, went for mushrooms because she believes that they taste much better with them. Wendy is glad they escaped unharmed. Andrea was so angry that she tensed her facial muscles when the brunette called Ash smart because they were able to score 15 points. Hearing this, the blonde said that she was just running errands for her, after which she confidently announced that she had defeated all the demonic beasts. The brunette approached her and, clenching her hand into a fist, invited her to try dragging the boar carcass through the snow 15 times back and forth. Andrea said that only a muscular barbarian is suitable for this job. Wendy grabbed her chin as the girls continued to fight. Ash said that it is better to be muscular than weak. At this moment, the heroine decided to continue announcing. A bead of sweat ran down the blonde's face as she announced that Team Taquilla had scored 22 points. Lightning's mouth dropped open in surprise when they were announced as the winners, who receive a month's worth of the Chaos Brew. Agatha exhaled heavily when a white bird sat on her shoulder and told her that she also wouldn't mind drinking this drink. Andrea admitted that she envies them. Phyllis put her hand to her heart and said that there were 100 demonic beasts in the cages. Wendy was approached by the green-haired witch as she revealed that they were all caught by Leaf. The heroine awkwardly touched her head and admitted that she was worried that too many demonic beasts would enter the hunting area, which is why she set traps around the perimeter at a distance of 1 kilometer and only allowed them to enter through some passages. She said that she couldn't just let them go since they were caught in the vine trap anyway, so she moved them all to the edge of the forest to serve as targets for the master. The girls, angry, looked intently at their sister, who suggested that there were too many creatures. Spectators gathered near the stone wall of the city. Echo looked back at the guy standing next to her. He asked her how many people came to the event. A blue-haired man approached the gentleman and told him that the artillery battalion of the First Army had been prepared. Hearing this, he said that he saw it personally. The brunette looked back at the singing witch and asked her to sing a solemn march. Residents of the city looked intently at the singing girl. The guy opened his mouth when the soldiers began to approach the stairs of the stone wall. Residents rejoiced when the military walked along the wall of the fortress. Someone reported that her boy was standing in the 3rd row. At this point, the brunette suggested that the enemy would be scared to death just by the sight of this if 2 armies faced each other. Hearing this, the interlocutor said that the opponents should have run away when they heard the name of the master. The blonde looked back at Irene standing next to him. She regretted that May could not see this performance with her own eyes, after which she suggested that, having seen this, the actress would definitely be able to reproduce this exciting scene in the play. Ferland smiled, raised his finger up and asked his wife not to worry about it. He believes there will be many more such events in the future. The heroine in a pink dress took the guy by the hand and asked him if he would like to join them too. Irene, winking at him, informed him that his heart was just pounding. Hearing this, the blonde confirmed her words. The guys looked up when a cannon appeared. The girl asked her husband if artillery exercises had started. Ferland confidently clenched his hand into a fist. He decided to join the First Army and become the Master's sword in order to, through fighting, expand the territory of the kingdom to an unprecedented scale. A huge number of spectators gathered on the podium behind the wall. someone announced the start of artillery exercises. Iron, holding a red flag, raised his hand and demanded that the military take aim. Near the stone wall, demonic beasts were screaming in wooden cages. The brunette, holding onto the iron device, reported that the creature was truly terrible. The blonde man in a green jacket looked at the guys with displeasure and asked them to be more serious because this was not an ordinary training session. The blonde soldier holding the bullet in his hand turned blue with fear. He admitted that he was a little nervous because of the huge number of spectators. The guys walked up to the guns as the guy demanded that they stop talking nonsense and do what they were doing before. He loudly announced the loading of a firearm. The blonde closed his eyes and made a face. He remembered how the main character looked at him with inspiration. A blue-haired man standing near the cannons loudly announced that they were loaded. He clenched his hand into a fist and began the countdown. A smile appeared on the gentleman's face when the military man counted to 1. From the top of the stone wall, 3 shells flew simultaneously. The audience opened their mouths in surprise. There was a huge explosion. A drop of sweat ran down the guy's face. Irene opened her mouth in delight while her husband became worried. The severed legs of demonic beasts lay on the cracked ground. The fog from the explosion began to clear. Phyllis, frowning, opened her mouth in surprise. A soldier stood behind the heroine as she looked into the fog of the explosion. She remembered the key. There were body parts of demonic beasts lying on the bloody ground. The girl realized that even the highest demon could not survive in such hell, after which she wondered how a mortal could have such terrifying power. The red-haired witch looked back at Agatha with displeasure when she realized where her faith came from. She believes that with such terrifying power, mortals have a chance to fight even the most brutal of demons. Standing on the stone wall, the men in red cloaks realized that this was very different from their imagination. They clenched their hands into fists and realized that it was all thanks to chemistry. The blonde looked back at the elderly man, who suggested that they urgently go to the laboratory. The woman with the tail asked him what they were waiting for. Scientists in red cloaks quickly walked along the stone wall. They believe that from now on only one has the right to be a sage, and the rest of the names should be forgotten. The girl smiled when she saw a brunette standing next to her. The boy felt awkward when the heroine stroked his head. She checked with Cole to see if he was okay. Imagining a huge explosion, the brunette got scared and admitted that he was really scared by such force. The boy put his hands on his belt with displeasure when Edith said that this was why she wanted him to stay in Neverwinter. Cole stared at the girl, who said that no one could resist Roland. She thinks that the feudal nobility are no match for such power. The girl introduced the main character sitting on the throne and said that the kingdom would be the way he wanted. She, remembering his words, said that it was time for the aristocrats, who were not needed, to leave. After which she admitted that most people still don't understand this. Cole frowned deeply when he reminded Edith that they too were aristocrats. The heroine in a white suit, clasping her hands, walked along the stone stele and said that they no longer had a land plot. She talked about how aristocrats are admired for their wealth and power, not for the land under their feet. The girl looked back and called Neverwinter the beginning of a new era. She believes that if he wants to become an aristocrat in this era, he must accept the rules established by the master. The brunette tilted his head when Edith turned to look at him. He said he would stay in the city and stop insisting on returning to the northern region. Hearing this, the heroine said that this was the right decision. The boy looked worriedly at the girl, who believes that it is not worth managing a piece of unchanging land. A blush appeared on her face as she admitted that it was much more fun to explore new laws and powers. Meanwhile, the witches entered the protagonist's office. Phyllis apologized to him. She bowed her head, put her hand to her heart and said that before contacting the Tequila witches, she wanted to ask him a couple of questions. Roland, frowning, raised his hand and asked her to speak without formality. Nightingale stood behind the master as he remembered the feast. He thinks that if the search for the Chosen One fails, the war with demons will last for many years. The main character imagined how creatures attack a stone church. He believes that if it takes many mortals to produce weapons, it will be a difficult battle for Neverwinter. A bead of sweat began to run down the red-haired heroine's face. He asked the gentleman if the defensive weapons he showed could be mass-produced. The brunette, clutching his chin, admitted that he wanted to note one thing first. He said that the fortress cannon is not only a defensive weapon. The girl made a face when she presented the device. The guy said that although the cannon looks heavy and is difficult to move with the help of people or animals, for some vehicles this is not a problem. He said that with some improvements it can be turned into a weapon that can be used for both offensive and defensive purposes. Hearing this, Phyllis asked him what a vehicle is. Smiling, the guy raised his hand up and said that all devices that are capable of moving with him can be considered a vehicle. He said that in the future there will be vehicles that can move freely on land. After which he admitted that Neverwinter was already working on this device, but the ability to transport weapons would be a side function for it. Beads of sweat began to flow from the heroine's face as she imagined a demonic beast with projectiles. She wondered what military weapons could move freely on roads and carry heavy loads. At that moment, relying on the gentleman's words, she remembered that it was not specifically designed for guns. The red-haired girl leaned back in surprise when Roland revealed that they would create mass production once they had developed a new generation of machining tools. He is confident that in a year or two they will be located along the entire perimeter of the city wall. Phyllis frowned deeply when she realized that the gentleman was planning to equip the entire wall in a year or two. She believes that even trebuchets and crossbows cannot be equipped in such a short period of time. The red-haired heroine clenched her hands into fists and told the gentleman that she had a second question. She said that during artillery exercises she noticed that the last explosion was made from a fortress gun, after which she asked him if this was the most powerful weapon he had at the moment. A slight smile appeared on the brunette's face. He, considering from the point of view of the technology that they had mastered, called this weapon the simplest. The red-haired witch, looking intently at the guy, asked him if he could create a more powerful explosion. Smiling, Roland raised a mug of tea to his face. He put his hands on the wooden table and asked the heroine what the last explosion looked like. She compared it to the sphere of the rising sun. The gentleman imagined sunlight and, placing his hand on his heart, said that the explosion was like a sphere of a red rising sun. He said that the real sun is a level 3 weapon. Nightingale, standing behind the guy, was thinking about something. He admitted that they needed to solve two difficult problems, one of which was radioactive radiation, and the other was the distance to the sun. At this moment, Agatha called out to the main character. Phyllis looked at the guys in confusion. The blonde asked Roland not to say nonsense. Hearing this, he agreed with her. The red-haired heroine raised her hands and said that in any case she would contact Pasha and the other survivors. She said that once this multicolored magic stone was crushed, the survivors would sense her location. The girl took off the gold ring from her hand and told the main character that if he wanted to talk to them directly, it would take another day or two. She admitted that she did not know when the magic core would be prepared for Pasha. Phyllis looked intently at the brunette sitting at the table, who asked her if they could talk anywhere. She said that if conditions permit, it is better to be in a more spacious place. Roland looked back at Agatha and suggested crushing the magic stone in the main hall to make it look more official. He asked the blue-haired witch if she could take the heroine there. Nightingale, standing next to the gentleman, winked at him. She thinks he did a good job. The main character raised his head when he was called Big Brother. Tilly came into the room in a green dress. She asked him if he was distracted. A stream of emerald-colored drink flows from the dish into the glass. Roland is standing at the table, holding a decanter in his hand and a girl with gray hair sitting opposite him. He talked about hunting competitions. Sitting in front of him, she looks up at the man, reporting that there is a draw. Smiling, the brunette agreed with her. Extending his hand, Roland offered the girl a mutual victory so that she would not go anywhere. The floating lime in the cool drink interrupted the brunette's offer of a reward of 30% of the proceeds. He continued that both the witch and the commoner would receive the reward, but suddenly the girl decisively stopped him, sticking out her hand. There was a glass in her hands with a drink splashing in it. She remembered that initially the agreement was about 50%. Roland, waving his hand, explained that it was already a huge sum to live the rest of his life comfortably, and the rest of the money would go to the development of Neverwinter. The girl, without putting away the glass, seriously asks if she suddenly spends all the royals, to which she received a positive answer. After swirling the glass on the table, she still agrees, because this is a good exchange. Smiling at each other, the clink of glasses rang. How then a brunette with a determined look asked for help in a holy duel in order to have power over a sandy city, whose customs are very different from the customs of the Four Kingdoms. After scratching the selections, the girl offered a service to Ash. Sultry heat, traces of machine wheels, sandy mountains. Why does he need this territory? She wondered. Not a single ancestor was interested in these places. Standing up and spreading his arms in front of the map lying on the table, the man was sure that this region was precious. Roland pointed his finger at a place where he was sure that treasures were hidden there, and then it would be possible to further develop Neverwinter. The girl fidgeted with her fingers and thought about it and agreed to give instructions to Ash. Leaving the office, the brunette advised him to think about what they talked about. Walking down the corridor, the girl noticed a blue-haired woman. Walking past it, she doubted whether she had been here before. Echo entered Roland's office. Placing her hand on her chest, she asked if His Majesty would like it. In surprise, he spat out all the coffee to the side. Saliva ran down the man's chin at the sight of Echo next to him, but he was able to refuse. Without getting up from his chair, Roland got down to business. He wanted the girl to move to the southern region, start a duel, and she would become his representative. Hearing this, Echo shed tears of happiness. Without sitting down, she guessed that one duel would not be enough to bring all the peoples of the Sandy Lands into submission. The brunette waved his hand for her to come up to him, and he told her the method. Roland covered his mouth with his hand and whispered something in the girl's ear. Her face was surprised. She looked at the king and could not believe whether this was possible. The man stood up and with a smile on his face reassured her, because if he said it, then he would do it. In response, the girl also smiled and promised to do everything she was told. In the middle of the room, she knelt in front of Roland and began to swear by the 3 gods that the people would not forget his kindness. The man extended his hand to her so that she could stand up, adding that everything depends on her. Glowing red tentacles made their way through the stone tunnel. The ball from which the limbs grew made strange sounds. Dark blue creatures with bright orange eyes were flying in a circle above the dead beast with horns. High mountains from which thick black smoke poured out. A huge creature crawls past a pile of stones and drags on its back several small animals with petrified shells. Red demonic creatures with one eye are talking to each other about the situation. Near them stand 3 people in armor, who listen to how a wild beast was able to get to the 3rd level and several burnt corpses. One of the creatures climbed up the stone pillar and was approached by the name Selen, asking about the instrument of divine retribution and how soon it would be ready. Squinting her only scarlet red eye, she promised to do everything possible, reminding that all the damage in Area 43 had been repaired. People in red cloaks and metal armor entered the dialogue, offering to deal with small animals, and large hybrids would simply get stuck at the entrance to the cave. The creature with tentacles was tired of listening to the defender while he insisted that no one would penetrate the main hall. A brunette approached the knight, who was unsure of how abruptly they took the relic and perhaps it was worth allowing the city of the fallen star to use it for a while. With its only eye, the beast continued to look at the people while they went through ways to protect themselves from demonic creatures, such as a city wall, burning oil, and a catapult that could repel any attack. The creature with tentacles crawled a little closer to the defender, calmly explaining that one should not take such risks, and repeating in his head that if the relic falls into the hands of demons, then everything will be over. Moving its claws, the beast thought only about the pointlessness of the disputes between them, and there is no other way out, because the dispute only delays the time for making a decision and there is nothing to regret. The 2 men took a deep breath and lowered their heads. A sharp sound captured all the attention of those in the cave. A blue demonic creature appeared from a crevice in the wall. The defenders shouted to gather at the magic core. Looking only at the beast, the guards prepared to fight back. A whale-like creature fell to the ground. The beast with tentacles looked at him without taking his eyes off, waiting for something to happen. How demonic creatures with petrified shells on their backs were released. Their eyes, like their teeth, were bright red. The creature with tentacles crawled towards the magical core to protect it from intruders. Animals with green eyes surrounded him and began to tear out pieces of claws with their fangs. The creatures growled louder and thicker drops of drool hung from their mouths. One of them grabbed the dark tentacle with his entire mouth. The blonde girl with blue eyes turned to Selen so that she would not give up, because she is the only one who knows the magic core better than anyone, and if something happens to her, then no one will be able to activate the instrument of divine retribution for a long time. The man runs up to the creature that was gnawing on the defender of the core and cuts the creature in half with his sharp sword blade. Putting his foot on his head and raising his hand, he shouted for everyone to rush to protect Selen. The beast crawled up to her and asked in surprise if everything was okay with her. Selen, remembering how the fair-haired girl told the brunette that not everything was so bad, she just needed to stop the places where it was oozing, she replied that she had lost several tentacles and was feeling unbearable pain. The guards who repelled the attack tell the wounded beast that she should be happy because she can still experience a feeling of pain. The second one added, if Phyllis heard this, she would be jealous. On a sad note, they realized that of all the feelings she could only know peace of mind. The defender's serious face, giving no hint of sadness, looked into the void. He added, after all, Phyllis serves for the sake of Takila. The approaching knight clarified that now her name is 76 and he was interested in how things were going in terms of finding the chosen one. They stood in a circle and talked about how difficult it was to contact the witches who were hiding, and there was 2 or 3 years left before the blood moon came, and then they would be swallowed up by an army of demons. One of those standing in the circle was seriously frightened and began to wave his arms, to which the other laughed, but the one-eyed animal standing behind them ordered the fun to stop. Stretching out his long tentacle, he pointed to a crack in the ceiling and what to do with it now. A voice was heard in my thoughts, if one fell, then there will be others, maybe it's worth guarding below. Selen, lowering her gaze to the people, forbade it, since the witches left here could cope with the demonic beasts. What if they attack from all sides? They would have to stand back to back and would still be in danger of being attacked from behind, even with the power of military divine punishment. One of the warriors agreed with Pasha because they would be easy to surround and they would have no escape route. Raising her fist to her chest, she continued about how everyone should gather in one place and guard the relic and the core in the main hall, and in the meantime, Seline will restore the instrument of divine retribution so they can survive. Having scattered to the entrances to the hall, they were distributed to guard the premises. In front of their faces could be seen the muzzles and bright green eyes of animals. Meanwhile, Seline, hanging on the pole, completed the calculations of the core configured the magical power to destroy the forms of alien species. That is, the instrument of divine retribution is ready. The blue-eyed girl shouted for Pasha to activate the magic core. She, hugging a stone pillar with her tentacles, climbed up to the stone. She hugged her and bright light rays enveloped the entire room of the hall. Dipping his limbs deep into the stone, a bright glow appeared that emitted electromagnetic waves. The demonic beasts were enraged by the sound. Following each other, they began to fall to the ground. The one-eyed creature released the core and told the other one to find out what was going on above. It approached the warrior lying on the ground to understand the situation, to which it received a positive response. The defender turned to face him. He lost his arm, his eye was swollen. The man laughed it off and said that he needed to replace his body. The warrior was sad. The dripping drop from his eye showed this, because he had been looking for a body for a long time, and it was not a fact that the new one would be stronger and more beautiful. One by one the defenders began to rise. The fair-haired milady thought that for 400 years the number of witches had not increased. The girls who established a connection with each other were very valuable. Therefore, as soon as the tentacle touched the man's emaciated face, the best news was that everyone was alive. One of the red creatures suggested that there would be no major attacks for some time. In the labyrinths of the cave, the demonic beasts died, and the flying creatures outside flew away. Celine, with a sad face, reported 2 problems that had arisen because 2 parts of the instrument were damaged. The black creature with tentacles suggested that the reason lies in the rush to create a new core, and during the next week they will not be able to use the protection. Pasha mused, holding her index finger up. If this was the chosen one, then one use could damage the core. The black-haired girl, seeing the ruins in front of her, said that they consist of fragile bones, and it is quite natural that the core does not meet the requirement, since it is a divine creation. The one-eyed creatures around the magical core imagined how good it would be if a research community existed. Then it would be possible to use gold, silver, and precious stones, and not restore it after each attempt. The red-haired girl stared at one point and did not move in horror. The beast grabbed the crystal with its tentacles, without explaining anything, and did not look away from it. It looked mesmerizingly into the depths of the core. The instrument changed in the color of its shine, which means that a multicolored magic stone was broken. Looking only at the magic core and nowhere else, the brown creature asked to know the location. Grasping only the glowing stone, the tentacleless beast determined that it was to the southwest within the kingdom of Greycastle, almost at the entrance to the fertile plains. Pasha thought in her head, rubbing her chin, it looks like Phyllis has arrived at the destination of her journey. Then what made her break the stone? Had she accidentally exposed herself? Imagining the image of a red-haired girl in a black dress with gloves on her hands, the blonde thought that Phyllis was suddenly considered an enemy, but in any case, nothing good. Alethea asked Pasha with surprise on her face what she was going to do. She answered calmly everything was according to plan. The phantom instrument will be turned on in a week. Touching each other's tentacles, they made a promise that no matter what, they would never leave Phyllis. In the center of the room there was a large table, at which 4 girls were sitting, one of whom was congratulating the others on joining the Witches' Association. You must read the oath and sign the contract with your name in order to officially become part of the union. Evelyn, holding a piece of paper in her hands, doubted why their abilities were not tested. Wendy, without ceasing to smile, asked the girls to calm down. There would be checks, but after signing the contract, she offered to discuss issues regarding the document. The witches, buried in the text, did not stop reading. Wendy, holding her chin in her hand, couldn't stop laughing at the girls' comments. Continuing to be tipsy, she confirmed that the terms of the contract were not subject to change. Looking at the surprised faces of the young witches, Miss Wendy asked if new questions had arisen. Annie wordlessly picked up the pen and left her signature in ink on a piece of paper. She collected documents from all the girls and personally brought them to Wendy's hands. The brunette exclaimed with joy, closing her eyes, because now they are sisters. It's time to test your abilities. Annie pressed her palms to the stone concrete and an orange glow shone from them, and light smoke made its way through her fingers. After a while, she was able to melt the stone and lava flowed. The stone became heated to a bright yellow color. Wendy, clapping her hands, noted that the girl would be useful at a mechanical processing plant in an industrial area, but the witch did not believe how much she could heat only her palms. Annie opened her mouth in surprise and continued to listen, because her abilities can be used at the smelting site or in the chemical laboratory. Evelyn stood up next and decided to demonstrate her skills, but Wendy, sticking out her hand, did not want to harm the girl in order to test her self-healing ability. The blonde in a brown dress looked at the miss without moving. Her ability to transmit the disease also does not need to be tested. She made a promise to organize work in the hospital. All that was left was the girl, dressed all in black, holding her hands out of emotion. Wendy happily asked not to worry so much, because the young witch had a drop of sweat rolling down her cheek from nerves. She stood in front of all the girls. A whirlwind of yellow rays formed around her. Placing her hands in front of her in the shape of a triangle, she concentrated. Nis was beaming with happiness, and the rays, a sharp dagger stuck into the grass in front of the witch's feet. Wendy was surprised at her ability. Behind her, Annie suggested that the witch could hear her. Taking the dagger in her hands, the brunette thought, when a broken sword turns into a weapon, she loses the ability to contact the outside world. Only when you hold her in your hands, she perceives the world through your senses. Then, saying the word symbiosis, the witch's dagger began to sparkle with yellow lights. Wendy, without ceasing to hold and look at the weapon, realized that her body was physically weak from an early age, even with the abilities of a witch. She asked with a mysterious face, "How long can you be like this?" The dark-haired girl was sure of eternity if she did not transform many times. A witch with brown hair, holding her hand to her chin, thought that it was similar to Maggie at the moment of transformation. A lot of energy was consumed. The young witch didn't give a thoughtful thought about how worried Wendy was. Did she need a bandage? The brunette threw the dagger away from her and sat down on the grass in horror. Taking the weapon in her hands, Annie listened to the girl opposite, who did not know who could merge with the broken sword. She suggested that if the witch wished, then a simple person could acquire her power. Admiring the dagger from different angles, she continued to talk about its strength, and only in the hands of a witch will she show her true strength. After handing over the weapon to Wendy, they explained to her that unless she focused on a specific thought, the broken sword would not be able to recognize the witch. Nis stood and watched the weapon lie in her palms and mentally apologized to her for her carelessness. The frightened brunette asked, without taking her eyes off the dagger, what the witch felt when she was abruptly thrown. The dark-haired girl answered sadly, "Pitch darkness, as if you were floating in oblivion." Wendy tightened her grip on the sword and promised never to leave her again. She remembered Annie's words. The girl in black mentally explained that only witches could cast an enchantment to improve the blade. Wendy, having collected her thoughts, she brought the dagger to her face. She waved one hand to the side, the wind flowing in different directions. The brunette was delighted. A smile appeared on her face. She was surprised because the wind was the magical power. The girl thought, what if the blade ended up in Anna's hands? How good would it be? The image of Anna was visible through the streams of fiery winds, holding a burning sword in her hands. Looking at the surroundings, a beautiful garden with a gazebo, a stone fence, Wendy said in her thoughts, because it will be no weaker than the sigil of God's will, she decided to let His Majesty test the power of the broken sword. The doors to Roland's office burst open. He was sitting at his desk, holding a piece of paper and a pen in his hand. Agatha came to him with news from the witches of Taquilla. The magic core glowed brightly with purple light. The guard, turning to the tentacled beast, announced his readiness. Two men with shields in their hands walked past the corpses of demonic creatures. All of them were covered in blue blood. The one-eyed creatures were directly in front of the core, and behind them stood a huge army of warriors. Sirius Pasha thought about kidnapping Phillies, because it is necessary to create a terrible atmosphere in order to intimidate them and stop the threats directed at her. The creature with severed tentacles, without ceasing to look at the magical core, offered to activate the device to find out where the girl was. The rays shining from the stone began to shine even brighter. Phillies was visible, standing in a light building. To her left was Agatha. The red-haired girl was horrified. She was worried that demonic beasts had entered the main hall. The three witches from Taquilla were surprised, their mouths agape, because it didn't look like the girl was being held in prison. They started talking about the recent attack, but trying to calm them down, they added about the safety of the core and relics. What Phillies heard brought tears to her eyes. The beast, waving its tentacle, ordered the soldiers to remove the remains of the demonic creatures. Phillies continued to watch as the man began to take away the remains of the corpses. Agatha, who was standing nearby, raised her hand to her mouth and grinned. Turning to Phillies, she guessed that this was all set up to intimidate them. The tentacled beast recognized Agatha. Looking at her blue hair, braids, she is the youngest senior witch in history. All the warriors opened their mouths in surprise, because this couldn't happen. Didn't she die along with Taquilla? Phillies, pointing her hand at the girl, she respectfully said that she was a genius of the highest level. Agatha's body was frozen alive in a multi-layered ice coffin when she was surrounded by demons in a tower in the forest, and was rescued when an association of witches found the remains of a stone tower. Surprised Pasha, holding her hands to her face, could not believe that this was the chosen one. Phillies did not want to talk about this in front of strangers and asked the girl to leave them alone. Sighing, she was glad that Agatha had left. The animals listened attentively to the witch, looking at the magic screen, but Phillies found the chosen one, but he was different from the one they hoped for. They did not understand how the chosen one turned out to be a man. He was the mortal king Roland. The witch was horrified, because how can a mere mortal be connected with God? Phillies, frowning, was sure that he was the key. Roland, lying on the bed, all the yellow light emitted by him could not absorb the magic stone. Pasha doubted whether he had magical powers. Lowering his head and closing his eyes, Philly said that he could not activate the instrument of divine retribution, but he wanted to cooperate with them against the demons. Huge explosions, shining sparks all came from the weapon that the king showed. Agatha, standing proudly behind Roland, believes that the most important thing now is to defeat the demons. All the forces of the continent must unite and fight in the third battle of divine will. The tentacled beasts kept looking at the girl, shocked that she was serving a mortal. Remembering the terrible moments of the last war, how they lost to the demons, they doubted. Pasha thought with tears in her eyes about how in the past people showed themselves in a terrible way. Should a man sitting on a throne agree to fight for 20 or 30 years, will his descendants follow his will? The beast with the bitten-off tentacles suggested meeting with Roland first. Selene was determined and understood that it would be ideal to start with a king who does not discriminate against witches and prepares in advance for the battle of divine will. Pasha put her hand on her arm and ordered to invite Roland here for a conversation. The doors opened and the king entered, accompanied by 2 girls. He was shocked by what he saw with his own eyes. Roland stood in front of the magic screen and looked at the one-eyed creature with tentacles. Kindly covering her eyes, Pasha introduced herself. A smile was visible on his face. He realized that his decision to talk directly was correct. 5 people sat at a long table in front of the screen and were not at all surprised by the appearance of the witch. The king, rubbing his chin, imagined in his mind how many times he had seen possession and the presence of prostheses. The blood moon is approaching, time is running out, they must be sincere to each other. Pasha, holding her hand and chin, sweetly described his personality. It was rare and extraordinary. He was pleased to hear this, but the king was determined and suggested getting down to business. Roland was determined. Moving his hand to the side, he pointed to their common goal, and this is the fight against demons. Introducing the girls in black dresses, the witch admitted that they wanted to secretly infiltrate and gradually recruit or control some mortals to find the chosen one. Looking away, the creature sadly spoke about the failure of the church, which made it possible to see another way to gather all the witches in one place. Thoughtfully, rubbing his chin, the king asked about Greycastle. Remembering the sleeping island in the fjords and the king of Greycastle, they realized that this was a suitable choice as the first stop to search for the chosen one. Everyone continued to look at the screen and listen to the creature with tentacles, who was sure that the search would take at least 2-3 years. With his hands folded on the table, Roland was glad of the time saved in the meeting. The beast, moving its limbs, spoke of the victory of the demons, which would usher in a new period of their mutual coexistence. Without being distracted from the conversation, the king agreed that if citizens and witches put aside their claims and begin to work together, then the demons will cease to be an invincible enemy, and he also wants to help in finding the chosen one. Threatening his finger at the screen, he repeated about mutual understanding. The creatures that were on the other side of the screen in the main hall fully supported the man. Tapping his finger on the table, Roland was haunted by the thought of what exactly the witches found in the ruins that Tequila broke off communication with the city of the Fallen Star and even led to the collapse of the Federation. The army of warriors standing behind asked Pasha not to reveal the reason, but the blonde girl answered without hesitation, because there were victims and they could not let them go to waste. Turning to the defenders, she did not allow the secret to be taken with her to the grave, like those tombstones that were found. She turned to the surprised king because the information was really important. Closing her only eye, she admitted that there could be no secrets between them and admitted that the relic itself had addressed them. The confused king was wondering who the relic turned to during the first divine will. Remembering the iron gates, the building in the mountains, the creature talked about the civilization that turned to them. During the wars, people did not strive to communicate, the witches mistook them for a new type of demons, and only towards the end of the second battle a discovery was made. But of all the cities only Tequila remained. Roland thought with interest about the discovery. The composition of the army changed. There was a way to preserve the soul of a warrior in accordance with the records they left on stone slabs. Agatha, displeasedly picking at her nails, stated that she did not know this. The Federation gathered at a round table. Their main secret was the method of transferring souls. Only 3 heads and a few high-ranking nobles knew about it. The king and Agatha, sitting opposite, were very surprised why Natalia supported this project, but it was interesting what the untouched medium was like. Flicking its tentacles, the creature was on the girl's side because she had no other choice, and that about the host, it was an ugly and strange body with the only tombstone they left behind. In an impassable mountain range, a vanished civilization left behind a city. A lot of time passed in search and the witches decided to look underground, where they found him. The stone city consisted of 4 levels and was a labyrinth of countless passages and cavities. While the witches were exploring the corridors, half fell at the hands of demons and they fled. The witches returned to the labyrinth again after paying a large sum of money. They had a plan to take the ware and return to the Hermes Plateau to build a new holy city. Having gone deeper into the castle community without expecting it themselves, they found the magical core, the central carrier and records of the disappeared civilization. Seeing this, the girls were shocked because the labyrinth was intended for them. But then the brunette interrupts the conversation with her question of how they guessed. A sharp thought ran through the king's head that this was done for the sake of revenge, the creature added. They wanted the witches to take revenge for the extinction of their race. The second creature was not so sure about this since there were no records of it. The stone tablets turned out to be the very surviving records that stated that the magic core was the source of disagreement between the Queen of the Sun and the Queen of the City of the Fallen Star. The witch community realized that mastering magic was a ladder to understanding God's will. Roland was interested in the magical core and its relationship to the instrument of divine retribution. Pasha presented it as a magical whirlwind, which is limited to the witch herself. She continued to explain through the screen. She gave an example. The phantom instrument through which they now communicate is a small magical core. The king was too thoughtful, with his hands on the table. He thought that the core could be considered a universal thing, whose range significantly exceeds the limit of 5 meters. The creature calmly continues his story about the evolution of magical power and, as the stone inscriptions say, that one day they will become like the gods. Roland was outraged. He put his hands on the table and said in a raised voice that they didn't have time for this. Pasha, thoughtfully, agreed with the king because she did not know whether it would take 100 or 1,000 years. By gathering as an association, they will be able to understand the language of the ancients and read the documents to continue their research. They also do not know how many witches the host needs for the merger, and there are only enough resources for one of the studies. A large army, the concept and Alice between them was a contradiction that was mentioned in the records. A tear ran down Pasha's cheek, but she continued to say that if the witch leaves her body and becomes a warrior, she will lose the opportunity to evolve. Roland, moving his hands, put together pieces of information from the church with the information received. He thought about how the battle of faith was the name of the battle of beliefs, and also about the fictitious victory that was needed to hide the truth. As he imagined the Federation officials wearing robes, he knew that they could not guarantee victory over the demons. A huge army of 3,000 to 4,000 warriors, led by Alice, will help in the battle of divine will, but if people are lost, they cannot be replenished in a short period of time. Strong warriors might be able to repel the demonic beasts for decades or even retake the destroyed city of Taquilla. Imagining his chosen one, he understood that if successful, this plan would bring the witch closer to the gods. The king sat with his mouth open from what he heard and wanted to know if they had won the victory over the city of the Fallen Star. Without even remembering, Pasha understood that the true winner had not been identified. After heavy losses on both sides, Lady Alina intervened and gave her body for fusion to stop the internal conflict. The witches were sitting at the table. Agatha looked to the side and asked if the creature meant that all 3 heads were in the ruins of the labyrinth. The eye replied that she was thinking correctly, because by that time the Federation had lost 3 witch exceptions, which also meant complete collapse 3-chapter system. A shining crystal was shown above a rock, next to which people in white and red robes began to sing. The creature said that, thus, the ruins became an integral part of the survivors. The red-hooded people looked ahead. The eye added that an agreement had been made stating that the people from Taquilla would remain there to continue their research on the magic core, and those from the city of the Fallen Star would go to Hermes to build a new holy city as planned. The bodies of the dead soldiers lay next to each other in neat poses. The creature said that since there were very few intact hosts to provide them with shells, the survivors from the city of the Fallen Star decided to provide the labyrinth with a certain number of unclaimed bodies over 100 years, and by the end of this period, if no breakthroughs are made or if the chosen one is not found, they will take all exploration of the ruins, including the tool and the untouched media in which the souls are stored. The creature covered its eye. The prince raised his hand, while it said that by that time the city of the Fallen Star would come with an army of God's punishment. If they break their promise, then those who came would not show any mercy. The young man stopped him. He frowned slightly, pointed his finger at the other person, and asked if the church had come to them since then. 2 girls with white hair appeared on the screen. The creature explained that for a long time they did not have the opportunity to explore the world around them because an untouched host cannot be under the sun, and the witches who transferred their souls needed to adapt to their affairs, so it is unclear what was going on in the city all this time, and only later did it become clear that the new order they had built no longer followed Lady Alice's will. Agatha frowned slightly and said loudly that she had already said before that Milady could not do this, because compared to the project of the army of God's punishment, the methods of the church completely destroy the foundations of witches. The soldiers standing in front of the screen joyfully raised their hands and agreed with her words. The prince raised his palm and asked what the central carrier was and how it differed from the untouched carrier. Streams of energy flowed towards his face. The young man listened as the creature explained that all these were just shells, and the real bodies of lost civilizations were so fragile that they had to use shells. Celine furrowed her brows as she looked at the others. Her body was completely engulfed in purple energy. The girl said that these shells have the ability to live forever, but there are no details in the records about where they came from, and as far as they know, the most common type of shell is Untouched the Medium. In addition to having a similar appearance, the central medium also contains many unconscious memories, and it can be considered as an intact medium, but which was used for many years and then lost consciousness, and only when these memories merge together can the remaining documents be deciphered and experimental records. He looked at the screen in confusion. Turning to the girl, she interrupted him, after which she introduced herself and said that she was one of the members of the research community who worked with Agatha. His Majesty turned to the girl sitting opposite him. Agatha raised her hand and said that she did not know her well, and even working in the research tower, they were not always on the same floor. She imagined the girl manically looking at an open book and adjusting her glasses, after which she said that, according to rumors, she was a very quiet and modest person. But when it came to magic, she became a fanatic. The young man thought that this was probably why she's such a loyal follower of Natalia. The creature on the screen looked at the prince, who asked if the witch who had already merged was chewing. He replied that this was not entirely true, because in addition to Lady Alina and 10 witches who were seriously injured during the conflict, they had to merge 36 more volunteers before then the central carrier woke up. The being imagined many people merging into one and explained that not everyone wants to look like the monster or be unconscious and caged for the rest of their lives, and unfortunately the mind cannot talk to them normally, but can only answer yes or no. The young man frowned slightly, extended his index finger and asked if he could ask any question in that case. The girl with a calm expression replied that he should be clear, because the clearer the conditions, the faster he can answer, and without a central carrier, repairing or replacing the magic core is impossible. She presented a shining blue crystal, explaining that this is the unification of Taquilla consciousness, and the more people she unites, the faster she responds. So for them, escorting Lady Alina is their sacrifice for the contribution of all magical power. The young man lowered his gaze slightly, imagined a desktop computer and thought that asking a question and receiving an answer was a simple biocomputer, after which he asked himself whether he could solve an equation if the conditions were given, and whether he could independently perform complex calculations. He smiled slyly, frowned and folded his hands in front of him. Scroll and Agatha looked at him puzzled. The young man mentally added that he wanted to take him to Neverwinter and study him. The girls continued to look at him with annoyance and misunderstanding. The young man embarrassedly realized that now was not the right time for such a request, so it was worth discussing the terms again in a calmer environment. He put his hand to his chin, putting the index finger of his second hand in front of him, closed his eyes and said that everything was clear to him and now there was a general understanding of the situation, after which he added that he had one last question. The guy said that the church and those ancient records that survived to their days, everywhere in them God's will is repeatedly mentioned. The young man imagined a statue standing in a dark room, adding that he had even heard that there was a mysterious sanctuary built underground on the Hermes Plateau, with a secret room hidden on the top floor, where no one except the Pope could go, and while they are there, they can feel the presence of the gods. The creature silently listened to his story. Looking at the screen, the young man asked if it could tell what the will of the gods was. The blonde girl inside the monster said with a slight smile that she thinks Phillies is right and he knows a lot about them, after which she answered his question and said that with regards to God's will. They also found out about her after the fall of Taquilla, and that this information should not have been given to them by Agatha. The guy lowered his hand, nodded with a smile and said that they should not forget that the church was defeated by him, and the purified witches who were in charge of administrative functions in the holy city were now imprisoned in the Neverwinter prison. The girl looked away a little to the side. The creature from the screen said that revealing God's will to them was not a problem, after which she asked to keep this secret and not tell it to anyone else, after which she added that she wanted to ask the same from everyone present, because it is difficult to fall into despair if you have to strive or protect something that cannot be seen or touched. And the people at the table looked ahead with calm faces. The monster added that when this becomes tangible, the psychological pressure increases significantly. If this information leaks out, it will harm the third battle of divine will. The prince looked at the screen, asking if it turns out that divine will is a tangible thing. The monster introduced 2 men holding a scarlet crystal and confirmed his guess, after which he explained that it looked like a transparent stone of divine punishment in the shape of a pointed spindle, but it did not affect magical power or have any other special function. A dark-haired girl appeared on the screen, hanging in the space between the paintings, which depicted a knight and an eye with 3 pupils. The blonde girl explained that if they open their hearts next to him, they will truly be able to feel the call of the gods and see something incredible. The prince asked what he could see. The girl replied that it would be an infinitely spacious hall, a bloody moon overhead and 4 huge paintings. Only the paintings would seem alive to him and would constantly change. Tilly looked at the screen incomprehensibly, raised her hand, and, presenting the pictures, asked what they were. The being behind the screen said that this question had puzzled people for almost 1,000 years, and the research community had been trying to find the answer, and it was only when the documents in the labyrinth were deciphered that they were able to figure it out. The monster presented 4 scarlet crystals, saying that what the gods are showing them is none other than humanity, demons, an unknown enemy, and an underground civilization. And the outlines of the divine will also confirm this, after which he added that this is not a whole figure and cut into quarters, which is why they call it a relic of the gods. The young man put his hand to his chin, frowned slightly, and thoughtfully repeated his words about 4 huge paintings and quarter relics, after which he asked if the monster wanted to say that every civilization depicted in the huge painting had such a relic. The creature presented an empty picture frame with darkness inside, and replied that this was far from true because the underground civilization had lost its part of the divine will, and one of the pictures plunged into eternal blackness shortly after the end of the first battle of the divine will. Wendy, Tilly, and Roland looked at the screen in surprise. The creature added that only based on the records of the underground civilization and the records from the Federation. Nightingale, Scroll, and Agatha also looked at the screen. The monster finished the sentence by saying that they could make the assumption that the relics were forever removed from the battle of divine will. His Majesty looked ahead sternly, wondering if this meant that the war that had been going on for several centuries was fought over the relics of others, and losing a relic meant losing everything. His sister raised her hand, looked at the screen, and asked what would happen if they collected all 4 relics in their possession, and whether the gods had not given them any clues. The blonde girl frowned slightly, saying that no one knows the answer to this, and God never answered their call, because he does not love everyone, he only favors the winner. The girl imagined a man emitting light, dressed in a white and golden robe, to whom a man prayed at his feet. Wendy raised her eyebrows excitedly, put her hand to her chest, and asked how this could be. What kind of stone with an unknown purpose they had been fighting with each other for hundreds of years. She lowered her head, saying that God's will is very ruthless. The girl on the screen raised her hand, looked at them intensely, and said that perhaps there was a passage in the recordings that was difficult to understand, but which could shed light on their questions. She presented an open book, adding that they are all children of the gods, but only a few of them can see the light, and from the moment they received magical powers, they were destined for an extraordinary life. The image in her head changed to white birds flying into the bright sky from the empty ground on which the bloody skeleton lay. The girl said that the bird was not originally a bird, just as they were not originally like that. And this confrontation has been going on for a long time, but to survive only a few will succeed, and it is murder that makes all living things move forward, and competition that makes life eternal. Suddenly His Majesty frowned, realizing the moment. He stood up from his seat, put his hands on the table, and, looking at the monster, asked what she had just said. The creature repeated its words about the children of God. The young man said that he was interested in the words after that. He turned his gaze at Scroll in surprise. The girl took the sheets of paper in her hand and repeated the monster's words that the confrontation had been going on for a long time, and only a few would survive. She lowered the paper onto the table, looked at His Majesty, and calmly said that she had written everything down. The young man exclaimed in surprise, thinking that this looked like a process of evolution. He imagined an ancient man kneeling near a stone, a man with a primitive spear, and a man with a metal shield and an improved spear, dressed in light armor. After which he added that from the primitive system to the modern era, each species that emerged has destroyed countless competitors, and what is happening with the underground civilization is quite consistent with this. The image in his head changed to a witch whose arms were engulfed in blazing magic. He added that if you think about it, these 4 civilizations seem different, but they have one thing in common: they can all use magic. His Majesty imagined demons with shining eyes and thought that among humans, witches might be born with concentrated magical power. But demons and the destroyed species are more advanced. If nothing else, then another unknown opponent should also have the ability to use magical power. He smiled confidently, furrowed his brows, and put his hand to his chest, thinking that this would correspond to the original description that they were all children of gods, which meant that all species had this extraordinary gift. The guy presented the image of a deity stretching out his hand. A bright light emanated from him. His Majesty thought that thus, the battle of the divine will may not be about protecting or fighting for the inheritance of the gods, but rather a means of accelerating evolution. Then he presented the man and the demon, fighting next to the obelisk, after which he corrected himself, calling this the laws of the magical world. After which he thought that this is why the underground civilization had the opinion that the path to the gods lies through climbing the magic ladder. Suddenly the young man looked up in surprise, his thoughts transformed into purple energy. The girl from the screen mentally tried to shout to him, asking if he was okay. The guy looked at the screen, from where the creature was looking at him, saying that he was in a mess in his head. His Majesty asked if it understood what he was thinking about. The girl inside the monster smiled slightly, explaining that she only felt this way when he was about to talk to her mentally, as happened this time. The young man frowned slightly, raised his hands and smiled tensely after her question about whether he wanted to try, because this way communication would be much faster. His Majesty replied that he was more used to expressing his thoughts by speaking them. He closed his eyes, embarrassedly saying that the confusion in his head was due to the fact that he remembered something. But this would not affect their conversation in any way, so she need not worry. The girl agreed with his words. The guy presented the scarlet crystal, raised his hand and repeated her words about the fact that the relic was always kept in the church in the city of the fallen star. The soldiers looked at the monster, who confirmed the guy's guess, after which he said that the search for a place where they could hide the relic was not in order to deceive themselves and thereby avoid the battle of divine will, because it was always under the protection of the strongest organization of witches. Not far from the creature lay the corpses of monsters. It said that in addition, the magical power is very active during the demonic months, and the demonic beast is attacking the city like crazy due to the presence of the relic there. And after learning that the city of the fallen star had suffered a serious defeat, they returned the relic as quickly as possible, and now it is in their hands and completely safe. Wendy was horrified, touched her lips and asked how they managed to contain so many hybrid demon beasts. The blonde looked at her, presented a shining crystal and explained that the instrument of divine retribution can deprive a certain target of magical power. And without magical power, these hybrids soon die, but only when the chosen one activates it will it become a truly powerful weapon. His Majesty glanced at the screen out of the corner of his eye, asking what this meant, and whether it could not be used against ordinary animals, and whether the divine stone could be used to protect against the effects of the tool. The girl with a calm expression answered in the negative, explained that he acts directly on magical power, and the barrier of the divine stone does not work against him. The guy raised his hand from the table, saying that then he fully imagines their situation, after which he added that firstly, demons are their common enemy, and there is no doubt about it. He calmly looked at the screen, saying that they could use some extra help, and they also needed to create a united front of divine will and strengthen mutual support and cooperation, and then asked her what she thought about it. The girl, who is in the body of the monster, agreed with his proposal, after which she said that the Tequila witches do not ask for much, because they only hope that His Majesty will continue to collect witches and allow fillies to find the chosen one, so they will send another witch of God's punishment with a new multicolored magic stone. The young man frowned slightly, smiled and, putting his hand to his chin, said that it was not a problem. Besides, he was going to continue collecting witches regardless of whether she asked for it or not, but His Majesty imagined the mountains standing under the blue sky and, with a wink, ended the sentence with the fact that, as it seems to him, they should move to another place, for example, to the western mountains, closer to Neverwinter. Nightingale looked at him uncertainly, raising her hand. Tilly and Wendy also turned to him. The witch addressed His Majesty. The young man looked around at the girls sitting at the table. Wendy asked what about demonic beasts. He closed his eyes, raised his hand and calmly replied that he did not agree that the relics of the gods were kept by them. If something went wrong, then their efforts would be nullified, and protection from demonic beasts was not a problem. But now, when the holy city's defense line is missing and the demons launch a surprise attack, are they confident that they can hold them back? Celine crossed her arms, furrowed her brows, and said that there was no difference between a demon and a demonic beast as long as it was possible to replace the destruction core. His Majesty smiled slightly, agreeing with her words, after which he added that, however, there are demons much stronger and more cunning than hybrids. The crystal continued to shine above the sharp rock. The young man said that as you can see from the corpses, they were close to the core. The creatures looked at the screen. The young man said with a smile that if he was not mistaken, their instrument of divine retribution was close to the phantom instrument. After which he asked how many of these magical cores would survive if it were a demon behind the spear. The monsters wanted something. Then answer. The young man raised his hand, imagining a point under the mountain, and interrupted them, explaining that if they thought that he could not do better or were worried that the relics would attract demonic beasts, then they could settle on the side of the western mountains near the fertile plains, and he would be in their rear and they would build a direct road to the mountains so that the city could help if they were in trouble. The blonde girl furrowed her eyebrows in disbelief as she looked at him. The boy said that trust is the basis of cooperation. Placing the relic in a place that the parties consider safe is the first step to building mutual trust. The creatures on the screen looked into his eyes. One of them asked for time to discuss. The tentacle of one of them touched the head of the other, creating a magical impulse. The young man raised one eyebrow in interest, touched his chin and thought that this was a magical impulse. The being approached the screen, saying that they were finished, then adding that before answering, she would like to ask questions about who would lead them into battle if they formed what His Majesty called a united front of divine will. The young man looked at the screen in surprise. He raised his hand, looked ahead, and said that he thought they had something more to say. The blonde girl touched her chest, closed her eyes and said that since everyone's survival was at stake, they wanted every decision to be taken into account. They introduced people in red robes. The girl added that this is why Tequila offers a system of joint management, because in a united front, orders are given by agreement between the heads of the most powerful groups, which avoids errors in judgment and ensures the coordination of the interests of all parties. The guy frowned slightly, folded his hands in front of him and said that it was like a three-headed federation system. The girl added that 3 is a suitable number that can achieve a better balance in decision-making speed and unity. She introduced a round table with chairs around it and said that of course with the 4 kingdoms plus the witch organizations it didn't have to be a 3-seat system, since in the early days of the Federation, for example, a council was used to draw up battle plans. Round table consisting of 3 leaders. The guy shook his hand, calling it an interesting proposal, after which he added that the United Front would not have a system of joint control. He frowned, raised his fist to his chest and said that the front will have only one leader, and it will be himself, because this is the most effective and reliable way. The girl on the screen looked at him in surprise. Wendy and Nightingale also looked back at His Majesty. The guy looked ahead with a confident expression, thinking that modesty is a virtue, but now is clearly not the time for this, because the 3-head system may have been a good management option for the Federation, but it clearly did not suit him. He imagined himself sitting on a golden throne and added that he was the only person in the world who understood what industrialization entailed and what could be done to realize the maximum potential of the territory. He lowered his hand. Looking at the witches at the table, he said that the United Front is indeed a defense against the demons, but he does not ask to join him from the very beginning, because moving to the west is only a reason to build trust. But instead of talking, what he wants most is so that they can come and see it with their own eyes. The blonde raised her eyebrows tensely, asking what he meant. The guy raised his hand, looked at her calmly and said that he was referring to the strength and determination of Neverwinter in the fight against demons, as well as the interests and positions of those organizations that joined them or did not join them, then added that they can make their choice based on a full understanding of the situation. The dark-colored creature looked at the screen while the young man said that even if they could not make a decision, they could still cooperate in the most basic areas, such as finding the chosen ones, providing prototypes for a fee, and so on. The monster asked if they were ready. They are willing to cooperate, even if they do not give up the relics and the magic core. Holding his hand in the air, he calmly explained that he never intended to defeat the demons with what was in the ruins, and as for the divine relics, he did not mind them being kept in a place where both parties believed they could be safe. He calmly looked at the screen, adding that as he had already said, finding the chosen one and preserving the relic was the first step towards building mutual trust, and as for other things, the path could be quite long. The girl put her hand to her chin, frowned and thought about his words. Celine intervened, menacingly saying that she recognized that His Majesty was extraordinary, after which she asked if he had ever considered that running a united front by one man meant there was no possibility of succession. She frowned deeply, put her hand to her chest and said that if the battle of Divine will last for decades, when he has no strength left, will his children and grandchildren be able to follow his will and continue to lead? Everyone present looked at the eye on the screen. The girl exclaimed that only a joint control system could avoid these problems. The young man raised his hand and extended his index finger, saying that he didn't think they should worry about it. Tilly looked at her brother in shock, who closed his eyes with a smile and spread his arms to the sides, saying that perhaps the demons could hold out for so long, but he would outlast them all combined, because he received the battlefield of souls by fighting one of the witches, and he even developed the ability to absorb the lives and abilities of other people. The blonde looked at the screen incomprehensibly, repeating his words. The young man thought with a grin that, although he was not sure whether he had inherited Zero's lifespan, at the moment it was necessary to bluff. The creatures began to discuss something among themselves, while the young man looked at them through the screen. He thought that it was better to explain everything with an incredible ability than to explain a system that they had never heard of in order to convince them that the successor would retain the same will. The blonde inside the creature looked at the screen and said that she understood him, but there were too many things in the ruins for any cave to contain, and thus the moving process would take about a month, and besides, they needed time to build an underground palace and laboratory in the western mountains. The young man looked at her through the screen while she said that she hoped that he could help them with building materials. The young man asked how they were going to do this. He imagined a system of passages dug into the mountain and thought that he was going to ask Lotus to connect the numerous caves and provide them with a place to stay. But they seemed to have even more impressive construction skills and plans to build a new palace in the mountains. The girl raised her hand, introduced a black larva and said that they would do this with the help of a devouring worm, after which she explained that it was a kind of wild beast with a huge body, and there was just one of those in the ruins. The huge one opened its divided mouth. The girl added that with its help they penetrated into the city of the Kingdom of Dawn. The young man wondered why the description looked like a huge demonic beast that moves in the snow-capped mountains. Agatha raised her hand, frowned slightly and asked what this meant, and whether he had come to the demon camp and devoured the black stone tower. The blonde frowned thoughtfully, raised her hand to her chin and repeated her words. The creature stared at the screen as His Majesty calmly explained that they weren't letting the devouring worm go anywhere except to rebuild the ruins and dig a passage into Glow City. And in the end, it was consuming so much food that they could barely afford it. His Majesty looked at Scroll, who adjusted her glasses. He addressed her. The girl put her hands on the card lying in front of her. She pointed her finger at the spot. The young man stood up from his place. The creatures silently watched him. He, looking at the map, said that it seemed necessary to him to share with them the story of their meeting in the snow-capped mountains. The main character looked puzzled towards the screen while Scroll stood nearby. He explained that this is exactly what happened. Scroll opened the poster to reveal a huge worm monster. Roland said they found that the tracks of several creatures were directed towards the snowy mountain, and the size of the tracks was much larger than those of wild animals. Pasha frowned slightly and realized that it was indeed a devouring worm. The blonde frowned forward, imagining the image of a snow-capped mountain. She noted that she was afraid that the snowy mountain they were talking about also contained the remains of an underground civilization, and the records said that they were spread throughout the Dawn Kingdom. The witch imagined an image of tunnels underground in which there were traces of huge worms. She explained that where there are mountains, there are also traces of worms, and this is evidenced by the porosity of the inner surface of the mountains, and this was not an exaggeration. The protagonist looked at a magical portal in which there was the appearance of a monster with one eye from the witch Pasha. He explained that the witch herself believed that the underground civilization had completely died out. She replied that the worms were just a shell and could be used in the same way as an intact host. The three witches of the church looked ahead in bewilderment, emitting a purple aura from themselves. They added that by transferring a soul into it, it could be controlled. The prince stood at the table opposite Agatha and Scroll. He realized that it was obvious that everyone was thinking the same thing, that the worm had made two forays, one into the Agatha research tower and the other into the demon camp. He realized that the only option they had was an unknown race. Roland touched his protruding chin and imagined the image of a devouring worm. He wondered if the witches had found the ruins in the snowy mountains and transferred the soul into the shell of a worm. He thought that if this was all that happened, then there was nothing wrong with it. The prince presented an image of a huge crystal shining with an aura. He wondered what if there was a magical core and central carrier in the ruins of the snowy mountains. He was curious to know if they could increase the level of magic enough to create an instrument of divine retribution against the witches. Roland represented ancient records in snowy mountains. He knew that in addition, according to the records, the higher the mountain was, the larger the cities built by the underground civilization. Roland recalled a huge snow-capped mountain range. He understood that the snow-capped mountains did not stretch for thousands of miles like the impenetrable mountain range or the dragon range, but the main peak was the highest mountain in the area. He realized with annoyance that if there really were a lot of shells there, he wouldn't be able to leave it alone. Pasha, in the guise of a monster with one big eye, looked through a magical portal at the prince. She approached the lord, asking for his help in exploring this snowy mountain. She understood that if there were tools left there that were created by an ancient civilization along with the media that were mentioned in the records, then they had to find them. Pasha, together with the village, looked carefully into the portal. An army of witches stood behind the appearance of Pasha and looked through the portal at the main character. She said the notes also talked about different types of media. The army of warriors stood in their armor behind the witches with bewilderment. They realized that the hosts were better than the bodies of the gods' punishment army despite the fact that they were completely devoid of human form. From this it was concluded that at least they could feel hot, cold, pain, and had a sense of smell. It was obvious to them that, having been locked in a dark abyss, as if in a cage, for hundreds of years, it was no wonder that they were so happy about the new shell. The lord lowered his head, closing his eyes and crossing his arms as he stood next to his sister. He noted that the witch's concern was reasonable and was already planning to explore the snowy mountains on the western border, but due to the lack of a good means of transportation and unwillingness to risk the witches, he had to postpone it. He explained that if they had a devouring worm, it would be a good opportunity to begin research. The blonde closed her eyes and made a face. She made it clear that they should start moving as soon as possible and asked them not to worry. The main character extended his hand towards the portal, through which the appearance of the witch's monster could be seen. He stated that he hoped this was the beginning of their mutually beneficial collaboration. Pasha raised her eyebrows and looked forward with bewilderment at the prince's active gesture. The appearance of Pasha carefully looked at the outstretched hand of the lord. The prince explained that the handshake was a sign of a preliminary agreement. The black tentacle of Pasha reached out to the portal. The main character approached the portal and connected his hand with the witch. Roland looked enthusiastically into the portal, holding his hand in front of him. He thought ironically and with regret that Soraya was not here, otherwise this photo would probably have gone down in history. The witch's form as a monster with one eye stared at the prince through the portal. He reminded her that Pasha had said that traces of underground civilizations could be left in every high mountain, so he asked her a question about the mountains at the bottom of the seas. She was puzzled by this statement. Roland presented the image of a book with hieroglyphs and notes. He explained that according to the information from the records, their area of residence was limited to the Dawn Kingdom, and there was no sign of them going out to sea. The main character closed his eyes and smiled slightly as the witch stared at him. He said most of the carriers were heavy and had a hard time moving through the water. The witch asked him why he was interested in this. He explained that he was just curious. Roland introduced the image of an underwater mountain range. It seemed to him that the amazing underwater spire and telescope had nothing to do with them, but the huge stone gate that could be seen through the old telescope and the land that appeared only during high tide were also someone else's. He wondered whose territory this was, as if that same unknown force. Roland imagined a ship that sailed on a calm sea. He really hoped that Thunder could find the answer to these questions. At the same time, it was deep night over the witch's house. Wendy was about to knock on the door. Scroll opened the door for her and saw a frightened Wendy, noting that she knew Wendy would come to her. Scroll looked at her friend through her glasses in awe. She added that she was also going to talk to her before this. The brown-haired woman was standing in the corridor and Scroll came out to her. Wendy asked about whose room they would be talking in. Scroll replied that it was worth staying in Wendy's room since Nightingale would be back a little later than Leaf. Scroll winked at Wendy, turning back, saying that she would have drinks of chaos. Wendy giggled in response. Wendy began to walk behind Scroll, who closed her eyes and crossed her arms. The brunette ironically said whoever offers the conversation buys the drink, because that was the old rule. Wendy replied with a grin that that was why Scroll was waiting for her at the door. The two witches continued down the corridor, heading towards Wendy's room. The brunette ironically noted that patience is a very important thing, and one of her life lessons, noting that Wendy should learn this too. She closed her eyes in annoyance in response. They began to drink the red drink and pour it into glasses. Scroll looked at her glass of red drink with admiration. She asked if she really made it herself. She considered this a lucky chance, because drinking this drink in winter, it was no different from dragon liquor. Two witches stood opposite each other at a table with a drink and fruit and clinked glasses. Wendy explained that her friend deserved it. The brunette was slightly surprised and explained that this was a different case because they only enjoyed it thanks to Evelyn. Wendy closed her eyes and raised the glass to her mouth, about to take a sip. She remembered the speech of the main character, who menacingly said that only he could be the leader. Wendy recalled how the prince interacted with Anna. She realized that up to this point, Roland, although close to the people, was also wavering on some key issues. The witch recalled how Roland sat in his office and talked with the blonde. Wendy thought that Roland, as a king, had even shown weakness somewhere, but now it seemed that he had become more firm in his decisions. The witch imagined the image of the prince, who was looking intently to the side. Wendy understood that despite the fact that he had grown as a king, His Majesty's attitude towards witches and ordinary people remained the same and as if it was normal for him, which was the most incredible thing, especially for royal blood. Wendy looked at Scroll smiling, holding a glass in her hands. She expressed that at the end of the meeting, she gave Roland the results of testing the witches from the Wolfheart Kingdom. The brunette thought that it would be either Nightingale or Ash, and those two were the only ones who could unlock the broken sword's full potential. Wendy presented Anna and Leaf with a fiery aura look. She understood that Anna and Leaf, although they had powerful magical powers, were not suitable for fighting the enemy head-on, and neither were the rest of the sisters. She understood that there weren't many real combat witches in the Witch Association. The brown-haired woman closed her eyes and grinned maliciously, raising the glass to her mouth. She agreed with her friend's opinion, noting that Roland thought differently. Scroll looked at her friend anxiously, holding a glass in her hands. Wendy replied that Roland did not trust anyone with the broken sword, and this confused the brunette. The brown-haired woman imagined an image of a sword blade without a hilt. She explained that, according to him, the weapon had to be carried with one at all times, and this was a disguised imprisonment of a broken sword. In addition, the enemy could not attack only at a certain time, and the sword was not always more powerful than the pistol. Wendy looked at Scroll with a happy expression on her face as she walked closer to her. Wendy responded that therefore, instead of just being a weapon, it would be better to test the possibility of symbiosis with each witch and then, depending on the result, decide on the job. Scroll raised her eyebrows, standing in front of the brown-haired woman with glasses. Scroll asked about her words to decide depending on the result. Wendy added that these were the prince's words. Wendy smiled slightly and introduced the image of Nightingale. She understood that Roland cared more about the witch's feelings than her benefit, and perhaps that was why Nightingale decided to support him unconditionally. She reflected that, in retrospect, it was a good thing they had trusted Nightingale's decision. They added more alcohol to the glasses. The two witches clinked their glasses again and closed their eyes with a contented expression, preparing to drink to the king in the holy mountain. While Wendy finished her glass, Scroll looked dumbfounded at the bottle they had already emptied. The brunette looked puzzled at Wendy, who waved her hand. Scroll offered to go and get another bottle, but she refused. The brunette watched as her friend reached to the dresser for another bottle herself. She explained that this was an old rule and she was obliged to take it herself, but next time it would be different. Wendy took out a bottle and looked sarcastically at the brunette, explaining with irony that the next time she would knock on the door would not be soon. Scroll, standing near the chest of drawers with glasses, looked puzzled at her friend with the bottle. She knew that Nightingale had the bottle, but Wendy assured her that she wouldn't mind. Scroll looked animatedly as the brown-haired woman began to pour alcohol into glasses, noting that this was not the end of the evening and the most interesting things were yet to come. The brunette, with a satisfied smile, closing her eyes, exhaled with relief. It was deep night over the king's castle, through the clouds of which the light of the moon filtered through. Even on the street, Scroll and her friend could be heard agreeing that all the fun was ahead. At this time, the main character was lying in bed with Anna, hugging her. The witch looked at the prince in awe. She said that although they had long known that their place was just a part of the continent, she had no idea that under the mountains there was a civilization very different from theirs, as if the world was full of the unknown. Roland looked at his lover shyly, looking into her eyes. She continued that perhaps one day they would be able to go to that distant land to find out what secrets were hidden beyond the sea. Roland put his hand on Anna's cheek and looked at her with warmth, thereby embarrassing her. He promised her that someday this day would come. Anna lowered her gaze, feeling slightly sad. She wondered if there really was a god in this world. The witch closed her eyes and pressed herself against the body of the main character, lying on the bed. She explained that she was leaving the relic in order to force them to kill each other, thinking that somewhere a god could be watching them. The Lord asked her if she was afraid. The protagonist looked reverently at Anna, who answered him that she was not afraid of him and was completely grateful for everything. He asked her why. Anna beamed all over and looked at Roland with love, saying that God had sent her such a king. Roland looked dumbfounded at Anna, who became slightly sad. He answered, "That will always be by her side." The witch was worried that he would not be able to always be with her. The prince widened his eyes, about to say something, when suddenly Anna was taken aback and put her hand in front of her face. The main character kept his hand on Anna's waist, who looked at him worriedly. She explained that he was a king and commander-in-chief of an army against demons, so he could not stay in Neverwinter all the time. She noted that she could not take possession of it on a whim. Anna put her hand to her face and looked at her lover with inspiration, imagining the image of his army in her head. She said that the soldiers on the front line needed to see him, and the people of other cities wanted the prince to be with them. She turned to Roland, explaining that she enjoyed listening to his different stories. The king looked at his beloved with tenderness, slightly hesitating with his answer. He put his hand to her face and she beamed with love and joy. He agreed with her words, saying that from now on, no matter where he was now, she would always hear the stories he told and would guarantee it. She mentioned the rumor sigil. He pushed her onto her back, grabbing her shoulder. He agreed with her. She pressed her to the bed, looking down and tremblingly into her eyes. She asked him how this would happen. She immediately received an answer that she would find out about it tomorrow. He exposed her breasts and was about to kiss her, noting that now they would do interesting things. He grabbed her hand and looked into her eyes with tenderness, blurring in love. The next day the weather was clear over a village located on a mountain ridge. Roland drew sketches on a piece of paper. Anna watched from the side as the prince drew these sketches. Anna asked him if he was drawing the same communication device that was talked about yesterday and which worked without magic. He replied that it was exactly like that. He enthusiastically looked up at the witch, holding out his index finger. He said that it was a new means of communication that used electromagnetic induction, which produced sound transmission using electricity. Anna immediately rushed to run from the office when the main character in the company of Nightingale and Lucia was watching her. Anna was going to bring Mr. Moon and Soria to them. Nightingale closed one eye and looked to the side, puzzled, as Lucia looked at her with animation. Nightingale wondered how electricity could transmit sound. Lucia explained that electricity and magnetism give rise to each other and magnetism turned into energy. Belle walked up to her sister as Nightingale watched them, puzzled. Belle mentioned whether Lucia accidentally talked about Chapter 2 in the book on elementary physics. Lucia agreed with her sister. Roland looked worriedly at Nightingale, who began to evaporate into thin air with a sad look. He immediately closed his eyes and animatedly held the marker in his hands. The main character stood surrounded by witches in an open area in front of a table with a setup. Moon stood in front of the generator and looked around it in confusion. She didn't know how this device worked and asked if her ability was really that amazing. Roland walked up to the unit and began to turn its knob. OS answered animatedly that this installation worked very simply because it was a manually driven generator that was responsible for sending a call signal. He He explained that when the user turned the knob quickly, at that moment the generator began to work. Energy began to be reproduced from this generator. Roland raised his eyebrows and looked enthusiastically at Anna, who was standing near the generator. He explained that this is how the call was received. The protagonist looked at Anna, who was holding the bell receiver to her ears. He explained that when the handset was picked up, the switch went up and the voice line was connected, so it was possible to talk. He explained that the current to transmit the electrical signal came from the mini dawn. He presented an image of a coil, explaining that without the brass rod the telephone would only ring but not transmit sound. Moon exclaimed at this explanation. Belle and Soraya approached the prince, who pointed them to the generator. They were going to try to talk. Roland agreed, noting that they were the ones who created this setup, so they would be the first to test this revolutionary communication tool. The protagonist stood with Nightingale, Soraya, and Moon when the butlers set up a screen between two generators, on the other side of which were Anna, Belle, and Lucia. Roland explained that over such a short distance in the yard the signal would have very little attenuation, so he simply told them to connect it with regular copper wire. Nightingale, along with Soraya and Moon, looked at the installation in shock, hearing a real voice. Belle on the other side happily held the phone as her sister looked at her animatedly. Belle didn't understand what she needed to say into the phone. Lucia noted that let them try to determine the voice of the speaker on the other side. Soraya was about to hand over the Roland handset. She turned to him and asked him to try it, because a real voice was heard there. The protagonist held two tubes in his hands, one of which he brought to his ear and was about to speak. At this time, magnetic electric waves were depicted in space. Anna on the other side of the receiver heard the voice of the main character. The prince looked to the side in shock when he heard the words on the phone that Anna had confessed her love to him. Roland, in the company of Soraya and Moon, looked at his beloved, who was standing nearby. Anna looked at the prince reverently and with slight shyness. The lord opened his mouth slightly and reciprocated as Nightingale was about to evaporate and move away. The blonde looked back at the guys with disappointment. A moment later, Nightingale came to her room and opened the chest of drawers, which was empty. Nightingale turned back annoyed, realizing that Wendy had drunk her drink of chaos. Wendy immediately rushed to hug Nightingale, who was puzzled by this behavior. The brown-haired woman with an overflow of feelings noted that she and Nightingale had already known each other for a very long time and added that she had been with her since she left Jyland's house in the Silver City. The blonde looked in bewilderment at her friend, who was smiling at her. She replied that it had been for about 4 or 5 years, but that could not allow her to drink her drink. Wendy explained that they had already gone through many dangers and trials to get to this point, and noted that nothing should have broken their bond. Nightingale blurred slightly in her feelings and looked at her friend lovingly, being in her arms. She agreed with Wendy's words, explaining that she had always treated her like a sister, but she was a little offended by the chaos drink. Wendy apologized for her actions. Wendy began to cry, clutching an angry Nightingale in her arms. The brown-haired girl apologized for drinking the entire drink. Nightingale was indignant about this. Nightingale stepped aside with even more disappointment as Wendy frantically tried to apologize. She quickly replied that she would definitely give her her share next month. The blonde opened her bag. She looked anxiously into her bag, realizing that at such a time only dried fish, ice cream, and the drink of chaos could console her. She looked down in annoyance, realizing all the pain because she didn't have any of the goodies. We moved to the southern region. There was only sand everywhere. Only a small number of oases in the valley of the Hand of the Silver Stream, where more than 90% of the Majin people lived. The small city was built in a desert area and was surrounded by thick clouds. The only city in the southern region, Iron Sands, was built in the largest oasis. Warriors in capes and armor towered over the inhabitants. Iron Sands City was ruled by 6 great clans, and their seats did not belong to one family, but they were conquered by their own forces, and they were obliged to accept challenges from challengers. A knight of one clan tried to attack another fighter with a shield. To avoid a general war, they sent their representatives to win the holy duel. Iron walked with the girl through the desert. She asked him about the duel, explaining that it would not be a problem for her, because in the end she was a strong ally for them. Iron and the blonde saw a crowd of guards in the desert. He said that first of all they needed a clan. The wind blew across the desert and raised dust above it. We were transported to the Skull Tavern, over which there was deep night and thick clouds. Inside, a large guy was holding a mug with a skull in it. There was chaos inside the tavern and several bodies lay unconscious while others drank their alcohol. Suddenly, an appeal was heard from a strong man with an earring. A guy came up to him and whispered something in his ear. A bald, muscular guy named Thuram, being the leader of a lower clan, looked menacingly to the side. He asked his subordinate whether he had heard his words correctly. The purple-haired assistant covered his lips with his hand as he leaned in front of him. He explained that people he did not know said so, and judging by the appearance of the woman next to the hunter, he thought that it was a sorceress. Thuram frowned deeply and grimaced his face. The leader bared his teeth sarcastically and looked towards the assistant. He told the guy to bring people and not to forget to put away his weapon and put on the divine stone before doing this. He immediately picked up the skull cup and took a sip of the drink. Theorem looked ahead maliciously, wiping the swill from his mouth with his hand. He grinned because fun was now knocking right at the door. The assistant led two people in black capes to the leader. Iron was about to open his hood and looked forward menacingly. Theorem began to laugh and noted that he never thought he would see the hunter again. Iron was about to sit down at Theorem's table with the witch hidden under the cloak. The hunter ironically said that there were more things that he could not think of than the stars reflected in the silver stream, which was not surprising. Iron crossed his fingers and looked angrily at the leader sitting opposite him. He explained to his old friend that at this moment he should have known why he was here now. Theorem frowned and began to recall old clan battles when their people died. Some of those people were pinned to the floor and women were tied up. Theorem hid in the shadows and grinned maliciously. He said that Iron should not have returned, because his rivals from the Iron Whip clan were no longer what they were before. The hunter with a scar on his face looked angrily at his old friend, answering him with irony that he was already worried that they had been driven out of the city of Iron Sands by other claimants and had rotted in some corner. He asked if 3 more spirits had died. The leader looked ahead contemptuously with a malicious grin. He felt his desire for revenge, but Iron could destroy himself if he did not obtain the appropriate power. Theorem noticed the hidden witch under the cloak. Theorem noted that even if the Osha clan gave birth to a sorceress, it would be difficult to close the gap between them and the Ironwhip clan, and most of those who were banished in those days were already dead. He asked them about what the two of them could do together. The hunter continued to glare at his old friend, crossing his arms. He explained that that was why he came to him, asking him if his clan was still in this oasis. He explained that 8 years ago this clan was a rival of the Osha clan and had a chance to capture the Iron Sands, but in the end it became only a chain dog. Theorem began to present the image of clan leaders in black capes. He explained that only the clans that settled in the 4 small oases around the Iron Sands city could challenge the 6 great clans. He represented images of the remnant and the sacrifices of people on the battlefield. He explained that the new clans usually fought around small oases without any rules or restrictions, hence the name Bloodlands. Theorem presented an image of the warriors laughing maliciously as they opened the chest. He explained that chain dogs are clans that take the place of the challenger but have not initiated the holy duel. He added that they were willing to serve as a shield for the great clans, and although they could not get into the city of the Iron Sands, they could not survive on the water and food they had in the small oasis. The hunter looked intently at Theorem, who crossed his arms menacingly. Iron replied that, unfortunately, Theorem was no longer a chain dog and asked him if his clan had never felt the slightest remorse for the fact that his clan was still enslaved by the chain dogs. He explained that now they had a chance to touch the walls of the city of Iron Sands again, swearing allegiance to Lady Silvermoon. Theorem immediately began to laugh maliciously, looking arrogantly at Iron. He understood that there was nothing more fun than watching a mad avenger die. Theorem slammed his hands on the table and stood up from the table. The leader looked at Iron gloatingly as he approached him over the table. He ironically asked the question that Iron was going to make this girl the new head of the clan and start a holy duel. The leader bared his teeth sarcastically and approached the hunter's ear from the side. He asked what would happen to him if he had found good assistants to perform several tricks in the duel. He ironically asked that he should have allowed the people to fight the chain dogs and thereby give them the opportunity to penetrate the city of Iron Sands. The chief looked back at Iron with contempt, asking him in his ear about what he could offer him so that he would not reveal the location of this Lady Silvermoon for a generous reward from the Iron Whip clan. He was going to argue that it would be interesting for the enemy clan to torture a sorceress from the former rival clan. Theorem looked down on Iron and the witch sitting at the table surrounded by his assistants. The hunter put his hand on the chief's shoulder and told him to calm down, noting that he had misunderstood everything. Iron came face to face with Theorem. He explained that he did not expect Theorem to defeat the guard dogs, because he did not do this 8 years ago, so he added that he then noted the extent of his courage, namely the lack thereof. The leader immediately tensed and looked angrily at his old friend. Iron looked angrily at Theorem standing next to him, who looked slightly frightened. He replied that this time he returned not only to take revenge on the Iron Whip clan. The hunter looked at his old friend angrily and said that he would challenge 6 clans to make the Osha clan the strongest. Theorem, sweating, looked anxiously at the Avenger. He understood that his words meant that he decided to defeat all 6 clans and single-handedly take control of the Iron Sand City, realizing all the madness. Iron watched as Theorem sank slightly and lowered his hands. A moment later, he sharply raised his hand above his head and ordered his guys to grab Iron and the girl. Theorem's armed aides rushed towards the guests to capture them. The witch grinned maliciously from under the hood, realizing that the time had come to reveal herself. She immediately took off her black cloak. The leader widened his eyes in surprise. Ash swung her fists, breaking wooden clubs. Theorem bared his teeth angrily and looked contemptuously at the witch, remembering her. At the same time, one of the fighters flew to the side when the other guy looked frantically at his friend. Thuram furrowed his eyebrows in anger, asking who else would attack. Another guy flew out of the tavern window into the street. The fighters immediately began to rush around the tavern when everything around them was destroyed and covered in dust. They shouted that they needed to join the battle and save their leader. The soldiers immediately knocked down the door and were about to enter with an entire army. They watched in the center of the tavern as their leader sat on the floor while the silhouette of Ash stood in the distance. Ash cast a contemptuous glance towards the fighters. She immediately, with quick movements in the air, scattered the fighters to the sides. Thuram widened his eyes and looked at his fang necklace in shock. He did not understand why the gem that suppressed sorceresses had no effect on the girl. Iron immediately put a sharp knife in front of Thuram's throat. The hunter pressed the leader with a knife and he, in a daze, shouted to his guys not to come near them. Thuram immediately raised his hands in defeat while Ash sat on one knee, surrounded by fighters and dust. They tried to call out to their leader, who told them to get out of this place. A cloud of dust and wood splinters flew across the room. The hunter and the witch watched as Thuram sat against the wall, exhausted after the beating. Iron asked if they could talk now. The leader looked forward angrily with a beaten face. He said that there was no point in talking to them, because the chain dogs here were supported by two clans, the Iron Whip and the Bone Cutter. He asked if Iron now thought he could escape after all this noise. He explained that even if he gathered his clan, he would not be able to stop the warriors trained by the great clans, and if they wanted to die without even leaving graves, then it was not too late for them to escape from the oasis. Iron looked arrogantly into the leader's eyes, noting that the clan watchdogs were not his problem. Thuram looked angrily from under his brows at the hunter, trying to think what he meant. He thought that if the Osha clan were so strong, then he could simply become a contender, so he wondered why he needed to come to his clan. He mused that if only the reason was that Iron needed to use their clan's name to start a sacred duel and the power behind it was outside the realm of the southern region. The hunter looked down at the leader, emitting an aura of light from himself in a cloud of dust. The hunter looked gloatingly at Thuram, clenching his fist in front of him. He said that thunder was coming towards them. At this time, a village in the desert was observed through binoculars. Vanner lowered his binoculars, peering into the night expanse of the village. He noted that the point of impact was a little off. An army of fighters loaded shells into huge cannons while Vanner stood on the front line. One of the fighters explained that nothing could be done because the sand was not very suitable for installing a gun, so he would have to make several test shots. Vanner ironically explained that if the shell landed on Iron's head, they would all be doomed. The fighter told them not to worry because the tavern was far from the camp, and if they could get into it, the sages would have to rewrite their shooting manuals. The soldiers began to prepare shells and load the gun, getting ready to get ready. Vanner angrily shouted to start shooting. Huge cannons fired powerful shells and a powerful explosion occurred. Vanner stood in the cloud of smoke and dust after the explosion, realizing that there was the greatness of the large caliber gun, inevitable and unstoppable, realizing that this weapon was the god of war, created by the majesty of Roland. Fiery volleys of shells scattered throughout the city. Powerful explosions thundered, destroying everything around. People realized with horror what was happening, burning to the ground in the fire. One of the shells exploded in front of the tower on the building. The hunter, together with Ash and Thuram, were in the building at that time when everything around was shrouded in dust and smoke. The leader widened his eyes in shock, realizing that this was not thunder, but God's punishment that had descended on the earth and only the heavens possessed such terrible power. The entire city was destroyed and was on fire. Thuram widened his eyes at Iron, grimacing his face. He thought that these three heavenly spirits were not the kind of power they could possess, and he asked the hunter a question. He was interested in who he ended up serving. Iron raised his palm and presented the image of the main character. He explained that he served the only benevolent ruler and when he will bring order and safety to the Iron Sand people of the Majin clan. The leader became very angry and bared his teeth, watching the blazing fire, realizing that this should not have happened. The hunter looked contemptuously at Thuram, noting that, unfortunately, not everyone would be happy with the new order, despite the fact that the oasis, although it gave rise to the Majin people, limited their thinking. It was ironic for him that the oasis that gave life was soaked in blood during the struggle for a place in the sun. He knew that chain dogs continued to be used to maintain the power of the great clans, while the Majin people suffered from a lack of water, which was short-sighted and stupid. The bald leader lowered his head and explained that since Iron was born in the desert, then why was he so naive? He explained that the hunter could not have known that the oasis had limitations and it could not accommodate their growing population without killing and plundering. He added that if their people could not defeat Grey Castles, then it would be impossible to escape from this desert. Thuram began to imagine memories of their clans turning on each other. He explained that cooperation and submission were not an option because the Northerners would never truly trust them, and this was proven to them by the Blackbone clan and the Sand clan. He replied that for the sake of fertile land, These two clans, who had the opportunity to gain power in the city of Iron Sands, decided to join Garcia, the Queen of Pure Water, but everything turned out badly from this. He recalled images of rotting skulls. He heard that they were all fed a strange pill that turned them into rotting flesh, and the territory they were promised as a reward turned out to be empty. Iron looked down and angrily at the leader, asking him about the fact that there might not have been real trust. He replied that he used to think so too, but the truth was that there would always be people who were destined to break the rules. Iron and Ash, looking through a hole in the building, heard the trampling of horses. A whole army of warriors on horseback galloped through the village into the burning city. The hunter and Ash smiled maliciously as Thuram became agitated and scared. He realized that their position had been discovered by the guard dogs. Iron frowned contemptuously and smiled maliciously. He explained that not everyone will be happy with the new order, just like the guard dogs who think they could stop the thunder. A new volley of fiery shells flew towards the army. Iron explained that even if Thuram was not going to accept reality, the new order would come sooner or later. The torches of the warriors illuminated the dark space on the battlefield. The two swordsmen on horseback took out their sharp swords. The whole army raised their swords and headed to run towards the firing guns. Suddenly, the fighters began to turn back, looking at the rushing explosions in the distance. A fighter with a scar on his face and an axe grinned at the explosions. The fighters began to scatter in different directions and fall from their horses. The blue-cloaked warriors continued to rush forward with their swords while others were crushed. Thuram's chief mate was also hit and was thrown back. After a powerful attack from the guns, the entire battlefield is shrouded in corpses and wounded in a cloud of dust. Thuram looked in amazement through the hole in the wall as Ash and Iron stood behind him. He was surprised that the thunder stopped. He bulged his eyes and was in a sweat, realizing that 2,000 chain army soldiers had been absorbed. His gaze was full of horror and suffering. He recalled the destruction when the soldiers were blown to pieces by the shells, realizing that there was nothing left of them. Iron smiled maliciously while Thuram sat against the wall with a sad look. The hunter explained that the leaders should not even hope for their return and ordered him to tell his people to put out the fire, because now it was already their oasis. It was deep night and dark clouds were floating over the destroyed city. The soldiers of the protagonist's army rejoiced at their victory, standing above and next to the cannon. The sound of Echo's heels was heard. She entered the room with Iron and Ash, in front of whom Thuram was kneeling. Echo, in the company of two thugs, looked sarcastically at Thuram, who was kneeling. He immediately bowed down at her feet. He placed his face on the floor with his arms crossed and swore by the three spirits that he and his clan were ready to serve her. He added that from this day forward, Echo will be the new head of the Osha clan. The girl with long hair was sleeping sweetly in bed. A man was sitting next to the girl, with a guard standing in front of him. The man touched the girl with his hand, after which she turned on her back. The man raised his hand, looking at the guard as the girl left the bedroom. The man told the guard to be more specific. The guard looked at the man, who closed his eyes and lowered his head. The guard said that there was information from those who fled that the fire in the oasis was not started by a sneaky pretender, but that it was a divine fire. The man glared at the guard, clenching his hands into fists. Chieftain of the Iron Whip clan, Rubaka Bloodwhip. Rubaka stated that they are cowards, and as soon as they encounter a problem, they immediately blame everything on the three spirits, noting that he will hang them all at the entrance of the city gates of the Iron Sands. The guard opened his mouth slightly, imagining a huge scorpion in the deserts among the rubble. The guard said that he was in that camp, a small oasis, to make sure, and it really looks like what they said, and after the shelling. The camp is in simply terrible condition. There were large black holes in the ground, corpses and rubble of houses were scattered everywhere. The guard noted that it was as if a giant sandworm or scorpion had walked through the camp and torn it apart. Rubaka rose from his bed while the guard stood behind him, bowing slightly. The guard told Rubaka that most of those left in the camp were out of luck, and those outside staged a counterattack, only they were defeated before they even saw their enemy. Rubaka noted that they were ambushed and then fled before they could get close to their enemy. Rubaka went to the window, looking at the rising clouds of smoke. Rubaka said that there is nothing new about sowing discord among the chain dogs, and even if the challenger immediately began a duel, he would not dare to attack their clan with an iron whip, which ranks fourth. Rubaka grinned maliciously, knitting his eyebrows. He said that, besides, if you throw a dice to a challenger, it is not difficult to turn him into a watchdog, and probably after a while a new challenger will appear and sweep them out of the way. Rubaka turned his head, looking at the guard. The man asked the guard what clan those people were from. The guard replied that they say that this is the Osha clan. The man looked at the guard in shock, his eyes wide. The guard looked straight ahead in confusion, frowning. The guard presented black flags with a white coat of arms. The guard said that this is what they are talking about, and that all the banners in the oasis have been replaced with the Osh battle crest. The guard recalled the image of Echo standing among the people. The guard said that he also saw Princess Osha, who was sold into slavery. Echo stood with a satisfied smile, looking at the fighters raising their fists in the air. The guard noted that Echo became a sorceress and gathered new people, and it seemed that many people responded, adding that she was accompanied by many northerners. Rubaka was in a daze of horror, his eyes wide. He didn't understand how this was possible, because sorceresses are considered evil by the northerners, but the slave sorceress was somehow able to gain support in the north. Rubaka clenched his hand into a fist, hitting the wall. The man bared his teeth and furrowed his brows. He said that if she was going to avenge her father's murder in a holy duel, then go ahead, adding that the northerners may be well armed and numerous, but in a duel the Majins are the bravest warriors, and he would make her taste despair again. A guard ran into the room, to whom Rubaka drew attention. The fighter said he had a message for the leader. The leader looked at the fighter, bowing before him. The fighter said that a gift was sent from the Osha clan. A crowd of people stood near a wooden coffin. The leader, having changed his clothes, came up with a gift from the Osha clan. The leader kicked the lid of the coffin with his foot. The man crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the fallen coffin from his kick. The man furrowed his eyebrows, looking at the coffin with bewilderment. He was surprised that it was so light, ordering his men to open it. The leader's men began to tear the nails off the lid, after which it opened. The wooden coffin contained another coffin, red with patterns. The leader smiled sarcastically, raising one eyebrow. He said he expected something more frightening. Heads, ears, human skin, adding that this is how the Iron Sands do things in the city. The chief said that all the dead in the southern region were thrown into the desert, and that it was just a trinket, adding that Echo had been a slave in Greycastle for so long that she had forgotten the cruelty of the desert. The chief grabbed his axe, holding it tightly in his hand. The leader recalled how he killed people with his axe, swinging at the coffin with an angry face. The leader said that the Silver Moon had not seen how the people of her people died one after another from his axe, but this time she would try it herself. The red coffin stood in the middle of the room. The leader hit the coffin lid with his axe. Rubaka widened his eyes, looking dumbfounded at the coffin that lit up his face. He noted that the coffin is not empty. A bright, dazzling light appeared from the coffin. A bright light illuminated the leader's face, destroying the building with its huge explosion. Thick black smoke was coming from the leader's castle. Residents of the city looked at what was happening in shock. Thuram stood near the hole in the building. The man widened his eyes and opened his mouth wide. He was surprised that the Iron Whip clan was destroyed. Iron put bags of powder into a red coffin. The man noted that the coffin was filled with snow powder and flint attached to the lid. Iron attached the wick to the lid. Thuram noted that a fire cord was coming out from under the top cover. A young witch with pink hair was casting a spell over the coffin. Thuram noted that she removed his weight with her magic. Thuram imagined an explosion enveloping Rubaka. He noted that he destroyed the coffin in order to open the lid, which then led to a stunning thunderclap. Thuram widened his eyes, thinking that all this had caused that horror. Thuram looked dumbfounded at Iron behind him. He asked Iron that he had really openly destroyed the Iron Whip clan even before the duel, which was in 4th place. Iron furrowed his brows, glaring furiously at the man. He said that in the past Rubaka had tainted the sacred duel and failed to live up to the expectations of the three spirits. Ask a man how he can fight in fair combat with someone who has lost face. Iron added that it is better to crush such a vile person from the very beginning than to be constantly on guard. Thuram raised an eyebrow, looking at the hunter in bewilderment. Thuram suggested that if Rubaka had not opened the coffin, destroying it, his plan would have failed. The hunter grinned maliciously, imagining the image of Rubaka with red eyes. He said that the leader is violent by nature and loves to destroy and kill, so it is no more difficult to predict his actions than it is to predict a monkey. The hunter added that the coffin with snow powder was only a start, and even if the leader got out, there would still be many more gifts waiting for him. Thuram stood at the window, looking fearfully at the bloodthirsty hunter. The hunter said that apparently the three spirits did not favor the traitor who turned his back on them. The witches were at the table, looking at the blue glowing cube, while Iron stood behind them at the window with the man. Thuram said that he would keep his oath to the three spirits and serve Osha faithfully. The blue cube glowed brightly. Magical energy came out of it and was directed to the castle. Marquess was sitting at the table, holding cubes in her hands, receiving magical energy into them. Magical energy came out of the cubes that Marquess was holding, heading towards the other mansion. Nightingale sat on the table, holding a communication item in her hand. Marquess said that everything was fine and the Ironwhip clan had been destroyed, and Echo asked her to thank them. The main character sat at the table, while Nightingale looked at him with a malicious grin. Marquess said that it takes time to prepare for the holy duel. In about a week they will go to the lands of eternal fire. Marquess asked Roland what he planned to do with the clan's sorceress. Marquess noted that this message was received from the southern region. Roland looked embarrassedly at Nightingale, who smiled maliciously, closing her eyes. Nightingale told Roland to answer. Roland looked confusedly at Nightingale's hand, which contained the communication item. Nightingale smiled slightly as she sat next to the protagonist. Roland asked if everything was okay, noting that he meant Iron and everyone else. A light glow came out of the cube, which lay on Nightingale's hand. Marquess asked the protagonist if he was okay, noting that she could hear him wheezing a little, adding that he needed to stay warm in the winter and his health was more important than the witches. The protagonist leaned slightly towards the table, looking at the communication device. His Majesty said he was fine and asked him to tell them to continue with the plan. His Majesty added that as for the sorceress, they can try to persuade her, but if she does not want to leave the southern region, then there is no need to force her. Nightingale raised her hand slightly, extending it towards the protagonist. Marquess told His Majesty that she understood, asking permission to end the communication. The main character leaned back, closing his eyes and blushing slightly. He opened his eyes slightly, looking to the side in embarrassment. He didn't understand what this strange feeling was. Nightingale jumped off the table while Roland looked at her. The witch plopped down on a chair, picking up a book and looking at it. Roland closed his eyes and turned his head away. He thought that he needed to think about work. His Majesty looked straight ahead with a malicious expression on his face. The protagonist represented the transition of communication from him to Marquess and from her to Iron. His Majesty said that by using the Marquess from the fallen dragon's spine and the sigil of rumor to relay messages, it was possible to instantly connect the city of Neverwinter with the frontline troops. His Majesty noted that although such calls were still somewhat inconvenient, they were a much faster way of communicating with the front line than the original delivery of letters in 10 minutes 15 days by daily carrier pigeon. The main character imagined a witch in a hat casting a spell over a blue funnel. He noted that unfortunately, the rumor sigil requires the magical power of a witch for it to work, which means it cannot replace the telephone as a means of communication for ordinary people. The main character stood at the window in his office. He said that the first telephone line in the western region will soon be installed, which will run directly from this town hall to the town hall in the Longsong area. The protagonist said that a second and third line are also planned, after which only a phone call will be needed to convey instructions. The main character presented the image of the sorceress Lotus, creating purple lightning. The protagonist noted that installing telegraph poles is a very labor-intensive task. In addition, the wires can be easily damaged by snow or ice, and it is easier and safer to lay cables along the mountains, burying them in the ground, using Lotus. The main character imagined a bright light from a snowy mountain. He noted that when the defense line in the mountains is built, it will be necessary to lay communication lines to the front line, and then it will look something like this. The main character turned his head, imagining a bunch of ringing phones on the table. Roland looked out the window with a serious look, imagining the snow-capped mountains. He said that the construction of the defense line in the mountains also includes underground military facilities, which will even be connected to the underground palace of the ancient witches. Roland looked out the window in shock, frowning. From the window one could see an explosion in a building not far from Roland. Roland turned his head behind his back as a purple aura appeared there. Nightingale jumped off the couch, releasing her magical energy. She said she would send Sylvie and Phyllis to check, adding that Roland should not leave his office as she would be back soon. It was snowing heavily outside, covering everything around. Moon ran up to Lily, who was sitting at the table. Moon asked Lily if she heard. Moon looked at Lily with concern, her eyebrows knitted together. She said something happened in the school area. Lily looked at Moon irritably, pushing her away. Lily told Moon to leave as she was blocking her light. Lily closed her eyes, sighing heavily. She thought that her repeated experiment had failed again. Moon was spinning around Lily, frantically waving her arms. She told Lily that there was not only an explosion, but also a huge fire, asking her who she thought could have done it, the church or demons. Lily looked at Moon with displeasure, frowning. The blonde said she thought it was some idiot who stole the chemistry lab waste and brought it into the classroom. Lily introduced a small boy in the middle of a destroyed classroom. The blonde noted that a similar thing happened half a month ago, and one of the researchers stole low-quality celloidine, brought it home, and the children set it on fire, thereby burning the house. The blonde imagined Roland scolding Kyle. The blonde said that after this, His Majesty was furious to such an extent that he could be heard reprimanding the people in the castle. The blonde introduced Kyle with a mountain of books in his arms. The blonde noted that after this, the rules for chemical laboratories became many times larger. Moon put her hands to her side, looking at Lily with a dissatisfied look. Moon said that this time there was an explosion, not understanding how one could be so careless about what was happening in the city of Neverwinter because it was their home. Lily told Moon not to lie because she just couldn't wait to find out what happened there as soon as possible. Lily extended her hand, pushing Moon aside. Lily told the witch to leave it to the professionals, noting that she was idle all day, asking her to stop interfering with her experiments. Lily noted that what she is doing is also related to the development of Neverwinter. Moon grinned wickedly, looking at the blonde. Moon asked the blonde what her achievements were then. The blonde narrowed her eyes, looking into the microscope. Moon noted that she has no achievements. Lily looked dejectedly into the telescope, holding it with her hand. Moon said that she had been looking through a microscope for over a year, but it had not helped His Majesty. Moon recalled how she created the glowing ball. She said that her electromagnetic ability illuminated the night with light for His Majesty so that people could continue to work even at night. Moon stood in a pathetic stance while Lily was irritated by her behavior. Moon said that she still liked Lily, and finding out the truth in this matter would also be considered help to His Majesty. Lily told Moon that she might not love her. The blonde imagined Anna working out with iron, Soria writing on paper. Lily introduced Evelyn with a glass of wine in her hand, and Moon with a burning light bulb. Moon said that everyone contributes to the development of the city of Neverwinter, bringing happiness to people, so Lily does not want to be a parasite for His Majesty. Moon spoke on behalf of Lily, why she could not evolve, although even the stupid Moon overtook her. Moon said on Lily's behalf that she couldn't accept it. Lily looked at Moon irritably, pushing her away from her. Moon apologized to the blonde, asking her to just keep her company, noting that there was nothing wrong with going outside, and if she sat in her room for days on end, it would only get worse. Lily thought that she didn't expect that after getting to know each other better, she would be so intrusive, and she should have insisted that the neighbor be Leaf's or Scroll's sister. Lily looked sideways at Moon. She said that she knew, and asked her not to cause trouble to His Majesty and Sister Nightingale. Moon looked at the blonde with hope in her eyes, blushing slightly. She promised Lily that this would not happen. The blonde watched as Moon ran out the door. Moon brought the rest of the witches, lining up in front of the blonde. She said that everything was assembled now. The blonde watched in horror what was happening, narrowing her eyes. She asked Moon that she was going to take so many people. Lily clenched her hand into a fist, opening her mouth wide. Lily told the witches not to be fooled, as Moon had only gathered them so that if His Majesty accused her, everyone would be held accountable. Amy looked at the blonde happily, while Lily imagined Amy to be more uptight. Amy said that they also want to help His Majesty. Lily thought that this Amy was more outgoing than Moon, and after arriving, she became a completely different person. Margie looked at the blonde confusedly, blushing slightly. Margie said that only if His Majesty Roland allows. Lily thought it looked like Margie would be in charge of the delivery. The young witch in a green dress looked around in confusion. Lily thought that without even asking her, she could tell that she was dragged there by Moon. Evelyn looked at Lily with a joyful smile, raising her eyebrows. Evelyn said that Moon's guesses were very interesting, and she would go with them and take a look. Lily thought that even Evelyn was among them, and in general she should have a task to make wine. Summer looked at the blonde with enthusiasm, clenching her hands into fists and smiling widely. Summer said that she would just do the same as last time when they secretly read the test, but if they looked at her, she would not be able to use her ability. Lily thought she was glad Summer was there, and the fact that Nightingale and the Justice Department didn't invite Summer along confirmed that what happened at the academy wasn't serious. Lily put her hand to the side, closing her eyes, after which the witches rejoiced. Lily said she would join them for once. The witches gathered outside in a snowstorm, and a bright magic ball shone in the circle. The witch raised her hands, which contained a blue cube. A huge blue cube formed around the witches, which glowed brightly. The cube was visible from afar among the trees. The witches headed away from the small house. The witches approached the academy building in their dome. There were guards standing outside the building as clouds of smoke came out of it. The witches were quietly approaching closer. The barrier hid their presence, and they found themselves close to the explosion site. Margie held her hands in front of her, looking at the destroyed part of the building. One of the witches said that there was no one inside and they needed to get up. The witches made their way into the building, walking up the steps and walking through the debris from the explosion. Slightly noticeable smoke flew in front of Evelyn. Evelyn pointed towards the destroyed part, saying that the burning smell was coming from there. Lily stuck her hand through the door, opening it. The shock on the witches' faces made them widen their eyes. There was a hole in the wall from the explosion, and cracks ran along the floor. Moon walked up to the wall, putting her hand to it. She noted that it must be there somewhere. Moon looked behind her, where Summer stood. Moon told Summer that it was up to her to do the rest. Summer closed her eyes and folded her palms in front of her. Summer said that if someone shows up, they should interrupt her. A small golden ball appeared in Summer's hands. Summer spread her arms to the sides, illuminating the room with bright light. Desks, textbooks, and notebooks began to appear in the room, circling around Summer. All objects in the room began to return to their previous form, falling into place. The hole in the wall, which was made by the explosion, began to close. The witches watched with admiration as a picture of what happened appeared in the classroom. The two witches looked at the scene with excitement. A projection of a guy passed through Margie, which made the other witch scared. Evelyn smiled widely, closing her eyes, standing among the restored class. Amy looked at the slightly embarrassed Summer with delight. Amy told Summer that this is an amazing ability. Summer noted that it's nothing special, and compared to her sister Nightingale, her abilities are very weak. Amy looked at Summer in surprise as she looked at the students' projections. Amy asked Summer what she says about the blonde sister who always follows His Majesty and appears out of nowhere. Summer said that she was the most powerful witch in the entire western region, and maybe even in the entire kingdom. Summer looked questioningly at Amy while Moon opened her mouth slightly. Amy said it was amazing. Moon told the witches to come and look. The witches saw the students crowding around the two girls. One of the witches noted that bullying occurs there. Margie folded her hands in front of her, watching what was happening. She said that one of the students said about the rebel king's henchmen. A young witch in a green dress walked up to the other two, looking at the students. She noted that one of them said that those girls should return to the eastern region. Summer said it probably had something to do with where they were born. The pink-haired girl shielded another student from those who mocked them. The girl kicked her offender in the knee, after which she rushed to the side, making her way through the crowd of offenders. The girl skillfully jumped over her classmates. The girl jumped over the desk, hitting her offender in the leg. Moon watched in shock what was happening. She noted that this child is so strong. The girl scattered the boys who were running after her in one fell swoop. Amy smiled widely, watching the girl. Amy wanted her to beat them all. The witch in green said that she was too weak. Although she defended herself against the enemy, it would be difficult for her to fight. Moon furrowed her eyebrows, looking at the witch annoyed. Moon asked her how she knew everything. The witch lowered her head, looking down in confusion. Evelyn put her hand on the witch's shoulder, after which she looked at her. Evelyn asked the witch that it was the church that taught her this. Evelyn smiled widely, closing her eyes. She said that it was okay, and since she was able to pass His Majesty's exam, it means that she is not a person like those evil purified witches. The student bared his teeth angrily, his eyes wide, while the scattered boys stood up behind him. Lily said that Vanilla was right and she really wasn't that easy to corner. The girl stood against the wall, spreading her arms to the sides, while the guys began to advance. One of the guys put his hand on a chair and swung it at the girl. The guy hit the student on the head with a chair, causing her to fly to the side. The student bared her teeth as she fell to the floor. She planted her foot on the floor, standing up and running away from the boys. The student could barely stand on her feet, surrounded by her offenders. The student collapsed on the floor, clutching her head. The offender looked at the student in shock, his mouth open. The student laid her head on the floor, from which blood flowed. She raised her embittered gaze to the offenders, frowning. The student rose from the floor, opening her mouth wide and spreading her arms to the sides. The student's eyes began to shine brightly and magical energy came out of her. The student was kneeling on the floor and bright sparks were coming out of her. The curtains by the window began to develop from powerful energy. An explosion occurred in the classroom, destroying the wall. The students ran in fear in the opposite direction from the girl, from whom a powerful flame was emanating. Evelyn watched in shock, noting that this was an awakening. Evelyn imagined a girl wrapped in black energy, with crowds of people looking at her. Evelyn noted that when a witch awakens, magical power gathers in her body, and she receives painful sensations as a response from the body. The girl lowered her head, clutching it with her hands, and looked at the floor in fear. The girl rose to her feet, continuing to emit black energy. Evelyn noted that it is often at this moment that the witch unconsciously uses her abilities and is most vulnerable. The soldiers approached the awakened girl, showing signs from which light came out, causing the girl to lose consciousness. Evelyn noted that the final fate of a witch who awakens in public is death. The awakened girl was hanged. The witches watched the student who stood in the destroyed classroom amid the fire. The student looked exhausted as she held out her hand in front of her. She took the hand of the girl she was protecting from the villains. Lily watched what was happening with a smile, blushing slightly. She thought that it was too rarely possible to control her body in an awakened state during the body's response, moreover, without forgetting about her comrade. The witches watched as the student led another girl out of the crack in the wall. Evelyn noted that she was good. Summer spread her arms, illuminating the space with her magic. Lily smiled maliciously, knitting her eyebrows. Lily said that now they have another sister, and one who is brave and determined, not like Moon. Lily looked in bewilderment at Moon, who exhaled heavily. Lily didn't understand what was wrong with her again. Amy smiled widely, raising her eyebrows. She said that they should quickly tell Sister Wendy that there was a new witch in Neverwinter. The witches were heading towards a break in the wall to return back. Evelyn said that we need to go back already. Lily turned her head behind her, looking dejectedly at the numb Moon. The blonde grabbed Moon's hand, dragging her along. White snow was falling over the mountains. The witches floated through the air in a blue square barrier. It was snowing continuously over the building. Wendy asked the witches that they still wanted to know the truth, noting that Sylvie discovered a magical surge on the school grounds, and when she went there, she figured it all out. The witches stood in a row with downcast faces. Wendy said they would break through the cordon and enter a potentially dangerous area, noting that they wanted to be treated like lightning. Wendy closed her eyes, furrowed her brows, and held her arms out to the sides. Wendy asked the witches that they were apparently also eager to write 3 exam tests. Evelyn clasped her hands together, looking pitifully at Wendy with the other witches. Evelyn said that she almost forgot and should check the tavern's supplies before dinner. Margie said that she also has a question that she wants to ask Isabella, so she will leave them. Amy knitted her eyebrows, smiled confusedly, and grabbed her head. She said she had to do something too. The witches began to quickly run away from Wendy while she was angry with them. Lily clutched her head with a drooping look, while Moon smiled in confusion. One of the witches asked the other if she thought if Wendy was really going to punish her, she would get away with it. Lily thought that it would only take one evening to solve 3 exam tests, so there is nothing wrong with using this to consolidate the knowledge gained. Lily put her hand on Moon's head and bowed in front of Wendy. Lily said that she would take Moon home with her so that she could think about her behavior. The door slammed with a loud sound. Lily pressed Moon against the door, resting her hand on the surface. Lily asked Moon what was going on and that she wanted her to comfort her. Moon looked at the blonde worriedly, her eyebrows knitted together. She said that the new witch could use electricity. The blonde looked at Moon in bewilderment, frowning. She didn't understand what was wrong with it. Moon lowered her head, squinting her eyes, from which tears flowed. Moon said that electricity is magnetism and magnetism is electricity. In other words, she is Moon and Moon is her, and suddenly, if she is stronger than her, then His Majesty will no longer need her. The blonde spread her arms to the sides, smiling widely. She said that even if they had the same abilities, the main character would not deliberately forget someone. The blonde abruptly covered Moon's mouth with her hand. Moon said that he will always compare. The blonde asked Moon to wait. Lily frowned, looking thoughtfully to the side. She thought that electricity is magnetism, and magnetism is electricity. Lily rushed to her table, on which there was a microscope. Lily realized what she was missing. Lily put her eye to the microscope as Moon approached her from behind. Moon asked Lily what she meant by asking for some more comfort. Lily raised her hand, waving Moon away, who looked at her in confusion. Lily told Moon not to bother her, and if she didn't want to fall behind, she should study hard from now on, then she might have some hope. Moon puffed out her cheeks, looking at Lily resentfully. The blonde widened her eyes, looking at the microscope, from which a bright golden light emanated. White snow covered the roof of the building. Barov told Roland that the incident report was ready. Roland looked at Barov in surprise. Barov stood opposite the main character along with Scroll. Roland asked Barov what he found out. Barov said fortunately no one was seriously injured. Barov added that 3 suffered fractures, all of them accidentally fell while fleeing, 2 lost their hearing, probably due to the explosion, and 1 suffered burns. But all of them recovered after treatment from Ms. Nana, and the teachers who were in the break room during lunch, having heard a roar, they immediately organized an evacuation. Barov opened his mouth slightly, raising his hand. The old man said that Furlan stated that the First Army was conducting an exercise simulating an enemy attack on the school and asked the students to cooperate and not panic. This statement helped restore order. Fractures and hearing loss only occurred in the 6th grade. The students of this class witnessed the awakening of the witch. Furlan was leading students out of the building while it was blazing during the explosion. The main character lowered his head, looking at the open book on the table. Roland said that this is not bad and means the kingdom of the morning dawn. And using the huge authority of the First Army in Neverwinter, he took control of the situation, minimizing panic and possible consequences, and as long as they make the right decisions after the incidents, most people will not guess that awakening a witch is a rather dangerous process. Scroll looked at the main character with a serious expression on her face, imagining Agatha freezing the hole in the building. Scroll noted that with regards to extinguishing the fire, Agatha did this. When she arrived on the scene, she was able to freeze the source of the fire, preserving the main academic building. Barov bowed slightly before His Majesty, with his hands folded at the bottom of his stomach. He asked the protagonist what he was going to do about it. The protagonist clenched his hands into fists, looking at the old man with a serious look. He asked the old man if he had any ideas. The old man, bending slightly, looked at the main character. He said that his humble servant believes that this is not a fight between children, but a territorial conflict, noting that one of the parties to the conflict is from their southern region, and the other is from the eastern region, and in the lands of Timothy, which is in the eastern region, there is a city Valencia, who has not yet surrendered to him. Barov presented a map of the region's locations. Barov said that children would not have learned about the country of the rebel king if adults did not talk about it at home. The main character closed his eyes, while Barov bowed slightly in front of him. Barov said that such conflicts can be prevented by punishing the parents of those who started it, as well as by declaring a ban on discussing the topic of the rebellious king. Barov added that with regards to the potential danger to the population of the awakening of the witch, whatever his decision, it is necessary to formalize it in the form of a law in order to avoid disputes. The main character lowered his thoughtful gaze down, pursing his lips. He thought that the old man had come a long way in the last 2 years, and he now knows how to notice the root causes of fights. But the fact that he thinks in terms of the past is still present, asking himself that if he writes a wish into law, will this solve the problem? Straight away, Roland thought that if the law was contrary to the wishes of the majority of the people, then sooner or later hidden problems would come to light. His Majesty looked up at Scroll, which surprised her. He asked her what her opinion was. Scroll tilted her head slightly, looking at the protagonist. Scroll said that she had a different opinion, and at this time people from all over Grey Castles come to Neverwinter, and there will always be conflicts, and if you prescribe what is prohibited, then the law will be overwhelming. Scroll offered the protagonist something else to help them distinguish good from bad, and not prohibit discussing it at all, and is for how to deal with public opinion after the awakening of the witch. She thinks first he can find out the opinion of Miss Agatha, since in Tequila there was many are awakened, and she must be well acquainted with this problem. His Majesty sipped his tea, closing his eyes and listening to Scroll's speech. His Majesty put the cup on the saucer. He said they will treat the incident as a normal fight. The student who hit the witch with a chair pays the medical expenses of 2 other students and is given a verbal reprimand. His Majesty added that the Witches Association will pay the medical expenses of the remaining victims in the 6th grade, and the town hall will repair the school as soon as possible to resume normal education. His Majesty noted that as a preventative measure, Barov should take advantage of what Scroll said and, if possible, use public opinion to control people. Scroll and Barov closed their eyes and bowed to His Majesty. The main character turned the page in the book, looking at Scroll. The main character asked Scroll about the witch. Scroll said her name was Sharon, asking him what he wanted to see her. The protagonist relaxedly looked at Scroll, his mouth slightly open. He said that she should rest for a few days to calm down, and if she could, he should ask Wendy to accompany her and tell her about the goals of the association. Scroll bowed her head to Roland, noting that she understood. It was snowing over the building, and people were walking in the yard. Hospital. Wendy walked towards the hospital with a slight smile, humming the song. Wendy looked to the side in surprise, noticing Tigil at the arch. Wendy watched as Tigil talked to a man and a woman. The man and woman bowed to Tigil in confusion. Tigil waved to them as they left, after which they waved back. Wendy approached Tigil with a smile on her face, making him surprised. Wendy asked him who these people were. Tigil closed his eyes, knitting his eyebrows. He said they were Sharon's parents and they were worried about the child being left alone and asked if they could take her home. Tigil said that when they learned that it was His Majesty's wish that she should remain in the hospital, they changed their minds and thanked him for his kindness. Wendy covered her mouth with her hand, while Tigil slightly stretched out his back, arms out to his side. Wendy asked Tigil if he thought anyone would dare to break into a noble's castle for his daughter like he did. Tigil said that of course, only His Majesty is kind and sweet, but if another bad aristocrat wants to offend his beloved daughter, then he will fight him, asking her why he should stand aside. The guys watched Sharon's parents leave. Wendy said that they are much better than Summer's parents, who sold their daughter for pianos. Tigil replied that both were right, one of them works in an industrial area, and the other is a laborer in a construction team. And after learning the news after a long day of work, they immediately came without even eating. At least from their faces, he realized that they were taking care of the child. Wendy held out her hand with the basket, showing it to Tigil, after which he gestured towards the entrance. Wendy said she thought she brought the bag with dinner for a reason, asking him if he would take her to Sharon. Tigil said that of course he would take him away and ordered to follow him. There were gray clouds in the sky. The main character was sitting at his desk, looking at the witches. He asked the witches that something was wrong with the awakening of the witches. Agatha said that over the past year only one witch has awakened in his kingdom, which is several times less than in the time of Tequila. Phyllis opened her mouth slightly, raising her hand, looking at the main character. She said that the most worrying thing was that with the third battle of Divine Will approaching, the magical power should increase, not understanding why the number of witch awakenings was so low. Agatha looked at His Majesty with a serious face. She said that after discussion with Pasha, they came to the conclusion that there is a factor that influences the awakening of new witches. The main character looked at Agatha in shock. Agatha said that this factor's influence is gradually increasing. Agatha imagined a wave under a blood-red moon. She said that the magical power that fills this world is like a wave that ebbs and flows, and within a couple of years after the blood moon rises, the peak of magical power occurs and new witches awaken almost every day. Agatha presented the awakened witches under the blood moon. Agatha said that after this, magical power slowly weakens, and the period between blood moons is considered a period of decline, and awakened ones appear only during the demonic months. Agatha presented watch dials that flow into menacing red eyes. Agatha said that at this time every year there is a peak in magical power, but more importantly, that such a period of instability can last for hundreds of years. The witches moved closer to Roland's table. Agatha said that now that the blood moon is approaching, magical power has begun to manifest itself more. Agatha looked at Roland in confusion while he closed his eyes. Agatha said that awakenings of new witches are so rare that the containment must be due to some factor. Roland opened his mouth slightly, sitting thoughtfully at the table. He asked the witches that, assuming this was the case, if there was any way for them to find out what the reason was. The witches looked at each other. The main character raised his hands in front of him, smiling slightly. He said that since they could not solve this problem, it was better to assume that the gods had decided to rest a little, and no matter what happened with the frequency of awakening, they would have to expel the demons from the lands of dawn. Phyllis raised her head, looking at Roland in surprise. Phyllis noted that what he said was true and they must defeat the devil no matter what. Roland clenched his hand into a fist while Agatha looked at the smiling Phyllis. Roland opened his mouth slightly, looking at the witches. He said that he called them to ask about the possible harm that witches could cause during the awakening and how the Federation dealt with such incidents in Tequila. Phyllis leaned slightly, looking to the side in confusion. Phyllis said that in those days everyone knew about the 15-minute rule. Phyllis looked away to the side, imagining a black silhouette from which magical energy emanated. Phyllis said that the awakening of a witch does not happen without warning. Before awakening, the magical power is accumulated, and this process takes about 15 minutes. Black silhouette of a girl clutching her stomach. Phyllis said it starts with a dull tingling and burning sensation in the abdomen that gradually becomes more intense, and the exact pain level of the body's first response varies from person to person, with the stronger ones not even experiencing much pain but a slight tingling sensation still occurring. Phyllis, with a serious expression on her face, presented a silhouette of a girl who opened her mouth wide as people ran away from her. Phyllis said that the 15-minute rule is therefore that if during this time the witch loudly announces her awakening, then all people around her must immediately run away from her. Phyllis added that no commoner dared to demand compensation from the Federation for any injury or death caused by failing to escape in time, and if damage was caused to any object or place, then the Federation paid compensation. Roland narrowed his eyes at the witch. He thought it was a fresh idea, but given that everyone knows who witches are, especially underage girls who experience sudden stabbing pain, the first thing they should do is report waking up and not suspect that they have eaten something. That's not it. Phyllis stood opposite Roland, raising her hand. Roland asked Phyllis what to do if it couldn't be reported. Phyllis said that the newly awakened were threatened with punishment in the form of flogging or a fine. Everything depended on the consequences, but such a situation is rare. There are already few fighting witches, and there are even fewer capable of causing damage during awakening. The main character looked thoughtfully at the table. He thought that now it was no longer that special era when witches were above everyone else, and it was impossible to reproduce this rule exactly, but it was good in one thing. Roland thought that at least the rule stated that witches are born among humans and that every underage girl can awaken as a witch, whether she accepts it or not. The main character introduced the girls behind a car and Lightning behind a motorcycle. He thought that if the witch announced an awakening, then they could be considered ordinary citizens and let the town hall compensate for all the damage they caused. The protagonist imagined a pedestrian crossing with people and traffic lights. He thought that if there was no announcement and serious damage was caused, then the witch would be tried for causing harm through negligence. The main character introduced Lightning, who was riding a bike in front of the car. The protagonist thought that the special law that regulates the behavior of witches is like traffic rules. If everyone follows them, then damage can be avoided and conflict can be mitigated. Tijil knocked on the door. Nana sat next to Sharon's bed while Tijil entered their room. Tijil told Nana that it was time for dinner and asked her to wait a little and then he could talk to her friend again. Nana asked her father if they couldn't eat together. Wendy entered the room, after which Nana got up from her chair. Wendy said that she brought Sharon dinner. Nana looked at Sharon with a smile. Nana told Sharon that then they would talk first and then she would come later. Wendy placed the basket of food on the small table. Wendy looked at the young witch with a joyful smile, asking how she was. The young witch looked at Wendy in confusion. Wendy asked Sharon what it was like to be a witch. The young witch clutched her stomach. She said she felt like there was still something in her body and Miss Nana said it was magical power. The young witch looked sadly at Wendy. She asked her that she was also a witch, and the first time always hurt. Wendy handed a box of food to the table. She told Sharon that she was a witch and she could call her Wendy. Wendy smiled slightly as she looked at Sharon. She said that regarding the second question, her answer is not necessary, but it does not play a special role. Wendy sat down on the chair next to Sharon's bed, opening a box of food. Wendy said that once she learns to use it, the magical power will become part of her body, no different from her arms or legs. Sharon smelled delicious food. Wendy handed the box of food to the young witch, asking if she was hungry. Sharon looked at the food with admiration, her mouth open. Wendy smiled widely, blushing slightly. She thought that delicious food calmed people down, which was why Roland used to throw a feast when he met a new witch. Sharon hurriedly began to eat the delicious food. Wendy told the young witch to eat some soup first to warm her stomach before eating anything else. There was an empty box of food on the table. Wendy asked Sharon where her comrade was and that she had already left. Sharon wiped her hand over her mouth. She said she didn't know and most likely left. Wendy lowered her head sadly, her mouth parted. Wendy asked if she had come to see her. Sharon looked down, eyebrows knitted together. She said no, and after all, she was from the southern region, just like those who bullied her, suggesting that she probably didn't fully trust her yet. Wendy looked at the young witch with a raised eyebrow. She asked Sharon that she was from the southern region, noting that she always believed that she was with her from the eastern region, and that is why she helped her. Sharon lowered her head while eating her snack. She asked that if they are not from the same place, then it is no longer possible, and what does she have to do with aristocratic squabbles, noting that these guys were just looking for trouble. Sharon added that evil is evil, and if she had not stood up for her then, no one would have been able to fix it. Wendy looked at the young witch in surprise, her mouth open. Sharon chewed her food while Wendy smiled slightly. Wendy thought that His Majesty was worrying too much and this child did not need her comfort, noting that the expression in her eyes showed that she was confident in her choice. It was snowing outside near the castle. A question was heard, so quickly. Roland sat at his desk, holding a piece of paper in his hand, and asked if she accepted herself as a witch. Wendy answered with a smile, yes, and more calmly than they expected. At this time, Sharon waved her hand and said that she wanted to join the Witches' Association to be like Nana. The prince looked at her personal file and exclaimed what an amazing child. Wendy, who was observing the girl, recorded that Sharon is 15 years old, in the middle of the top level in terms of magical power. The note stated that on par with some of the older witches of Tequila. Roland noted with a smile that it looked like Phyllis was there during the test, probably the most energetic in Neverwinter whenever a new witch appeared. Indeed, the red-haired one was happily jumping there next to the focused Wendy. The girl, spreading her palms, lit the light bulb in front of her. Sharon's power lies in generating electric current, but even its weak current can not only light a light bulb, but also melt a filament. The next part of the test resulted in a crumpled brown element lying in front of her, a sword standing next to it. When it increases its current, the discharge is similar to lightning and can easily pierce wooden planks or melt iron. However, her magical power is quickly depleted. Wendy presented Moon holding a battery in her hand and said that it was noticeably inferior in the duration of Moon's energy transfer. With a smile, she waved her hand and said that as a conclusion, it can be said that Sharon is a battle witch, but can provide assistance in production. But due to the fact that she has recently awakened, her control over magical power is unstable. Roland said with a smile that Sharon has great potential, especially what kind of evolution will take place after understanding the nature of electricity and how much magical power will increase after she enters adulthood. He will be waiting impatiently. For now, let her practice magic on her own and study hard to catch up with the others as quickly as possible. Standing in front of the table, Wendy bowed in agreement. Roland read the documents and thought that Sharon had such a strong sense of justice that she was simply destined to join the Justice Department. With a satisfied smile, he imagined a pink-haired girl shooting lightning, and thought that she, who could release a bolt of electricity and was constantly patrolling the streets, and also ready to capture a criminal, was very curious. Sharon walked between the fir trees on the snow-covered ground towards the building. Suddenly she heard a loud bird cry among the branches. Maggie screamed, flapping her wings furiously as she approached her. The witch took the bird in her hands and asked what was happening. Maggie replied, repeating that bird beak mushrooms are attacking. Lightning approached them from above and told the witch to return to the house. Turning to the bird, the blonde told it to fly further and call His Majesty in Nightingale. Wendy stood next to the researchers, who was pointing her finger up. Suddenly a lot of mushrooms began to fall on them from above. There were so many of them that they filled one of the balconies on the top floor and were falling down. Wendy repeated bird beak mushrooms and asked what happened. She, along with the swift lightning, ran up the stairs, and then stopped when she saw the girls. Lily and Moon pressed hard on the door, which was already bending due to the number of mushrooms in the room. Emmy ran up to them, asking what kind of bird beak mushrooms these were. Confused, Lily turned to her and said that they were created by her using magical power. Lightning repeated, using magical power, and then asked again loudly. Wendy exclaimed in surprise that Lily's abilities had evolved twice. The blonde grimly held the door and said to stop talking, she couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly the witches turned around at a loud cry ordering them to get out of the way. Nightingale and Anna appeared nearby, shouting that they would take care of everything. Nightingale unsheathed her blade. With a sharp movement she cut the door open. A lot of mushrooms fell from there. Anna extended her hand forward in a confident pose. Her magical power flew to the mushrooms. Then bright red flashes cut through, destroying them. A bright red light, along with mushrooms, flew out of the window onto the street. Later, the girls stood with the prince in front of Wendy. Roland asked, "So her new ability is the creation of a microorganism that she saw through a microscope. Did it evolve by watching fungal spores?" Lily answered embarrassedly that she didn't know why this happened. Suddenly mushrooms began to grow all over the house. The guy put his hand on the embarrassed girl's head and praised her, saying that she did well. Moon teased and stuck her tongue out at her. Maggie was flying nearby over the spruce when she heard the proposal to have a mushroom feast for dinner today. Among the flashes of fire there was a blue stone pedestal with a podium. This place and the cold desert outside were like two different worlds. The cold winds of the demonic months could not reach the center of Mother Earth. Andrea looked at it and said that's why this place is called Fiery Land. She never thought that there could be such an interesting place in the southern region. This sorceress's name is Echo and she is a strong archer. Even the most experienced hunters among the sand people cannot compare with her. Ash, standing next to her, asked, "Is it interesting?" She thinks this is just a steam room, an ordinary person. After staying here for a couple of days, will turn into a dried roach. This is the powerful sorceress Lady Ash. They will participate together in the upcoming sacred duel. Andrea shrugged her shoulders with a smile and said that she was not surprised that she said something like that. Naturally, she, who has no taste and style, cannot appreciate this place. Ash folded her arms across her chest indifferently and replied, "Didn't she want to dry off before continuing to show off? After all, when she's sweaty, she won't be able to see the style." The blonde angrily sent her away. The man watched the witches arguing and thought that Lady Andrea was right. This is the most beautiful place in the entire southern region, right here where the flames never go out. Although this place is fraught with danger, it also symbolizes great power. Thuram looked forward carefully, thinking that this was where the Sand Peoples were fighting for status and power, demonstrating to the Earth Mother the strength and resilience of their clan. Echo, standing nearby, said with a smile that she also thought it was wonderful here. If only there had been no murder and bloodshed. As His Majesty Roland said, this place would have become famous if it were only for pleasure. Hummingbird, standing next to the girl, asked, "How is the national park?" Andrea thoughtfully scratched her chin and said that the country deserves such a king, as she thought. Ash said with a smile that okay, did she see the place he was talking about? The blonde screamed angrily, can't she imagine this place even if she hasn't seen it? Literally, this place must have a magnificent scenery. Of course, people with superficial knowledge will not appreciate this. A group of people approached the stairs leading to a large platform. Thuram thought that King Greycastle was constantly mentioned in conversations between Iron EXE and the sorceress. But who is this person whom they trust and revere so much? Witches and men walked, looking around the space. Thuram frowned, thinking that anyway, thanks to this king, he would never have thought that in his lifetime he would be able to withstand a holy duel. He walked across a stone bridge amidst blazing fire. A group of men angrily shouted that they were Osha cowards, let them get out of the desert, non-entities. In front of them sat several figures in colored clothes. Behind them stood groups of people in clothes of the same color along with flags. The man thought that the Cut Bone clan would be just the beginning. Few of the clans present understand that, sooner or later, they will all also enter the arena and become a springboard for Lady Silvermoon. A gray-haired man in rich clothes sat on the throne. Leaning on the armrest, he began to stand up. Then he rose to his feet, looking at the others. The man raised his hand, commanding the Osha chief to step forward. This was the head of the main Raging Fire clan. Echo inhaled. She then came forward saying it was her. The man looked at her and said that it's very good. This is not the first time she has participated in a sacred duel, so she should know the rules of the duel. Standing opposite the witch, Raging Fire said that the Cut Bone clan put up 22 people for the duel. Let them choose weapons for their warriors. They are allowed to refuse, as well as surrender at any time, but the oath to the three spirits must not be broken. Fight to the last warrior. The winner will receive the right to enter the city of Iron Sand. The space was hot and glowing. The heroes heard the order to begin when they were ready. Ash took the sword in her hand and exhaled long. Thuram tried to stop her, exclaiming that one should not use one's weapon in a duel. This was to ensure the greatest possible fairness. The brunette scratched her head and agreed. Then she stabbed her huge sword in such a way that the blue surface of the floor shattered. Thuram mused thoughtfully that it seemed Ash hadn't used her full power before. Otherwise, she would have destroyed his tavern with her bare hands. The witch approached the standing spears and weapons and asked if there was a rule that one person could only take one weapon. The man, looking at her, replied that there is no such rule. She can take as much as she can carry. Ash held a shield in one hand, a large metal hammer in the other, and exclaimed that then she would take this. This should be enough until the end of the duel. Thuram looked excitedly at the witch who was playing with her weapon and thought that the Cut Bone clan was out of luck. Andrea sorted out the arrows, saying that she was also ready. She would take 1 arrow from each person, which means no more than 22 arrows. Behind them stood Iron EXE with a sword in his hand and Echo, who exclaimed that they were starting. Theorem looked at them and stopped in fear. Spreading his hands, he asked, "Are there only 4 people participating in the duel?" Ash confidently turned to him and asked, "Because in a holy duel there is no requirement for an equal number of people, is there? 4 is enough." On the side among the volcanoes stood the warriors, lined up in a row. According to the rules, a clan must field from 15 to 30 warriors for a duel. In addition, the number of warriors of the challenger should not exceed the number of warriors of the clan being challenged. Theorem presented 2 metal numbers 22, and said that if the Cut Bone clan fielded 22 warriors, then Osha could send no more than 22 people against him. It would be more correct to send an equal number of people against them, although the Osha wars are not as brave as the Sand people. Ash stood confidently, looking forward. The man said that as long as she is with them, Osha will have a huge advantage. Her ability, which is not affected by the Stone of Divine Punishment, is already enough to determine the outcome of the battle. The witch confidently stood opposite the men with shields. Theorem thought that 4 people in the arena is a completely different matter. A sorceress is an object of worship, but this does not mean that she is good in battle. Moreover, duelists mostly wear a Stone of Divine Punishment, which means that the abilities of sorceresses are easily suppressed and they become weaker than ordinary people. When Silvermoon and Andrea lose their fighting abilities, only Iron EXE and Ash will remain in the arena. No matter how strong a witch is, she will not be able to cope with 20 people fighting to the death at the same time. Ash confidently held her shield while opponents flew at her. She stepped forward, her weapon slung over her shoulder while the others stood behind. Theorem reflected that he thought that at least Iron EXE, who participated in the holy duel, was sane, but he didn't think that they would all be so crazy. The man watched this intensely, wondering if they lost, would he still be able to be in the small oasis? He is afraid that he will not be able to stay in the southern region. If he had known this earlier, he would have left the clan to them, and he would not have gotten involved in this story. The 4 heroes stood opposite their opponents, behind whom a group of people had gathered. The men looked at them in surprise. Raging Fire looked seriously, asking if they confirmed that the group from the Osha clan consisted of only 4 people. Ash smiled confidently. The men looked intensely at the heroes, who stood calmly with their weapons in their hands. The men in black suits frowned. Fans of the opposing team cheered animatedly. Theorem looked excitedly at what was happening. The sound of a gong was heard. Raging Fire raised his hand while standing next to the man who was holding the gong in his hands, signaling the start of the duel. Immediately the enemy team rushed towards the witches, attacking. Men with swords in their hands shouted, calling for battle. They quickly ran forward. Suddenly, a blue haze of music magic wrapped around the legs of the attackers. Echo, closing her eyes, sang. She waved her hands, surrendering to the magic of singing. The sound filled the entire space, spreading from the witch rising into the air. The spectators opened their mouths in shock. One of the people begged her to stop. What were they doing here? Spectators excitedly told them to stop because they were desecrating a sacred place. Theorem looked in surprise, asking what was going on. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. He saw that the music released the men. They looked around and ran to each other. Warriors with swords attacked not the heroes, but other men. A bald man struck another with a sword while the others fought behind him. Theorem watched this in amazement. The men with weapons in their hands stopped. Shouts were heard that they were sinners and traitors. The 3 spirits would turn him into ashes. Theorem thought it was an illusion. Echo stood nearby and sang with her arms outstretched. The man thought that this was the ability of Princess Osha. How is this possible? How can her singing affect people so far away? He looked over and saw Andrea taking arrows from her quiver and thought she was about to strike. With a wave of her hand, the witch sent arrows forward. Opponents were struck by weapons. Many men lay with arrows in their bodies. Theorem watched this in amazement, thinking that, to the surprise of many, she simply picked up a certain arrow and threw it, but the force was not inferior to a shot from a powerful bow. Bloody opponents lay on the ground. The man reflected that everyone who was thrown it was wounded below the right collarbone and could no longer hold a weapon. Echo threw back her head and sang louder. The man thought that the singing had changed. Now it was a spiritual melody, as if a huge force was moving towards you, which was impossible to resist. Ash grinned wickedly, and then she quickly rushed forward at the opponents, holding a huge hammer in her hand. With a sharp movement of the weapon, she broke the armor and knocked the weapons out of the opponents' hands. Echo floated in the air, surrounded by a radiance. Opponents fell from Ash's powerful blows. A trembling hand reached for the arrow. The bald man took the ice-tipped arrow and took aim. The arrow flew towards Echo under the cry of a man that the sorceress Osha let her fall from the arrows from the divine stone. The witches and the man froze when they saw this. An arrow with a stone tip quickly flew towards the witch. Echo sang, raising her hand. Suddenly the arrow was grabbed by a man's hand. Iron EXE caught the arrow with a satisfied grin and threw it to the ground. and then he broke it with a powerful blow from his boot. Thurum exclaimed in confusion, so as not to break it, it costs tens of golden royals. The battle witches walked towards their comrades, their defeated opponents lay behind them. One of the men was lying on his side, another was bleeding from his mouth. The cloaked man rubbed his chin and said that they were only wounded, not dead. The bald warrior raised his fist and shouted for everyone to close ranks. The men stood in a row one after another. They lined up, placing their hands on the shoulders of the person in front. The enemy standing in front belligerently said that the Cut Bone clan are not afraid to die and are ready to give their lives in a sacred duel. But they do not blindly seek death. Mother Earth is not bloodthirsty. She praises courage and strength, but is also very compassionate. Ash decisively threw away her shield and asked, did he decide to win with the help of force? She grasped the handle of the hammer with both hands and exclaimed that she had thought so. The witch quickly rushed to the attack. The spectators shouted excitedly that it couldn't be. The leg rested on the ground, and smoke appeared from the effort. The men pressed on the axe handle, but the witch did not move, someone exclaimed. One man stood up against more than a dozen. Ash smiled confidently. The audience cheered, cheering her on with shouts of hold on and move on. The raging fire sitting on the throne began to think. The hooded girl who was standing next to the man smiled and said that this was interesting. A strong palm pressed against Ash's back. Iron EXE, along with Andrea and Echo, lined up in the same line, leaning against each other's backs. The heel skidded on the ground. The opponents also rested their feet on the ground. Clouds of steam emanated from the opponents. The men trembled with effort, clenching their teeth. The heroes pressed their feet into the ground with effort. Thurum and the fans smiled and cheered them on. Echo, standing at the end of the line, began to sing. The others smiled calmly. Ash screamed and made the final blow, and the opponents scattered in all directions, unable to stand it. With a roar they scattered across the blue area among the volcanoes. The fighters were lying on the ground, and a cry was heard that this was an incredible duel. Under the gray sky a cry was heard that the winner was the Osha clan. The wind was flying in the city of Iron Sand. The guards stood by the fabric that covered the entrance to the training base. A red training punching bag hung on a wooden base. She flew away from the powerful blow. The pair spun around itself on its base. Then she swayed from a powerful blow. The girl's hand looked like the paw of a monster, and then it turned into an ordinary hand. A person standing nearby asked the girl, is she already eager to see what the Osha clan is like? There were two guards standing by a large fabric tent. Raging fire approached the training camp. When he appeared, the man bowed to greet the head. The man asked if Lorgar was training, to which he received the answer that yes, she came early in the morning. The man pulled back the cloth at the entrance and said that he would stop by to see her. The guard tried to stop him, saying that she asked not to disturb her. The head looked at the man displeasedly, asking why, to which he fearfully said that, of course, he could come in. Raging fire pulled back the fabric, looking inside, and thought, great, Lorgar are increasingly afraid. Thus, when he can no longer enter the arena, the Raising Flare clan will already have a new successor. Lorgar hit the bag furiously. The man watched as she furiously struck and thought, what if she beat a person like that? The girl's face was warlike. She struck with her hand, and immediately the hand turned into an animal paw. Lorgar had a tail. She powerfully hit the pair. The man thought that then the internal organs would be torn apart. The girl stopped and the man standing behind asked, is she eager to see what the Osha clan is like? Lorgar exhaled tiredly. Turning to her father, she told him not to talk like that. He knew perfectly well what she was thinking. The girl with ears and a tail went to her father, who laughed, saying that she liked a sorceress named Ash. After all, in the entire Iron Sand City, it was difficult to find an opponent who could fight the girl. Lorgar stopped and said displeasedly that they had just received the right to enter Iron Sand, and they would not want to repeat it anytime soon. Even if they were asked to compare their strength, the Osha clan would most likely not agree. Raging Fire replied that, of course, as a newly risen clan, they would have to resolve many issues in order to gain a strong foothold in the city. He is afraid that by next spring a new contender will appear, and no one will waste their energy until then. Lorgar snorted in displeasure that she would only have to talk to a bag of sand. Is this what he wanted to talk to her about? The man looked at her and asked if she would like to talk to a bag of sand rather than her father. The girl became embarrassed and replied that this was not so, and her father told her to watch her emotions. Lorgar agreed, twitching her ear offendedly. The man closed his eyes and thought that the baby was not yet ready to be the head of the clan. The future head of the clan must be serious and unsmiling so that his subordinates will feel awe and obey. Looking at his daughter, he asked what she thought about the past holy duel. The girl put her hand to her side and said that it looked like a bloodbath, but in fact it was a trick by the head of the Osha clan, Lady Silvermoon. Apart from Ash, there was nothing remarkable about him. The head touched the beard and looked at the girl and said that I must note that it was a wonderful trick, using the opportunity to include those outside the arena into the duel and thus bypass the rules to gain almost complete control over the duel. Many years have passed since a duel took place that ended without a single death. He suspects that even if the Cutbone clan thought about it, they would not hate the Osha clan. Lorga looked over and said that this trick could only be performed once. She was sure that at the next sacred duel they would be required to put the Stone of Divine Punishment on the spectators. In addition, although the enemy respects the Osha clan for its approach, it can also bring trouble. Respect will not fill the stomach. Their first opponent could be the Cutbone clan after a short recovery period. The man put his hand on his daughter's shoulder and told her that this was great. To be able to notice this and put the interests of the clan above all else was a good quality. Suddenly the head turned around when he heard his name called. The guard bowed into the tent and said that a message had just arrived that the Osha clan had requested a divine duel. The head asked again in surprise, but thought to himself that only a day had passed since they won the right to enter the city of Iron Sand. Lorga frowned and asked, with whom? The guard replied that the fourth-ranking clan was Sandstorm. The man asked if they had moved from the small oasis to the city of Iron Sand. The guard replied that yes, they refused to evict the Cutbone clan. Lorga stood thoughtfully next to the leader and wondered what they were thinking about. Maybe the goal of the Osha clan is not just to enter Iron Sand. With a wicked smile, she said that perhaps the chance of fighting Ash was not as unrealistic as they thought. What would father say? The space near the blue platform was burning with a bright flame. At the volcanoes, among the fire, a sand monster raised its paws, towards which the witch rushed. Ash, with bruises on her face, frowned and clenched her fist, engulfed in magical power. The sand monster froze in surprise before the powerful blow. A huge force destroyed the sand monster, scattering pieces in all directions. Ash smiled contentedly. The head of the first clan sat on the throne next to the others and watched this. Behind the back of the throne stood Lorga in a hood. She smiled contentedly and thought that Ash was waiting. Let him come and fight with her. The fog settled on the ground next to the Skull Tavern. A man from inside exclaimed, asking if the heroes really won with one blow. The guy was sitting at the table. People around were looking at him. He asked if the Sandstorm clan didn't have a sorceress, Sandra, who controlled the sand rain. He imagined a sorceress in sand armor striking, raised his hand and asked how she could be defeated with one blow, since she could turn sand into armor and use small stones to attack. The man sitting opposite him held a glass in his hands, saying that he did not intend to deceive anyone. Besides, he was not the only one who saw this, and the sand armor, although durable, was not noticeable that it was in any way. It helped. He remembered the moment when Ash dealt a crushing blow to the sorceress, breaking her sand armor, and said that at that moment, when Ash rushed towards Sandra, the sand that enveloped her body fell to the ground, and the entire blow landed in the face, after which added that those present should remember the first duel, where Ash fought alone against more than a dozen opponents from the Chopping Bone clan. The man looked back at the guy standing to his right, who asked if she was wearing the Stone of Divine Punishment. The man said that he did not know this, but rivals from the clans of the Chopping Bone and Sandstorm were supposed to wear the Divine Stone, but most likely it did not work at her. The young man raised his eyebrows, a drop of sweat appeared on his face. He asked how it was even possible that the sorceress would not be afraid of the Stone of Divine Punishment. He looked back at the young man sitting at the table, who, raising his hand, asked him not to interrupt the man, after which he told the bartender to remove his drinks and let the man continue. A man with a jug approached their table. The narrator raised the glass to his mouth and closed his eyes. He remembered the moment of the battle when Ash crushed the opponents with a huge hammer, and said that the Sandstorm clan probably did not expect that their sorceress would fall first, because their formation immediately fell apart because they only sent half of their people, and that is why the sorceress was in the center of the formation, and as soon as she fell, the outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion. The guy behind him raised his hand, asking if anyone had died. The man confirmed his words. He remembered Andrea and Ash passing by defeated opponents, after which he said that out of 15 people, all were alive. They were only wounded, either by an arrow in the shoulder or knee, or by stunning. The people in the tavern looked at each other and began whispering among themselves. The man put the glass on the table, stood up from his seat and said that all this was nonsense, period. He put his foot on the chair, spread his arms, and with a wide smile said that the duel that took place the day before yesterday was unforgettable, and that the Osha clan challenged the Black River clan, the great clan known for its insolence and cruelty. He remembered a moment from the battle when the opponents, raising their weapons, headed towards the sorceress, and said that few opponents could withstand the Black River because they have sorceresses and they are all outstanding warriors, and 30 people were sent. The image in his head changed. He remembered how Ash fought the enemy with blows of a hammer and shield. The man added that compared to the first 2 duels, it was a bloody battle, but the people in the tavern listened to him tensely. He raised his hand with a smile, frowned slightly, and added that no one had yet died in the fiery arena. People were shocked by his words, calling it incredible. One of the guys raised his hand, looked to the side and said that he could confirm that this could be called bloodshed, and what happened there was simply unthinkable. Period. The man leaned his hand on the table and began to lower himself onto the chair, saying that it was a superior force, and even if they decide to die along with the enemy, they will not be able to do this, because the black-haired sorceress did not kill the wounded who were going to bite off the flesh with her teeth, she simply cut off all their limbs and did not collide with the arena. The man at the table raised his hand, looked to the side and asked to pour a cup of fire torch for everyone. A bald man with scars held out 2 fingers, smilingly saying that you want to do this at your own expense in honor of the Osha clan. The people under the balcony joyfully threw up their hands, exclaiming the name of the clan. The man raised a glass in the shape of a skull to his mouth, thinking that in the last week there were more and more customers. The only thing they are discussing is the sacred duel, but not only the tavern, and the entire small oasis became crowded, and wherever he went, many people from different clans could be seen asking for news about the Osha clan. He looked at the men below, placed his glass on the table and added that since the excess population would be a big burden to manage the oasis after the first duel, Lady Silvermoon left him in the oasis to control the situation, and thus the clans scattered all over the oasis gather in this tavern, after which he wondered what benefit this could bring and what the Osha clan was planning. The man at the table raised his hand, looked at his interlocutor and asked if the fact that Osha did not kill a single person would create a problem, because several elite enemy fighters, after a short rest and restoration of their strength, could challenge them, and then again asked why they should do so. He looked at the guy standing a little further away, who, raising his hand, said that they should return to the question of who will win today, after which he added that the Wild Wave clan is the second most powerful clan in the Iron Sand City, and the clan in the Sandstorm and the Black River is no match for him, so the Osha clan may lose. The guy with long hair crossed his arms over his chest, grinned and said that he was optimistic about the sorceress of the Osha clan, because she would definitely be able to defeat the Wild Wave clan, and the only unknown was whether she could maintain her score without killing a single person. The bearded man exhaled heavily, lowered his eyebrows and said that such a wonderful event as the constant summoning of large clans has never happened. Going with your head to observe this event is becoming increasingly difficult, and this time he is waiting for news like in them. Suddenly, a dark-haired guy burst into the tavern, shouting to his master. He quickly and confidently walked past the people looking at him. Raising his hand, he furrowed his brows and said loudly that the Osha clan had won. The young man stood in the middle of the tavern, held his head and tried to catch his breath. The guys surrounding him asked him how it all went, how they won and whether everyone was still alive. The bald man wiped his hands, smilingly saying that first the young man could take a breath, and then he would have to tell them how the duel went. The guy agreed with this. He frowned confidently, raised his hand and said with a wide smile that there was no duel, because the Wild Wave clan voluntarily gave up second place. The bald man fell into a stupor at what he heard, holding a glass in his hand. Roland writes a letter in his office. Roland's attention was drawn to the slender legs of Anna, who was sitting on the table while Roland himself was sitting at the table. Anna turned to the king and asked him with a grin if he was used to this. Roland scratched the back of his head with a hint of embarrassment on his face and assured her that everything was fine. The girl looked out the window, behind which there were snowy mountains. The girl remembered how some time ago she stood by the ship with a witch in a cape. Standing face to face with Anna, she addressed her by name. Roland was waiting behind Anna, while the girl, holding the hand of a woman in white, asked Anna to guard his majesty until she returned. The girl, with a humble expression on her face, agreed to her request, after which she responded by asking her to take care of both herself and them. The brilliant blue sea on which the ship set sail. Looking at the sailing ship and holding Roland's hand, Anna asked him not to worry. Sitting in his office, she put her hand on his head and reminded him that there was no need to worry because 50 witches of divine punishment, 500 soldiers of the First Army, as well as a large group of senior awakened sisters were definitely an invincible force. Approaching him very close, the girl talked about what she could do with such accompaniment. Roland and Anna sharply leaned away from each other due to the sudden appearance of a woman in the office. The red-haired woman stood shyly on the threshold at the entrance. Roland was surprised that she did not follow the others to the great snowy mountain and asked her about it. As the girl began to get closer, Roland said he thought she would be more interested in exploring the underground ruins. Phyllis replied that it was, but Pasha decided that she should stay. Her imagination began to play. A brown, one-eyed monster with tentacles stood in front of her face. She said that she was the most familiar with the layout of the castle, familiar with all the subordinates, and since she would have to guard Roland in the future, then her candidacy was the most logical. Anna put her palms together and agreed, saying that although her ability is strong, it is completely useless against divine punishment, because Phyllis is capable of manipulating the anti-magic area herself, and even if the enemy is someone who goes beyond the limits, he will lose. After which she thanked Phyllis, saying that they were glad to accept her help. Roland looked at Phyllis hopefully and said that he was counting on her, and Phyllis replied that it was her duty. Turning around and leaving the office, she said that she would contact him if something happened and let him know that she would be in the main hall. The main character looked at Anna confusedly. An impressive view of His Majesty's palace. Roland and his lover are lying on the bed. Looking into the witch's reddened face, he asks if she's bored sitting in her office all day, to which she assures him that she's not bored and can do black flame processing anywhere, but now she can see him while she's working. Poking Roland in the face and smiling, she talked about how strange it was to have him with her during the day, because day and night felt different. She said she was afraid of boring him. Roland jerked sharply and hung over Anna as Anna's words angered him. Roland told Anna in an irritated voice that he would definitely let him know if he got tired of her. The two of them plunged into a world of pleasure. The sparkling light of the sun was shining from the window as the main character stretched his body parts. Rising from the bed, he said to himself that he was here again, in the world of dreams. As he walked through the kitchen to the bathroom, a girl with snow-white hair, chewing bread, turned to him and asked why he got up so late today. The hero washed his face in front of the mirror in the bathroom, saying that he had the day off, and besides, adults have a busy nightlife, which is why waking up late is quite normal. Drinking liquid from a mug, Zero looked at him in surprise and said that he returned before her, and on top of that, he has no friends and is an unemployed loser. The hero spat out water from a sudden realization. Turning sharply to the girl with a brush in his hands, he exclaimed that he was going to an interview. The guy touched the door handle with his hand. The hero straightened his tie with his suit. He was dressed very respectably, like a real office worker. He repeated that he was indeed going for an interview. Standing on the threshold at the door, he muttered that an official acquaintance can be said to be an interview. Looking at the door number 827, he said that although the meeting place was next door, it was literally through the wall, after which he raised his hand to knock. The brunette froze and turned around at the loud scream. Looking to the side, he saw Zero running out of her apartment and asked what happened, if she was scared of a rodent. With obvious fear on her face, the girl pointed her finger into her own apartment and repeated that someone had appeared in the room. The main character frowned and asked in surprise if there was really another person there. Zero's finger pointed at a girl with brown hair inside the apartment. She turned back and looked towards the door with her sparkling red eyes. A guy in a suit and a girl hid in the door and began to watch. The girl began to explain herself and said that she heard him leave the house and wanted to check if he had closed the door and, looking back, saw that someone was standing behind her. The uninvited guest noticed a frightened girl hiding and a guy standing nearby. The guy looked tense and blocked Zero's path with his hand. The girl with red eyes with a joyful face looked at the brunette and addressed him, calling him Roland, Your Majesty. Both were dumbfounded. Zero didn't understand what Your Majesty meant, and the guy in the suit wondered what was going on here. Approaching Roland and the girl, Phyllis called her name and asked him what was happening. An image of a girl with red hair appeared in Roland's head, and he wondered why Phyllis appeared in the dream world and whether this closed world decided to open its doors. Thoughts about Anna haunted him. He couldn't understand why she wasn't here. Suddenly, the girl stood in the middle of two adults and asked questions about whether these two knew each other and what those strange words like Your Majesty meant. She asked if they were playing role-playing games. Roland closed his eyes, coughed a little and replied that Philly was her distant relative, and the words indicating high status were just a joke, which was appropriate since they grew up together since childhood. A short woman with white hair with irritation on her face began to interrogate the hero and asked how she could be his relative if he had just asked her who she was. Roland, in turn, decided to change the subject and said that he drew attention to the coward, who was very scared, that she screamed and almost wet herself. The girl became very embarrassed, and the guy asked again, as if asking a rhetorical question, if she had screamed. He covered the girl's mouth, trying to distract the girl from the circumstances, and began to say that the girl was already here, but she simply did not notice him, after which he turned to Phyllis and asked her to leave. Phyllis, with the face of a girl guilty of sin, began to explain herself, saying that she did not want to scare anyone. She was in another room when His Majesty left, and when Phyllis went to say hello, the girl ran out screaming. Roland's expression was dissatisfied. Pointing his finger at Zero and still holding the girl by the head, the brunette began to repeat that she quickly gets lost when she sees a screaming gunman in the house. The girl was confused, tried to justify herself, but could not. Looking at Zero shaking and crying in front of him, the hero realizes that he is going too far and thinks to himself, as if the girl can hear him too, that in the battle of adults one cannot win. And this must be considered an element of growing up, and growing up without deception is impossible. And, ultimately in the end, he ended his tirade by saying that it was a misunderstanding and asked her to return to her studies. The girl had an angry face, drops of tears were dripping from her eye sockets. She kicked the hero on the knee. Roland felt pain and raised his leg, and at that moment the girl was walking towards the exit and said that he was a fool. The hero pursed his lips and frowned, thinking to himself that although the events did not go according to plan, in the end everything was more or less smooth. Covering her mouth with her hand, Phyllis laughed and joked, saying that it looks like Roland is not the mortal king here. Roland looked in her direction and waved his hand, saying that here he is the ruler of the world, and called her to his room since he also had a lot of questions for her. Clothes hung on a rack. Roland, sitting on the edge of the bed, said that he considered her Phyllis because she told him about Taquilla, the 76th, and about his castle. The guy frowned his dark eyebrows. He said that Phyllis took someone's body for her soul and asked why she came to the dream world. Looking down sadly, Phyllis said that she was about to stop controlling her body and wanted to take advantage of deep sleep to regain strength, but when she woke up, she found herself in a dream world, which she did not expect at all. Rubbing his face and lowering his head, Roland said that this world only exists in a dream, but he doesn't know if that rule still applies, admitting that the sudden intrusion into consciousness is quite frightening, as if someone is infiltrating his memories without his knowledge. The confused woman was about to say something, but Roland interrupted her with a sharp wave of his hand, saying that perhaps they could check something. With some tension on his face, he grabbed the iron bars. Blunt placed the ladder in the middle of the room, and Phyllis stood up from her chair and asked in surprise what he meant. Turning to Phyllis and holding his hand on the stairs, Roland said that he just needed to jump from a height to wake up, and suggested that she try the same by standing up and falling on the bed to see if she could return to the real world, after which he promised to interrupt the dream. And if everything worked out, he asked to wait in the hall, promising to come down right away. Phyllis grabbed Roland's hand and asked him to wait. Roland looked confused while the girl was still holding onto his hand. Phyllis leaned over the guy's shoulder and asked if he could pinch her hard. The brunette asked her again with surprise on his face. Phyllis, stepping back a little from Roland, extended her hand for him to pinch her and asked him to do it with all his might. Looking at the girl standing sideways to him, the guy said that pain does not wake up from sleep. He was convinced of this himself, but she said that she wanted to feel it. Roland frowned thoughtfully, raised his hand, intending to pinch Phyllis, and wondered if it was because the witches of divine punishment do not have physiological sensitivity that she was asking him about this, because in a dream everything works differently, and it really needs to be checked. The brunette pinched Phyllis's shoulder and saw her close her eyes and cover her mouth with her hand. The witch, with her face distorted in pain, screamed shrilly. The blonde girl with elf ears touched the door, closing her eyes and listening to the sounds in the room where Roland and his so-called sister remained. Suddenly the girl's eyes widened and she blushed after hearing strange sighs. Phyllis, whose shoulder was pinched by His Majesty, squirmed, moaning involuntarily. Suddenly she exhaled, looking down and drops of sweat dripping from her face. She looked pleadingly at the man, crossing her arms and exclaiming that she finally felt pain. The man smiled, spread his arms and said with relief that the witch could do it herself. The heroine sighed, closed her eyes and replied that they were not the same thing. Suddenly she fell to the floor, pressing her head to her knees. After that, she raised her gaze to Roland, saying that maybe for His Majesty this world was just a dream, but the witch herself was ready to give everything for him, and probably, after she gets out of this place, she will never again will be able to get here, at least for now, and the girl asked the man if it was possible to do something to prolong this dream. His Majesty frowned, sighed heavily, and looked sternly at Phyllis. Suddenly he approached the girl, holding her hands. The king supported the witch, saying that it was better to postpone the test for the evening. The heroine put her hand to her chest, directed her tear-filled gaze, and thanked the man, saying that she now understands a little why he is supported by the Witches' Cooperation Association. Roland was about to say something, gesticulating, when suddenly a voice came from behind the door, saying that the tea had been brewed and whether the couple would like some tea. The sweat drained from His Majesty's face and he thought that this girl was up to something again, because usually, after making her angry, she doesn't want anyone to disturb her, let alone cook tea, and is she really now persistently knocking on the door and offering him tea? Opening the door, the angry and red-faced heroine stood in front of the couple with her hands on her hips. The man looked at the girl, who angrily stuck the door through the crack, and Roland asked her where the tea was, and the heroine aggressively stated that it was in the living room and he could prepare it himself. She pointed her finger at the hero, angrily declaring that none of them should make strange sounds and should not interfere with her doing her homework. The hero slammed the door in front of the girl's nose, exhaled heavily, and began to guess what she was up to. Suddenly Phyllis, who stood behind the young man and watched all this, asked the man about the relationship between him and this girl, and the hero waved his hand, declaring that she was just a parasite tenant, so the witch needn't worry about it. The girl looked at the young man stiffly and awkwardly, asking for forgiveness and assuring that she would not make a sound again if it was so important to the king. His Majesty grabbed his head with his hand, wiping his mouth and thinking that the witch had already become addicted. Although there are many more pleasures in this world, so there is no need to dwell on pain, because the king does not want to be drawn into strange roles. Coughing and closing his eyes and declaring that if they are in a dream world, then he better ask her out on a date, and the girl, looking at the guy and asking him if she can go out too, because obviously this is no longer a suburban city, so if someone notices her, then the king may have problems. Roland looked at the girl with ecstasy, assuring her that if she was a witch in the present tense, then she could become popular in the dream world, and as His Majesty already said, this is a completely different world and there is nothing wrong with being different from others, but on the condition that the witch does not break any laws. The heroine begged with happiness, crossing her arms, opening her mouth in amazement and asking Roland if there were various taverns and cafes outside. Some time has passed. Blue sky. His Majesty was talking on the phone and his interlocutor suddenly shouted loudly, not believing that the man would not come because, in addition to being late, he also decided to call and declare that he would not show up at all. Covering his ear and smiling, the hero held the phone at arm's length and stated that guests had come to his house, so Roland could not refuse them and could not do anything about it, because the interlocutor knows that in addition to this, there is also a roommate in the house. After all, you can't force her to receive guests. The interlocutor stated that he would now come to his number. To this the king replied that he was not at home now. Sitting in the back seat of the car, the sweat drained from his face when he heard the other party say that Roland knew that she was dating seniors from the association, because she thought that the guy had finally taken responsibility, so she did not understand why he was running away, and the girl demanded that the hero immediately return to the room. The taxi driver who was carrying the young people looked around, wondering if Roland was really going to take responsibility. The king, holding the phone in his hand, began to imitate the lack of signal, and at this time the cohabitant pouted, clasped her hands in her shoulders and grinned, noting that it was banal. A drop of tears rolled from the taxi driver's eyes and he thought about how good it is to be young. After some time, the young people were already standing at a huge shopping center. After that, Phyllis and the blonde girl were sitting in a cafe, looking out the window, when suddenly the king's voice was heard behind them. The figure of a young man appeared at the table, smiling joyfully, holding a huge tray of food in his hands. The face of the little girl with elf ears was distorted in a surprised grimace, exclaiming and not understanding why her uncle bought so much, because even if the guy has a job, it's better not to waste money. Roland handed the heroine food and she carefully extended her hands and took it, while His Majesty talked about how he was treating them. The man also held out the food and Phyllis looked in surprise and embarrassment at the outstretched bag, while the hero talked about her eating and if she doesn't think it's enough, then let her ask for more. The heroine grabbed a piece of burger with her teeth. Tears welled up in her eyes and she continued to eat, looking at the piece with delight. The roommate looked in surprise at the girl greedily serving the burger and was surprised at this. Roland added that there is nothing wrong with this, because the girl simply hasn't eaten enough for a long time, because she was in a family where she was treated poorly, because they always wanted a boy, but that didn't happen. But the heroine herself still doesn't know much, but let him know that it was not easy for the girl. The roommate bowed her head and looked regretfully in the direction of the girl. His Majesty watched the girls eat and thought that the heroine had the most ordinary desire, but for the witch of divine punishment, because this had become a dream, for the fulfillment of which she was ready to give anything. The man did not know whether next time, but he will try to realize the dream in a short time. Suddenly the man became indignant, not understanding why his cohabitant calls Phyllis a sister and Roland only an uncle. The witch enthusiastically held her hand to her face, exclaiming that everything was very tasty. The girl was delighted while she was surrounded by people looking at her. The roommate wiped the heroine's mouth, and the king looked at all this, realizing that, fortunately for him, they went to a cafe and not to a restaurant, and thank God, he would have been angry. While drinking juice from his glass, the man said that they had almost finished eating, so he suggested talking about the dream if they hadn't noticed anything strange and unusual before falling asleep. Phyllis looked down in alarm, trying to say something, but the king interrupted her, saying that everything was fine because this was just a childhood dream. Without being confused, the witch raised her finger up, opened her mouth in amazement and replied that it happened quite a long time ago. But nothing special happened when she leaned against the wall and, as usual, turned off her consciousness, and this helps her quickly recover and not lose vigilance. The guy looked at the girl sitting opposite her, asking her if she suddenly felt changes from the outside after she turned off her consciousness, and the girl replied that she simply turns off control over her body and her consciousness plunges into darkness, but she can still detect danger around her, and it is not visual or auditory, but this feeling cannot be described and it is called a subconscious connection, as Celine said. The roommate was eating ice cream, looking at the couple and asking who Celine was. Suddenly Roland stood up, indignantly, turning to the girl and asking whether it's normal for a child to interrupt them, and if the cohabitant is bored. Then it's better for the girl to take a walk to the park, and it's better for her to watch people catch fish or launch air balloons kites. But it's better not to go too far, and hearing this, the heroine sighed. The girl turned around, crossed her arms and snorted. Phyllis looked after the running girl, asking if everything was fine, and His Highness replied that everything was fine because the level of security in their time was very high and ordinary people would not be able to deceive her. The witch looked down and began to explain what happens when she falls into deep sleep. She remembered this dream where she held her hands to her face and reported that she had to drift in endless darkness. She was in role-playing darkness, where there is no light, no sound and nothing else, and the girl herself cannot do anything. Standing resolutely on the ground, she looked around, saying that this time their house appeared in front of her in the world of dreams, and the witch could not even describe in words how surprised she was, but fortunately, she immediately noticed the king. Roland grabbed his chin, thinking that the only difference between this dream and the usual one is that now the girl is in their castle. But the castle is an ordinary stone building that cannot connect them to the dream world, so there must be something else. What contributed to this? At that very second, the heroes pointed their fingers at each other and exclaimed, saying that these were tricks of the rays of light. Imagining how they slept, the heroes realized that their rays of light intersected. Roland clapped his hands, opened his mouth and said that the rays of light do not work like that. Otherwise Anna and Nightingale would have entered the world long ago as a dream, and perhaps the key is to turn off consciousness. The man closed his eyes, frowned and began to think about witches, magic, souls, rays of light, dreams, the blood moon. Suddenly it dawned on the hero and he opened his mouth slightly, understanding what was happening. Suddenly his majesty looked back, while Phillies looked at the hero in confusion. Wild and loud screams began to be heard around. People began to run away in shock, shouting that there was a fallen man in front of them because he had just mutated and therefore it was necessary to call the police. The sound of breaking glass was heard. The couple, who were sitting in front of the broken glass, asked Roland if he was the one who said that in their time the level of security was very high. The sweat drained from His Highness's face and he said that it was just an accident, so the girl need not worry about it. And the hero thought that the world had conspired against its master, and he could not even eat without being attacked. Roland turned around, looked back anxiously and thought that he did not know whether this was an illusion or not. Although lately he had been increasingly seeing similar reports in newspapers and news, and it seemed that the number of people who had awakened the power of nature in the world of dreams increases every day, because most of them have become uncontrollable monsters. Phillies grabbed her shoulder with her hand, not understanding what the enemy was and whether she should take care of him or go to the park and find Zero first. The guy headed towards the stairs, saying that at the moment the park was safe and now they would need to get rid of this guy. Suddenly the man turned around, seeing the witch's ominous gaze, saying that the enemy must be a newborn fallen villain and the girl must perceive him as a hybrid demonic beast, because nature itself protects him from all ordinary weapons, but in order to subdue him, one must use the same power. The sweat disappeared from the heroine's face and she looked at the guy in fear, asking what kind of force of nature we were talking about. The king grabbed the railing, smiled and sighed, explaining that this is the magic of this world, but without gender restrictions. The railing that the guy grabbed flew up from the poles that held the iron stick. The hero bent it in half, holding the railing straight in front of him, and a loud creaking sound was heard throughout the area. The witch jumped up, looked at the hero and asked if the guy had really woken up, and Roland looked back at her, saying that he stood out from the crowd, but unfortunately this only works in the world of dreams. Phillies clapped her hands, grinned and looked at the guy enthusiastically, saying that in neither world could a hero be considered ordinary. The king spread his arms, saying that if the girl had already returned to her previous body, it meant that she could use magical power, and the heroine enthusiastically replied that she forgot about it until the king himself reminded about it and everything should be fine. The hero smirked and turned towards the witch, telling Phillies to use her now because fallen villains are attracted to the aura of magical power. The witch closed her eyes tightly and blushed, trying to use magical powers, and Roland asked her if the girl really couldn't do it. Trying to exert a magical effect, the girl closed her eyes and replied that he should wait, because she had not used this for a long time and she needed to practice a little. The heroine directed her hands, trying to do at least something. At that same second, huge black hands appeared behind the witch's back, and the hero, who saw this, exclaimed in surprise. A witch appeared before him, with terrible wings sticking out behind her back, reminiscent of huge black claws. The king opened his mouth in surprise and, gesticulating, tried to say something. The heroine straightened her arms, lowered her head and began to look at herself and her hands, exclaiming that the claw blades could grow, and were also much sharper than ordinary iron weapons, and in battles with an army of demons, they not only protected her from attacks with rear, but also helped in the frontal attack on the higher demons. Putting her hands on her hips, the witch smiled widely and looked at the guy, who was stunned to note that it turns out that the girl is a powerful battle witch, but her appearance strongly contrasts with this, and to this Phillies replied that this is true, because she was in the personal guard of 3 chapters during the time of Taquilla. The king turned towards the stairs and, going up it, he said that the witch had released magical power, which means the fallen villain should have already felt it, and the enemy should no longer care about this, because soon he will appear in front of them. The heroine with huge black wings followed the guy who was climbing the stairs. At this time, a loud, piercing sound was heard and the couple became wary and the witch began to look around angrily. A certain black demon with burning bloody eyes appeared behind them, spreading its wings, thereby raising strong dust. Roland's gaze became more rough and aggressive as he looked at the monster, and the creature's crazy red eyes shone brightly and its shapeless face broke into an ominous smile. And noticing a creature that was rushing at them, Phyllis rushed at him, spreading her claws. But the king tried to stop her, shouting that the girl should not act rashly for weeks because now she was not in the body of divine punishment. A strong attack from the enemy rushed in front of the witch's face, who looked at her mockingly, opening his mouth and revealing his fangs. The demon laughed loudly as he attacked his rival with a magical blow. The heroine screamed very loudly and suddenly a bright piercing light blinded her and the demon who was heading towards her. Hundreds of fragments flew in different directions. Crowds of remaining people scattered from the bright light and fragments. The witch put down a block, closed her eyes and flew to the side along with her black wings, screaming loudly. The king's foot left the ground and he walked towards the girl. Phyllis landed on the guy's body and they all flew in the other direction. They broke through a huge glass with their bodies and flew onto the tiles in the cafe kitchen, screaming and squealing loudly. Heavy smoke surrounded the area. Roland stood up, raising his bloody face from the fragments and began to breathe heavily and insatiably. The hero looked behind him, realizing that from the blow he could not feel his back a little, and this ability not only gave him endurance, but also greater resistance to blows. The wounded heroine, who was doing work on the king's body, woke up, and the guy asked her if everything was okay with her. Walking away from the man, brushing herself off the dust and looking at her broken wings, she asked for forgiveness, noting that she had been careless. The witch again looked at the demon standing in front of her, who was pointing his hand in their direction and wanting to use magical powers, and after that Phyllis replied that the king should not be afraid, because soon this will all end. At the same second, a piercing sound was heard. The girl's clawed wing flew away from the strong blow of the monster that was looking at her. Suddenly the demon beamed in a distorted, terrible grimace and laughed loudly, revealing his white fangs and directing a strong attack towards the girl. His eyes began to shine even brighter and he ominously said that he would kill them and especially the girl. A loud sound echoed in the room. The creature was decapitated, its head rolled on the ground, while the body stood and continued to point its hand with a magical funnel towards the witch. The girl stopped, attacking her opponent and began to watch his head roll. Having come to her senses and raising her hand, she looked resolutely at the struck opponent, saying that as soon as the enemy moves more than 10 meters back, the claw blades become a great threat since most enemies stop paying attention to them, thereby allowing deliver a sudden blow from behind. Phyllis reached out to the red funnel with her hand, asking the king if this was really the same force of nature that the guy was talking about. She was already in the hands of the witch when suddenly Roland approached her, declaring that the power of nature reminded him of a magical cyclone. After that, he took the power for himself and began to look at her sternly, thinking about his own. At that same second, the power flared up with bright sunlight and rushed upward, which made the girl amazed. The heroes began to look at the light that appeared in front of them and, with their mouths slightly open in shock, they admired this spectacle. The king stood surrounded by sunlight and looking at this phenomenon. He declared that perhaps this was returning magical power to this world, that's why it was so. The witch raised her head to the sky and, opening her mouth, began to look at the last reflections of this phenomenon. And at this time Roland said that they had better get out of here quickly, because they might get into trouble if they were seen on the street. The wing claws disappeared from behind the heroine's back and she, gesticulating, turned to the guy, jumping off him about whether that guy was not their enemy. The king headed towards the broken windows, indifferently answering that he was an enemy, but not everyone has the right to punish their offender, because times have changed and even the most evil people can only be arrested and tried by special departments and employees. Covering the witch with his jacket, the guy led her away from this place. Looking behind her, Phyllis opened her mouth and said that this is a strange era. Sunset came in this city, while his cohabitant asked him why the man was only now running away, because even a turtle would have run away faster than him. But the guy apologized to her for making her worry and Zero responded that she was only worried about her sister and not about him. The king calmed the raging girl, saying that now it was better for them to buy clothes for their sister and then go somewhere and eat. Night. The loud voices of the heroes were heard from the Roland house and the little girl asked her uncle if he could be more generous, because he ordered only potatoes, noodles and lotus roots, and Phyllis added, smiling, that it was all incredibly tasty for her. Walking along the corridor and angrily glancing at the witch, the roommate clenched her fists, reproaching her sister for drinking all the broth from the pan, thereby frightening all the waiters. But the girl herself assured that it was incredibly tasty, and the guy walked ahead of them, angrily giggling and saying that when he receives his salary, he will treat the girl. These words attracted the witch and she opened her mouth in amazement, looking at the guy. Suddenly the figure of a man appeared in front of the couple and they involuntarily exclaimed, not understanding what was happening. Someone's steps began to speed up and come closer to them. An angry Garcia stood in front of the guy, looking resolutely at the hero. The king himself contorted into a stunned grimace, realizing that after they talked to her on the phone, she came to his room and stood here all this time. The sweat left the guy's face and he pointed at the girls, smiling and talking about being with his relatives. But not wanting to listen to anything, the witch took his majesty by the hand and rudely declared that now they needed to talk seriously. But Phyllis intervened in the conversation, stopping the girl and saying that she did not mind her manners at all. The angry witch decided to say that Roland founded this world. But the guy covered her mouth with his hand, saying that he was basically wrong and smiled mockingly, trying to hush up the situation. The witch cast an angry and rude glance towards the couple. After that, the man approached the girls, saying that he would now talk to the mistress and come back, and both girls lowered their heads down. The door to the room quickly slammed, and at that very second, Garcia pressed the guy against the wall, which made him suddenly scream, looking at how the door closed. The witch smiled, looking into the guy's eyes, and asked him whether he had really thought of this in advance or was simply using it as an excuse. The king pushed the girl's approaching hand away from his face and looked displeased into her eyes. The brunette lowered her gaze to the floor and looked at the young man who had turned away, asking if he really did this so as not to join the association. The hero sat down on a comfortable sofa, standing next to him and smiling, asked Garcia if she had water and preferably with ice. These words enraged the witch, who was already boiling with anger and rage towards the young man. She angrily walked towards the room, saying that she would bring it, and at that time Roland was sitting in a chair and smiling maliciously, thanking the girl. After some time, there was already a glass of water in front of him, with pieces of ice floating in it, and the man decided to ask the girl something. Looking at her and leaning on his thighs, he stated that it seemed to him that lately there were more and more reports about fallen villains, and he even managed to run into an awakened fallen villain today when he was walking around the store. Because really in the association martial arts problems arose, and the witch, hearing this, asked if they were really in the area of the Green Valley Park. The king looked at Garcia in surprise, asking her if she really knew what had happened, and throwing a dissatisfied glance in his direction, she said that someone called the police. After all, they were the ones who were supposed to deal with such things, because the association contacts martial arts masters located closest to the scene of the incident, and the witch herself is one of them. Lowering her gaze to the floor and relaxing her face, the heroine stated that that monster was dead, but it wasn't them who did it, and the natural core simply disappeared, which indicates that someone acted before them. Sweat appeared on Roland's face and he asked the girl who could have done this. Crossing her arms over her chest, shaking her head, Garcia said that she could not answer this question, and in fact she should not have told him what she had told him before, because this was the secret of the association. But the witch added that if to answer the hero's initial question, then they have a problem, namely, the erosion of the outside world is accelerating, and the world may face a serious crisis. The guy's face acquired rude and angry features, and, wincing, he asked what kind of crisis we were talking about. The girl with a closed eye said that no one knows the answer, and perhaps the world will be destroyed or everyone will turn into monsters. Closing her eyes and sighing, the heroine stated that because of this, the association needs more people to stop the erosion, and it does not matter whether it is a man or a woman or what race or nationality, because everyone in whom the power of nature has awakened must take responsibility. Suddenly the witch stood opposite the king, holding her fist in front of her and loudly declaring that it is true that in the fight against erosion they may die. But this is the sacred duty of a martial artist, and the girl fully understands that Roland himself feels fear and indecision. But let him think about this in this way: if not them, then who else will come to the defense? The man grimaced and gritted his teeth, saying that she was too straightforward when recruiting newcomers, and it was no wonder they were short of workers. Sitting on the chair, the king was as if in red smoke and holding a glass of ice, thinking that he plans to join the association just to earn money and fame. But now it seems to him that everything is not so simple, because it is necessary to use the influence of the martial association arts to find out what led to the change in the power of nature, and is it really erosion from the outside world? Because the man himself is afraid that this is connected with the blood moon. Garcia stood decisively in front of the man, saying that she had answered his question and was now waiting for him to answer. Freeing his neck from the heavily suffocating tie, the guy exhaled, declaring that he was now in business. The witch involuntarily exclaimed, looking in fear at the guy who confidently declared that he was ready to sign any document in order to join the martial arts association. The doors of the rooms were illuminated by dim moonlight. Opposite His Majesty sat Phyllis, with her hands folded at her knees and wanting to talk to the man about that girl. Waving his hand and turning to the witch, the king declared that she was awakened with the magical power of this world, who calls herself a martial arts master, and you should not pay attention to her manners, because no one in the dream world can know him except the girl who sits opposite him. The witch was indignant and angry, realizing that Garcia was created by the king themselves. Roland smiled widely and stated that for them this is not so, because the locals have memories and thinking, and birth and death are in no way connected with him. And this goes to the point that the world has its own rules, and at the moment he is part of these the same rules. The heroine looked at the guy enthusiastically and her face turned red with embarrassment, and the king himself noticed that at the mention of the word peace, her eyes lit up, and it seemed that what she saw and heard today plunged her into an indescribable shock, and it was still not easy to accept it. Suddenly Phyllis leaned over, turning to the hero and talking about whether this was the very place where he lived. Staring at the man, the witch asked him if the fourth prince of the kingdom was just a cover. These words interested Roland and he looked at the girl in alarm. The main character looked at the smiling Phyllis in confusion. He asked her why she said that. The main character bared his teeth in bewilderment, his eyes wide. He didn't understand how she knew. Phyllis smiled shyly, closing one eye. Phyllis said that because his city of Neverwinter is exactly the same. Phyllis sat in her chair, leaning back slightly, smiling widely. She said that at first she did not quite understand why carriage roads had to be so wide and level, even in a city where there was little space. Phyllis presented a huge white car. She said that she now understood that it was not meant for carriages at all, but for four-wheeled carts that moved like the wind. Phyllis introduced a water heating machine, a high-rise building, and a firearm. Phyllis noted that it is also a powerful machine that can boil water, buildings more than 10 stories high, as well as weapons of incredible power and much more. The main character closed his eyes, knitting his eyebrows. Phyllis asked Roland that this world is what made the city what it is. The protagonist opened his eyes, looking at Phyllis with a serious look. Roland noted that he was indeed the fourth prince, but when he arrived in the border city, memories suddenly surfaced in his head, and they contained very complex and incredible knowledge, adding that so far he had only understood a small part of it. Roland mentally apologized to Phyllis, thinking that time travel should remain a secret, and only those closest to him should know this secret. Phyllis furrowed her eyebrows, looking at Roland with concern. Phyllis told Roland that back then it was something sent to him by the gods, adding that the Tequila witches had often said that the gods did not love humans, but now it seems they were wrong, and the gods smiled on him, and as long as he was around, they would defeat the demons. Phyllis smiled widely, closing her eyes and raising her finger up. Roland asked Phyllis why she was so sure, adding that he only took her to the park and a restaurant. Phyllis said this was due to the constant flow of four-wheeled iron carts. The main character looked at Phyllis from under his brows, raising one eyebrow. He asked Phyllis about the carts in bewilderment. The witch looked at the protagonist with a serious look, imagining a cart with horses. The witch said that in the time of Tequila, if they wanted to transport military supplies to the outpost camps, they needed many horses and carts, adding that it was decisive how far they could send it, and the further it had to be sent, the more powerful it was there should be. The witch said that in this regard, the enemy's military potential is much higher than theirs. The main character smiled slightly, lowering his eyebrows. He asked the witch that they judge strength by its carrying capacity. The witch, closing her eyes, recalled the large cars passing by with a smile on her face. She said that the fact that a four-wheeled iron cart, which is several times longer than a horse-drawn cart, can carry almost 100 people and still move around with ease is proof of the dream world. The witch added that if his weapon had the same origin, then it would definitely crush the demons. The main character looked at the joyful witch with a smile. He thought that perhaps the Tequila witches, limited by the knowledge of the era, could not hold on to the fertile lands, but that did not mean that they were stupid. He thought that the ability to discern strength in a crowded bus was something that the vast majority of people of her era, and even some of his contemporaries, could not achieve. Phyllis rose from her chair, which made the main character slightly surprised. Phyllis closed her eyes, pressed her hand to her chest and bowed slightly. She told the protagonist that despite the fact that he is not a witch and cannot control the instrument of divine retribution, she believes that he is the chosen one, sent to them by the gods. The main character extended his hand, looking at the witch who bowed to him. He looked at her with a serious face, pursing his lips. The protagonist thought that although the conclusion was clearly wrong, it was certainly better for the future that the witch Tequila had finally defected to Neverwinter. The main character placed a stepladder next to the bed. He said they didn't have much time, so they needed to start checking. Phyllis climbed onto the stepladder next to the bed. She turned her head behind her, looking at the bed, while the full moon was visible from the window. Phyllis closed her eyes and pursed her lips. She jumped back from the stepladder, holding her arms out in front of her. Phyllis plopped down on the bed, her mouth open in surprise and looking at the ceiling. She said it didn't seem to work. Phyllis sat down on the bed, holding the back of her head with her hand. She said she would leave everything to him. The protagonist began to climb up the ladder, his mouth slightly open. Phyllis called out to the main character. The protagonist looked at the smiling witch sitting on the bed. The witch said that even if she had to stay there forever, then it was a good place, so he should not worry about her. And if she could not return to the dream world after leaving it, then she would forever remember everything that happened in that day and will always miss that place. The main character narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the witch with a smile. The protagonist jumped from the stepladder onto the bed and began to fall into a space that shone with blue light. The protagonist opened his eyes, looking ahead in horror. The protagonist woke up in his bed, hugging Anna. He looked at the witch lying next to him with a smile. He thought that fortunately it was still possible to leave the dream world in this way. Anna was sleeping soundly, while the main character carefully took his hand out from under her head. His Majesty carefully climbed out of bed, watching the sleeping Anna with a smile. His Majesty walked to the door, leaving his room. The guards were dozing, while one of them woke up, looking to the side. His Majesty descended the steps while the guard stood ready. The guard asked Roland what his orders were for them at this late hour. Roland told the guards not to worry. The protagonist entered the hall where a huge beautiful chandelier hung. Phyllis was coming to meet the main character. She knitted her eyebrows, looking at His Majesty with a smile. The witch said that she woke up from a dream. The main character looked thoughtfully to the side, frowning his eyebrows. He thought that in order to continue fighting the demons, she had become immortal, but the cost had increased over time, and facing the temptations of the new world, it was no wonder that she began to hesitate. His Majesty thought that in the end she suppressed the desire, perhaps for the sake of her fellow Taquilla, perhaps because of her hatred of demons, or perhaps because of both, but whatever it was a strong feeling self-discipline that is admirable. His Majesty closed his eyes, holding out his palm in front of him with a smile. He noted that everything is still not clear. There was a snowstorm over the building. The main character said that they were only halfway through the test, and they need to confirm the second part before they can say whether this is a coincidence or what happens when the pillars of light intersect. The protagonist took Phyllis by the hand, leading her into another room. He invited her to continue it there. Phyllis asked the protagonist if he wasn't going to go back to the bedroom. The protagonist looked at the witch with a serious look, raising his eyebrows. He said that he didn't want to wake Anna because the whole castle was heated anyway, so he might as well go to bed even in the living room. Guards with menacing faces lined up in front of the door. The main character lay down under the blanket, while a witch sat on a chair in front of him. The witch folded her hands in front of her, placing her head on them. The main character raised one eyebrow, smiling sheepishly. He thought it was a little embarrassing. A column of golden light formed above the main character and the witch. While a bright energy stream was shining on them, the witch continued to sit by the main character's bed. The protagonist woke up in another world, getting out of bed. He looked at Phyllis sleeping next to him. Phyllis opened her eyes, her mouth parted. The main character looked at her with a smile, resting his hand on his leg. Phyllis, with tears in her eyes, threw herself into Roland's arms. She asked Roland what happened. Roland hugged the witch, looking at her with a slight smile. The witch asked Roland that she was not sleeping. Roland thought that it didn't matter whether it was a dream world or reality. What was important was that after centuries of suffering and responsibility for her actions, she had finally received a reward. The witch with a sad face walked away from Roland, keeping her hand on his shoulder. His Majesty looked in surprise at the witch, who began to rub her eyes with her hand. Phyllis bowed before His Majesty, getting down on one knee. Phyllis told His Majesty to allow her to convey the news to her comrades, and the Taquilla survivors would always remember his kindness and do their best to serve him. The protagonist looked at Phyllis in bewilderment, baring his teeth. He thought that even just one Phyllis would make Zero suspicious. What if there were more than 100 witches? The main character imagined how hundreds of witches stood behind him, in front of Zero, and said that these were all his distant relatives. The protagonist imagined Zero going berserk, her red, angry eyes glowing. He thought that the girl was the second creator of the dream world, and it was difficult to imagine what would happen if she felt that something was wrong. His Majesty presented himself in a black suit, with money in his hands, while black silhouettes of people rejoiced in the building. His Majesty thought that in any case the Taquilla witches could not stay in this house, and then there would need to be a place where many witches could live, like a whole apartment building or something like that. Phyllis looked in bewilderment at the main character, who raised his head, looking at the ceiling in horror. He thought that providing so many people with housing, food and clothing, as well as various daily expenses was not a small amount. Phyllis bowed her head to the floor, resting her hands on it. The witch very much asked His Majesty not to block her comrades' access to the new world. The protagonist took the witch's hands, lifting her from the floor. He told the witch that she had misunderstood, and he was thinking about how to make money when so many Taquilla witches appeared. Moonlight illuminated the corridor of the building. Heavy snow covered the roof of the castle. After the guys woke up, Phyllis rushed to the exit. She told His Majesty to allow her to leave him in order to quickly convey this good news to the third border city. The main character walked up the stairs, looking sleepy and covering his mouth with his hand. He thought that in the dream world, the survivors of Taquilla would no longer be a group of divine punishment warriors wielding brute force, but would be witches with various magical abilities, and they would not be limited by the divine punishment stone. The protagonist thought that with such a group of assistants, the methods and efficiency of researching the world of dreams would be greatly increased, and in the future they would also be able to study various disciplines and use modern equipment to study the nature of magical power. Roland entered his bedroom, where Anna was sleeping soundly. He thought that even after the Battle of Divine Will, the Tequila witches would find a place to settle in the new world. Roland lay down on his bed, hugging Anna by the shoulders. Anna opened her eyes, looking sleepily at the protagonist. She asked Roland why he woke up so early. His Majesty closed his eyes, pressing his head to Anna. He said that he was wandering through the dream world, but suddenly encountered an unexpected thing, after which he could not sleep. Anna looked at the protagonist confusedly, smiling slightly. She asked him if it was a pleasant dream. The protagonist smiled widely, placing his hand on Anna's head. The protagonist said that of course it would be a pleasant dream for everyone. The guys lay in bed, chatting about their own things. Anna rested her head on her hand, looking at His Majesty with a smile. Anna asked Roland what it meant if they could all regain their lost senses and return to their normal lives, commenting that it was great. Roland looked at Anna in surprise, his mouth parted. Anna asked the protagonist if he wasn't worried. The main character told Anna that he is not worried. Anna pressed herself against the main character's chest, covering his mouth with her fingers. Anna told Roland not to say anything yet, as she wanted to listen. Anna laid her head on her chest, which made Roland slightly surprised. She said she felt a little guilty and worried. Anna said that he was guilty because Phyllis was a woman and very beautiful, and worried because he was afraid that she would suspect him, asking if she was right. Anna closed her eyes, smiling shyly. She told Roland that he was honest after all, so he shouldn't worry so much. Anna added that he made this decision to help them, just as he saved her in the association, and she cannot worry about such a trivial matter, asking him that it is the duty of the king. Anna approached the protagonist's ear, blushing slightly. She said that after this he would tell her everything he did in the dream world. Roland said he promises. Anna cupped the protagonist's face with her hands with a smile, looking at him. Anna told His Majesty that he was then hers for the rest of the day. Anna opened her mouth slightly, grabbing the main character's robe with her teeth. The protagonist closed his eyes, blushed slightly, and threw his head back. Huge iron gates stood among the white snow. A bright blue light was visible in the underground passage. One of the witches asked that if their consciousness was inside the light column, then they could return to their previous appearance. One of them said that it doesn't matter at all, the main thing is that you can return your senses of touch and smell. One of the fighters asked that burgers and cola are as tasty as fried meat and honey syrup. Phyllis stood in a circle of witches and fighters under blue rays of light. Everyone present wanted to go to that world. A tentacled witch appeared from the darkness and told the boys to stop arguing. The witch in the guise of a one-eyed monster stood in front of the witches and fighters, crossing her tentacles. The witch said that if they were heading towards the castle in such a crowd, then people would think that they were going to take over the city of Neverwinter. Alethea put her hand on Pasha, looking at her with a serious look. Alethea asked the witches what they thought was a trap set by the King of Men. Pasha smiled confusedly, looking at Alethea. She said that even if it was a trap, they were willing to go through with it, asking her if such a thing could actually happen, adding that a person without powers becomes the savior of the Tequila witches. Alethea put her hands to her side, looking at Pasha with displeasure. Alethea stated that Phyllis cannot lie to them, but it is difficult to tell whether you were deceived or not. Pasha knitted her eyebrows, opening her mouth slightly. She said, well, regardless of whether what Phyllis said was true or not, she should send someone to check it before jumping to a conclusion. Pasha added that after all, it sounds too good to be true. The one-eyed monster approached Phyllis, extending its tentacles to the sides. He asked Phyllis if His Majesty Roland really wanted to allow others to enter the dream world. Phyllis looked at the monster with a serious look, her mouth parted. She noted that Roland said so, but at the wrong time. Phyllis added that in that world, as in the real one, you must obey the laws, so in order to avoid being found out and causing unnecessary changes, the first people who get there must comply with the requirements. Phyllis added that they will take on the role of pioneers so that they can lay the foundation for more people to be accommodated there. Pasha lowered her wary gaze to the floor, knitting her eyebrows, standing in front of Phyllis in the form of a monster. She thought it was a little reassuring, and if it was a trap, it would be better for more people to fall into it, thus preventing the pioneers from warning others about it. Pasha asked Phyllis what the requirements were. Phyllis raised her hand, clenching it into a fist, looking at the witches in confusion. She said that we need witches who have the abilities of fast movement, stealth, and powerful attack. Alethea looked at the witch in bewilderment, crossing her arms over her chest. Alethea asked Phyllis that in other words, he needed a battle witch, noting that didn't she say that the powers of that world were far superior to demonic ones, adding that his demands were too illogical. Phyllis spread her arms to the sides, standing in front of the witches. Phyllis said that he doesn't want them to fight the whole world. Phyllis looked away warily, raising her fist to her face. Phyllis said that of course, if you rob in private, then the targets are evil people who deserve it. The monster stared at Phyllis, narrowing its eye. Pasha watched what was happening with a serious look, while Alethea clenched her hands into fists, baring her teeth. Alethea asked Phyllis that he thought they were punks with fists, noting that they were respected witches. Fighters and witches surrounded Phyllis, causing her to become confused. One of the witches said that those people did not have the stone of divine punishment, and no one could stop her fireball. Another noted that His Majesty clearly needed hidden work, and her knife would accurately find the target. To the other fighter, it sounded like a lot of fun. One of the witches said that she could hide her teammates. Another noted that one of them can only shoot from 10 steps, not to mention its attack power. The witch placed her tentacle on the other witch's head, calming her down. She said that there was no need to worry so much, it's just that everything has been boring for a long time. The weather above the building was clear. Zero told the main character that she went to school. The main character yawned widely, stretching while sitting on the sofa. He told Zero to be careful. The protagonist was lounging on the sofa while little Zero stood opposite him with a backpack. Zero asked Roland if he didn't say he got a job and why he still goes to bed so late every day, adding that she also doesn't see him leave the house. The protagonist closed his eyes, scratching the back of his head. He asked what the child understood, noting that the manager had a flexible work schedule. Zero knitted her eyebrows, looking at the main character in bewilderment. She didn't understand which leader she was talking about. The protagonist stood up from the sofa, smiling widely and holding his hands out in front of him. Roland said he is the leader of a team that solves scientific and technological problems and explores territories where no one has ever gone before. Zero turned to the door, walking towards it while the main character continued to grimace. Zero told Roland that he could go back to sleep because it was all in his dreams. Zero opened the door, looking behind her at the main character. Roland told Zero that he was working late, so she would have to cook her own dinner. Zero slammed the door behind her. His Majesty pursed his lips, looking thoughtfully at the floor. He thought that 3 days ago, volunteers sent by an ancient witch had experienced firsthand the reality of the dream world. The main character recalled how soldiers sat around him, illuminated by a huge column of golden light. The main character thought that they confirmed that Phyllis was telling the truth. The main character recalled how the fighters thanked him for the given opportunity to enter the world of dreams, hugging him. He thought that the witches of divine punishment could no longer hide their desire to enter the dream world. His Majesty recalled how the witches bowed before him. He thought that the 3 high witches, for the sake of the battle of the divine will and their comrades, soon decided to swear allegiance to him, recognizing him as the only leader of the united front. His Majesty stood near the mirror wearing a black tracksuit. He noted that the day had finally arrived when a group of pioneer witches in the dream world would begin to act for the first time. His Majesty walked along the asphalt among the houses. He said it was time to move on. Roland stood outside a closed warehouse with his hands in his pants pockets. He said renting the warehouse as a base had drained his bank account. Roland squatted down, placing his hands on the iron door from below, lifting it up. Roland said that these costs were nothing compared to what the elite witches he selected would achieve. Roland furrowed his eyebrows as he smelled the smell from the warehouse. He didn't understand what it was. Roland swung the door open, lifting it up. In the warehouse, witches were sitting around a table, eating boiled noodles, while his black silhouette was visible in the aisle. The protagonist scrunched his face in anger, his mouth wide open. He said that this is a disgrace, humiliation, shame, and it discredits the united front. The main character sat on a small box in front of the witches, who were holding their heads with cones. The main character asked Faldi what happened to the surveillance objects. Faldi rose to her feet, looking at the main character. Faldi reported to His Majesty that everything was in order. Faldi raised her hand, forming a yellow sphere. She asked Roland to look at her. The sphere contained flying bugs and a hexagon. Faldi said that her magic bug nest ability attracts small insects and connects them to her consciousness. Faldi noted that they are then released to independently search for another source of magical power, and they can also search in several hard-to-reach places. Black bugs flew into the honeycombs. Faldi said that although they could not show the picture, they could determine the type and strength of the magical force, including the force of nature he was talking about. In the space where the beetles were flying, yellow sparks glowed. Faldi noted that there are 2 types of source of magical power. The first type is constantly moving, and the second type is practically motionless. The main character opened his mouth slightly, imagining the image of Garcia in front of the black silhouette of the monster. He said that those who move are martial artists, like Garcia in his house, but those who are stationary are fallen villains, and these mutated monsters do not often leave their habitats, except to commit a crime. Faldi held a sphere with bugs in her hand, pointing at them with her finger. She said that in the end there are 6 targets that are most likely fallen villains, and they should concentrate on the one that His Majesty said lives in a wealthy area, noting that this is not unusual. The witches and the main character stood around the sphere, dressed in tracksuits. Roland said that, of course, robbing a country house is much more valuable, because you can immediately steal the power of nature and property, and the body will also be more difficult to detect. Roland said that even if the police found out, the matter would be handed over to the Martial Arts Association, and after that the association would think that it was the work of another secret awakened group, and would not even notice that a group had suddenly appeared in the city. The main character and the witches laughed insidiously. Roland said about powerful bandits. The protagonist raised his hand, looking at his watch. He noted that it was time to move out, but it was a long way to get there, so we needed to take a car. Donnan looked at Roland in bewilderment, imagining an ox cart. She asked Roland that they would call the cart. Phyllis smiled widely, spreading her arms to the sides. She said it was a four-wheeled iron carriage, noting that it would be fun. The main character grabbed his head, looking at the witches. He thought he felt like he was taking the kids on a spring trip out of town. In the starry sky, the moon shone brightly. The witches walked behind the main character among the trees. Faldi put her hand out to the side where the golden sphere was located. She said the target is inside. The guys stopped at the gate, watching what was happening. Roland turned his head, looking at Donnan. He told Donnan that it was her turn now. Donnan closed her eyes, parted her mouth, and raised her hand, enveloping herself in a blue aura. She used a frosted curtain spell. The barrier enveloped the guys, hiding their presence. The guys calmly entered the settlement, quietly passing by a man with a dog. Donnan said that now no one can see them. Smells and magical power are also isolated. No one around them will be able to detect their presence, except for direct contact. Hiding behind the barrier, the guys approached the desired mansion, which stood among the trees. The main character thought that he was envious, looking at these rich people, since he could only offer the girls instant noodles. Faldi looked at her sphere, smiling slightly. She said that they had already arrived and they needed to go there. The guys were hiding behind the bushes, inspecting the area where the cameras were located. Alethea approached the protagonist, placing her palm on her chest. She asked him to let her get inside. Alethea closed her eyes, seeping into the ground. Alethea turned into a black silhouette, after which Roland looked at her. Phyllis said that when she became a shadow, she was able to blend in easily and move freely like a fish in water. Alethea crawled like a shadow along the wall of the mansion. She was able to unlock the doors unnoticed. The guys entered the courtyard of the mansion, standing under the dome. Faldi said that the enemy in the hall is very strong. The level of magical power is close to that of a large hybrid demonic beast. The main character looked at Phyllis, who smiled and put her hand to her chest. The protagonist asked Phyllis if it would be difficult. Phyllis asked him not to worry, as long as the enemy was not a higher demon, she and Donnan could deal with him. A small lantern illuminated the beautiful wooden door. His Majesty said that then they act according to plan. The guys entered the mansion, where there was no light. Donnan said it was cold there. Phyllis noted that there was also a nauseating smell. The main character noticed a huge man in a black suit in the darkness. He looked at him warily, his brows furrowed. Roland thought that his current sensations were several times stronger than when he encountered them before, and it seemed like Faldi had caught a big fish. The guys carefully approached the big man. Faldi said that they would go around behind him and knock him out. The protagonist raised his gaze, looking there in bewilderment. He noticed the black silhouette of a statue above the big man's head with glowing red eyes. Roland narrowed his eyes and lowered his lips. He thought about what kind of terrible statue this was, noting that it was an eccentric addiction, and just by looking at this work of art, one could conclude that it was worth at least $1 million, and it was a waste of money. The protagonist waved his hand, and Phyllis rushed towards the big man, pulling out a black wing from her back. The man turned behind him with a menacing and burning gaze. The man opened his mouth wide, his eyes wide. Phyllis cut the man with her wing. The big man flew into the wall, staining the floor with blood. Alethea peeked out from behind the pillar, her brows furrowed. She asked that it was as simple as that. The main character frowned, covering his nose with his hand, while the statue behind him looked with a menacing gaze. Roland said he doesn't know, maybe it seems, but the smell is getting stronger. The protagonist turned behind his back, removing his hands from himself. He said the next step would be to find what he could take away by asking the witches if they still remembered what he taught. Alethea raised her hand, widening her eyes and raising her eyebrows. She said the jewelry was gold, the paper was red, and there was an iron cabinet with a round disc. Donnan smiled widely, raising her hand. She said that metal money was worthless and precious stones were useless. Phyllis smiled slightly, looking at the main character. She said that the most important thing is red paper, and the more, the better. The protagonist closed his eyes and raised his eyebrows, tilting his head slightly. He said the price of gemstones fluctuates a lot and it is difficult to sell them second-hand at a reasonable price. Gold is much better. Roland thought cash was the best option, of course. Roland approached the man, squatting down and extending his hand towards him, causing a red swirl to form. Faldi looked at what was happening in bewilderment. She didn't understand why there was still a reaction to the magical power. Faldi began to shake her head, looking around the room, while the guys looked at her in shock. Faldi said that the source of magical power has not disappeared, and it is getting stronger. Faldi looked ahead in horror, pointing her finger there. She said that statue was alive. A huge black monster extended its paws towards the main character, trying to grab him. Phyllis rushed towards the main character, covering him with herself. Phyllis told Roland to watch out. The main character grabbed Phyllis by the waist, pulling him towards him. The main character hugged Phyllis, shielding her with his body from the explosion. A red vortex surrounded by yellow energy appeared in space. The demon flashed his red eyes and grinned maliciously. The monster smiled widely, looking at the guys with a bloodthirsty smile. The demon noted to the boys that they looked like a bunch of pathetic martial artists. The demon threw its head back, releasing red smoke from its mouth. He said that they are a group that steals abilities and should not exist on this sacred land in the first place. The monster attacked the guys, releasing a red column of magical aura from its mouth. He said they should all die. The witches took refuge from the attack of toxic demon energy in their sphere. The main character angrily crossed his arms, shielding the flying witches from the blow along with the fragments. Roland frowned deeply and bared his teeth. The demonic beast launched a red aura plasma attack at him from its mouth. Faldi raised her head with an exhausted look, bleeding. She noticed that the reaction of his magical power was similar to the reaction of a demon, thereby wondering how this was possible. Shards of black nails flew into the demon's wing. The beast soared into the air with flapping wings and shrunk slightly. He was perplexed at being called a demon. He told the guys that they were trying to take the power of divine retribution without permission and also called the pursuer a demon, noting their short-sightedness. Streams of red magical aura flew through space. The protagonist stood with his arms crossed, hiding his face as the beast landed on the floor. The huge demon squatted with his arms crossed and looked at the small silhouette of Roland sitting in a cloud of dust. While the beast sat with his palms crossed, witches tried to attack him from several sides. One of them stuck a sharp knife into the monster's glowing red eye. He immediately grimaced and cowered as the witch who had struck him dived into the floor. Phyllis rejoiced with enthusiasm at the witch's work. The demon with a knife stuck in his glowing eye looked forward, ironically noting that for him it was an empty sound. The demon rose slightly and smiled maliciously with a cracked face. He asked Phyllis if she really thought that with ordinary weapons and a little magic she could actually harm him. The huge monster began to transform and glowing blue circles began to appear in its body. He noted that they didn't even know what a divine domain was. With the help of luminous spheres in his body, he began to float in the air. He decided to let them see the master's true strength. Roland's eyes widened and he looked up, dumbfounded, with a frightened look. He saw above a huge monster, from which luminous spheres emanated inside the body. Roland looked up at the monster with a wounded face. He asked him who his master was. A monster with red aura blisters on its body looked at the main character maliciously. He replied that his lord was a being who was everything or nothing at the same time, whose existence was incomprehensible to him. The beast soared into the air, spreading its wings and arms. He slammed his paws sharply into the ground and began to spread streams of red aura from the blisters. The monster realized that the main character was trying to distract his attention in order to let them escape now, so he added that they would not succeed. The red rays of the aura scattered in different directions. Roland straightened his arms from such a shock wave, flying back slightly. Phyllis, along with the other witches, frantically raised their heads upward, looking at the streams of red aura in the sky. Alethea screamed in hysterics and waved her arms, looking at her frightened friend. She noticed that their shadows had disappeared. Alethea ran up to Phyllis with tears in her eyes, who looked at her worriedly. She was very cold. Faldi frowned angrily and screamed in panic about what was happening. Roland looked back in shock and saw Phyllis flapping her wings and streaks of red aura flying between the witches. The protagonist raised his fist and menacingly shouted at the monster in front of him to get out. The monster smiled maliciously, looking at the silhouette of Roland, towards whom red stripes of aura were directed. He ironically noted that the main character managed not to get hurt. The monster grinned maliciously and released a stream of red energy from his hand towards the guy, thereby deciding to finish him off. A powerful energy streamed through the prince into the wall, destroying the wall. Fleece turned in alarm towards His Majesty as a black stream of aura emanated from her chest. The Lord spat blood from his mouth. He looked exhausted and had blood on his face, baring his teeth. He said everything was fine. He stepped onto the red energy spot on the ground. He suddenly lowered his head and was perplexed because he began to sink into a blue puddle of aura. The beast looked at what was happening with confusion, not understanding what Roland was able to do with magical power. While the monster looked down in bewilderment, the main character flew at him through the portal with a bright aura from the sky. The demon immediately extended his hand and sent a stream of toxic aura, intending to kill the main character. Roland continued to fly at the monster with his blue aura against its energy force. The protagonist looked contemptuously at the monster from under his bangs. Roland flew right next to the confused monster in his aura. The wounded lord raised his fist and was about to deliver his crushing blow to the monster. Roland stuck his hand into one of the monster's red energy blisters. He angrily grabbed the magic core inside the monster, emitting an aura of lightning. The demon looked down with his glowing eyes and did not understand how his enemy was able to touch the power of his owner. Roland was near the central blister on the monster's body and continued to hold his hand, emitting blue threads of aura around it. Their auras intertwined in red and blue light, blending into one sphere. The monster embodied a blue aura as the protagonist floated in front of it. The demon realized that it was Roland who was responsible for the creation of this world, and it was he who was able to defeat the owner. The protagonist looked carefully at the monster with his wounded face covered in blood. He recalled that the monster called his master All or Nothing and asked him a question about how he could influence him. Roland continued to hold his hand in the body of the monster, which glowed blue. He explained that although his lord was omnipotent, he still could not lose his strength himself, so he ordered them to go back and not return to this place. He said that their actions destroyed all living things and not only themselves. The protagonist looked sarcastically at the monster from under his brows. Roland asked about the destruction of all living things, adding that he was only going to destroy the monster. He knew where the demon came from and what it was up to, and he knew without a doubt that the world would be better off without the demon. The witches watched from the side as blue threads of air began to surround him from the monster's body, while he sighed heavily and realized what was happening. The black silhouette of the demon glowed with a bright aura and was about to explode. A powerful energy stream was shot into the sky while the main character stood nearby. The prince closed his eyes and calmly accepted what was happening. The lord grabbed the keys from the guard's dead body. He and the group of witches headed towards the exit along with the safe, noting that the group's first foray had been successfully completed. A black-tinted car was driving along a night-illuminated road. Roland sat behind the wheel and drove the car while the witches sat behind. He was glad that he learned to drive at the university, but he would never have thought that after graduating from driving school he would get behind the wheel for the first time in the world of dreams. Besides, it was a pleasure to drive such a luxurious car. The main character was carrying tired witches with a smile on his face and his eyes closed. Faldi approached Roland, asking him what kind of monster it was. She thought it could be a fallen villain with such power. She theorized that it couldn't have happened for her own magical power to increase so dramatically in such a short period of time. The protagonist glanced to the side and opened his mouth. He replied that he had the feeling that this monster consisted solely of magical power and he did not know what it was. However, he guessed for sure that it was definitely not a fallen villain. Alethea waved her hand in alarm and entered into dialogue from behind. She wondered how many such monsters there were in the dream world. She added that when the shadows disappeared from the room, she felt that her body seemed to freeze, as if something terrible was watching her. She confidently said that she was not afraid even when she encountered a higher demon. Phyllis looked at the main character, who was driving the car carefully. She thought that there shouldn't be too many monsters, otherwise the dream world would already be taken over by them. The protagonist cast a malicious glance at the witch sitting next to him, asking her if she wanted to drive the car. The brunette looked at his friend in surprise. He explained that in this case they would need a lot more money, and then they would be able to enjoy not only delicious food every day, but also have separate bedrooms and a personal car. Faldi opened her eyes in delight, sitting behind. She asked about delicious food, noting that he meant hamburgers or hot pot. The main character winked at the witches, who looked angry. He replied that this was only the peak of pleasure, because having money, you come to the understanding that even if you eat every day, it was impossible to try all the most delicious dishes in the world. Faldi glared at Donnan, clenching her fist. She said that when Duncan's recovered, they would immediately go to the next house, and she had already marked its location. Donnan and Alethea looked at Faldi happily. Donnan noted that everything was in order because tomorrow she would restore her magical power and they could move forward because wounds are not a problem for them. Roland looked in the rearview mirror, realizing that it wasn't that hard to boost the team's morale. Their car continued to follow the night road in the light of the moon towards the city. They arrived at the garage when the starry sky enveloped the city. They decided to check their prey. Roland and the witches opened the safe and looked inside in shock. They saw a bunch of jewelry, money, and several magical aura cores in the safe. Roland grabbed the red aura core and stared forward intensely. He realized that these guys didn't really like cash, but used the power of nature instead. The wooden door to the living room opened. The prince went inside with an exhausted look, realizing that the light was still on in the room. He saw that Zero was sitting on the floor and had fallen asleep on the table with her textbooks. The protagonist began to step forward, realizing that Zero was studying and waiting for his return. Zero was sitting on the floor with her head resting on the desk with her notebooks, clearly in deep sleep. Roland looked at the witch in awe, realizing that they were only neighbors to each other. He took her body in his hands and carried her into the dark room to lay her down. He left the room and noticed those same notebooks on the table. He remembered that if she suddenly forgot to take her textbooks to class, she would blame him for it again. He picked up the blue notebook, seeing that it was Olympiad mathematics. He looked at the book with a warm and pitiful gaze. He knew it was one of those extracurricular subjects that looked important but was completely unnecessary. He remembered that in school he was not interested in mathematics, and he believed that Olympiad mathematics was an advanced version of mathematics, and he avoided it. He began leafing through the notebook. Suddenly he drooped and his eyes bulged, not understanding how this was possible. He saw drawings and drawings in the notebook, realizing that the notebook was not empty. It was snowing at a small campsite located on a mountain ridge. Lightning at this time was sitting in a tent and warming her feet by the fire, writing notes in a book. He held a pen in his hand and wrote down all the events that happened to her. It was the 13th day of the expedition, and half a month had already passed after winter, but the snowfall did not even try to weaken, but on the contrary, it intensified. Luckily for her, they had the best crew possible, and hot water was continuously supplied from the ship's boiler as well as food. Lightning presented the image of an old witch who stood near the magic cube and controlled the witch. According to the original plan, they were supposed to use the magical power of Maggie and find the location of the ruins, and then the ancient witch Fran, with the help of worms, was supposed to dig a passage in the mountain so that the first army could penetrate there, but everything went wrong. The black hole caves were located inside the snow-capped mountains. The only thing that was known at the moment was that there was a huge cave in the mountain, and it looked like it was connected by a network to other caves. She recorded that just finding the main cave where the relics might be was not easy. Lightning and Maggie hovered inside the ice mountain and moved towards the cave. She understood that neither Maggie nor she herself could help, because they could only guard the outer perimeter, penetrate these strange and explore deep mountain fissures that the magical arc could not penetrate. Lightning looked to the side with enthusiasm, closing her notebook. Compared to exploring the ruins themselves, finding the right path to their destination always took the most time. Just as her father had said, an explorer is always on the move. Wendy rushed into the tent towards Lightning, who was putting on her shoes. Wendy explained that Agatha and the others returned because there was an accident in the cave and Fran went missing. Lightning frowned sharply and looked at her friend in shock, not understanding how this could happen. Lightning looked out of the cave into a deep hole, as she was told that Fran fell here. Lightning peered into the depths of the cave while Nightingale and Edith stood behind her. Edith explained that this seemed to be true, because Sylvie pointed in the right direction. However, unfortunately, Fran was unlucky and, due to the resulting fault, she fell to the bottom of the cave. Lightning cast a puzzled glance at Edith, asking her if it really was like that. Edith replied that Sylvie explained that Fran's magical reaction suddenly disappeared from view, and when she arrived here, she saw nothing at the bottom of the cave. Lightning looked at her friend anxiously, imagining the image of Sylvie's magical gaze. She realized that even Sylvie's eyes of truth could not see her. Edith spread her arms to the sides and explained that neither the earth nor the devouring host worm was visible. She noted that either the rift was incredibly deep, beyond the capabilities of the eyes of truth, or something was obstructing her vision, and whatever the reason, neither option was pleasing. Edith turned back and saw that Agatha was approaching them in the company of the fighters with whom she was talking. She noticed that Agatha was arguing with people about whether she should immediately go down to Fran's aid. Lightning closed her eyes and began to think about what was happening. She realized that Edith was right, because if the rift was so deep, then it was unknown what state Fran was in after the fall, thinking that if the reason was still with the interference of magical power, then the situation would be even worse. It would be good for them if at the bottom of the rift there was simply a large stone of divine punishment. However, she implied that if it was a trap left by the enemy, then it would be very dangerous for the rescuers, because sickle-shaped monsters, worms that had devoured the demonic stone pagoda, could be hiding in this snowy mountain. She understood that without warnings from Nightingale and Sylvie or the protection of the First Army, even without taking into account the witch's divine punishment, they would hardly have been able to safely return Fran. Lightning closed her eyes and sighed. She began to step forward, thinking that the expedition itself was fraught with danger, and a good explorer should not have left his companions to die. Nightingale approached Agatha Company and the First Army. She explained what they would do next, but asked permission to go down and look around, because they should first find out the situation in the cave. A witch with blonde hair and a male body looked at little Lightning with bewilderment and asked about her ability. Lightning assumed that this witch's name was Alina, and despite her male body, her soul was a true Taquilla witch. Lightning took off her glasses and looked at the witch happily. She replied that her advantage was in flying, because in this situation for searching it was the best skill among all. Agatha raised her hand worriedly and looked at the witch. She said that it was not a question of advantage, but of opportunity because it was unlikely that they would be able to return back if they could not use their powers at the bottom of the cave. She mentioned that Roland had said that no one should go it alone on this expedition, realizing that the Witches' Association, or Taquilla, still had to go forward, cooperating with the First Army. Lightning put her hands on her waist and said that she would just tie the rope around her waist. She assumed that if this area was truly without magic, created by the Divine Punishment Stone, then she would not have any serious problems. She added that if they notice that the rope has begun to hang along the wall, then just have them pick it up. She proudly stated that an explorer who never abandoned his companions did not have to be reckless, because even without magic, she still considered herself the best explorer among them all. Lightning looked back at Nightingale in confusion, who put her hand to her chest while Wendy fumed. Nightingale asked permission to go with Lightning, because in the fog there was no difference between up and down, so she could easily climb the rocks, and if an enemy appeared, she would immediately cover Lightning's return. Wendy added what was the difference between this and going it alone, because if there was a trap down there, the two of them couldn't handle it. She told them not to forget that there were enemies in this world as powerful as the greater demons. Alina frowned slightly and stated that they would never leave Fran, so she added that they themselves were ready to go if something happened. Agatha spread her arms to the sides and frowned slightly. She wondered if, after 400 years, they had forgotten how important it was to obey orders. She declared in the name of the High Witch Taquilla that they should not act recklessly. Lightning and Alina stood nearby and watched the bewildered fighters near Agatha. Alina put her hand to her chest and bowed in front of Agatha. Another fighter from the army with red hair looked to the side as Alina stood in submissive worship to the High Witch. They understood that there was no point in arguing about this issue. Edith, standing in front of the army of fighters, waved her hand towards the witches. She explained that according to His Majesty's orders, the expedition was to be a joint expedition consisting of 3 parties, so it was necessary to simply send the First Army down. The fighter asked if they had found a way to get down. Edith cast a malicious glance to the side and replied that it was not entirely true. A huge glowing boulder at the top of the dark cave glowed with a bright light. Lightning, with a stretched cable between her body and the huge platform, flew down in a stream of blue aura. Inside this platform were the fighters along with the witches. Nightingale noted that due to Agatha's freezing ability, they brought the gondola down very smoothly. Nightingale held a glowing orb in her hands while Agatha stood on the edge and used her aura. Agatha replied that everything was fine, because Edith was amazing, because it was she who came up with the bold idea of dismantling the steam engine on the ship, melting the snow to make the gondola move, and move the Witch of Divine Punishment to the mountain. Alina watched what was happening from under her brows. She noted the witch as an amazing person. Edith lowered her head and frowned slightly. They realized that among them she understood His Majesty best of all. Lightning floated down, wrapped in rope, imagining Edith's words. Edith said that it was only the loss of the ship and the steam engine, which amounted to 500 or 600 gold royals in total, asking the ironic question of what Roland would have chosen. Lightning replied that it was not a small amount. They noticed that they had not yet reached the bottom, realizing that an ordinary person could not survive a fall from such a height, and the only thing they could hope for was that the worm host was very tenacious. Alina walked to the edge of the platform and looked down at the silhouette of Lightning, who notified that something had happened. Lightning, with a glowing ball in her hands, rushed to fly down. She landed on the ground. She stood up and began to look around, trying to illuminate everything around with the glowing ball. The witch widened her eyes and was surprised. She realized that she had seen this before because it was a giant black stone pagoda like in the demon camp. While Lightning was looking around in the darkness, Nightingale came down to her at that time. Nightingale added that it was very likely that this worm that swallowed the demon camp was using this place as a nest. Their platform descended to the ground. Agatha opened the door and began to exit the gondola with Alina. She asked the witches if they had found Fran. Lightning looked back, holding a bright glowing ball in her hands. She replied that Fran was not here. Their black silhouettes walked around the dark cave in different places with glowing balls. The witch noticed that the black stone pagoda was stuck on both sides in the middle of the cave, and there were crevices on both sides, and it looked like she could fall down there. Nightingale, holding a glowing stone in her hands, jumped to the ground, leaving a cloud of dust. She noted that this thing did not affect her abilities at all. Agatha stood next to Nightingale and talked to her while the other guys explored the area and the stones. Agatha noticed that Nightingale could not pass through things like through an ordinary wall. Agatha raised her hands up, standing next to Alina, and lifted a huge block of stone into the air. She immediately, with a sharp movement, lowered the cobblestone into the ground, trying to destroy it. Long clouds of dust spread in the air. Agatha bent down to the ground and put out her hands. She had heard that the pagoda was built from divine punishment stones. Although it did not block all the magical power like the prism-shaped divine punishment stone, it could still limit the magical power. Alina crossed her arms and imagined a black silhouette in front of a huge pyramid and a red moon. Alina added that the magic of decay was able to change the effect of the divine stone's power, turning it into a monument. She explained that this was only possible when born during the blood moon, having the ability to create red mist, and the others simply prevented it from dissipating quickly. She added that during the Federation it was a closely guarded secret, but Lady Alina told them everything after the fall of Taquilla. Nightingale immediately angrily pinched Alina, causing her to fall back. Nightingale was indignant that Alina had not said anything about this before. Nightingale looked menacingly into Alina's eyes, as she did in response, baring her teeth greatly. Alina replied that they didn't tell her that there would be a tower of demons here, because there were so many things that could affect magical power, so she could not have guessed that this thing would be here. Lightning happily intervened in the dialogue between the witches from the air. She said that they should continue to go down, because the bottom was still far away, and she had just tried to fly down and heard the faint sound of rushing water. She explained that there might have been an underground river below, and if Miss Fran had fallen to the side of the tower, she might have survived. Alina looked angrily to the side at Lightning. He wondered if it was possible that because of the underground river, Sylvie could not find any trace of Fran. Alina frowned at Agatha, who approached from behind. The Blue Witch intervened in the dialogue, saying that most likely the tower blocked most of the vision of the Eyes of Truth, which is why Sylvie said that she did not see the bottom. She advised that if Fran was swept away, she would not be able to find the light of magical power. Agatha looked at Lightning, who had her arms outstretched and floating in the air. Agatha spoke to the Flying Witch and told her to fly down and tell Wendy about their situation, and also to ask her to help Maggie bring some of the witches of divine punishment down. She also added that the soldiers of the First Army would set up an observation post here, and they themselves would continue the search. Alina and Nightingale watched as Lightning soared upward with magical light in her hands, preparing to carry out the order. The splash of water was heard. A small blue stream flowed along the ground among small colorful mushrooms. A detachment of witches and warriors walked through this place through a stream and a clearing with mushrooms. Nightingale looked at the joyful Lightning in awe. Nightingale noted that it would be great if they could grow these glowing fruits in Neverwinter so everyone could see the city streets at night. Lightning exclaimed and offered to take the fruits with her, noting that she didn't know if these giant mushrooms and glowing reed fruits would be as sweet as bird mushrooms. Agatha raised her eyebrows and looked at Alina with a puzzled expression, asking her if the devouring worm could swim. Alina turned her head, looking around. She replied that no one knew, but the worm was so huge that she did not think that it would be far from the place where it could fall, even if it was carried away by the river. The entire group of witches and fighters walked straight across the clearing across the stream, led by Lightning. Alina wondered if they could tell her where the river began and where it flowed. Nightingale looked back and decided to answer this question. She noticed that if she remembered correctly, the river flowed towards the place where they entered the snowy mountain. Or in other words, the source was an underground water vein in the western region, but still flowed into the hilly area in the south. Lightning widened her eyes and was deep in thought. It was no surprise to her that His Majesty's kingdom was rich in underground water, wondering if it flowed into the southern region. She knew that there was not a single decent river and did not understand where the water went. Lightning put her hands out in fear in front of the group, seeing a moving silhouette ahead. The guard held out his sword as Nightingale pulled out a pistol. They saw in front of them a huge mutated egg with veins. The witch realized that there was no magical reaction, but there was definitely something inside. Nightingale looked at what was happening angrily, realizing at first glance that it was something similar to an egg. Alina waved her hand over Agatha's head, who looked scared. Alina said that if this egg did not have magical powers, it did not pose a threat to them, so she ordered everyone to follow her. The whole group came closer to the egg in a cocoon with veins, trying to examine it. Alina and Agatha looked at the shell of the black egg with contempt, noting that it looked disgusting. Lightning widened her eyes and raised her hands in shock. She realized that if it really was an egg, then how big must have been the mother who gave birth to it. One of the red-banded fighters swung his sword and was about to pounce on the egg, noting that it was a silhouette. He stuck the tip of the sword into the shell of the egg. With a slight wave of his hand, standing in front of Nightingale, the fighter cut the black shell of the egg. Nightingale continued to watch as the warrior cut the black shell of the egg. Lightning looked dumbfounded as the demon embryo fell out of the egg in the placenta. Suddenly, small tentacles began to grow from the monster. Nightingale, along with Lightning, were in a cloud of dust, watching what was happening with anger. The crowd of them watched as the egg transformed into a lizard-like monster and began to climb up. Nightingale immediately soared in the air above the monster in an acrobatic leap. She spun in the air above the monster in deft somersaults, intending to attack him from behind. She waved her hand and threw away the dagger. The knife stuck straight into the monster's head. Nightingale landed on the ground as Lightning continued to watch the monster crawling on the wall. Lightning looked up in amazement, realizing that a demon embryo had burst out of the womb of this crawling monster. Lightning watched as Agatha bowed before the demon, explaining that she had never heard of anything like it, realizing that it was already an adult before her. Among the glowing leaves and fly agaric sat a monster. The swift blow of the sword left a bright mark. Alina, in the body of a warrior, cut off the head of the monster, saying that this is already the fifth. The monster's body showed the features of a human face. The witches walked forward among unusual luminous trees. Nightingale folded her arms over her chest and said that this time it was humanoid. Turning to her friends, she continued that the demon who is afraid of magical power is also humanoid. Agatha looked at her and suggested that perhaps it was just caught prey. Lightning turned away and put her hand to her chin, thinking that there were still human settlements in the border zone. Or has the enemy already quietly extended its tentacles into the territory of Neverwinter? Nightingale turned in the same direction. Taking a closer look, she said that a magical reaction was ahead. Covered in a bright magical glow, the witch exclaimed, "Is this Fran?" Alina turned around sharply, asking where she was. The heroes looked deep into the tunnel, listening to the words of the invisible witch, that on the left 200 meters, about 400 steps, it seems that she was confused about something. The witch said that nothing was visible around, she would go first, and then abruptly stopped. Strange sounds were heard from the darkness of the tunnel. The warriors peered anxiously. Suddenly Lightning took off from her place, rushing forward with a pistol in her hands and thought, turning to Nightingale, "Let everything be fine." It was dark ahead. A small match light was lit. Lightning saw Nightingale holding a small torch in her hands while standing with one foot on the defeated monster. The girl pointed her finger forward in surprise, saying that this is the demonic beast that, as she says, is invisible. Nightingale waved her hand, covering her eyes, and said that yes, but even the perfect technique cannot escape her gaze. She tapped the base of the torch on the monster's carcass as she asked, did she understand? Lightning was surprised to notice something among the glowing grass. She opened her mouth in surprise, taking out a gray rectangular stone from the foliage. Nightingale exhaled. Lightning held the gray bricks found among the leaves in her hands. Nightingale looked at it with a smile, saying that it seemed that they had found the legendary ruins of the snow-capped mountain. Alina ran up to the witches, asking what was going on here. Nightingale turned to the approaching group and said that they had found Fran and two monsters who seemed to want to feast on her. Lightning told the ancient witch that this was already part of the underground ruins, and the enemy was probably nearby. The girl suggested that they save her as soon as possible, but first let the first army set up an observation post. The warriors stood near the body of a long dark monster. Suddenly Fran, in the body of a monster-like worm, opened her mouth, telling them not to look up. Lightning looked forward, making a surprised sound. Sure enough, the young witch raised her head, peering into the darkness above. A red glowing eye opened there. A lot of these red eyes appeared from above. Lightning opened her eyes in surprise. Above, among the winding edges of the cave, a round red ball, which consisted of eyes, flickered. The warrior at the white tent was putting boxes, telling them to set up a machine gun and come back for ammunition. Edith asked Brian standing behind him if he heard anything now. The man asked the voices and replied that he heard nothing except the sound of water. Edith frowned, saying that she had heard wrong. It was like a bugle, very fuzzy. It is very similar to the sound of water, and it seems it came from where they went to search for the witch. A bright blue line, glowing, went deep into the dark tunnel. Brian waved his hand and said he thought it might be a hallucination because they were deep in a snowy mountain where there was no sky and not enough snow. If she is not feeling well, you can return to Maggie at the entrance to the passage a little later. Edith turned to him with a smile and thanked him, saying that she would rather stay here. Wouldn't it be a humiliation to His Majesty's town hall if she ran away alone? Brian looked at the girl and said that he didn't think Barov or His Majesty would object to this. By the way, what does she think is the best place to place the second machine gun? Edith stood next to the warrior in the glowing cave and replied that on a hill, she definitely remembers that there is a rocky area behind that seems to be suitable. Bright sparks flew from the glowing grass. Edith turned around, thinking what's going on. The men with boxes in their hands froze, listening. Suddenly they saw something cutting off the head of one of the warriors. Edith screamed that they were attacking, but the enemy was invisible. A severed head flew in space. An invisible monster cut off the warrior's head with a sharp claw, and another cut to pieces a man standing nearby. Brian and Edith looked at this in shock. The girl thought that there was more than one enemy. If they continue to retreat, they will only have to defend themselves. There is only one fire here, and this is the only way to detect the enemy. The girl's dagger flew forward. She thought that if there had been no fire, they would not have been able to resist such an almost invisible monster. Therefore, they have no right to run away. The monster knocked the dagger away, and Edith pointed her sword at it, thinking that as long as they knew where the enemy was approximately, then attacking was the only way to win. The weapon at the base glowed with pale green squares. The girl thought that in humans and animals, the place where the weapon and the body came into contact was a weak point. Edith looked forward resolutely, reasoning that, for example, if the hand that holds the sword or the tip of the claw is wounded, then an immediate attack is impossible. The girl arched her back and dodged a sharp blow from the claws. She dodged and landed on one knee. She frowned at her opponent and swore. An invisible monster like a praying mantis loomed in front of her. She thought hard, does this enemy have 2 weapons? She shouted to the warriors standing behind them to quickly shoot in her direction. Bullets flew forward. Many bullets crashed into the monster's body, leaving round holes. The defeated mantis was smoking, and then he fell to the ground with a crash. Edith looked at the fighting men and thought that they had finally gotten rid of one, but suddenly, a figure rushed past the girl, shouting at her to get out of the way. A swift blow cut the monster, saving the warrior. A group of witches were fighting mantis monsters. Edith thought that reinforcements had arrived. The witch in the body of a warrior with a red cloak cut the monster with a blow of her sword. The white-haired girl looked at it silently. Suddenly they reached out to her, asking if she was okay. The ancient witch in the body of a black-haired warrior extended her hand, helping him up, and said that they noticed these enemies even when they were on top. It's a pity that they were late. Edith stood nearby and asked, "Is she Betty? Did they use multicolored magic stones?" The warrior witch replied that it was true, let him leave it to them. In the depths of the mountain, words were heard that the weapons of ordinary people would not cope in this situation. They needed to go up and, having reported the situation, bring more witches of divine punishment. Edith stood next to the witch while others fought ahead and asked if they could destroy the enemy's disguise. Betty replied that this skill is affected by the stone of divine punishment. At the moment, it is possible to remove the enemy's invisibility only for a short time. Edith looked at the lying warrior and said that they themselves carry the stone of divine punishment. Why don't they see them? Betty waved her hand, saying that there was nothing strange about it. Lighting, distance, concentration could affect it. A regular quality stone works at a distance of 1 or 2 steps. The enemy can be seen only for a moment, and even in such twilight it is impossible to see well. Edith looked down, saying that was true. She looked at the cut monster and said that she noticed that the sickle monster only had one side of its body showing, and that was only during the fight. In addition, the enemy has long forelimbs and the advantage of a hidden attack. The average person will notice too late that something is wrong. The warriors along with Brian heard that if the divine stones had not been placed in advance, the first army would not have been able to do anything against such an enemy. Brian clenched his fist, shouting angrily that they should have installed the barbed wire first. Betty, in the body of a warrior, pointed her finger behind her and ordered her to return, saying that she felt that something had happened in the cave. This piercing screech shook the entire snow-covered mountain. Edith looked at her, asking if they heard it too. The witch replied that they had lost most of their sense of touch, so their vision and hearing were very sharp. Looking carefully, Betty said that she didn't think ordinary people were capable of this. Edith folded her arms over her chest, thinking that she understood. She wasn't hallucinating before. One of the warriors put his hand to his face and called Edith to come. Margie prepared the ark for the rise. The girl replied that she was coming. She picked up the glowing stone. Brian saluted Betty, saying he relied on them. The soul of a girl with dark hair tied in a ponytail crossed her arms, beaming. A large blue cube with bright squares flickered. The cube was rapidly rising upward, and words were heard that they were almost there. At the top you could see an exit with an icy path. The heroes, along with the girl shining with yellow light, were surprised to hear shooting. Edith looked ahead, shouting for them to get up faster at full speed. Edith walked forward along the stone surface. She and a couple of other people rushed towards the man with dark hair, loudly asking who the enemy was. They stopped and looked forward in surprise. There was a group of people standing on the ice behind a small fence, and a huge crowd of various demonic creatures was rushing towards them. And they were told that these were demonic creatures. This was a flock of demonic animals that had descended from a snow-covered mountain. The man next to the fair-haired girl clenched his fist in fear while she confidently looked forward. He asked why they appeared now, and she remained meaningfully silent. The girl frowned angrily, wondering to herself if that piercing screech was a call to her kind. She remembered the red book with blue symbols, thinking about what she had read about it in His Majesty's books. Edith imagined how a sound coming from somewhere is not heard by a person, but is heard by a cat and a wolf running in the middle of the bushes. She thought that there is a special type of sound in the world, and the human ear can barely distinguish it, but some creatures hear it well. Next, the Count's daughter imagined a pack of wolves surrounding the bear, continuing the thought, saying that this works to the point that some types of creatures are able to maintain communication with each other using this sound. The blonde stood with her fists clenched, lost in her thoughts, asking if this was what was happening now. We see the top of a snowy mountain as a soldier speaks to Brian, saying that Miss Maggie has detected signs of abnormal demonic beast activity east of the hidden forest, and they appear to be heading towards the snowy mountain rather than attacking Neverwinter as previously thought. And the mustachioed one asked loudly, He stood in bewilderment in front of his subordinate, who anxiously asked him what they should do. He put his hand to his chin, asking in alarm about how this happened, how this could happen. The long-haired woman put her hand to her forehead and exhaled deeply, thinking that this guy had little experience, and a commander should never show his confusion and helplessness, especially in front of his subordinates. Brian looked back, turning his attention to Edith. She raised her index finger, saying that this matter was not difficult. First of all, they should gather the first army stationed outside the snowy mountain and concentrated on the defense at the entrance to the cave. The man pointed his finger at her, and she continued and said that in this way, the defense line would be greatly reduced, and only a few machine guns would be needed to hold back the attack of the demonic beasts. And he confirmed her words. The girl showed 2 fingers, saying that Miss Maggie should immediately contact King Roland and ask him to send reinforcements, just in case, because the supply of ammunition and food occurs along the Redwater River, and if they leave the camp to defend the pass, then they can fight for a long time. Edith imagined a snow-covered river between the mountains, saying that demonic beasts cannot swim and cement boats should not be left. But a dozen people need to be stationed to restrain the demonic beasts, and it is also necessary to make sure that they can indicate the direction of reinforcements. Next, she imagined a battlefield where people kill creatures. The Count's daughter said that Miss Sylvie would hold back the onslaught of the enemy. Being at the arch of the cave, and about the divine stones, you should not wear them. The girl advised burying them around the camp to prevent sudden attack. She then pulled her hand away from her and told them not to forget to send the Tequila witches down because Betty was still waiting for reinforcements, and as soon as they arrived, they would immediately go south of the river to pick up Miss Agatha and the others. The blonde woman folded her hands and said that the sooner it was done, the better, and if she was right, then the place where the strange sound was coming from was the key to solving the problem, and Brian responded by saying that he understood and would do it just like she said. The blue-haired woman vomited. The witch with the tiara raised her hand to herself and, being in a terrible state, said that this was too much and it was simply terrible. She rose to her feet, standing near the huge worm with the other witches. The ancient witch said that she felt like she was put in a bag full of mucus and slammed against a wall several dozen times, to which Nightingale said that this was a very accurate description. The blonde raised her finger up, pointing at that worm with its mouth open and saying that if Fran had not destroyed the passage to the cave, they would all be in big trouble right now. The converted witch, emitting a terrible breath odor with which she had embarrassed the witches, apologized and asked if she had overdone it. Lightning was glowing with positivity and said that she didn't think it was all that bad, because being swallowed by a giant worm and coming out unharmed was just an unforgettable experience, and something she didn't think any of the explorers had ever experienced. Something similar. The man in armor put his hand on his side and told the witches that they did not need to worry. He confidently clenched his fist and said that, compared to the absence of feelings, it was better to feel the stench and stickiness. Agatha cleared her throat into her fist, saying that she should stop talking about it. She looked ahead, asking what they should do. The group looked ahead, seeing a huge cluster of red, bright dots. There were many monsters and creatures gathering around them. The worm stretched upward, opening its mouth. Afterwards, he rushed towards the demonic creatures, throwing them to the sides. The turned witch struck at the creatures. The demonic wolf bit her. She broke through the ground, and some of the demonic creatures grabbed onto her. The worm flattened some of the monsters, causing green liquid to spray out. He was completely covered in it, lying on a pile of rocks. The blue-haired girl began to feel sick, and the blonde floated in the air, turned towards the guard who had fallen to the ground. What was left of the reincarnated person was a huge deep tunnel, in places stained with green slurry. The group warmed itself near the fire. The armored man turned and addressed the purple creature, saying that first they must understand what was happening. He asked about how she ended up locked here. The reincarnated witch imagined how she was sliding down along with the fragments of rocks, saying that she thought that the reason was the flow of water that carried her away. At the moment when she was making a passage, the rock beneath her suddenly collapsed, and she fell through without having time to react, and then she hit something and lost consciousness. She imagined herself falling down after the blow, and then the witch imagined being carried by many transparent mantises, saying that when she woke up, she discovered that she was being carried by a dozen invisible insects. The worm continued to imagine how she was lying among the rubble, saying that she was then thrown into this place. The man thoughtfully took his chin, saying that they wanted to use her as an empty carrier. She was just lucky, and she agreed in response, saying that it was so. The brunette with the scar looked up at her and said that she should be grateful that she was not eaten on the spot. The witch drooped, saying that, unfortunately, at the moment when she was about to escape, she looked at the roof of the cave. Agatha frowned and imagined many red glowing eyes of demonic creatures, asking if this meant that it was truly a guarding magical eye. The group stood and looked at the reincarnated witch. She began to exude a terrible smell, saying that she did not know, although the moment she noticed, he also noticed her. However, the monster was much larger than the magic eye. Agatha fell to the floor from the smell, covering her mouth with her hand, and the worm got up in fear and said that she was asking for forgiveness, and saying that Alina and the other girls did not smell the smell, so she no longer paid attention to it. The blue-haired girl turned to the witch and said that everything was fine, asking if she saw him. She presented a dark spot with eyes and purple tentacles, saying that after she was tied up, he went down briefly. He swam in the lake located in the center of the cave, but she does not know how to describe him. The worm presented a long purple body with a huge number of tentacles. It was completely covered with red eyes, and nearby, in the water, lay individual tentacles without eyes. And she continued to talk about how the monster looked like a mess of crushed internal organs, on top of which there were many demonic eyes, and these two parts were not one. It seemed that they were forcibly connected, and she also noticed many writhing tentacles between its two parts. She does not know whether there were living worms or parts of the body of a monster. Only the internal organs are much larger than at the demonic eye, and even the terrifying hell beast is no match for it. Nightingale turned to the armored man, asking if it could be that he absorbs demons. This is no longer a simple hybrid of demonic beasts, and he suggested putting it aside for now, reminding them that they must find a way to get out of here. The brunette put his hand on the worm's body, asking her to try to pay more attention to details next time. Asking if she understood, she answered by saying that she understood. Lightning sat down near the creature's body and rested her hands on it. The girl, imprisoned in the man's body, asked if the witch could move. She said that she no longer had the strength. She needed to eat in order to continue controlling this carrier, otherwise the time she was stuck here, she had already used up all the food in her stomach. The blonde stood up, turning to the knight, who was waving her off, and asked him if they could give all their provisions to the witch. He said that this would not be enough even for 100 steps, and now they just need to wait for reinforcements or try to escape. Agatha covered her mouth with her hand, saying that waiting here was also quite risky. The space here was small, and in a day they could suffocate. She goes deeper into the cave, saying that even if Sylvie can find them, the army will have to destroy all the demonic beasts before saving them, and suggested not to forget that the enemy also has devouring worm hosts. Alina raised her hand to her face and with a serious face said that if they decided to run away now, they would most likely be caught by numerous animals. He drew attention to the reincarnated witch, asking what about Fran, saying that she would not be able to go with them, and if she stayed here and was discovered by the enemy, then she would not even have a chance to escape. The girl turned around. She began to walk away, raising her hand and asking to be allowed to leave and find out what was going on. The blue-haired girl looked after the blonde in confusion. The worm rose from the ground and addressed Agatha, saying that if they could escape, then they should not worry about her, and the Tequila witch is never afraid to die, and even in this form she will still remain a part of Tequila. Several boxes appeared to the group after the witch said that she had something in her stomach that could help them. She said that the first army asked her to carry supplies for the camp. They told her that they were too heavy for carrier, so she swallowed it at the same time. The blue-haired girl was taking out the remains of things from the drawer while the others held their finds in their hands. She tensed up, looking at something, saying to herself that it was. The witch was holding a white object in her hands, on which it was written that it was produced at the second chemical plant, batch 64 of products, and the technical control department was passed. The girl angrily said to herself that it was a box with explosives. The man with the scar pointed at the object in surprise, asking about what she said, that this weapon was capable of splitting rock and earth. He clutched the pickaxe in his hand. Next, he angrily threw it aside, shouting that they really didn't think that this thing could explode right in Fran's stomach. Agatha looked at the man and said that this was a laboratory sample. It explodes only under certain conditions. She took out the explosives and continued, saying that even if the explosives were kept outside the box, they would not be able to react to a normal blow or high temperature. The girl raised her palm reassuringly, turning to Alina, who lowered her head and said that she understood and apologized for her hasty conclusions, to which she said that everything was fine and suggested continuing where they left off. Several guards took the white boxes, starting to study them. The guy with gray hair asked if it was really possible to heat it, saying that the explosion from it was quite loud, and was probably very dangerous even if you didn't touch it. And the blonde one said that it looked no different from a brick, asking how it worked, suggesting that a copper tube was inserted into it, and then it immediately exploded. Agatha looked frighteningly at the three knights, loudly asking who would dare to take advantage of this. They stood confused behind the box, and the witch thought that she only knows the general principle of the firearms that Roland is working on, and what about how to use them, then she is not much better than them. The blue-eyed one came closer to the blue-haired one and said that those explosives marked with a red mark have a detonator that must be set on fire for it to work. The blonde winked and pointed to the blue fuse, saying that those with a blue mark have a retractable detonator that will react the moment you simply pull on a thin cord wound on the outside. She put her hand to her forehead, looking around and saying that he also exists with a yellow mark that explodes from an electric current, but his looks like it's not in this box. The girl with the tiara smiled and asked how she knew all this, and Lightning said that she was a researcher and she always watched when the first army trained and tested new weapons. Alina put her hands on the box, asking Agatha if they should then lay these things at the entrance to the cave and blow them up, or throw explosives, retreating and carrying Fran on her back, and the girl in purple said that in that case. The witch, imprisoned in the body of a man with a scar, raised the box up and angrily said that if this could prevent the enemy from pursuing them. She looked deep into the cave, continuing the phrase by saying that then 10 witches of divine punishment capable of carrying the witch worm to back. Although she again said that it was okay if they left her here, but they loudly objected to her, telling her not to say that. The man in armor frowned, imagining a girl with blonde hair and a yellow headband, and said that they are not afraid to sacrifice themselves, but also do not abandon their comrades to their fate, asking them not to forget the instructions of Lady Alina. The blue-haired girl raised 2 fingers and said that none of these methods would work, and if you set explosives at the entrance to the cave in a small space and set it on fire, then even just 1 explosive would be enough to kill them all, but the blonde said that if you install it in a spacious hole, then its explosive force will not be enough to destroy it. She drew attention to the shovel and pickaxe, saying that this thing was probably used by the first army to blow up caves or block passages, and not as a real weapon, because with the help of such flame and airflow you can kill demonic beasts only at a distance of 10 steps. The witch with the tiara opened her mouth and remained silent significantly. She looked forward in surprise, having thought of something, and said that maybe there was another way. Nightingale sat nearby in the fog and watched. The fair-haired one smiled and said that it was necessary to kill the enemy leader. Alina in the man's body opened her mouth in complete shock, asking the blonde if she was talking about the monster that was in the cave roof, saying that they couldn't fly. Agatha looked at her seriously, saying that even if they could, it would be too risky, and this is not the defense of a city wall where there are always reinforcements behind it. They turned their gaze to the fair-haired one, and the blue-haired one said that among the hybrids of demonic beasts there are often flying individuals, and if the lightning carries a load, then its speed and flight altitude will be greatly reduced, and if it is attacked by enemies, then it will not have there will be a chance to escape from the encirclement of monsters. Nightingale shrugged it off, closing her eyes, and said that she was not going to send lightning. She confidently raised her hand up, saying that she herself would deliver a package of explosives into the monster's mouth if he had one. The witch furiously shouted at the fair-haired one, asking her not to make fun of her and saying that she understood that her fog would not hide her from the magic eye. The girl's face in the fog showed no emotion, and the other continued to say that if she looked at him, he would notice her. The blonde remained silent to this. She crossed her legs and said that he might notice her. The witches in the night looked at her with a stony face, and she continued by saying that this did not mean that the demonic beasts would notice her too. After Nightingale moved to the table, taking the papers in her hands, she said that even if he ordered the demonic creatures to grab her, she would always be able to escape from the encirclement. The head of the bureau put the stack in her bag and asked them not to forget that fog can do more than just hide. Agatha pulled her hand after her and said that, however, the group was distracted by the sound. They began to ask what that noise was, talking about what seemed to be devouring worms. Someone said that they actually took advantage of the devouring worms and warned that the enemy was approaching, ordering them to prepare for battle. The blonde moved her hand to the side, asking them not to worry and saying that no one would be better suited for this job than her. She rushed into the black portal, saying that before joining the association, her nickname was already known in the central region of the kingdom. The girl disappeared into the portal. Then he began to disappear. The worm was torn apart by a blue flash. Agatha, Alina, and Lightning froze in shock. The girl with the tiara covered her mouth, and the blonde continued, saying that back then she was called the Phantom Killer. In front of her was a huge number of different demonic creatures. Her portal was right in front of the purple-eyed creature. Nightingale thought that it was definitely not a demonic beast hybrid. She, hidden by fog, found herself on the ceiling next to a huge creature. Red eyes darted in her direction. The witch with violet eyes was dressed in a black jumpsuit and clutched a bag in her hands. The blonde looked at the animals in front of her. She jumped onto the demonic creatures and began to crawl forward over their bodies. The girl turned around and thought that these demonic beasts did not seem to notice her. The invisible woman dodged the sudden, quick strike. She rolled over and stopped. The blonde looked down tensely, pondering the fact that surely these sickle-shaped beasts could see her. The demonic mantis stood in front of her, and she stood up and thought that it seemed that if she wanted to destroy the guard magic eye, then she would have to get rid of these sickle-shaped beasts first. The girl in black pushed herself off the wall. Afterwards, the head of the bureau walked towards the monster with lightning speed. After Nightingale, I remembered how I cut the throat of my next target. A cut on her hand was bleeding. She remembered Wendy with open arms. A cut appeared on the girl's stomach. Afterwards, the witch remembered the Lord's palace at night and thought that Roland and she would be together. Mantis was dumbfounded. He looked at her without taking his eyes off, but then she disappeared for him. The blonde suddenly appeared from the shadows with a serious expression on her face. Afterwards, the witch with violet eyes knitted her eyebrows, took out a pistol and fired a shot. The head of the demonic creature shattered into pieces. His body fell backwards to the ground, and the blonde continued to stand motionless in front of him. Her wounds were still bleeding, and in front of her were many creatures and a group of the same insect monsters. Nightingale furrowed her eyebrows and looked tired, and then thought that she still had 5 more to finish off. Nightingale stood in front of invisible monsters that looked like mantises. She raised her palm to her face and thought that since hybrids usually in conflict with each other do not quarrel with each other, but rather began a joint fierce attack, then this is definitely due to the fact that they receive orders from that many-eyed demon. She imagined a purple monster with tentacles, whose body had many red eyes, and thought that she did not know why he was hiding in this snowy mountain and not heading towards Neverwinter, because he could control all the demonic beasts. But this will become a big problem for His Majesty Roland in the future. The girl squeezed the pistol in her hands and thought that all 10 rounds had been spent. Invisible, she was covered in a purple glow, and the monsters were green. The witch thought that it looked like she would have to take advantage of this. Nightingale jumped onto the monster's back. She touched the plate on his neck with her hands. The monster tried to see her by turning around. Suddenly a gray fog spread everywhere. The entire space lost color and became gray. Only the many-eyed monster had a pink glow. Nightingale frowned as a monster waved its tentacle behind her. She thought that she had been waiting for this moment for so long. The girl turned her gaze to the side. A swift red trail cut the monsters into pieces. The witch thought that the more animals fell into the fog, not only would the consumption of her magical power increase, but the world of the fog would also become more unstable. These curved lines not only help her move, but can also be a deadly weapon. A thick fog spread in the grayness of the cave. The witch waved her hand, and the monsters scattered in different directions. The girl folded her fingers to click. When she snapped her fingers, powerful blows appeared, leaving white marks all around. Nightingale looked gloomily at the wolves that appeared nearby. The gray animals looked at her. She rushed towards a huge purple monster with many eyes that howled nearby. She jumped, pushing away with her boot. The many-eyed monster glowed brighter as she approached. Nightingale thought intently that the monster did not have a mouth, which meant that the plan to throw explosives into the monster's mouth was clearly impossible. Among the eyes was a pink organ similar to a heart. The witch thought that she did not know if the mouth was considered a vital organ in a monster, but it was at least connected to the intestines, which could lead to big problems. The monster opened its eyes and raised its tentacles. Nightingale managed to avoid being hit by the tentacles, which left multicolored marks. A splash of water appeared behind the tentacle. The witch approached the monster, holding a white bag in her hand. She pushed it between the monster's eyes, and she jumped back when a bright light appeared. Nightingale fell into the water, looking at the monster seriously. The girl remembered the prince, who, with a wave of his finger, taught her that a true fighter never looks back at the explosion. The witch sank under the water, smiling. The monster was lit up by a bright flash of explosion. It was so powerful that the monster was torn into pieces. He screamed loudly as the pieces fell down. Nightingale plunged into the depths of the whirlpool. She extended her palm forward, trying to reach. Then she stopped, feeling the bottom with her feet, and pushing off, she swam up. The blonde surfaced, taking a deep breath. The witch climbed out of the water and sat there, clearing her throat. Covering her mouth with her fist, she exhaled long. A black worm-like monster appeared next to the girl who had fallen face down. Agatha sat with the others next to Nightingale lying on the ground. Fran in the body of a monster asked if she was okay. The blue-haired witch replied that it was nothing serious, she just ran out of magical power. Alina, in the body of a warrior, held the girl in her arms, saying that they could rely on her, when Agatha said that she would carry her and they should quickly leave here. The floating round monster with tentacles was burning and making loud sounds. Lightning held a dagger in her hand, asking if she could add a couple more times. Looks like he's not dead yet. Agatha pointed her finger and answered the girl that the best thing to do now is to wait until the first army arrives, and sooner or later he himself will die. Lightning said offendedly that it was good. The flaming monster howled, and the warrior standing next to him noticed something. Suddenly, a bone limb appeared from under the ground and stretched upward. Scattering stones, the monster's hand reached out to the flaming, many-eyed monster. The monster fell into the water, covering its eyes. He sank into the water, widening some of his many eyes. The warriors watched as the monster drowned, blowing bubbles on the surface. The warriors looked ahead where the defeated animals lay and exclaimed that all the demonic beasts had escaped. The warrior clutched the machine gun, telling his comrade that they looked scary, but when the battle began, it wasn't so scary. The church's divine punishment army was more dangerous. After all, it was just a pack of wild beasts. The fighters were talking to each other as they lined up near the stone fence. Someone told them not to talk nonsense. Wild animal. Does he mean that with the help of a hunting bow he can kill many of them? 3 years ago they terrorized the entire western region, and His Majesty was able to change everything. The girl approached them, asking if they had time to chat, let them reload their weapons. The warriors stood up, saluted and agreed with the captain. Edith put her hand to her chin, thinking that it was quite expected that some of the enemies had minimal intelligence. She remembered the demonic beasts with red eyes, and thought that after realizing that it was impossible to enter the cave, many hybrids began to roam around it. Occasionally they howled, but did not press, as if provoking other demonic beasts to sacrifice themselves. Edith thought, thinking that if they are able to think, then why do they listen to the piercing sound? Moreover, demonic beasts, unlike the people ruled by aristocrats, do not have the gentleness that maintains this connection. Demonic beasts live alone while they hide in the wild lands, unlike humans who cannot live outside of communities. She imagined a wild wolf walking in obedience to the sound, and thought that it was possible that there was some invisible connection between the demonic beast and the owner making that sound, and this connection was so strong that it surpassed the will to live. No matter, after the end of the expedition she will ask Roland what he thinks about it. The man extended his hand to Edith, calling out to her. Brian bowed to the girl, saying that she had really helped a lot. In the report on the battle, he will definitely indicate to His Majesty about her merits. The girl said with a smile that this was what she had to do. She wasn't even sure it would work. He doesn't need to mention her actions in his report. Brian exclaimed, asking how it was possible. His Majesty said that in the army the result is important, not the process itself. Victory is victory, and if he conceals her merits, he will be like a thief who stole her work. Agatha smiled and said that it is good if he insists. The warrior saluted, saying that of course the First Army thanked her for her contribution, but he still had a lot of work to do, so he had to leave. Edith looked at the leaving guy, thinking that he was loyal to His Majesty and also straightforward. Perhaps this is why His Majesty Roland appointed this particular border patrol commander to a key role in the army. Management skills and experience can be acquired, but character change is difficult. The girl stretched, waving her hand. She raised her head and, looking up, thought with satisfaction that this time she left her name in the army. Roland held the photos in his hands, saying that Summer and Soria finally took photos together and sent them. He looked at the photo carefully, saying that it was a really tough battle. In the photo, Nightingale posed while pointing at the defeated monster behind her. Roland looked at the photo and thought that this means she's okay, but her boasting is still the same. He looked at the carcass of a purple monster with many eyes and tentacles, thinking that if the many-eyed monster that had settled above the lake was just an ordinary wild beast that decided to use the ruins as its lair, then it would not look strange. However, the enemy was clearly stupid. He remembered the black worm monster and thought that neither the devouring worm that devoured Agatha's laboratory nor the black stone tower from the demon camp had anything in common with this place. He remembered white cocoons, in one of which the silhouette of a man was visible, and thought that, in addition, strange capsules of beetles were discovered underground, inside of which there were demons and people. No matter how you look at it, it looks like someone is collecting information about the two races. The guy was holding a photo of the defeated monster in his hands and thought that when the monster finally plunged into the water, the hundreds of remaining scarlet eyes seemed to materialize a powerful malice. He looked at the red eye, thinking that he didn't know if it was an illusion, but compared to the magical eye that was in the vault at the beginning of the cave, after the mortal battle, there was something else in the expression of his eyes. Even if before it seemed that he was just looking at you, then later you began to feel such a bright emotion. Especially if you compare the two impressions, you will get the feeling that this is not the same monster. There was a knock on the office door. Phyllis entered the room and addressed His Majesty. Putting her hand to her chest, she closed her eyes and said that Lady Pasha wanted to talk to him about the ruins. Roland and Scroll walked along the corridor towards people. The ancient witches and the body of warriors bowed, greeting His Majesty. The guy looked at the witch and the body of a warrior with purple hair and thought, "Is this Faldi?" He imagined the girls he had met in another world and was surprised to think that they looked completely different than in the world of dreams. The guy's foot stepped into the office. He stopped in front of a screen on which there was an image of a round monster with tentacles and one eye. In the body of this monster was the soul of a fair-haired witch, who, closing her eyes, said that first of all she must express her sincere gratitude to him. His help means a lot to Taquilla, even exploring the ruins or agreeing to return lost feelings to the witches of divine punishment. Roland waved his hand, saying that before the upcoming battle of divine will, this is also a kind of help. By the way, has she already figured out how to restore the carrier in ruins? Pasha, in the form of a monster, replied that there were only two options, either to move the carrier directly here, or to transport the soul transfer tool there. She leans more towards the latter. Roland imagined silhouettes of girls with long hair and thought that the witches of God's punishment could enter the world of dreams, turning off consciousness, receiving their real body and all the senses. This is known to those who live in the third border city. Now that there is another way to get their feelings back, will they willingly transfer their souls into the host like they did before? Roland looked at the screen and asked, has she found a witch who is ready to transfer souls? The interviewer on the screen replied that he should not worry about it. The primary host can control the magical gift, and the devouring worms can speed up the construction of defense lines. As long as it was necessary for the battle of divine will, then no one would have any objections. In fact, the witches who wanted to participate in this went with the tool to the great snowy mountain. Roland touched his chin, thinking that they were willing to sacrifice everything. Together with Scroll, he stood at the table where the white cards lay and said that he really seemed to worry too much. When the expedition is completed, he will send ships to transport the instrument. Pasha thanked him for his help. Roland held up pictures of the monsters, saying that the information sent earlier was only in the form of text, and these pictures were only delivered to him today. They can be considered a true picture of what is happening. Pasha in the body of a monster remained silent when the guy showed her a photo of a many-eyed monster and asked if she knew what he could do. She looked at the photograph carefully. 2 more witches in the guise of monsters of different colors stood nearby. Finally, the brunette standing in front of the screen heard that she kept him waiting because some of the images surprised them so much that they had to clarify some points many times. Roland asked, "This is not a demonic beast or a demon, is it?" Pasha looked at him and answered that it was true. Besides, the skeleton immersed in the water was in Lady Natalia's story about the kingdom of the gods. The guy asked if they were sure. The witch in the guise of a pink monster replied displeasedly that although they had lived hundreds of years underground, they had not yet lost their minds to such an extent that they had forgotten such important information. The ability to remember in native speakers is several times higher than in humans. They imagined the skeleton of an unprecedented monster, like a snake with a long arm. It was heard from the screen that Natalia saw the sea and the skeleton in the third picture, and, judging by the description, it is very similar to this image. And the information received earlier that this underground lake is connected to the sea makes this assumption even more plausible. Roland nodded, looking at the pictures, putting his hand to his chin, and said, "What do you mean it is now safe to say that this refers to a civilization that they have never seen before?" He imagined a worm-like monster and a silhouette of a man and thought that such a result was quite predictable. After it turned out that the devouring worm did not even spare the demon camp, then there could only be 2 sides behind his abilities. Either it was a neutral party that hated everyone, or it was the last of the opponents in the battle of divine will. Roland frowned, thinking that in addition to the help from Tequila, the event of exploring the snowy mountain was needed to identify threats from the enemy's actions. He imagined an image of an adult Zero and thought that in the fragments of her memory there was a description similar to this. But the description was very inaccurate. But after that the Tequila witches confirmed that the monster can be considered real. The witch in the form of a monster covered her eye and said that it is quite possible. But there are still many things that they do not understand, such as demonic beasts. She imagined a multi-eyed monster, wolves, worms, and other beasts, and said that even the beasts from the lands of Dawn, of which there are plenty, were apparently exposed to magical powers and changed, just as witches gain magical powers. But why do they follow the instructions of this monster? It's not like demons enslaving hybrids, but more like a commander-subordinate relationship. Roland looked down, thinking that if demonic beasts were considered part of their civilization, then it would be impossible to explain why they did not control the hybrids, gradually collecting them, and then directing them at once to humans and demons. In addition, they do not pay attention to the annual losses during the demonic months. Maybe, the origins of demonic beasts are not as ordinary as they seem. Raising his index finger, the brunette said that they would know everything when the Battle of Divine will begin. It would be nice if they were related to that monster. Then, the moment they defeat the enemy, even if the demonic months come, then on the endless snowy plains, these ugly creatures will disappear. Pasha, in the form of the soul of a fair-haired witch, imprisoned in the body of a monster, looked at him. Then, waving her tentacle, she replied that he was right. He was thinking very clearly. Indeed, no matter how they appeared, if they appeared during the Battle of Divine Will, then they must defeat that opponent. Roland thoughtfully touched his chin and said that since they had discovered a minion of a hidden civilization, then in any case they should give them a name. Just like the civilization from the first picture was called demons. Pasha scratched her head with a tentacle, asking, "Is this important?" Demon is just their most common name. In the Federation, they were also called blood monsters, ugly demons, and polluters. Roland winked, saying that of course the right name is important for propaganda and military training, and the more vile it is, the more negative people will have towards them. Pasha asked, confused, what name he thought would be good. The guy raised his finger with a satisfied look, imagining the skeleton of a monster in the water, and said that since they are potential enemies and spend a lot of time at sea, how about calling them sea monsters? The monsters on the screen looked unimpressed. The prince asked confusedly what was wrong. A witch in the body of a pink monster named Alathea got hit with a tentacle from her friend for saying that she thought the name of the third border city was scary enough, but didn't think it could be anything worse. Sea monster, more like the name of a giant octopus. Repentant, the witch, covering her eye, replied that as long as he liked it, she thought everything was fine. Roland thought with an awkward smile that her words sounded unconvincing. Scroll coughed into her fist and asked why didn't the prince call him the deep sea demon. Roland asked again, and the witch, raising her index finger, explained that everyone already knows the concept of a demon. They won't need to explain much, everyone will already understand what he is. This will help the town hall's propaganda efforts, and people will not realize that they will have to face several enemies at once. Roland closed his eyes, exhaled, and said that it was even better. That means they would do as she said. Scroll adjusted her glasses with a satisfied look. A large red wolf stood among the trees and held a blue bundle in her mouth. She raised her paw, which glowed. A girl with ears and a tail appeared in the forest, surrounded by radiance, and the same blue bundle stood next to her. The girl straightened her clothes with her fingers. Closing her eyes, Lorgar listened to the sounds of music. The girl's eyes suddenly opened. Lorgar quickly ran forward among the trees. She stopped on a hill and watched the people at the port. Then the girl walked along the port road. She stopped, raising her finger, saying something to the man. Then she turned around. She saw Ash, who stood in a confident pose. With a smile, the brunette stated that she knew she would come. Confused, Lorgar asked where from. Ash looked down, saying that because she was very similar to her in the past, she also strives for something in her soul. Lorgar clenched her fists, enthusiastically saying that it was for battle, but the brunette, turning away, replied that no, for revenge. Turning around and looking at the girl with the ears, she called to her to come with her, saying that Echo would be glad to see her. The girl followed the dark-haired witch, asking, for revenge, to take revenge on whom? The eldest answered that the Church of Hermes. Closing her eyes, Ash imagined her younger self, saying that at first it was just to vent her anger, but over time it became a habit. And only when she met Her Highness Tilly, she realized that there are more important things in this world than exterminating all living things. Lorgar looked at her confusedly, putting her hands to her chest, and wondered, Her Highness Tilly, is this the one who cheated on Ash? There is a hint of tenderness in her voice when she mentions it. If she was able to influence Ash, then she must be an extraordinary person. Lorgar smiled. She thought she would remember it very well. The witches approached a building that was covered with scaffolding, with workers walking nearby. Lorgar asked the brunette that she had heard that when the Queen of Clearwater left this place, the port was burned to ruins. All these people can't be local refugees, can they? Why are there more of them than immigrants from sandy lands? Ash replied that no, of course they were from the city of Neverwinter. The girl was surprised to hear this and asked, Neverwinter, is she talking about the one in the territory of the King of Greycastle Roland Wimbledon? Did he send his men to tidy up the houses for the Mahjons? Ash answered with a smile that there was no need to send them. They were all volunteers, since they paid 5 or 10 silver royals more for work here. She pointed her finger at the workers with carts of bricks and said that she heard that as soon as the Ministry of Construction announced this, the town hall was filled with people who wanted it. Lorgar asked in surprise, the Ministry of Construction. Town hall. What about the settlers from the sandy lands? She stood thoughtfully next to the eldest, thinking that she remembered that the first group of several clans who wanted to migrate numbered 2,000 or 3,000 people. The paramount leader would not send people so far to force migrants from the sandy lands to work. If that were the case, she would question their motives. Raising a finger, Ash said that most people went to the Endless Cape, where His Majesty is building a new city. The Osha clan is no exception. Only those who participate in construction can receive houses and food there on the same basis as their subjects from Neverwinter. Lorgar imagined a desert and thought that a new city in the desert, where there was no oasis or residential buildings. If it weren't for Ash, an ambitious person who doesn't lie, she wouldn't have thought it was true. What's going on in Roland's head? Lorgar turned to the girl with interest and asked what about those who cannot get there. Ash waved her hand, saying that if they were in poor health, they could stay here and help rebuild the clean water port. They will be treated exactly the same. In other words, if you are willing to work, you don't have to worry about going hungry. Ash closed her eyes with a smile and said that Tilly once said that she sees the ideal world as one where you reap what you sow. People should not take possession of everything through force or cunning, but create everything with their own hands. She introduced Roland and continued that she didn't expect her unreliable brother to pull it off. Lorgar looked at her and asked why the great leader was building a city on an endless cape. There's nothing there. Ash replied that there is black water. His Majesty wants to extract it in large quantities. The witch with ears waved her hands in surprise and exclaimed, all because of this. He started all this just for the sake of black water. He could buy it in Iron Sand City, just like the Queen of Clearwater did. The brunette replied that yes, it is not known what he is thinking about. The girl was surprised. Ash explained that there are few people in all of Neverwinter who can understand his strange speech. Andrea may be able to clarify something. In the end, they are birds of a feather, aristocrats, others are unlikely to be able to help in any way. In front of them stood a building under construction. Ash closed her eyes and continued that who cares, she is not here for him, and for now Lady Tilly thinks everything is fine. Lorgar looked at her with an embarrassed smile. Suddenly she turned around, seeing a little girl waving at her. The girl smiled, waving next to her parents. Lorgar smiled and said that everything is really different here. She remembered the dark silhouettes with red eyes standing behind her and said that when she appeared in her current form, the Majin always looked away or showed their disgust. But the people in Grey Castle did not express the slightest fear or disgust, as if her half-animal body was quite common. Ash remembered the witch's appearance as a flying monster and asked if this was not a common thing for witches. She said, which doesn't mean the beastmen. There are those who completely transform into a beast, such as one girl named Maggie, who looks much creepier than she does after her transformation. Lorgar was surprised to hear that after Maggie performed lifeguard duties several times, everyone got used to her. Even if she looks bad, no one will turn away from her. The witch thought, that is, her decision to stop avoiding her shortcomings and accept the truth does not make sense. Ash turned around when the girl called out to her. The pink-haired girl asked, is she the most powerful witch in Neverwinter? Ash thoughtfully touched her face and asked again, is she the strongest witch? This question should be divided into two cases, the first with the presence of a stone of divine punishment, and the second without it. Lorgar looked at the girl and asked, if you put on a stone, you can't use force, right? Ash replied that it was true, there were several witches in the association who could not be defeated even if wearing it. The girl asked in surprise, even she. The brunette replied that if they hadn't evolved, it wouldn't be a problem. The witch said that their abilities after evolution no longer defy common sense, such as speed and strength are simply incredible. She imagined a green-haired witch commanding plants, and said that, for example, when Leaf fights in the controlled territory of the heart of the forest, she is like a god there. Even if you put on the stone of divine punishment, it will be difficult to get out of the trap of her forest thicket. Either way, she would definitely be the last witch the witch actually wanted to fight. Then the girl introduced a fair-haired witch in a maid costume and said that Anna, although she does not know how to fight and her abilities are perfect, but they disappear with the divine stone. Of course, this only applies to duels, except she is the most important witch in Neverwinter and also the most dear person to Roland. Let Lorgar confirm that he will never fight her. The girl asked in admiration, who else? Then the witch introduced the blonde holding a gun and said that there is also Nightingale. If she constantly looks for a fight, she will definitely attract her attention. Although this girl is not a visionary, she has amazing abilities, so it's better not to measure your strength with her. Lorgar cracked her knuckles with a satisfied smile, repeating the witch's names Leaf, Anna, Nightingale. She then excitedly asked what about Maggie that she was talking about earlier. Her ability is also to transform into a giant beast, right? Ash replied that in a real battle she would be her equal in strength, but she would not advise it. The brunette looked darkly at the frightened girl and said that everyone who fought her ended up in tears, and if she harmed her, then she would have to face the wrath of the entire witch association. Lorgar imagined a gloomy bird with glowing eyes towering over her and thought that Maggie apparently occupied a high position. She then asked the brunette what if she wore a stone of divine punishment. Looking at her, Ash replied that let's say there is a certain person whose strength and speed are not inferior to the strongest. In addition, he is immortal, and any injury does not affect him in any way. She imagined Phillies next to the glowing pink flashes, and said that even if she took the fatal blow, everything would heal in time. How strong does she think this man is? Lorgar opened her mouth in admiration, exclaiming that there is such a person in Neverwinter. The brunette touched her chin thoughtfully, saying that this was the Phillies witch. She never fought her, that's all. She remembered how the witch came up to her while she was training, and told her that one day she was practicing with a sword on the castle grounds and she passed by and gave her some advice. The witch held her sword in her hand and said that after she took her advice, her sword swings became smoother. The witch smiled, saying that, unfortunately, she soon boarded the ship and left Neverwinter before she could talk anymore. Lorgar continued intelligently after just observing a little. She looked at her clenched fist and said that an experienced mentor should be able to accurately point out students' shortcomings during sparring. She imagined the commander standing in front of the army and thought that this was why the great clans built special arenas for martial arts practice. The smaller the difference in combat experience between mentor and student, the more difficult it is to identify shortcomings. She imagined the image of a brunette and thought that Ash was clearly an experienced warrior, but so that they could immediately detect her shortcomings just by looking. She imagined Phillies and thought that she was the best fighter who was not limited by time. Lorgar pumped her fists with a satisfied smile, thinking that it seems that Phillies is the strongest person in Neverwinter. After all, when you go to war, you cannot hope that the enemy does not have a stone of divine punishment with him. The girl thought that traveling to the western region was becoming more and more exciting. While the girl was smiling, Ash said that she forgot to mention that there are more than 100 witches like Phillies in Neverwinter. The beast-like witch stared at her in surprise. She imagined silhouettes with numbers written on their heads and thought, more than 100, when did the miracles of the three spirits become so incredible? Ash gave her a thumbs up, telling her to live long. She shouldn't be sad if she couldn't find an opponent for herself. Several ships with white sails stood in a port of clear water. Laughter was heard on one of the ships. Andrea, with her hands on her hips, laughed loudly, clarifying that the girl was asking why His Majesty Roland wants to extract black water himself. Ash, of course, it is useless to ask. Closing her eyes, Andrea importantly told the amazed girl that she even had difficulty counting from 1 to 100. All her thoughts were only about muscles. You couldn't even talk to her about running the city. The girl presented a map and various documents and said that His Majesty's policy was much more complex, and she only understood it a little. Andrea waved her hand with a smile and asked if she really wanted to understand. It was much more difficult than fighting. Lorga replied that yes, her father says that knowledge of the general principles of the structure of the surrounding world, as well as other aspects, contributes to the growth of combat experience. The blonde spread her hands and said okay, she'll tell her. She presented a chest of gold and a blue arrow that led to 3 black barrels, and said that if you buy black water for golden royals, as she suggests, then Neverwinter will have to spend part of his wealth to get the goods he needs, right? Lorga said that this is how trade is conducted in the world. Closing her eyes and waving her hands, Andrea explained that then in 20 years, if everything goes well, His Majesty will only lose golden pianos and nothing will change. Lorga looked at her, asking if she would lose. Why was she saying that? She asked, wouldn't the costs be higher now? Andrea sat down, raising the earth stick, and said that, of course not. She began to draw on the ground with a stick. Lorga stood next to her, leaning over, and watched what she was drawing. The girl drew an arrow on the ground with a stick, and then a figure of a house, saying that now that the Sand Peoples have moved from the southern region, becoming part of Greycastle, the lost wealth turns into a redirection of flows within the country. Everything they need will be delivered from Neverwinter, and all the income they generate will return back to His Majesty. Andrea sat on the ground next to the girl and said that the turnover would constantly increase, reaching a staggering amount in 20 years. And the costs are only an initial investment, and even this part of the money will not be wasted, but will be an impetus for development in other cities. Lorga raised her eyebrows and asked, but if this is to continue to function, then continued investment must be made. To summarize, in most cases the great leader does not need to get involved. Andrea looked at her drawing with a smile, saying that this was the point, and it took her a long time to understand it. This is the most important difference between him and other aristocrats. She drew circles, squares, triangles in the form of mountains, a symbol of a ship, and circled the symbol of a house, saying that from the very beginning he considered all of Greycastle to be his own territory. Therefore, no matter what city the funds were sent to, they still remain in his administration. Lorga asked thoughtfully, but he is a king, is it wrong to think like that? The blonde looked at the girl and asked if the clans of the Silver River Oasis carried out all their orders when the Wild Flame clan was at the head. The blonde raised the stick like a pointer and said that even the city of Iron Sands was not ruled solely by the Wild Flame clan. The same was true in the Four Kingdoms. Feudal lords are somewhat reminiscent of clan leaders. They do not allow outsiders to interfere in affairs on their territories, but they also do not consider other people's possessions to be theirs. Lorga looked down thoughtfully, saying that such an approach would not help solve this problem. Andrea stroked the girl's hair with a smile, saying that yes, she is much smarter than Ash. Let her try to spend less time with her in the future, otherwise it may affect her thinking abilities. Andrea clenched her fingers and said that it took 2 things to rely on: military power and politics. The first pacified the feudal lords, and the second allowed the concentration of power in the hands of the king. She introduced Roland sitting at the table with a book and said that it was absolutely the right decision. But the highlight was that His Majesty Roland had not just an idea, but had a plan of action from the very beginning. Holding up her finger, she said that the more time she spends in Neverwinter, the more she discovers a lot of little things like this. Lorga scratched her head, saying that it was quite difficult. The witch looked at the blonde, thinking that she did not expect that the seemingly taciturn girl would answer such a question in such detail. Maybe she always wanted to share this with others, but she felt uncomfortable because there was no one to talk to. Andrea waved her finger with a smile and said that, of course, politics is many times more difficult than battle, and this is only the first point. Another point is that it will not just be an increase in income. She pointed her finger at Lorga and said that, of course, it was them, to which the girl asked again. The witch imagined the city residents standing with a bag of bread in their hands and said that everything was very simple. The migrating peoples of the sands, working for food and blood, become part of this circulation of funds. They gradually get used to this way of life and change their wages to more comfortable conditions. Andrea drew a symbol in the sand, saying that then they will no longer be able to live without it. In the end, they become citizens of Greycastle. Not nominally, but true subjects. The girl shook off the sand from her hands and said that this process was a foregone conclusion. The oasis was being depleted and many tribes were in danger of extinction. Now that there is a way to survive without killing each other, it's only a matter of time before they move. She presented a sown field and said that in the southern region there are many territories abandoned due to enmity, and instead of it being empty, it is easier to provide it for the sand people to develop, which will also bring benefits. The blonde closed her eyes and, waving her hand, asked. Now she understood. With the help of this method, in 20 years, His Majesty Roland will not only receive black water as he wishes, but also the wealth that will be located here and increase, including the sand peoples from the southern region. Does she still think that the ordinary finishing of buying and selling what she said at the beginning is profitable? Lorga thoughtfully put her hands to her chest, thinking that she was more worried about how Andrea behaved than the topic of conversation. Perhaps she does not hide anything, not because of trust in her, but because knowing this will not change anything. Holding her hand to her heart, Lorga imagined the image of Roland and thought that he was grandiose, powerful, reliable, capable of managing the situation, people and power at the same time. Taking into account the extent to which everything is thought out, the outcome is inevitable. The person who is able to see all this deserves admiration, and even more so the one who came up with all this. If the great leader had been born in the city of Iron Sands, he would have become an outstanding warrior. Lorga snapped her fingers and thanked the girl for her guidance. She said that she felt that her fighting skills had improved. Andrea praised the girl, saying that she was able to absorb information very well, and then turned to her in surprise and asked again, did she say combat skills? Lorga ran away with a smile, saying that she would go and practice. The blonde witch looked in surprise at the running girl, and then she laughed, saying that she was just like Ash, two silly girls. The setting sun illuminated the port 2 days later. Lorga watched as the witches stood on the pier with Roland. Echo waved at her and smiled. The girl with ears looked at them carefully. The ship sailed across the sea illuminated by the setting sun. Evening fell on the house. The maid bowed to the fair-haired guy and said that his guest had arrived. He ordered to invite him in. The guy was sitting at the table. There was a white cup next to him. Did he hear that this was the secret place he was talking about? The man grabbed his hood, saying that if it weren't for the Luoxi guards standing at the door, he would have thought he was in the wrong place. Otto looked at him with a wave of his hand and said that it was quite dangerous to invite him at the moment, so he shouldn't act rashly. He asked if the guest would like something to drink. Usually he doesn't have the opportunity to enjoy it, does he? Hill looked at him and said that this is the second floor. Where is the reliable back door mentioned in the encrypted message? The blonde stood up from the table and walked over to the chest. He put his hand on the lid. Having opened it, he said that by going down here, the guy would end up in the backyard, and in the yard he would find not only a disguised exit, and also a drained well. You can choose any option. Hill asked, does anyone know about this? The blonde closed his eyes contentedly and said that, of course, like the tavern, all this belongs to Luoxi. Hill snapped his fingers. A gold coin flew down. She bounced off the walls of the passage. A conversation was heard that Sir Yorko was right in calling him a fox. He was careful as always. The guy replied that if he had not been like that, he would have hung on the gallows long ago. Hill raised his finger, looking at the blonde, and said that if in the future he wants to tell him something, then let him contact him through an encrypted message. Meeting in person is dangerous. Otto replied that, however, the encrypted message also carried a great risk for him. If the information leaked into the palace, then His Majesty Apen would be the first to suspect the three families. They are no longer friends as before, with no secrets between them. Hill looked at the guy and asked what the ruler of the Kingdom of Down is planning. The blonde turned grimly and said that he was going to attack the Church of Hermes to avenge his father's death. There was a light on in the tavern window. Words were heard that despite the fact that the ministers dissuaded him, His Majesty, thirsting for revenge for his father, insisted. Otto sat at the table and said that now the city of Glow has begun collecting taxes with food. When the demonic months end and the snow melts, they will begin to act. At this moment, the Royal Knights will set out on a campaign along with Duke Karb, who is in charge of the Western Plains. Hill sat opposite and said that he also said why the porridge went up in price again recently by 1 copper coin, but it's good that the Kingdom of Down has enough supplies. If this had happened in Greycastle, then the aristocrats would not have prepared for war during the demonic months to prevent an uprising. Otto said that His Majesty was not communicating anything specific. However, he heard from the merchants who returned from the west that there seemed to be many refugees in the old holy city, and then asked what the problems were in Hermes. Hill said he would pass information on the refugees to Neverwinter. The blonde looked at him darkly and said that there was something else. He remembered a pen sitting on the throne, to whom a man approached. and he said that last week, towards the end of the meeting, the foreign secretary mentioned Greycastle. He said that Roland was not in fact the legal ruler of Greycastle, as he was neither crowned nor entered the palace. Even within the kingdom, there are many nobles who oppose him, especially in the eastern region. Raising a finger, Otto continued that since the Treaty of Alliance between the two kingdoms had been violated, the Kingdom of Down should take preventative measures, such as supporting those aristocrats who continued to resist Roland's rule. Hill thoughtfully touched his chin, asking what the ruler of the Kingdom of Down decided. The blonde remembered the guy sitting on the throne and said that His Majesty didn't say anything right away, but judging by the expression on his face, he showed great interest in it. Otto's face was reflected in the glass of the window. He thought that, apparently, relations between the kingdoms of Greycastle and the Kingdom of Down would gradually deteriorate. He should be on Appenn's side, just like the Luoxi family has been on the royal family's side for many generations. But he still cannot convince himself to accept His Majesty's policy because the destruction of all witches means the murder of Andrea. He imagined a blonde with a flower decoration in her hair and thought that she was not a sinner, as Appenn said. He remembered how he stood opposite the king sitting in the throne and thought that although he had explained to His Majesty many times the difference between witches and the pure witches of the church, it was all in vain. He remembered how he bowed and reflected that although Your Majesty was still addressing him, it was without the respect that he had for the old king. Between Appenn sitting in the throne and Otto sitting in front of him bowing as if there was a crack of broken glass, the guy thought that Appenn no longer needed support. Hill looked at him and said that he understood, let him be sure that this plan would not succeed. The blonde blushed a little and asked if he could tell him something about Andrea then. The gray-haired one looked at him and said that she was fine, she stayed on Sleeping Island in the fjords for some time, and now she was back in Neverwinter. Hill smiled and said that he was told that Andrea is very close to His Highness's younger sister, Her Majesty Tilly, and that His Majesty treats her well. Suddenly a noise was heard outside the door. The guys turned around. Hill asked what was wrong. It seems that something happened on the first floor. A maid entered the room. Otto ordered her to go and see what was happening and what the noise was. She bowed in agreement. Hill waved his hand. Standing behind Otto said that perhaps someone had too much alcohol. This rarely happens, but it is inevitable because this is a tavern. Before that he was talking about Miss Andrea. The gray-haired man went to the wall and listened, saying that the people below were not just in armor, but with weapons. In response to the blonde's surprised question, he explained that he heard the sound of iron boots and sword hilts hitting the floor, tables, and chairs. Has he ever met anyone dressed in full uniform who decided to get his throat wet? The blonde froze tensely, asking how this was possible. The friend answered him that drunkards do not pretend to be knights. It seems that trouble has come. Otto waved his hands and asked him to check for him. He had absolutely nothing to do with this. Hill opened the chest and said that, of course, if he didn't trust him, he wouldn't be here. The blonde closed his eyes, saying that then they would meet another time. Let them leave first. If they came for him, then he can help by delaying them. The guy closed his eyes sadly, imagining the image of a blonde witch, and thought that after Hill leaves, he doesn't know when he will next hear about Andrea. Hill stopped, holding the open lid of the chest, and asked, he will not go with him. These people have bad intentions, so it is better to return to his estate as soon as possible. The blonde replied not to worry about him. He is the eldest son of the Luoxi family. They cannot do anything to him. He previously helped the witch and kept contact with the secret agent Roland. All this is a secret from his father. The guy frowned and said that if the rowdies were heading to a representative of the diplomatic corps, then it would be strange if he was not there, in which case, if there were no problems before, they would appear. Otto said that although this secret passage is not known to anyone, it is easy to find it. Finding the room empty, they will naturally feel something is wrong. While he remains here, he will calmly escape. Hill turned to him and wished him luck, and then he jumped into the secret passage. Otto closed the lid of the chest when a man appeared from behind. 3 knights in red armor entered the room. One of them twisted the guy's arm, forcing him to bend over to the chest. The blonde shouted what right they had. This is the property of the Duke of Luoxi. They are traitors. The knight calmly replied that he would forgive him, but it was not they who were traitors, but he. Otto looked at them and told them to let him go. This is slander. The bald man with a scar on his head looked at him, telling him to tell this to His Majesty Appenn. He had betrayed his trust. Otto sat on his knees holding onto the bars. Appenn approached him and said that he had heard that he had not eaten all this time and demanded to meet him. The king looked at the sitting guy and said that now that his demands are satisfied, will he start eating? The guy asked where he was, why he did this, and where his father was. The king, standing on the other side of the bars, said, isn't he happy with this room? It is furnished in exactly the same way as the Duke's residence, although it is slightly smaller, but with a bed, table, chairs, and a bookcase. It should be comfortable to live in. Regarding where it is, of course, under the palace, he can only be calm when Otto is locked here. The blonde began to speak, turning to His Majesty, that he wanted to inform him that he was not. Appenn interrupted him and asked with a smile whether he had betrayed him. He angrily grabbed the bars and shouted that did he really think that he would believe this lie and continue to let him deceive him. He shouted that it took him 2 months to find any trace of the witches, but he did not expect that he would take part in this. Otto listened in fear to the guy's screams that he had sent Ambassador Greycastle Yorko to black money to participate in the auction, and also helped him leave the city of Glow. After this, if this is not betrayal, then what is considered betrayal? That day, while in the palace, did he not hear how the king of Greycastle violated the Treaty of Alliance and humiliated the warm feelings of his father? He wants to talk to him about traitors or witches who belong in hell? That's enough, Otto. The king frowned at the guy, saying that if he had not been his childhood friend, the eldest son of 3 families, he would have already been hanged. Now the support of 3 families is still needed, but the need will not last forever. Otto held onto the bars, leaning gloomily, and heard that he was giving him one last chance and not forcing him to take the next step. The guy thought in amazement that he was afraid that after the death of the old king, they immediately decided to trust the new one. Nothing could be done about it. Apen turned away and walked away, saying that he was asking about his father. He was fine. He was present at a meeting in the palace today. So let him stop this stupid hunger strike. It will be better for both of them. As long as he eats whatever is brought to him, the Duke of Luoxi remains an aristocrat loyal to the crown. If he persists, Apen gloomily continued that he would have to resort to some cruel measures. There were soldiers standing on one of the watchtowers, some of them warming their hands from the flames of the fire. The warrior looked through the telescope at the snow-capped mountains ahead. A man with brown hair and a red scarf removed his spyglass from his eyes. There was a gun in his hand. He took aim, looking forward. The muzzle of the gun was pointed into the snowy void. He remembered a blonde witch in a black dress standing among the bodies. The man became gloomy and trembled. He remembered how, in the fire, a girl with her face covered with a thin cloth closed her eyes and threw back her head. The man thought that it was on this watchtower that he witnessed her death. Although he understands perfectly well that the pure witch of the church is an enemy, her last moments of life under a hail of bullets are still before his eyes. The warrior closed his eyes, thinking that if it weren't for Iron Exe's order and devotion to his majesty, he probably would have already left the army. Wouldn't it be great to become a steam engine operator in the mines again? The commander turned around when a fair-haired warrior approached him and said that the firewood was running out in the stove. He would go and get some, otherwise the team that would replace them would again accuse them of using everything up and not replenishing supplies. The man raised his finger, saying that now they are on duty. If anyone notices, then nothing good will happen. The blue-haired man with a mustache waved his hand, saying that no one would say anything. It was cold today, no one would care if they went for something to warm up. The watchtower was surrounded by falling snow and wind. The commander replied, 100 is good, but if he takes too long alone, it's better to take a couple of guys with him. The blonde agreed. When the soldiers walked away, the man looked through the telescope again. Among the snow-covered hills, he noticed a group of people. He removed the telescope from his face in shock. Turning around, he extended his hand forward, stopping the soldiers. Everyone in the tower turned to him in surprise, asking if something was wrong. The soldiers approached the man, peering ahead. Through the telescope, it was clear that some group was approaching them. The silhouettes of people were clearly visible there. The commander shouted in shock that a warning signal needed to be given. Someone was approaching the positions. A loud signal sound came from the watchtower. Soldiers stood with guns behind fences made of sandbags. The man peered through the telescope. He heard the blonde man ask, "Are they from the church?" and answered, "Who else could it be? His Majesty left the ridge long ago. Only people from Hermes can appear from that direction." He underestimated them. The blonde turned to his comrade and said that he hoped that there would not be a huge crowd of monster warriors. This time they were without artillery support. The man replied, "What to be afraid of? They are not able to run across the snow field. Either they will not have armor or they will fall in the trench and become targets." One of the warriors approached the foreman and asked the distance, to which he replied that it was at least 1,000 meters. A man with a red scarf peered carefully into the telescope and said that something was wrong. A friend clarified what. Looking ahead excitedly, he said that they did not look like an army of divine punishment. The blonde asked if the church had really sent an army of judges to be slaughtered, to which the man replied that it was not an army of judges. Through the telescope it was clear that these were frozen people in some light clothes. The man said that not only were they not wearing armor, but they were wearing only rags. How could these people come down from the mountain? They were like a group of refugees. The blue-haired man said that perhaps these wars of divine punishment are masquerading as refugees, and then asked his comrade where he went. The man with the scarf said that he would order them to stop, otherwise the other units would probably shoot them. He walked up to a small wooden fence, peering ahead. People saw him in surprise. The man waved his hands, shouting that this was the defense line of the border of the Greycastle Kingdom. Passage was prohibited for everyone. He ordered the people to stop immediately and remain where they were, otherwise fire would be opened. People looked at him in fear. They raised their hands when they saw a shot in the air. The gun was raised up and shooting into the sky. The man with blue hair put his hand on Nail's shoulder and shouted for him to come back. They don't know what a weapon is. They won't stop even if he screams at the top of his lungs. The man shouted and ordered them to stop. One of the people, raising his hands, crossed the border of a small wooden fence. Nail was amazed to hear the guns fire. People fell to the ground, pierced by bullets. The refugees screamed as several bloody bodies fell onto the white snow. Nail turned towards the defensive tower and loudly ordered the soldiers to stop and not kill anyone. The refugees knelt before him. Looking at them, the foreman waved his hand and asked where he was from. The man stammered and replied that they were from Hermes. Tears began to flow from his exhausted eyes when Nail, with a frowning face, asked if they were followers of the church. The refugee exclaimed that this was not so. He stretched out his arms and bowed down, loudly saying that the church had deceived them. But now they had seen the mistake and knew that the church had not been blessed by the gods. He asked to give them some food. The foreman froze with a puzzled face as crying people began to look at him and fold their hands in a prayer gesture. They said that they abandoned all their belongings because the church army was chasing them, so they had not eaten anything for 3 days. One girl with a baby asked for at least liquid wheat porridge because her child was on the verge of death. The man squeezed a piece of bread in his hand. Sang grabbed him by his dexterity and indignantly asked what he was doing. Nail replied that it would be a pity for them to eat something. The blue-haired man covered his mouth with his hand, looking at him, asking if he was sure. He whispered that these people from the church were their enemies. Several of his soldiers approached them from the side. One of them agreed with Sang's words, saying that maybe they were making weapons and armor for the church's army, and they have the blood of the first army on their hands. The second one shouted that they all deserved it, and no one asked them to fight against the king, so he doesn't want to give it to him. Nail closed his eyes and waved his hand, asking to listen to him. He said that they all knew what the border city was like before King Roland came here. Taking on the challenge of the military, he asked whether at that time the church did not deceive everyone in the same way. The man noted that then His Majesty did not abandon them and did not treat them as non-entity. He asked if they should reject them now. Nail pointed his finger at the refugees sitting in the snow and noted that he was not saying to release those who committed the crime, but first they need to be fed and then interrogated. The sergeant major suddenly remembered Roland's manuscript and said that His Majesty once wrote in a book that the Grayscale Kingdom is a single entity, and as long as a person is innocent and unwilling to surrender, they should be considered subjects of the kingdom. He asked if their actions would not go against the wishes of the king if there were culprits among them and they expelled them. The bunch was embarrassed and patted his head when Sang smiled sweetly and said that he now knew why Sir Blair chose him as commander. He noted that previously it was difficult for him to find words at a crucial moment, and if Iron finds out, he will praise him. A refugee with a tear-stained face raised his head when a sergeant major approached him and asked what happened at Hermes. He asked to tell them everything in detail, and then he would give them food. The man's face showed shock when he was told that the cathedral of the new holy city had collapsed. The man said that he heard that a large hole appeared under the cathedral and the entire building fell into it. The man remembered a large hole in the snow around which many people had gathered. He said that an army of judges cordoned off the scene, but from the fact that such a large building had disappeared and the loud noise, everyone understood what had happened. The refugee tried to wipe away the flowing tears with his hand, saying that the church had come to an end, and the gods had turned away from her, so the inhabitants of the outskirts began to run away unnoticed. He said that they were delayed a little, so the army of judges chased them, and in the end they were the only ones out of hundreds who escaped. Nail put his palm on his waist and waved his other hand, asking if there was unrest in the holy city. The man replied that there was chaos there, and not only the western gate, but also the southern one, was unguarded and wide open because the guards had escaped. He said that he heard that the situation in the old holy city is much worse than in the new holy city. The foreman clenched his hand into a fist and smiled, exchanging glances with his comrades. He said that this was unexpectedly good news, and perhaps they could take Hermes without waiting for the army to arrive. Snow was rapidly falling on the large stone gate. At its top walked a man dressed in a white and red robe, and on his head was a mitre. The young temporary High Bishop, Tucker Thor, touched the stone railing with his hand. He thought that it was assumed that the holy city of Hermes would be destroyed by a demonic beast, and all the believers were willing to die with the church, but no one expected that there would be so few enemies on the snowy plain. He imagined the warriors falling into the unknown before him, and mentally noted that no one thought that the cathedral would suddenly swell in the dead of night, and all the high-ranking people would fall into the abyss, destroying the hopes of the survivors. From the height of the wall a hole in the snow could be seen, and the man thought that he had escaped death only because he was patrolling the camp. The bishop gritted his teeth and pressed his fist to his chest, thinking that this had an even worse effect than the defeat of a large army. He thought that the defeat could still be attributed to the cunning of the enemy or poor command, but the cathedral, a symbol of the steadfastness of the spiritual church. He mentally noted that its destruction was tantamount to the fact that the gods had rejected them. The man raised his head when a voice called out from behind him. A girl with purple hair, wearing knight's armor and being the commander of an army of judges, put her hand to her chest. Farina said that the troops who pursued the fugitives had returned. However, Tucker turned to her and finished, questioningly noting that some of the warriors had fled. The girl exclaimed that it was so. She said that this crowd of newly joined recruits was no good, because out of 20 people, only a few returned, and dying at the hands of fugitives was impossible even with poor training. The bishop closed his eyes and sighed heavily, asking how many warriors were left in the army of judges. The commander replied that there are now 564 people guarding the inner wall of the holy city, and this will take a long time to stop the flight of residents. Tucker turned back to the stone fence, saying to go east, because the most important thing for them is to come to the shore, and there they can build a new holy city. Farina was surprised that he was suggesting leaving Hermes. She asked who would protect from the demonic beasts if they left. She stood on the right side of the bishop, and he said that if demonic beasts pierced deep into the continent through the gap, then it would be Greycastle's crime. He noted that the main task of the church is to create strength, and believers should not suffer, and the cathedral can be restored. He said that when demonic beasts overrun all 4 kingdoms, people will remember them. Farina knitted her eyebrows with a saddened look and began to say that those born here, ready to die along with the city, would not agree to leave Hermes. Tucker looked at the girl and waved his hand, saying that the holy town is where you are, and people will understand if you explain it well to them. He said that moreover, this is the order of the deputy pope. The commander replied that she understood him. Suddenly the two of them raised their surprised eyes to the sky. The sun's rays began to filter through the dark clouds. Farina asked if the demonic months are ending. The bishop asked her to inform everyone about this, because if you start preparing now, then in 2 or 3 weeks you will be able to set off. The girl replied that she would go straight away. As she ran to the side, the man reached for the mitre on his head. He took off his headdress of golden cloth. Tucker raised his gaze and looked at the sky. Farina's eyes widened in surprise when she heard the sound of hitting the snow. Turning around, she saw that there was no one behind her. There was a red poster on the wall with the inscription that this was a meeting on the spring sowing battle. The heads of the city's structures, headed by Roland, gathered at a large table. The king lightly tapped his fist on the table. Covering his eyes, he pointed with his finger and said that she knew that they were wondering why the word battle was written on the banner. Looking at the appropriators, the guy grinned and said that because this is war, and it is not only about the successful implementation of the strategic plan for this year, but also about the correct path of Neverwinter's development. He noted that when they began to accept refugees, he made a promise that if they worked well, they would not starve. On the right side of the king sat Leaf, and on the left was Petrov. Brunet said that over the past 3 years he has expanded the territory to more than half of Greycastle, and there is no reason not to continue to do so this year. He asked everyone to take the spring sowing seriously, because the kingdom will be stable only when its subjects do not starve. He added that plowing this year will be in accordance with the instructions of the Ministry of Agriculture. The king placed his palm on the table, saying that starting this year, assessment of agricultural work, including area, number of workers, and production volume, will be introduced. He said these would be the criteria for evaluating managers. Leaning on his hands, the guy closed his eyes and said that it's normal that they don't yet understand what these criteria are, because Sirius spent the whole day explaining them in detail. The king furrowed his dark eyebrows and said, in short, that if someone did not meet the requirements, then it would mean that he had reached his limit and could no longer continue to work. Roland walked over to a board covered with a white cloth and grabbed it, saying that for the first year some criteria can be relaxed, but in terms of agricultural production, he asks to reach this number. When he tore the white cloth off the board, those present saw that the number 50,000 was written on it. Leaf and Edith were very surprised. The green-haired woman approached the king as he waved his hand, remarking that when they saw the experimental field with the gold 2 grade, they would understand that this goal was achievable. He noted that Leaf has experimented with the gold 2 variety numerous times, and it can produce more than twice the yield per unit of gold eye, and wheat yields are excellent. Petrov looked at him with disbelief and asked, is it really more than twice as much? While the girl stood nearby and held the papers, the king replied that this was true, but the gold grade 2 is not without its drawbacks, and now Leaf from the Witches Association will talk in detail about its characteristics. After some time, papers describing the variety of wheat were laid out on the table. The witch asked if there were any questions. Edith raised her hand and addressed His Majesty, asking whether this wheat, altered by magic, was really fit for the average person to eat. The guy looked at her. Holding a pointer, he said that there is no significant difference between the varieties Gold Eye and Gold 2. They are both created by Leaf, but the second yields more. He pointed his finger at the picture of wheat on the board and said that although it was changed by magic, it itself had no magical properties, so there was no need to worry. He remembered his contented face sitting at his desk with a plate in his hands. He said that in fact, the tree frog and wheat pancakes he ate recently were also made from gold 2 wheat from the experimental field. The king pointed his pointer at the image where 2 wheat were drawn and said that, in addition, the sale of food in each city should be under the control of the town hall. He waved his hand and pointed at the old man sitting at the table, saying that Barov would tell them in more detail how this was implemented. Marquess looked at the king and waved and raised her hand, saying that if the gold 2 grade is so productive, then there will be a lot of surplus, and if the town hall buys everything, it will be a big financial burden on the world. She asked if it was necessary to grow so much food if the city of Fallen Dragon Ridge only had 10,000 people. Roland closed his eyes and pointed with his finger, saying that the excess grains were not needed for food, but for storage. All the managers present froze when he said that this was for the upcoming Battle of Divine Will. After a while, he went out onto the pier, meeting a large ship with white sails. Lightning waved from its deck, not far from which Agatha stood. Suddenly, Nightingale began to appear from the fog next to the guy. She abruptly hugged the king's neck and exclaimed that she had returned. The brunette lowered his eyes and looked down at the girl, asking her not to be so careless next time. The witch with reddened cheeks pressed herself to the guy's chest and said that she is not Anna, who can bring the drawings to life, so this is all she can do. Roland, with a soft smile on his face, conjured into his friend's eyes when she said that the most important thing was his protection, and she would not dare to expose herself to thoughtless danger. The blonde began to disappear into the fog, asking her to continue protecting the king. Lightning and Agatha came out onto the pier, accompanied by enchanted knights. The girl called loudly to his majesty. In one motion, she jumped on the guy and he took her into his arms. Then a witch with blue hair came up to him and they hugged too. Then the transportation of cargo began. The guy looked irritably at the crowd of witches and the bodies of knights who were boring into him with their shining eyes. The king smiled nervously and waved his hand at them. The ancient witches looked at him, and there was not a single positive emotion on their gloomy faces. One of them bowed her head before the king. The brunette and Agatha watched as enchanted witches with male bodies helped carry boxes from the ship. He looked at them with an unequal sidelong glance, thinking that the cadet news had already spread around Taquilla, that in the world of events you can return your true appearance. Sweat ran down the boy's anxious face as a crowd of knights walked behind him. He thought that he did not want to see many strong male bodies around him. Roland approached his worker at the table. As he sat down on the chair, a purple mist began to appear in the air. Nightingale sat down on the tabletop and looked at the guy, asking if it was true that all those empty shells could enter the dream world. The king frowned and looked back, saying that at first he was also surprised, but when they separate their consciousness in the area of the light pillar, they appear in the dream world. He presented the silhouette of a man standing under a stream of white rays, saying that this pillar of light was not so much for communication with the gods as a kind of channel for transmitting information. The blonde with a thoughtful face rubbed her chin with a finger. She touched her feet to the brunette's knee. The girl pouted offendedly when Roland, with a gray face, ordered her not to dare do this. She clenched her hand into a fist and leaned in as the king pointed and said that he knew that she was planning to turn into a witch of divine punishment and enter the dream world, but he would not allow her to do so. When Nightingale started making excuses, Roland said there was nothing to talk about. A gray multi-story city building appeared in his head, and he said that immersing himself in the dream world does not mean merging with his consciousness, and this is not eternal life, but just a model of a strange world that may one day cease to exist. He looked at the girl and waved his hand, saying that even if he sleeps every day, it will only be a night. He asked what about the rest of the time. The offended Nightingale answered with her eyes to the side, and a blush appeared on her cheeks when she was asked if she was ready to live in a shell that is devoid of all feelings. She put her hands on her knees and lowered her eyes, saying that she just thought it was unfair that they were in the places where His Majesty was. The king laughed, saying that they had paid a terrible price, and life without feelings is worse than being invisible, and even the world of dreams is little compensation for this. The brunette put his palm on her hand, noting that she herself said that. The witch blushed even more when Roland, with a smile on his face, squeezed her palms in his, reminding her of her words that his protection was the most important. He said that he did not want the bearded warrior of divine punishment to follow him around all day. The girl turned away, climbing completely behind the table, and crossed her arms, exclaiming offendedly that she had not even thought of using the empty shell and he himself had suggested it. She turned around sharply when the brunette waved his hand and asked with a smile if she wanted to drink the drink of chaos. After some time, there was a bottle of violet blue liquid on the tray and 2 glasses next to it. The king thanked her for her help. Nightingale sat on the table, holding a filled glass in her hand, and Roland said that he learned from Agatha that if she hadn't seriously floated those monsters, everyone would have been in danger. A blonde with reddened cheeks stuffs an anchovy into her mouth, asking why he thanks her, because he misunderstood everything. Roland looked at her with a malicious grin and said that he could not ignore it. If the research group of the Witches Association were destroyed, it would be an irreparable loss for all of Neverwinter. The girl continued to chew the little fish, listening to the words that this is why work is not as important as Anna's work, it's just that each has its own strengths. Nightingale recalled that he recently said that the dream world is being destroyed by an independent force. She asked what we were talking about. Roland responded that it was a long story, but one thing was certain. A bird's eye view of city houses appeared in his head. He said that whatever that world eventually turns into, it will not affect the real one, and until he wants to grow with the world of dreams, the pillar of light will not appear. Then the image of his elder sister appeared in his mind, and he mentally noted that regarding the unknown force, Garcia said that sooner or later the Martial Arts Association would organize a meeting for the newcomers in order to show the true nature of this world. He thought that he didn't know what she meant, but he had to see it to figure it out. He presented a small book, thinking that what worried her more about erosion was the textbook on the Olympic continent, in which new information suddenly appeared. He thought that the textbook itself on Olympiad mathematics is not so important, but what is important is what it means. The king then presented several open books, thinking that in his initial exploration of the dream world, he had already established that the books he had not read were empty inside, and he thinks that he most likely accidentally saw these books somewhere, which is why they only had the cover. The guy looked at the glass of liquid in his hand, mentally noting that the textbook on Olympiad mathematics on Zero's table disproved his theory. He wondered why he didn't discover this ability at first. The king suggested that he had missed something in the first 2 or 3 months of the study, or that the change had occurred later. His hand lay on the woman's bare thigh, thinking that if it was the latter, then it was worth considering, and if Olympiad mathematics appeared out of thin air, gradually recovering, then what about the others? He looked at the purple-blue liquid in the glass, thinking that gaining strange powers, destroying fallen villains, releasing the power of nature, noting that there was a connection between them. He wondered if this could be the reason the world changed. A woman's voice called him. The guy turned his gaze to the blonde, continuing to stroke her thigh while she tried to shout to him. Roland's eyes widened in shock when he saw where his hand lay. Nightingale smiled shyly and put her hand to her lips, saying that although she had changed her clothes to fresh ones, there was no opportunity to wash herself on board, and she was still a little dirty. The king abruptly removed his hands and froze, his mouth wide open in surprise. Was he trying to understand why he was doing this when he was thinking about something important? He also wondered what it meant to go wash first. He looked to the side when they started knocking on the door. Nightingale began to evaporate into a purple mist, and the king asked the guest to enter. Agatha opened the front door. She looked at the brunette in surprise when he waved his hand, throwing the second glass off the table. He clenched his hand into a fist as the witch approached the table and said that all the samples from the Great Snowy Mountain had been transferred to the third border city. She offered to look, and the guy agreed. He rose from his seat and approached the witch. He smiled nervously when the girl asked if he was feeling unwell. The king asked why she got it. The guy furrowed his eyebrows and his lips curled into a stupid grin when Agatha pointed her finger at him and said that his voice was a little strange and it sounded like the symptoms of a cold. He clenched his hand into a fist when the girl with an indignant face said that although the demonic months had already ended, it was still cold until the snow melted, and it was easy to get sick. She noted that he is not a witch and should always remember to protect his body, and if not for his own sake, then at least for the sake of humanity. The king with a nervous smile extended his hand in her direction as the witch turned and walked towards the exit, saying that he asked Lily to examine him. The brunette pursed his lips as the blonde behind him laughed quietly in a haze. She flew over him, and the guy covered his face with his fist, asking her to stop. The bright sun illuminated the high mountain. At its foot there was a passage into which Roland, Agatha, and the enchanted witch knight were heading. They walked through a dark, damp tunnel. There they were met by fillies with 3 witches in the bodies of men. They put their hands to their chests and bowed to the king. The whole company went further into the depths. Roland opened his mouth slightly in surprise. 3 witches in the form of creatures with tentacles were waiting for him. Alethea furrowed her dark eyebrows and noted that by saying that they wanted to keep those unknown insects in their main hall, she also hoped to tame them. One of the witches raised her tentacle, looking at the guy, and said that she had to admit that he had more control than the crazy ones from the research community, but such curiosity could destroy him. She added that he should keep in mind that these species were left behind by an enemy from the depths of the sea. The king grinned and spread his arms to the sides, saying that this is why he asks for their protection. He noted that the captured insects are not aggressive and also do not know how to dig, so one secret room will be enough for them. An image of a long creature with many legs and claws instead of a mouth appeared in his head. He said that according to Agatha's observations, these insects are not self-aware, but only want to eat and reproduce, and it is possible that that escaped multi-eyed monster could regain control of them. Roland smiled puzzledly when the tentacled creature asked if Agatha was not a member of the research community. Alethea pouted offendedly when Pasha turned to her and said that if she wants to talk, then Celine is also a member of this community. If she hears her speeches, then she will definitely disagree with them. She replied that she was simply worried that the insects might pose a danger to Neverwinter, nothing more. An image of an open book appeared in the girl's head. She thought that she understood that Alethea was worried for a reason, but the information, unlike Agatha and Lightning, was more important. She thought that killing all the insects for a small risk would be overkill, and placing them in the mountains was a precaution in itself. The guy smiled and waved his hand, offering to go and look at them. They walked forward. They all walked down a long cave corridor that had crystals on the ceiling. After some time they reached the giant mushrooms. The girl in the form of a creature with tentacles pointed at them and said that this was Fran's newly created breeding room, and it was absolutely safe here since there was only one exit, and underground water seeped from the waterproof rock. She looked at the king and asked if he was really going to grow mushrooms and insects. Agatha turned to the king and pointed her finger, saying that these huge mushrooms are food for insects. She added that if they grew here, then they received large numbers of insects without much effort. The brunette touched his chin with his hand, imagining several types of mushrooms in his head. He thought that if they did not take root, he would have to use the lily method of artificial cultivation. He thought that it was a pity that the mushrooms from the snowy mountain ruins were too poisonous for human consumption. Otherwise, due to their huge size, they would become a high-protein meat alternative. The guy turned around when Phyllis pointed her finger, asking why they needed so many insects. The guy smiled and closed his eyes, saying that they would greatly help in the development of Neverwinter. Phyllis commented that the report was correct. The company walked forward, looking at how large insect monsters were crawling on the mushrooms. Agatha waved her hand and an ice crystal appeared in her palm. A large icicle stuck into the body of one of the monsters that was crawling on the mushroom. When the monster's body fell to the ground and white liquid began to flow out of the holes on its body, Agatha and Phyllis approached it. The red-haired girl asked if she killed him. The witch replied that it was easier that way, and although it was not aggressive, it ran away quickly. An ice sword began to appear in her hand. The girl plunged the weapon into the monster's body. The king came closer as a large puddle of white liquid formed under the monster. Agatha pointed her finger at the oozing wound and said that this mucus definitely has an antiseptic property, and under normal conditions it is well secreted. Let's pull out the sword. The girl smiled when the girl knight with a gloomy face covered her mouth with her hand and asked if it was necessary to eat it later. The witch replied that no one had tried it, but did not think it was very tasty, adding that the main part in this body was another liquid. The girl tore off a piece of dark skin with her hand and stuck her hand into the flesh. She pulled out a green ball covered in slippery liquid. Phyllis furrowed her eyebrows and said it looked like a gallbladder. Agatha brought the ice blade to a small sphere and said that there was bile inside. She began to cut the organ, and the green liquid began to flow into a white puddle. The girl lowered her sword into the contents. She began mixing various liquids. After some time, they mixed into a medium-thick mess. Phyllis opened her mouth in surprise, and Roland's lips spread into a smile. The guy knelt down and patted the consistency. The substance began to shake a little. The guy grinned contentedly and exclaimed that it was biological rubber. He said that this was why Fran couldn't move. Everyone present hung over the consistency and asked Roland. Agatha looked at Phyllis and said that after conducting a series of experiments, it realized that it became more sticky and viscous after adding liquid from the back of the torso to it. She remembered Sylvie's smiling face holding up 2 fingers. The witch with blue hair said that if it weren't for Sylvie's magical vision, she would have had to sing about it for a very long time. Roland smiled, remembering the workers on the plantations. He thought that he had previously sent people out to find rubber plants, and if only he could find one, he would order Leaf to turn it into a highly productive crop that could be grown en masse. Then a blue flower appeared in his mind and he mentally noted that, however, no rubber trees or injury were found. He thought that therefore, where there was a need for an elastic material, Soria came to the rescue. The guy, with a smile on his hand, touched biological rubber with his finger, thinking that at the moment when he had already gotten used to the fact that there were no rubber plants in any corner of this world. The report of the expedition to the ruins of a snow-capped mountain would present an unexpected surprise, so he decided to try to take the risk of growing this exotic animals brought by a deep-sea monster. The witch, in the form of a creature with tentacles, approached him and said that this was a good material for making fishing nets and ropes. Several tentacles touched the biological rubber. Alethea bowed her head and waved her tentacles, saying that for the first one it would still be suitable, but for the second one the material was too stretchy. She noted that no one would be happy to use a rope that would constantly stretch. She raised a tentacle in front of Roland and said that, moreover, she thought that this erudite mortal king did not bring these insects of unknown origin to Neverwinter for the sake of producing more salted fish. The girl smiled and waved her hand, saying that no matter what crazy experiments he conducted, he must not forget that he now represents only Greycastle. Looking at the witch, the brunette furrowed his brows, thinking that he didn't expect Alethea, who was always worried about him becoming the sole leader of the United Front, to understand his intentions. He mentally noted that, moreover, he had not even imagined that she would utter words that would in some way confirm leadership. The king waved his hand with a smile on his face, saying that if everything went according to plan, they would soon see widespread use of this material. The girl crossed her tentacles on her chest, asking, without a controlling monster, how to make insects voluntarily spew mucus because you can't kill them every time. Agatha began to wipe her hands with a rag, saying that this was the next stage of research, and if it didn't work out, then they would have to rely only on mass separation. The witch, the king, and Phyllis walked along the corridor, accompanied by enchanted girl knights. Roland turned around when Pasha, in the form of a monster with tentacles, called to him. She pointed to two smiling knights named Jasmine and Lyra. She said that they voluntarily agreed to undergo the soul transfer procedure and become the new devouring worms. The king approached him, and the ancient witch said that before that they would like to go to the world of dreams and at least once plunge into this incredible, beautiful world. Pasha rejoiced in her heart when the brunette shook Lyra's hand with a smile on his face. 2 days later, a large ship sailed from the city. Several soldiers stood on board, guarding the cargo. Roland watched the ship sail away, thinking that when the eagles arrived at the snowy mountain to transfer souls, Jasmine and Lyra would carry out the procedure and possess the host worms. The king pursed his lips and sighed, thinking that there would be 3 carrier worms after the transfer to Neverwinter was completed. He thought that municipal construction or strengthening the defense line, now there are enough opportunities for everything in order to pretend. He thought it was better to start. Some time later, he, Phyllis, and 2 girls were walking around the amusement park. Jasmine and Lyra ate ice cream with wide smiles on their faces. The king thought that if he had not known who it was, he would never have believed that these 2 had already decided to abandon their abusive human shell and devote their lives to fighting demons. An image of 2 girls in dark wigs standing in front of a huge stone appeared in his head. He thought that the choice was similar to the one that was made when they came across a magical core at the bottom of a cave 400 years ago in ruins. When Roland approached the 2 witches with a smile on his face, they thanked him. The red-haired girl smiled widely and said that they had no regrets. The brunette closed his eyes, raising the corners of his mouth. When he saw the 2 girls holding hands, he thought that they were not exactly happy, but they did not regret it at all. Phyllis approached the brunette watching into the distance and called out to him. When he turned, she waved her hand and asked if he wanted to go back to the castle. The ship with white sails slowly disappeared over the horizon. Roland sighed heavily. The witch crossed her arms over her chest when the guy lowered his eyes and asked if there was really a way to turn off consciousness after possessing a host. The girl looked at the floor and touched her chin with her hand, saying that the witches of divine punishment are different from the host, and above all, even if she does not perform soul transfer, she still has some basic consciousness. She noted that here the witch does not unite, but the word control is more suitable. She imagined a human body floating in blue weightlessness. The witch said that, however, with carriers everything is different, because it is a special container and after penetration certain connections arise. She added that although it can be put into a state of suspended animation when it is not used for a long time, no one has yet been able to release it. At least no one will be able to do this. Roland turned to the girl and asked if there was a light pole above the wearer's head. She replied that this was true, and then added that without magical power such a huge body would not be able to move at all. The guy sighed heavily and raised his head. He looked into the sky and said that therefore, maybe one day they will find a way to return their souls to the world of dreams. Phyllis put her hand on her chest and looked at the king with a sad look. She closed her eyes and her lips curled into a soft smile. Standing next to the brunette and peering into the blue sky, she said that maybe they could wait for that day. A large metal one moved along the water surface. Soldiers stood guarding the cargo. Lorgar leaned her elbows on the railing, watching the scenery. She opened her mouth in surprise when snow-covered trees began to be visible. She walked along the metal corridor with Andrea. The she-wolf turned to the blonde and pointed her finger, asking how this ship sails in the complete absence of wind. The archer replied that the ship was being towed by a machine that constantly boiled water. Lorgar looked at her with surprised eyes and asked why boiling water makes the ship move on its own. Andrea with a nervous smile asked to ask this question to Roland or Anna. The she-wolf clasped her hands in a prayer gesture and looked at the girl with admiring eyes, saying that Ash told her that Miss Anna was among the top 3 people in the ranking of the combat power of the city of Neverwinter. The blonde crossed her arms over her chest and turned away offended, exclaiming that the rating of combat capabilities of humans and wolves was different, and the strength of one person from a group could not be compared. She asked if you compare yourself alone, wouldn't it be on the level of a beast? Lorga replied that wolves also act in packs. She waved her tail in disbelief as the archer scratched her head in confusion and said that the animal should be a tiger, a snow leopard, or something like that. The blonde with blush on her cheeks raised her index finger and said that Anna is the worm of all Neverwinter. She noted that first of all, the First Army was able to destroy the Watchdog clan and the Iron Whip clan thanks to her abilities. The she-wolf perked up when Andrea noted with a grin that Ash probably didn't tell her how she almost lost to an ordinary person. Ash and Carter appeared in the blonde's head with guns in their hands. She said that the man was holding a weapon that Anna had made, and there was no point in talking about combat abilities without taking this into account. She then introduced Lorga as a wolf with a large mechanical structure on her back. She said that if she wants to become stronger, then she advises her to ask His Majesty for a set of special weapons, and if she can place one of these large pipes on her back after transforming, then it will be more effective than any martial art. The she-wolf leaned her hands on the railing and looked into the distance, thinking that although she did not entirely agree with this, she would take note. Because after all, her father often says that you should listen and observe a lot, but you should not easily forget about your original intention. Feathers began to fall from the little white bird. Lorga looked up and a blush appeared on her cheeks. She watched with a smile as the white bird descended towards the ship. Flying to the side, she landed on someone's finger. Maggie, in her bird form, began to mutter as Ash, standing with Andrea, began scratching her. She nodded quickly after the witch asked to tell Tilly that they would arrive soon. The she-wolf, her mouth slightly open in surprise, watched as the 2 girls released the bird and began to wave at it. She wondered if it was a witch. Lorga wagged her tail when Ash approached her and said that this was Maggie, who, like her, could change the shape of her body. The girl touched her lips with her fingers, understanding what was happening. Suddenly her face contorted in shock as she imagined a white bird with a large monster behind it. She recalled that she had previously been told that after her transformation, Maggie looked like a bloodthirsty and ugly large animal with savage strength. She wondered why it was just a dove. The girl perked up when a woman's hand fell on her shoulder, saying that it was time to pack her things. Ash looked ahead with a wide smile on her face and said that they would soon arrive in Neverwinter. After some time, the ship sailed to the city. The girls went out to the pier and went to meet those greeting them. Walking forward, Lorga was surprised to see people to the side placing their palms to their heads in a greeting gesture. She saw the soldiers next to him make the same gesture. Looking around, the she-wolf noticed that even the little boy had put his hand to his temple. She thought that this must be a special etiquette, but both parties were in equal position. She wondered why greeting if both parties were in equal position. Ash put her hand on the witch's shoulder and explained that this was a military salute. She noted that at first she also didn't understand why they were doing this and thought that Roland was forcing them. The she-wolf looked at the large metal ship and asked if this was due to the fact that the ship was named after the king. The dark-haired woman looked into the distance with a smile on her face, saying that this is not so, and as soon as the ships of the First Army moored to the shore, they immediately raised their hand in greeting. She noted that this meant that another group of family members had returned safely from an overseas expedition. The she-wolf touched her lip with her finger and looked at her with a puzzled look, saying that they did not look like family members. She turned to Andrea as she waved her hand and said that the entire First Army was from Neverwinter, which meant that most of its families had someone who joined the army. She added that the king's soldiers are completely different from the militia, which is recruited by force. While the locals waved at them, the blonde looked at the witch with a smile, saying that some celebrate the return of other people's children, while others celebrate the safe arrival of their loved ones. Looking at the soldiers marching through the streets, Andrea said that perhaps this is what His Majesty means by a people's army. Lorga smiled softly, thinking about an army made up of people. After some time they approached the gates of the palace. The she-wolf examined the area with surprised eyes, mentally noting that it was very busy here, and all the snow had been removed, although she expected to see streets covered in snow. The girl looked at the man walking towards them, thinking that although this was a majestic sight, she did not feel as free as in the city of Iron Sands, to the point that she felt somewhat depressed. The servant approached the eared witch and asked to follow him, saying that the king agreed to accept her. Lorga walked down the corridor, following the guard. The girl was clearly worried before the visit. She was admitted to His Majesty, who was in his office. She was clearly surprised when she saw him. Roland sat in front of her. She wondered if he was the amazing high leader who had caused a stir in the southern region. Lorga was shocked, imagining him as an old man, not believing that he could be so young, even if the northerners did not like to wear a beard. The girl looked at him when the young man asked if she was a sorceress from the Wild Flame clan. He stood in front of her, holding out his hand and calling her a shrewd wolf, introducing himself as the king and her high leader. Lorgar placed a hand on her chest, wondering if wolves were divided into discerning ones and not, introducing and saying her name, also noting that it was now more appropriate to call her a witch rather than a sorceress. She twitched her ears, saying that her father asked her to greet the king on behalf of the Wildfire clan, wishing him a long reign. The girl tensed, remembering how, living in the city of living sands, she constantly heard that she was called a monster wolf, a beastman, and a forgotten sorceress. The witch remembered people's gossip, realizing that then she was the third daughter of the head of the clan, so everyone said this behind her back, not daring to openly say it to her face. A brunette appeared in her eyes. She was perplexed, realizing that this was not the city of Iron Sands, and she was no longer a princess, assuming something about the guy. He asked in surprise whether her ears were real, but the girl remained silent. Then he wondered whether magical power was needed to maintain her shape or whether they had become part of her body. Lorgar straightened her hair, showing him her human ears, saying that she could not wrap them back, and despite the strange appearance, this was her real appearance, but she was not going to hide the flaws. She tensed, declaring that she could spend as little time in public as possible so as not to scare anyone. Remembering the sorceresses in her homeland, she understood that initially the witches of the Sand People were a combination of strength and beauty. They were admired by young warriors, they were the pride of the clan, but the girl was an exception. The king touched his chin in bewilderment, asking why she called herself strange. The witch touched her head, but the young man interrupted her, asking if it was because of her ears that they were different from the ears of other people. The brunette said with a smile that ordinary people don't even have magic, and her ears don't interfere with her life, so he doesn't understand why this is a flaw, or at worst a physiological feature. The king tried to touch the girl's ears, saying that it was an interesting feature, asking if she thought her ears were especially beautiful. He froze in a cold sweat as Nightingale appeared behind him, angrily telling His Highness to watch his language. Lorgar touched her ear in embarrassment, not understanding whether she could be called beautiful if she was a beastman, and whether they could be beautiful at all. Roland explained that in any case he was not going to ask her to hide. She is free to do whatever she wants, even though it will be unusual for people at first. Over time they will get used to it. He spoke about the group Star and Flower, suggesting that they join the troupe or ask Soria to draw a comic about them, noting that becoming an idol is the best option for the public to know about them. The witch looked at the smiling guy in bewilderment, not understanding what he was talking about. The brunette stood opposite Lorgar, saying that he heard from Ash that she came to fight demons. Receiving a positive response, she also wanted to hone her skills. She heard that Nana could heal wounds received in battle, saying that the ability to gain combat experience and safety is a cherished dream for any warrior. Roland looked at the girl, who was also going to pay for all the costs of treatment. Then the king noted that she would have the opportunity to fight the witches from the association if she joined it. The girl objected that she wanted to act alone, because if she was a mercenary, she didn't want to think about anything other than battles. She compared the Northern Kingdom and her homeland, realizing that she did not want to swear allegiance to the king yet, and if he did not keep the promise made in the Scorched Lands, then the Sand Peoples would move south and break off relations. The young man touched his hair. Looking at the girl, she understood that if this happened, the king would become her enemy, so he could not make a hasty decision. He seriously told her that he could not grant her request. Lorgar was indignant, not understanding his answer. The witch remembered herself in a black robe, realizing that experienced mercenaries were always in great demand, and besides, she didn't even talk about payment. The brunette leaned his elbows on the table. The girl was indignant that he refused, because she would not only fight for free, but would also pay for her treatment. The king seriously said that he was refusing because they were having a full-scale war and not inter-clan battles. This angered the witch, because he considered the battles between the Sand Peoples to be child's play. The girl tried to object, but the guy asked if she fought with Ash. Lorgar crossed her arms, saying that she is very strong, and even among the warriors of the southern region, she is first class. His Highness replied that this is the strength of an exceptional witch. Roland revealed that there are still high-ranking witches, and they have gone beyond their physical capabilities, having no limits to growth, and compared to the exception witches, they have a huge difference. The witch was surprised, not understanding what this level was, which even Ash could only dream of. She was told about 3 high-ranking witches, a dozen exceptional witches, and thousands of battle witches who could not stop the demons. Then the Federation was destroyed. Now it was their turn. The young man frowned, saying that he could not agree for the reason that this was not a fair one-on-one duel, but a battle for survival between 2 civilizations. Even the most physically fit could do little. Roland put his hand on his chest, honestly saying that he didn't want the girl to die. Lorgar stood on the street among a crowd of people. She frowned with displeasure, because everything was not quite as she had imagined. The girl imagined how she would come to the palace. She will show respect to the king, who will consider her a monster. However, if the witch falls into his lap and says that she hopes to become his mercenary, provided that she gains experience from other witches and pays all expenses, then the king will certainly agree. The young man would point to her home in the northern kingdom, protected by soldiers. Then she and the others would fight against the demons. Lorgar was upset, her mouth open, realizing that everything had gone completely differently than she expected. However, she became thoughtful and blushed when she remembered the guy's words that she had beautiful ears. The witch sheepishly touched her ear again, wondering if wolf ears were really beautiful. The girl touched her cheeks with her hands, realizing that this was a small defeat, and as long as she had a goal, then there were no obstacles in front of her, realizing that the king's consent still did not play much of a role in her original plan. Lorgar stood on the street, watching people, realizing that she could still explore the city and find out details, meet other witches, because she was not limited in any way and could join the association if she changed her mind. The girl resolutely clenched her hands into fists, realizing that the city would be the first to fall under the attack of the demons, not understanding why it was the capital, but guessing that those who were not confident in victory would clearly be away from danger. The witch with a smile remembered the king's words about his reluctance to her death, realizing that this was intimidation, because before the battle it was not known whether she would survive or not, wondering whether the young man would deliberately order not to treat her if necessary. She walked decisively, realizing that she had a lot of money with her, and that she could live here for several years, including all expenses, because she did not believe that she could not meet the demons without the support of the king. Lorgar noticed a shop with some kind of sign ahead. It was yellow, it talked about drinks of chaos, and the first drink was offered for half the price. The girl thought about it, realizing that the name was not invented by the smartest person, because if no one tries the drink, then no one will know what it is, so it's not surprising that she makes a discount, otherwise hardly anyone would have bought it. The witch stood under the sign, understanding from the name that you could drink something else there, and the shop seemed quite spacious and bright. Besides, there were a lot of visitors. She thought that it wasn't so bad there. The clear sun illuminated the palace with its rays. The blonde sat on the table with a fish in her mouth, saying that not everything she said was true, especially the reasons why she couldn't join the association. She felt her emotions constantly changing, so she suggested that Wendy do a test. The young man said that the procedure was needed after submitting an application, and without it there was no need to be so strict, asking if she was sure that the purpose of coming was to educate herself and fight demons. Nightingale, with a fish in her mouth, said that part was not a lie. Writing something down with a pen, Roland said that everything was fine, and there was no point in forcing the witches to join, because that was not the point of the association. Besides, it was normal to be on guard in a new city. He told the witch to stop watching. She frowned and blushed, thinking what a pity. The king introduced the girl, remembering her fluffy wolf tail, which he would happily snuggle up to. Fantasizing about this, Roland recalled that if a she-wolf is grabbed by the base of her tail, she will stop moving, and her behavior will become pliable. The young man tensed in a cold sweat, realizing that the witch was using the ability, reading his thoughts and smiling widely. She disappeared into the shadows when someone knocked on the king's door and he allowed entry. Barov came in, stating that people from the United Chamber of Commerce had arrived in the castle area and were asking for an audience with him. The brunette entered the meeting room. Everyone present bowed to him. Sitting at the table, they told him what a stir the samples presented last time had caused. Everyone was delighted with the unusual taste. They were sure that the drink of chaos would become the most successful since the start of sales. They said that the drink can be used as a sauce, served with various dishes, and that it is more effective than vodka if you need to lift your mood. The man said that vodka causes dizziness if you overdo it, and you shouldn't drink it while swimming, but there is no such problem with the drink. Margaret told how researchers have also turned their attention to a drink that has a warming effect and no side effects, which could save lives in a shipwreck. The merchant suggested dividing the drink into different price groups. When advertising a product with such capabilities, they could cost more, not to mention their limited quantity for sale. The brunette looked at him, realizing that the situation was such that any merchant on the fjords knew how to distinguish a potential product, but even a small number of samples often had their own peculiarity. He presented many different flasks with different price tags, realizing that for such a product it would be best to set the price depending on its properties. The young man said that when the opinion about the product is good, they can move on to the next stage of their contract, saying that they should not have any objections to either the purchase price or the region of sale. Roland approached the merchants, saying that in order to receive the goods, they had to pay 30% of the price in advance, asking if they had brought gold pianos with them. The king was told that this time there was not a single box of cargo on board, excluding the craftsmen and crew of the ship. That's all. The king smiled, offering to go and check the goods. The king and the people from the Merchant Association went to the drinks factory. The young man went down to the basement along with the others. He looked at the people who followed him into the basement. The guy pointed to a rack of barrels, saying that they could supply 20 barrels of chaos drink per month, which would be 5 barrels for each member of the Chamber of Commerce. The man and the girl looked at the barrels in surprise. The king said that no matter how long the sale takes, the volume produced for them will remain the same, even though they arrive in 3 months or in 5, nothing will change. The guy tapped the barrel, saying that this time they can take 100 barrels of the drink. If they have no complaints about the quality of the goods, then he will direct people to transfer it all to the pier. The man from the Chamber of Commerce asked if he would give them a try. The brunette replied that this is not wine, that it becomes more aromatic over time. Some drinks can be stored for a long time, but not all, so immediately after fermentation it must be sterilized and stored. The Chamber of Commerce members looked surprised as they tried to pronounce the word. He pointed to a barrel with an expiration date next to it, saying that they spoil, just like food, and it all depends on the heat, but sterilization prevents this process. Roland presented a barrel with wine pouring out of it, saying that they needed to know how it was made, but they should know that once the barrel was opened, the drink would lose its taste. The king told them that they could either sell everything quickly or save it. As long as they are kept in a cool place, nothing will happen to them for 1 or 2 months. The man in the green suit looked at the barrel, noting that each batch of the drink is different. After all, there are flavors that sell better, he asked based on what they should choose. He approached the guy, asking if he could divide the barrel into 4 parts and then close it, and then they wouldn't have to worry about their choice. Roland thought, realizing that this would increase the work for the witches. Using simple methods is fine for things that take up a production resource and have no benefits for it. He closed his eyes and replied that sterilization for storage is not an easy task. It is also not profitable for sale to have a small and varied supply, and with regards to alcohol in the kingdom, the demand for them is very different in all regions. He introduced 2 cities, saying that one taste may not be popular here, but is popular in another place. They, who are engaged in transporting goods, should be well aware of this. He explained to the blonde that taste is not as important as the sales method. This will be their task, to reveal each of the tastes so that they find their customers. The young man pointed to the shelves, telling them to choose their favorite drink. The members of the chamber carefully selected by examining the barrels. Margaret turned around when the guy touched her shoulder. He secretly told the blonde that the barrels on both sides, numbered 10 and 24, contained drinks that tasted good and he liked. The young man with a smile asked to accept this as gratitude, because if it were not for a group of merchants at the very beginning, the city would have needed another 3 years to reach its current state, although this is a small reward for the great benefit for the city. He added that it was only this time, otherwise others might begin to suspect something. Margaret smiled and thanked His Highness. She also decided to tell him the good news, saying that she could not leave everything without a reciprocal gesture since she had received a gift from him. The blonde told him in confidence about the previously mentioned first group of traders, and her old friend also plans to visit the western region in the near future, and judging by the letter, this time he will not arrive alone. The girl added that the cars he sold have spread in the central region. Now all the mine owners are asking about the rail transport system, hinting that in 6 months they will have a lot of work. Roland touched his chin with a smile, noting that this was indeed good news that should be celebrated. There were a lot of papers with notes on the table. He understood that the inhabitants of the fjords would find that they would have to buy raw materials and equipment for spare parts in the capital. He studied the papers with a smile, realizing that they would still depend on Greycastle, like those small states that do not have the industrial capacity of the last generation. He wrote something under Barov, saying that they would have to build several more factories. The 5th princess could be seen from the open window. The girl sat in her office and wrote a letter to Camilla, talking about the end of the demonic months and the unusual celebration of Victory Day, which was very interesting because her brother hosted hot pot right on the street. She recalled the square where a thick broth was boiled in 4 huge iron cauldrons, the smell of which could be heard across the Red Water River. At the king's insistence, they threw everything into the pots. The broth was quite juicy and rich, everyone liked it. The king ate the broth with the witches. There was no difference between the employees of the town hall, the witches from the Witches Cooperation Association, or ordinary citizens. This had never been seen before. Tilly was sitting at the table, writing in a letter about observing this scene, and she doesn't want to believe that a cruel war that will decide the fate of everyone will soon befall, which is why it is a dear joy. She remembered the people on the streets, telling how wonderful this place was, without intending to convince her of anything. The girl said that the king was one of them. He was clearly not an aristocrat, as he was considered before. Tilly also told about Echo, Ash and Andrea conquering the southern region, not going to describe the details in the letter, but she is sure that the contribution of the sleeping island will be more valuable when other witches arrive. Ash looked at her, asking if she was writing to the main manager of the sleeping island, forcing her to pay attention to herself. The witch put the blue drink on the table. Receiving a positive answer, the girl said that it was written about her too, asking if she wanted to take a look. Ash touched Tilly's shoulder while she was drinking her drink, saying that she didn't want to because she still had to cook dinner. The princess turned around, telling her to go, because she was looking forward to her delicious food. The witch pressed her cheek against the girl's cheek, agreeing, thereby embarrassing her. When the witch left, Tilly continued to write that relocation was scheduled for the spring. Because the time had come to act, everything was as she expected, even better. She remembered Thunder saying that the trade routes would be up and running soon, and if she ran into trouble, she could contact a researcher who was recruiting people to explore the coast. The brunette stood with a map on the pier. The girl asked that she inform the lords of their route, urging them not to worry about witches because her brother was going to build a port on an endless cape. She understood that soon this route would become the busiest, connecting the islands with the continent. Crossing the strait would soon become commonplace. Mentioning the demons, Tilly urged not to be angry about the relocation, because the capital is the front line, as well as an important fortress in the battle. They all have to contribute. Looking at the sheet, she wrote that even her brother was not confident of victory, and when the western region was captured by the enemy, the only place of retreat would be the Fjord Islands. The girl took the letter in her hands, ending the letter with hopes for the best, asking the girl to take care of herself, leaving her signature. Tilly looked straight, realizing that Camilla came from the aristocracy of the old royal capital. The girl was oppressed by gossip and intrigue among the aristocracy. She is well aware of them. Losing confidence, although she supports the witch, she hints that she wants to stay on the sleeping island. As she folded the letter, the princess understood that the island was important, but it should not be isolated, hoping that everyone would have the opportunity to go to Greycastle and feel like a normal person. Tilly stretching her fingers, realizing that this letter would not calm the head of the island, hoping that when she learned about the witches of the western region, she would change her original opinion. Suddenly the door was opened by one of the witches. Honey came to her, smilingly asking if the princess was sending a letter. The witch approached the table, pointing to the letters, asking if everything would be delivered to the sleeping island, receiving a positive answer, moreover, personally into the hands of Camilla. Tilly asked if there were too many letters, worried about her sister. The witch proudly pressed her hand to her chest, closing her eyes, saying that it did not matter because the letters written to her should be delivered in any case. The girl ran to the exit, saying that she would now catch several seabirds. She would be able to send everything. Tilly looked at the door, following the witch, standing near the table. She turned around, walking towards the window. The princess looked through the open window. She folded her hands on the windowsill, realizing that soon the witches who were forced to leave their homeland would very soon set foot on this land again. The girl looked out the window at the prince who was meeting new witches from the ship, being together with other sisters. The princess recalled how joyfully she walked somewhere, holding the hand of her brother and Ash, realizing that soon the western region would become busier than it was now. She smiled contentedly, blushing. Tilly leaned against the window, eagerly awaiting that day to come as her hair blew in the wind. The warm rays of the sun fell on the roofs of the houses. The dark-haired girl rose from the bed, rubbing her eyes. She put her hand behind her head, closed her eyes and stretched, saying that she thought the weather would be great. She grabbed her tank top, lifting it up. The girl was zipping up her skirt with a smile. Plates of food and a bowl of buns stood on the table. The girl walked down the stairs, waving to Annie. The red-haired witch greeted her. The brunette looked at her friend with a wide smile, asking if she was going to the factory today. Annie raised the cup to her mouth, closed her eyes and calmly confirmed her guess, after which she explained that the workers could not press some large parts, and they could not be placed in the machine, so they had to be assembled from small iron plates. The girl sat down at the table opposite her friend. The red-haired witch lowered the plate onto the table, saying with a smile that she heard that Miss Annie used to do this, but now it's her task. The brunette said that she would remember about Hero. Annie lowered her eyes, smiled softly and said that the girl need not worry because she would finish work early and arrive on time. The red-haired witch got up from the table and began to leave, saying that she had to go. The brunette said goodbye to her with a smile, saying that she would take care of Hero. A girl from low, warm water walked along the corridor. She pushed the door with her back with a smile. The brunette looked inside in surprise. Hero sat on the bed under the rays of the sun with a smile and looked out the window. The brunette said that this time she got up earlier than usual. Hero looked at her with a smile and then greeted her. The girl put the bowl on the table. The blonde watched her, sitting on the bed, and then said that she was nothing but trouble. The brunette said that no one thought so. She raised her hand with a smile, extended her index finger and said that perhaps from tomorrow she would be able to do everything herself. Hero looked down in disappointment. She clutched the hem of her dress in her hands, asking if it was possible that she had forgotten how to walk. She folded her hands in front of her, tears appeared in her eyes and she added with a smile that even in her sleep she could only crawl. The brunette took her cheeks, looked into her eyes with a smile and said that, in this case, they will learn from scratch, and there is nothing wrong with that, because even if the witches of divine punishment are capable of this, then she can too. She touched her nose with her finger, smilingly telling her to show her her feet. The girl's legs were thrown over the edge of the bed and wrapped in a bandage. Hiro thought that for the past few months the Witch Association had been trying to find a way to heal her. She remembered sitting on the bed in the infirmary a few months ago. There were many witches standing around, and next to her were Nana and Roland. The girl said that even she could not do anything about it. His Majesty stroked her head, looking at her with a smile. The girl added that she could only heal minor wounds, such as a broken finger. Roland put out his hand with a smile, pointed his finger at the dark-haired girl and said that she would succeed, after which he added that she should not forget about her. The brunette raised her eyebrows incomprehensibly, pointed a finger at herself and asked if they or he were speaking. The girl glowed blue. Suddenly, a broken blade appeared in Nana's hands. The girl took it with a smile, saying that when she holds it in her hands, the effect of the treatment is much greater, after which she asked to let her try again. The girl brought her hand to the wounds on her legs and activated her power. Hiro pursed her lips, closed one eye and furrowed her eyebrows in pain. The wounds on her legs healed a little, slightly lengthening her limbs, and the girl removed her hand. Nana wiped the sweat from her forehead, saying that her capabilities are limited, and even with the magical power of a broken sword, healing only lasts a few tens of minutes. Suddenly she looked back at Wendy, who said with a smile that she thought the guys needed help. The girl on the bed recognized her, shouting her name loudly. Anna raised her hand, creating a dark flame, and Leaf took a small container of pills in her hand, saying that she prepared these pills from a sleeping fern, and after taking it, the girl will fall asleep for several hours, so this will relieve Hiro from the pain that she is experiencing. Anna added that she would take care of the incisions during the treatment process, and Nana would only have to focus on her ability. Spear closed her eyes with a smile, raised her hand and created a magic cube, saying that with her help they didn't have to worry about lacking magical power. Hiro blushed slightly, smiling softly. The girl came out of her thoughts, folded her arms over her chest and thought with a smile that if nothing happened, she would be able to restore her legs. The hospital stood under the bright rays of the sun. Hiro looked ahead worriedly. She raised her eyebrows in confusion, put her hands on her knees and asked why everyone had come. Wendy, Leaf, Scroll, Lily and Moon looked at her with smiles. Wendy opened her eyes slightly with a wide smile and said that His Majesty and the Marquise were already waiting for her in the medical room, so she shouldn't worry, because soon she would regain her freedom. The brunette looked in shock at the evil Lily, leering at Moon, who with a smart look said that only His Majesty could force Lily to put aside the microscope and strange insects to come to them. The girl grabbed her, covering her mouth with her hand. Hiro exclaimed, asked if His Majesty came with them. Lily told the girl to shut up. Wendy exhaled, raised her hand and with a smile called the girl with her, telling her not to keep His Majesty waiting. The girl in a wheelchair was wheeled into the medical room, where the others were waiting for her. The girls raised their hands, bowing to His Majesty with a smile. Hiro sat on the bed, looking around at people with concern, and then said the name Annie. Suddenly the girl's hand opened the office door. A breathless Annie appeared at the door, saying with difficulty that she had been a little late. She took the girl's hands, telling her not to be afraid, because until Hiro wakes up, she will be next to her. Hiro put the pill in her mouth with her finger. Wendy said they could start. The brunette began to glow blue again. She turned into a sword in Nana's hands, after which she thought that she had done something wrong. The girl looked angrily at her instrument. In her hands it changed its shape, turning into a scalpel. The brunette thought in embarrassment that His Majesty ordered her to take the form of a scalpel. Spear created a magic cube by redirecting Leaf's magical energy into the girl's body. Nana picked up the scalpel, enveloping it in an aura. She looked at her instrument, asking the girl if it was still unusual for her. The brunette replied that everything was much simpler, but it doesn't matter because she will stand it, so the girl can use it as she sees fit. Anna approached the feet of Hiro lying on the bed. She put her hand under them. Nana quickly moves her hand away from the glass edge of her limbs. The girls concentrated on treating their friend's legs. An hour later, Nana and the brunette fell down exhausted. Hiro's hand moved a little. The girl opened her eyes slightly. In the slightly open space she saw Wendy, Nana and Annie. Wendy asked with a smile if she felt the change. The girl rose from the bed, helping herself with her hands. Her feet gently crumpled the sheet. The girl moved them, trembling a little. She looked at her feet in shock, tears flowing from her eyes. She pursed her lips, raised her hand and thanked the guys with difficulty. The next second the girl hugged Annie, crying loudly into her chest. The rays of the warm sun illuminated the roof of the castle. His Majesty sat at the table and held a piece of paper in front of him, thinking that this treatment also helped him confirm the ability of the broken sword to increase the maximum of witches. He imagined Hummingbird carrying a huge box with a smile, and then thought that every ability has its limits, like hers. The image in his head changed. The girl sat exhausted in front of the stone blocks. The young man added that there are restrictions on the dimensions, duration and limit of the degree of weight reduction of the object. His Majesty remembered Nana at the time of his recent treatment and thought that the same applies to her, because for her, the regeneration of severed limbs is beyond her abilities. The boy looked ahead confidently, adding that a broken sword was equivalent to expanding those limits, making what was previously impossible achievable. He touched his face thoughtfully, reasoning that judging by the report written by Wendy, when combining the broken sword with other witches, the abilities of most were greatly enhanced. For example, the duration of the work of Dawn 1 Enchanted Moon increased from 5 days to 2 weeks, which is extremely important. The young man introduced Candlelight, Agatha Soria, Paper and Lucia with a smile, and then thought that all these witches taking part in the production received significant help from Broken Sword. So he believes that in the future, Broken Sword will become one of the busiest witches in the city. Suddenly, he was surprised to interrupt his thoughts because someone knocked on the door. His Majesty's assistant entered the office, put his hand on his chest and said that the Minister of Chemical Industry wants him to come to Laboratory Number 4, because, as the man says, he is making progress regarding His Majesty's request. The young man jumped up from his seat, seriously saying that his schedule should be cleared because he was going there immediately. Soldiers guarded the entrance to the territory of Laboratory Number 4. Kyle was sitting at the table in his office. He concentrated on his experiments. The man poured the green liquid into the sausages with a purple substance. He looked back at the door, where Roland appeared. The man presented his hand to his chest and bowed, greeting His Majesty. He raised his hands enthusiastically and said with a smile that His Majesty was absolutely right, because the black water from the southern region is indeed composed of many liquids, after which he said that he had conducted several experiments using ordinary chemistry, and found that it could be separated using rectification. They approached the table. The man took one test tube, saying that besides, all of them can burn, and the upper fractions have a more pronounced combustion process, for example, yes, which he is holding onto. The man took the test tube in his hands, happily saying that if you set it on fire, the liquid would explode. His Majesty looked at the inspired chemist with a smile. The man thought that, as it seemed to him, the black water was divided according to the strength of its ignition. His Majesty frowned with a smile, patted the scientist on the shoulder, showed a finger up and said that his results were impressive, but he should think about the mass production method. The man agreed with this. People walked calmly along the path. The dark-haired guy happily walked down the street, holding his hands behind his head, and thought that recently living conditions were getting better and better. He introduced the poultry farm, smiled slightly, and thought that up to 100 people work on the farm he built alone, and the total number of chickens and ducks is almost 10,000. Then he presented baskets with food and earthworms. I think that every day he needs several of these baskets, so people call him. The guy closed his eyes, imagined himself dressed in armor with birds in his arms, and called himself a knight of chickens and ducks. People watched, puzzled, as he waddled up to the stairs. The man looked back at him, saying that he had come just in time, because His Majesty wanted him to come to him. The young man asked what happened. He looked at the man, who spread his arms, saying that the guards did not say anything, and only ordered him to immediately report to the castle. The young man turned slightly pale, frowned, and thought that not long ago there had been an agricultural meeting, and at such a time His Majesty wanted to see him. He lit up with joy, put his hands on his belt with a smile, and wondered if they really wanted to use him as an example to follow. The man frowned slightly, looking at the joyful guy swaying from side to side. The castle in the third border city stood in the sun. His Majesty and the soldiers entered a tunnel at the foot of the mountain on the northern slope. The dark-haired guy following His Majesty raised his hand and began to look around the cave, thinking about whether all this was really built by people. The men stopped in the middle of the tunnel, the ceiling of which was supported by powerful beams. He added that it was simply incredible. He frowned slightly and looked out from behind His Majesty. The guy remembered how during his bow, the king said that their sortie was secret, and before they set off, he must agree not to reveal to anyone what he saw or heard until he allowed it. The young man said that he was ready for this. The guy pursed his lip, closed his eyes, and thought that he didn't know what kind of mission the king would entrust him with. The men continued to walk forward. They approached a high gate, light emanating from behind it. 2 knights came out to meet them. They looked at the young man incredulously. The blonde guy pointed at him and, looking at His Majesty, asked if everything was okay. The king replied that instead of hiding forever, it was better to give out information in portions. Roland looked at them with a smile, saying that sooner or later people will find out anyway, and in that case it would be better to start with the officials of the town hall. The knight raised his hand, agreeing with his words. The guy looked up, from where small stones fell. Suddenly tentacles appeared in the air. The young man looked at what was happening in fear. Sweat appeared on his face. Pasha landed in front of them with a crash. The guy was scared of it. He put his hands to his face, turned pale, and looked at the creature in fear, calling her a monster. The young man fell to his knees, took hold of His Majesty's clothes. The king greeted Pasha with a smile. The girl folded her tentacles, looked at His Majesty, and also greeted him. The guy, kneeling, looked back at the monster then at the king. His Majesty asked how the insects were doing, to which the girl replied that their number had increased significantly, and as long as there were mushrooms, they were constantly eating them. The young man added that it seemed everything is fine with them, and in this case he is calm. Pasha extended one and tentacles closer to the dark-haired guy pressed against His Majesty, thinking about what was happening. The king raised his hand, pointed at the creature in front of them and said that he wanted to introduce them. Taking a step forward, he said that this was Lady Pasha, and she too was once a prominent aristocrat. The creature rose up on its tentacles while the guy asked what it meant. The tentacle touched his forehead, the young man closed his eyes, the voice of a girl sounded in his head, saying that he should not be afraid. The guy opened his eyes slightly. He staggered back slightly as he saw the image of a girl with curly blonde hair in front of him. The king said that she might look scary, but inside she was still human. His Majesty folded his hands behind his back, took a step to the side, while the young man looked back in surprise at him and at the monster. The king said that they should talk on the way to the place, after which he added that Pasha is not the only such monster. His Majesty presented an old castle, under which scarlet eyes could be seen in the darkness, and said that 400 years ago they already lived in wild lands, and also founded a city there. The image in his head changed. The young man imagined how the witches defended themselves from the advancing demons and said that something bad had happened. Pasha frowned and shouted that she would delay the demons. Her companions stood behind her. One of them said that everyone was dead. The girl calmly replied that there must be another way to defeat the demon, so they need to follow to the western border. Pasha grabbed her clothes, squeezing her hand. She turned into a one-eyed, tentacled creature, screaming that it was a curse from the demons. The king touched his forehead, holding a book about Pasha in his hand. Tears appeared in his eyes, and he said that the girls turned into immortal monsters and must live forever, suffering from pain. The dark-haired young man took the book, trembled tensely, and said that he now realized how everything was. The king with a smile thought that it was better to replace the story of an empire of witches that ruled humanity with an aristocrat in trouble. His Majesty closed his eyes, raised his hand to his mouth, and said that he had now accepted this group of survivors, and they were not only allies in the fight against the demons, but also the inhabitants of the kingdom. Pasha approached the gate. Roland added that, however, as he can see, its appearance can cause negative emotions, so in this case. The young man saluted, frowned, and, interrupting the king, said that he would definitely hold his tongue behind his teeth, after which he thought that although this sounds absurd, the most basic rule for a loyal subject is to believe everything that His Majesty says. People followed Pasha through the tunnel. The girl said that they had reached their destination. The young man frowned slightly, looked in front of him and saw something. He silently watched as the insects ate the giant mushrooms. Then he looked at His Majesty. The king pointed his finger at the insects, saying that they are called rubber worms, and they can secrete industrial material with a wide range of uses, and the value of the material is no less than that of poultry meat and eggs. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at the smiling king. His Majesty said that he heard that the young man specially breeds a lot of earthworms for his chickens and ducks. The guy confirmed his words, after which he thought why His Majesty suddenly mentioned this. Roland smiled broadly, raised his eyebrows, and, holding out his finger, said that he wanted the guy to start breeding these worms. The young man was frightened, instantly turned pale, and retreated from the king. He silently watched as His Majesty kicked the worm, and said that in essence it was the same as breeding earthworms. Because they are not aggressive, although they are large, they are extremely shy. He just needs to regularly collect mucus from their belly. The king handed him a purple book, saying that it described some of the habits of rubber worms, and he needed to compare the studies and then test the methods for fast growth and easy collection. The guy scratched his head awkwardly, holding a book in his hand, after which he agreed with His Majesty's order, after which he said that if he was alone. Roland looked at him with a smile, interrupted, and said that the first army stationed in this room would help him, after which he added that if the young man tries hard, he will get a place at the awards ceremony this year. Standing at the gate, Roland and Pasha were discussing something. The girl looked into the guy's face, saying that they were back. The guy looked calmly in front of him. Two silhouettes appeared in the dark passage. Jasmine and Lyra began to rush towards the king at high speed. The worms stopped in front of the interested king. The girl asked if he remembered them. The young man remembered the human appearance of the girls, calling them by name. Lyra knocked her friend, telling her to mind her manners in the presence of His Majesty. The worms looked at each other. The girl added that even if they have a different body, she should not forget that they represent Tequila. Roland watched in confusion as the girls quarreled among themselves. He put his hands behind his back with a smile and looked back at Pasha, who said that they had just arrived in the city and came to the cave because they wanted to see the king before hibernating. So she hoped that this would not apply to him. The young man answered in the negative, saying that he was waiting for good news that the transfer was successful, after which he asked why they should hibernate. Lyra looked at the king, raised her eyebrows, folded her arms and said that this was being done because the host worm's consumption was very large, and there was no need to keep 3 hosts alive at the same time when Fran could handle the excavation and transportation alone. The young man looked in front of him, raised his hand and said with a smile that they could all stay awake, because a new project would start soon, and there were a lot of places in the city that needed to be reconstructed. The guy smiled and imagined how the girls, in the form of worms, were eating food in barrels, and said that they need not worry about food because the town hall would do everything possible to provide for them. Jasmine smiled widely, folded her hands in front of her and happily asked if it was true, after which she exclaimed that she did not like long hibernation. Pasha showed her image before His Majesty. The king looked at the girl with a smile, who, closing her eyes, said that since he had a plan, the girls were completely at his disposal. Clouds floated across the sky above the castle. His Majesty frowned slightly and looked at the leaf in concentration, thinking that now that the expedition company had come to an end, the entire western region had become calm. Nightingale appeared behind him, reached through the window and grabbed the bird that flew towards him. The king took the letter in his hand, the girl put her hand on the bird table, and with a smile said that this was a secret message from Hill. Suddenly he looked at what was written in shock, noticing something. He quickly jumped up from his seat, frowned angrily and asked how the king even dared. He angrily removed the message, furrowed his brows and ordered that all relevant employees be convened to discuss countermeasures. The king sat at the head of the table, at which there were also Barov, Edith, Andrea and Brain. The knight slammed his fist on the table, loudly asking His Majesty to give an order, seemingly needing to teach a lesson to the Kingdom of Dawn. The king silently looked into the face of the man who shouted that now they had violated their border in the eastern region, and then perhaps they would attack. Barov presented his hand to his mouth and, interrupting him, asked what this meant, after which he explained that if the army of the Kingdom of Dawn could calmly penetrate the territory of the Kingdom of Greycastle, then why did the man even occupy his position? Andrea looked at the table upset. The man scratched the back of his head, smiled awkwardly and said that he was just giving an example. The old man answered him that it was a useless example that did not convince, and most importantly, why start a war if everything can be resolved diplomatically? His Majesty clapped his hands, closed his eyes and said that they should take a break. The maid put a glass of wine next to Edith. The king raised his hand and said with a smile that they could have a snack, and then their conversation would continue. The girl raised the glass to her mouth and drank a little. The young man looked back. Scroll appeared behind him. The guy asked her to let her see the minutes of the meeting. He looked at the manuscripts with a smile, thinking that Hill had written about 3 things in a secret message, and that Apen, the King of the Dawn, was going to deliberately violate the eastern border of Greycastle. The young man schematically presented the battle in the Eastern Territory, adding that the situation in the Holy City was unstable and Otto was imprisoned. The young man introduced a blonde guy sitting behind bars. He lowered his head heavily, touched his forehead and added that after 3 days of discussions, there was no objection to liberating the Eastern region and destroying the church, and the only difference was when it was better to settle scores with the Dawn Kingdom. Everyone present, besides the blonde, silently looked at the king, who was thinking that right now they have the opportunity to get the maximum benefit at the least cost. However, she herself must come to him. His Majesty was sitting in his office with a piece of paper in his hand. Someone knocked on the door. Andrea entered him, put her hand to her chest and turned to him with concern. The silhouette of Nightingale appeared behind her. The young man happily thought that she had finally come. Nightingale handed her a dried fish. Chewing the second one at the same time, the girl raised her hands, tactfully refusing, after which she again turned to His Majesty. The king looked at the saddened girl, raised his hand and asked if she wanted him to save her childhood friend, Otto. She answered in the affirmative. The king held his hands in front of him, looked at her and said that at the last meeting she herself heard a discussion that if they want to force Apen to surrender, they need an army of at least 3,000 people. His Majesty thoughtfully presented his hand to his chin, closed his eyes. Behind him was the dark silhouette of Nightingale with red eyes. The guy said that if we add troops to attack the Holy City, the number will increase to 5,000 people, and this is already 80% of the size of the first army. After which he added that these are just people, and if you include other costs and all kinds of damage, the cost of carts and horses, the cost of provisions. Roland exclaimed without fear. The girl standing behind him angrily asked why he was pressing on her and won't say it directly. She turned to the window, looking back at the king over her shoulder. The guy sat down on the chair with a smile, saying that this is just the current situation, but with some effort, the unfavorable situation can change dramatically. But it depends on how far the 3 are ready to go family. Andrea touched her chest, looked at the king and asked if he wanted to say that. Roland looked seriously into her eyes, folded his hands in front of him and, interrupting her, finished her sentence with the fact that someone should replace the royal family Moy. A girl asked if he had a plan ready. His Majesty asked if she would like to become Queen of the Kingdom of Dawn. The girl took a step forward. She raised her eyebrows like a house, looked into his eyes in confusion, touched his chest and exclaimed that she did not want to leave. The young man asked what she meant. Andrea looked down in disappointment, saying that it did not matter, after which she explained that she meant that she was not interested in the throne in the city of Zarya. Roland took the cup on his table, asking with a smile how she liked her father's candidacy and whether he was ready to go for it, after which he added that, of course, the other two families should not stand aside either and a change of power would be useful for everyone. But more importantly, the threat hanging over their heads will no longer exist. The girl confidently clenched her fist, frowned, and, interrupting herself, said that her father would definitely agree. The king grinned slightly, raised his cup and said that then Neverwinter will soon begin to operate, so she shouldn't worry because Otto won't be arrested for long. From the window, Nightingale could be seen sitting down on the king's table, saying that she thought he himself was going to become king of the Kingdom of Dawn. The girl raised her hand, looked worriedly at the young man and asked if he really offered to become her queen and was not joking. His Majesty said that. It turns out, she could not understand this. There was a knock on the door, the girl disappeared from the table, the young man allowed her to enter. Isabella opened the door, looked inside and turned to the king, the young man recognized her. The girl opened the door all the way, behind her was Agatha, the blonde put her hand on her chest, saying that she heard from the witch that the Hermes church would soon fall. The young man thought that, apparently, Agatha led her to the castle. He raised his hand, looked at the girl and said that intelligence had told him so, and that refugees from the church had appeared both on the ridge of the cold wind and on the western borders of the Heyday Kingdom. And from their stories it follows that the cathedral, which is the symbol of the holy city, collapsed overnight. The king frowned heavily, looked menacingly into her eyes and asked if she had come to ask for her old friends from the church. The girl looked at him intensely, frowned and said that this was not so, after which she asked if he remembered the millions of berserker pills that she spoke about earlier, adding that many people know where these pills are stored. If they surface, then the king's plans will be ruined. The girl presented several boxes of scarlet pills. Roland put his hands on the table, asking where the tablets were. The girl said that they were scattered in hiding places on the Hermes plateau. It would be difficult for her to explain where exactly they were located. The guy looked at her calmly. The girl added that if he trusted her, then she wanted to ask to send the army with her. The king allowed her to go with the first army, but forbade her to fight, explaining that they just had to find the pills and destroy them on place. The girl frowned slightly, clenched her fist and said that although the pill consumes life, in the event of a mortal battle. His Majesty interrupted her. He extended his hand to her, saying that he also had another task for her. The king introduced the mother and son who were crying in the middle of the burning city, said that there were still a few monasteries left in the old holy city, and once the church lost control, there would be a complete hell there, and he wanted her to bring the orphans to the western region. The girl looked at him warily, wondering why he did this. She put her hand to her chest, bowed and said that she would carry out his order. The sunset illuminated the building with soft rays. Edith grabbed the door handle. She entered the room, unbuttoned her cape and closed her eyes tiredly. The young man behind her asked why she returned so late. The girl explained that His Majesty had established a new Ministry of Defense, which is responsible for external military actions. She went to the table, the boy took a piece of food, stuck it on a stick and lifted it, blew on it. The girl said that the next time she was so late, he should eat without her. The guy said that everything was fine. The girl happily chewed her food. I can imagine the perfect looking dishes. The younger brother looked into her face and turned to her. The girl opened her eye, looking at him. The boy asked why she had been silent at the meetings in recent days. He thoughtfully lowered his gaze to the fork, asking whether His Majesty asked him what she already knew, and if she understood His Majesty's plan. Why did she decide not to talk about it? After which he added how she did not notice the cunning face of Barov, who looked at her with a smug smile. The girl looked at him seriously, continuing to chew her food. She touched her forehead with a fork, looked menacingly at her brother and said that it was a secret. If he wanted to know it, he would have to pay. And she raised her hand with a smile, extended her finger and said that thanks to this delicious dinner her mood had risen, so he had already paid well. Without opening her eyes, she presented the image of Andrea and said that she remained silent at the meeting because she was sure that His Majesty would choose Andrea as the simplest solution to the problem with the Kingdom of Dawn. And in 3 days he looked at her as many as 17 times. The girl remembered their meeting, when the young man looked at the blonde and said that she was not an official in the town hall, not a key figure in decision making. Edith raised her hand with a smile, closed her eyes and surprised her brother with the words that since there was nothing between them, it means there was a secret intent. The boy asked how she noticed this. The young man turned away from his sister, who squinted at him, explaining that she was using peripheral vision, and His Majesty did not realize that while he was watching the blonde, someone else was watching him. The younger brother began to imitate the girl. Edith angrily approached him, furrowed her eyebrows and asked what he had just said. The boy fearfully replied that he had not said anything. He began to wave his hands, embarrassedly asking if that was why she went to talk to Andrea, and if she could have been mistaken, the girl asked if he noticed it. She remembered how she passed by the blonde, whispering in her ear that His Majesty was a merciful ruler, and had also once met Sir Otto. If she asked, he would most likely agree to save him. Edith closed her eyes with a wide smile and said that she just mentioned it, and if suddenly she turned out to be right, then it would do a service to His Majesty, and if she was wrong. She stuck her fork into the mushroom on the plate, said that no one cares if they are alive, whether the aristocrats of the Kingdom of Dawn or not. The next day, the warm rays of the sun began to illuminate the king's castle. Brain loudly addressed His Majesty. Resting his hand on the table, he confidently proved his point. Barov and Edith looked at him. The man said that no matter how far away the enemy is, the first army will crush him. The old man advised him not to forget that the main goal of this year is the climbing ceremony throne. The king slammed his fist on the table. He frowned, shouting that he had decided that the city's army would split into two parts, one of which would go through the Cold Wind Ridge to the Hermes Plateau, and the other would march east to the borders of the kingdom. So it would turn out that part from the west and part from the south would attack to the Kingdom of Dawn and meet in the city of Zerva by the end of summer. Everyone present looked at the king, who raised his hand. The people agreed with his order. Edith put her hand to her chest with a smile, later thinking that the entire western region was in motion. Lorgar sorted through the gold coins, counting them. She looked at the coins, puzzled, saying that there were 21 gold coins in the stack. She closed her eyes, pressed her hand to her face. Tears appeared from under her eyelashes. She said that in less than half a month she had spent 3/4 of her savings. She waved her hand angrily, remembering the establishment where she had spent some time, saying that she had especially spent a lot of money in this drinking establishment, and that even a gang of bandits would not stoop to such robbery. She collapsed on the table in frustration, saying that everything was not as she said, and they did not rob her, because she herself took the golden pianos out of her wallet and then voluntarily gave them away. The girl remembered how she hit the table with her mug, saying that she lost with her own desire. Lorgar remembered ordering mug after mug, the waiter baffled as she brought her orders. The wolf girl put her head on her hand in frustration, remembered the face of the waitress who asked if she was sure, because she had already spent, and then thought that these drinks of chaos seemed to have magical powers, and even the morning oasis is not so good. She blushed slightly, closed her eyes, and saliva began to flow from her mouth. The girl imagined a round table on which there were various drinks. She thought that she could not even find words to describe this taste, but without exception, all the drinks were unsurpassed, and the variety of tastes was well deserved. And suddenly she began to rock herself, trying to come to her senses. She sat down sadly on the table, tapped the coin, and thought that the remainder of her savings would not allow her to continue in the same spirit. The wolf girl walked through the winter forest. She took off her cape. The girl undid a button on her clothes. Then she took off her tight-fitting suit. Her body shone brightly, illuminating the area. Lorgar took the form of a wolf, with thick steam coming from her mouth. The animal quickly ran past the trees. Suddenly she noticed something. A demonic bird was rushing towards her from the air. Lorgar made a small jerk. The bird crashed headfirst into the snow, sliding several meters. The wolf jumped to the side. The girl looked at the demonic beast, which pulled its head out of the snow. The demon bird and the wolf girl looked at each other, recognizing each other. Lorgar looked into the monster's eyes with suspicion, thinking that it seemed to her that she had already heard this voice somewhere. Laying the bundle on the snow, she called Maggie by name. Suddenly, the demonic bird recoiled in fear, spread its wings, and exclaimed that in front of it was a talking wolf. Maggie looked back at Lightning, who flew up to him and said that the wolf was a witch. The girl put her hands on her belt, smiled widely, and asked the wolf who she was and how she knew them. Lorgar was once again engulfed in glow. Lightning and Maggie looked in surprise at the girl who appeared before them, who introduced herself as a burning fire from the desert. The wolf girl looked at them, saying that she had arrived with Ash and Andrea, who mentioned Maggie on the way. Lorgar looked at the girl in shock, who also took on human form, and said that she saw her when she went to Ash. Lightning touched her temple, but frowned deeply and asked if the girls had mentioned her. Lorgar tried to remember her name in confusion. The girl closed her eyes with a smile, extended her hand upward, taking a grandiose pose, and introduced herself as the greatest explorer in the western region or in the entire kingdom. She landed on the snow, picking up one new one, and told the girl to remember this forever. The girls began to look at each other. Maggie looked into her eyes incomprehensibly, raised her finger to her mouth, and asked why she was naked. Lorgar blushed embarrassedly while the girl looked at her chest, saying that everything had changed there too. Lightning hit her on the head, telling her not to stare at the girl. The blonde raised her hand, clenched her fist, and said with a smile that it was just a feature of the ability. The girls looked at Lorgar, who threw a dress over herself, and asked why Maggie attacked her. The girls walked through the snow, leaving footprints behind them. Lightning raised an eyebrow with a smile, touched her cheek, and said what she thought the girl was a mutated snow wolf. Lorgar Resbina returned to the confused girl, who scratched her head and said that their job was to look after the entire northeast, destroying the demonic beasts that still roam the wild lands, and then take them to the castle. Maggie raised her hands excitedly, smiled and said that they also had to destroy birds' nests, collect bee soda and fry food. The blonde corrected her, saying that this was not their job. Lightning, with a calm expression on her face, extended her index finger, saying that in any case, there is almost no one in this area and the demonic months have just passed, so. Lorga thoughtfully put her hand to her chin, saying that she understood everything, after which she thought that she had indeed heard many times that during the demonic months it became dangerous on the northern border. Lightning came closer to her, looked into her eyes and, interrupting her thoughts, asked what she was doing there, because these are wild lands, and not only the remaining demonic beasts are found there, but also more terrible things. The wolf girl frowned confidently, clenched her fist and asked if she was talking about demons, after which she added that if so, it means that she had come to the right place. Maggie asked in surprise how she knew about demons. The girl remembered how they called her a demon behind her back, after which she said that she was looking for an abandoned city because she had heard that demons appeared there. Lorga extended her hand, furrowed her brows, and exclaimed that she wanted to hunt them. Lightning grinned, raised her hand to her mouth and asked how she knew this. The girl asked what she was talking about. Lorga looked in surprise at the girl, who said that more than 400 years have passed since demons appeared in Taquilla. The girl exclaimed in surprise. Maggie and Lightning looked at her with a smile. The blonde raised her hand and explained that of course, they could return at any time. That's why patrols are carried out in this territory to prevent this, but if the girl really wants to get to the abandoned city, then it will take 7 or 8 days. The girl sketched perhaps the paths of Lorga, explaining that the wild lands are so huge that if you deviate a little from the course, you may not see the city. So she should know that originally this territory was called a fertile plain, and was larger than everything kingdom, after which she corrected herself and said that the plain was larger than all 4 kingdoms combined. Lorga lowered her ears, upset, touched her chin and asked if it was true, after which she thought that she was not worried about the long journey. The temporary absence of demons also did not matter, but if she did not reach the goal, then it would be a problem. The blonde closed her eyes, saying that going on a search based on limited information meant she was potentially a good researcher. Suddenly the girl exploded with enthusiasm, approached Lorga and invited her to join the research group and go with them to explore this foggy continent. Maggie joyfully shouted that they would fry game together. The girl refused with confusion. She furrowed her brows and turned around. The girl grabbed her shoulder, trying to stop her. The girl thought that she had come to climb to the top and not play with the children. The blonde said that if she joined the research group, she might be taken to the ruins of Taquilla. Lorga quickly turned to the smiling girl whose nose had grown. She asked if she had been there, to which the blonde answered with a lie, saying that they were the only ones who had touched the city walls in the last 400 years. She smiled widely, narrowed her eyes and added that, in addition, she knows enough not only about Taquilla, but also about demons, and even fought with the most powerful elder demon, after which she emphasized that this is unique information. The girls stood opposite each other. The blonde asked her to think about her proposal. Evening came. The wolf girl put on a green cloak, closed her eyes and thought that she just joined the research group, but she had to make a small sacrifice for the sake of information about demons. Lightning turned to her. The girl with her eyes closed was holding onto the back of the demonic bird. Lightning said that they were already there, so it was time to go down. The blonde and the demon bird quickly headed down. The wolf girl stepped onto the snow with trembling legs. She fell heavily to her knees, wiping drool from her chin, and looked up at the blonde, who waved at her with a smile, telling her to hurry up and follow her. Maggie and Lorga followed her through the snow. The girl saw a huge stump in which a window and a door had been cut out. They came closer to this house. The wolf girl opened the door, seeing Lightning, who was smilingly impaling a frog's leg on a sharp stick and saying that it would take them 2 days to fly to Taquilla, so they camped for the night and would hit the road again in the morning. The girl with a wide smile turned to the wolf girl, pointed her finger at herself and said that it was time to fry on the fire, and that the girls were definitely worth a try. Lorga went inside. Looking around, the girl was sitting on a stone near the fire. Lorga asked if Anali built this place. The blonde raised her hand with a smile and said that she didn't really build it, but just found a place that nature created. The girls looked up from where the moonlight was leaking. The blonde added that insects had eaten everything inside, and the upper part had been knocked down by gusts of wind and rain. Branches and leaves successfully filled the trunk in such a way that a natural roof was formed. Maggie happily held the green bundle in her hand, while the blonde said that Maggie cut out the windows and doors, and that there were many more similar places in the wildlands. The girl looked around, smiling, thinking that she surprisingly felt confident. Suddenly, the aroma of food approached her nose. The girl said that it smelled very tasty. Maggie happily threw her hands up. Lightning handed the girl an improvised skewer, saying that it was time for them to eat. The wolf girl tried the meat on a stick. Suddenly she smiled in delight, exclaiming that it was very tasty. Maggie, in the form of a bird, told her that this was an unusual jerky. The girl introduced the moment of the hunt, saying that it was a giant lake frog from the icy stream of the Great Snowy Mountain, and she had to try very hard to catch it. The girl looked in shock at Maggie, who waved her hand and said that the frog's hand alone was the size of her partner, so it could only be pickled and eaten slowly. The wolf girl asked what it was. Lightning, holding another skewer in her hand, explained with a smile that explorers exist to explore the unknown, and new food also applies to this. Lorgar took a bite again. Tears appeared in her eyes. The girl asked if it tasted good to her. Lorgar mentally said that the dish was very tasty. The girls flew across the sky. Lightning stopped, pointed her finger forward, and said that they were there. Lorgar put her hand on the hood, asking if this was the same ruined city. The girls hovered in the air on a long wall. Lorgar thought that it was more than 5 or 6 cities, like Iron Sands, and the number of residents who could live here was more than 100,000 people. If you add the population of the surrounding suburbs and villages that meet the needs of the city at a ratio of 1:10, this means that about 1 million people once lived in the wildlands. Lightning stepped on the edge of the wall. The girls landed. Lightning said that she should already know, but this place was the last line of defense of the Witch Empire, but they could not hold back the demons. The girl looked at the empty field in front of her, wondering how the Witch Empire that built such a huge city lost to the demons. She looked up, remembering His Majesty, who was seriously saying that the Battle of Divine Will was not just a small battle between 2 tribes, but a full-scale war that would determine which of the 2 civilizations would survive, and then thought that now she understood a little what His Majesty was talking about. She looked into Lightning's eyes and asked if the city was on the border of a patrolled area, and if demons decided to attack, then where would they most likely do it from? The girl put one hand on her belt, pointing the other forward, and said that it would probably happen from the west of the destroyed city. But it is dangerous to go further into the wild lands, because even staying in the air, it is unsafe. The wolf girl asked why. When she looked back at Maggie, who clenched her fist, frowned slightly, and said that it was all because of the fog, because sometimes the whole sky turns red. The girl closed her eyes and began to shake her hands. After Lorgar asked what it was, she explained that everything around was turning bright red. Lightning interrupted her and said that this was a substance that demons needed like air for people. She slightly closed her eyes, looked up, and said that this time the weather is fine, so the sky looks blue. She remembered how she soared between the clouds above the scarlet earth, and said that sometimes in inclement weather, especially when the whole sky is covered with clouds, when you fly higher, you can see a red haze on the edge of the horizon. The image in her head changed to witches suffocating in a red fog, blood flowing from their eyes. She said that the fog is the strongest poison for witches, and even if you do not inhale it, but only touch it, you can suffer greatly. Lorgar frowned and touched her chin as the girl explained that because they don't know how far the fog can spread, they rarely cross the borders of Taquilla. The girl said that she understood her, after which she asked what demons have weaknesses. Lightning furrowed her eyebrows, raised her hand, and, imagining the silhouettes of demons, said that the weakness of demons is the pipes behind their backs, but if she does meet an enemy, it is better to immediately retreat and inform His Majesty about it. The girl frowned with a confident grin, raised her hand, and said that she could take care of herself. The girl lowered herself into the backpack and said that since she was a member of the research group, then she handed the girl a roll of paper, saying that it was for her. Lorgar opened the scroll and looked inside. The girl pointed her fingers at the paper, saying that it marked unexplored areas nearby, so if she was nearby, she should sketch on it what she found: bird nests, honeycombs, wolf caves, and much more. Maggie began to turn her head dissatisfied while the girl was looking at the map. She said that you cannot enjoy what you found alone, because this is the most important rule of the group. You must wait for them to return and then they will eat everything together. Lorgar answered with a smile that she understood her. They looked back at Lightning, who raised her hand. Lorgar suddenly asked what it meant to wait for them to return, and if they were going to leave the city. The girl explained that His Majesty was going to send troops to the eastern region and the Holy City, and they would probably have to go with the First Army, so it may be several months before they return. The blonde raised her head with a satisfied smile, pointed a finger at herself, and said that in the end, His Majesty relies on them to survey the enemy's position and adjust the aim of the guns. She frowned slightly, smiled confidently, and put her hand on the girl's shoulder, saying that she would leave the exploration of the wild lands to her for a while. The rays of the sun illuminated the castle. His Majesty yawned tiredly and stretched. He sat back in his chair, thinking that since the order to set out on a campaign was given, there had been 1 or 2 meetings almost every day, and at first he liked to feel like he was in charge. But he exhaled heavily, touched his hand to his forehead, and began to write something, ending the thought with the fact that after a while he could no longer stand it. Raising his head, he added that if it weren't for Scroll, which instead of him coordinates the figures in the reports, he would have forced his subordinates to do this. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, interrupting His Majesty's thoughts. The guy folded his hands in front of him, allowing the guest to enter. Edith took a step into the office, turning to His Majesty. She put a sheet of paper in his hands, smilingly telling him to look, after which she explained that this was a battle plan that she had drawn up. The young man incomprehensibly asked why a joint operation. The girl furrowed her brows, clenched her fist and imagined a battle with the demons, explaining that she thought they could use the abilities of the witches and the remaining Taquilla witches, and thereby provide a surprise attack from all sides, because this way they would be able to push the enemy's vanguard away from the rearguard, advancing on all fronts, including the sky and underground space. And His Majesty looked thoughtfully at her manuscripts, thinking that many of her ideas were immature, but for this era such thinking was very extraordinary. He furrowed his brows slightly as he thought that, of course, the key to this plan was making sure that the Taquilla witches would be willing to do the bidding, and the solution to that problem was Roland introduced several witches, ending the thought with what he needed will allow everyone remaining who will participate in the battle to enter the dream world. The city multi-story building stood under the rays of dawn. The young man was suddenly awakened and frightened by a call from Garcia. He picked up the phone. Looking at the screen, he frowned with displeasure and wondered if Garcia was really calling him. He put his hand to his head, asking the girl if she knew what time it was. The girl puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction and said that it was 6:30 in the morning, and it was not very early. Besides, how would she know what would come to him? More relatives. The young man smiled awkwardly, thought that, apparently, she still remembered the last time he abandoned her, and then asked what she wanted. Roland was sitting on the unmade bed. The girl exclaimed that he really wanted to know what erosion was, so then she added that the association had scheduled a meeting for newcomers, which would take place after lunch, so as soon as he had breakfast, he should immediately come to room 827. The guy grabbed his shirt, put the phone to his ear with his shoulder and asked why there was such a rush, because she said that everything was scheduled after lunch. Suddenly, he spread his arms and pulled away from the phone after the girl loudly shouted that he was not the only newcomer, so it would take time to meet others, and then loudly asked if he had decided to meet his relatives again today. The young man smiled embarrassedly, closed his eyes and pressed the phone to his ear, thinking later that this was so, and moreover, not only with one, after which he told her not to joke. Yes, after all, yesterday he went to bed a little late, so there is a little from him smells, so he needs time to take a shower. The guy took off after an angry scream from the girl, who told him to be quick. The young man opened the door. Zero looked back at him. He greeted her, saying that he would leave for a while. The girl raised her eyebrows in frustration, holding a frying pan in her hands, and asked if he was going to the morning workout. The guy confirmed her guess. He entered the room, raised his hand to his face and said that he had a meeting with colleagues after lunch. Stand in the doorway. He put his hand on the wall and said with a smile that he might be a little late, so you shouldn't wait for him to eat together. The girl watched as he slammed the door. She frowned, threw in some scrambled eggs and said displeasedly that she understood him. The guy walked past people on the street. He glanced out of the corner of his eye at the man and girl who were running past each other and thought that maybe next time he should actually go for a morning workout. Roland turned the corner of a tall building. He approached the wooden door, on which there was an inscription about the rent of the premises, thinking that he was there. The guy looked at the door with a smile, thinking that this was a new base rented through an intermediary, which he uses for his business. His Majesty opened the door, behind which stood several witches. The girls knelt down, bowed their heads and greeted His Majesty. The guy put one hand behind his back, raised the other and welcomed them to the world of dreams. He came closer to one of the girls, saying that today he had a special task for them. The girl asked what he meant. The guy presented a huge castle, crossed his arms and explained that according to Garcia, when the association organizes an introduction to the internal structure for newcomers, they will be taken to the head office, and no one outside knows its exact location, so he decided to take advantage of this opportunity to find the base where they hide the forces of nature, so he will need their abilities. A girl with short hair extended her hand towards him, released the beetle from it and said that he would be with His Majesty, and so she would always know where he was. The beetle landed on the king's neck and began to crawl under his shirt. The young man closed his eyes, pursed his lip and agreed with her, repeating in his head that it was just a bug, after which he said that in addition, fillies and lings should follow him. The girl raised her hand, furrowed her eyebrows and looked at His Majesty, who asked if she remembered how to hail a taxi. The girl said that she needed to tell the driver to watch out for the one in front and pay when they get there. She looked back at the girl standing next to her, who patted her chest and said that they did not need to communicate while they were driving and not answer any questions, after which she said that he need not worry, because they remember everything. The guy raised his hand while standing in front of the witches and said that when the car stops, Ling should try to sneak in unnoticed, and although there are no divine punishment chambers in this world, but he doesn't know whether the Martial Arts Association has other means to stop the magic strength. The girls looked at his face while he explained that if it was impossible, she should not try, because her most important task is to hide. The girl agreed with his task. The girl next to him asked what task she should complete. The guy handed her the money. The girl next to her said that she should stay and take care of her sisters. His Majesty explained that this money was for ordering food delivered, including breakfast, lunch and dinner, and they would postpone the planned entertainment activities until tomorrow. The girl took the bills, looked him in the face and said that she was also good at sneaking in unnoticed. His Majesty patted her on the head, winked and said that if she took good care of everyone, then next time he would take her to the cinema separately. The girl looked at him with shining eyes, enthusiastically repeating his words. The young man stroked her head with a smile. The girl, like a dog, wagged her tail and said that he could trust her. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.